I am sorry, Chen Lin. The college entrance exam is too important, and I really cannot afford to keep a pathetic little mutt like you by my side. Zhang Yan, the class beauty, ripped up our 3-year team-up agreement right in front of the entire class without a moment of hesitation. Nearby, the rich kid Liu Liang smugly shook a third-tier skill book worth 100,000 in his hand. He had just awakened the rare heavy lancer class, and was looking down at me with condescension. Chen Lin, face reality. You are just a summoner who summoned a useless dog with no combat ability. You cannot even reach the threshold of the college entrance exam, so what do you have to compete with me? The whole class burst into laughter, and everyone was convinced that I was already finished. After all, in this world where the heavens have invaded and games have come to reality, if you have no power, you are nothing but expendable fodder at the bottom of society. I ignored their mockery and just looked calmly at the little black wolf by my feet, which was still chirping and struggling to stand steadily. They had no idea that just a moment ago, I had completed a life bond connection with this useless dog. After a soul-shattering pain, a notification sound echoed in my mind that would be enough to drive the entire Great Sha Kingdom into a frenzy. Soul fusion successful. Congratulations. Your summoned creature has awakened the unique talent, Greedy Gluttony, SSS rank. Ignore growth limitations, devour everything, and break through shackles to evolve. I stroked little black wolf's head, returned it to the summoning space, and a cold smile tugged at the corner of my lips. A useless dog? During tomorrow's college entrance exam, I will show you all what a true heaven-devouring beast is. Fanyan City, Second High School. Students, no matter what your profession is, as long as you are willing to put in the effort, you all have a chance to succeed. Your starting point does not determine your future achievements. On the podium, the homeroom teacher Lu Wen said loudly, 100 years ago, games descended into reality and alien races invaded. In this era where power is everything, the National Mandatory Job Advancement Exam at age 18 is the only chance for ordinary people to climb the social ladder. Everyone longs to awaken a rare profession, but the reality is cruel. 80% of students can only awaken life skills professions with no combat ability. I just got the news that the passing score for tomorrow's college entrance exam is being raised by 100 points, Lu Wen said with a serious expression. But this also means that those who rank higher will receive more generous rewards. Go home and get into the right state of mind. Don't hesitate to spend money on equipment and skill books, or you will regret it for the rest of your life. The atmosphere in the classroom was polarized. Those who awakened powerful professions were excited and showing off, while those who awakened life skills professions were dejected. Sitting by the window, Chen Lin rested his chin in one hand, looking a bit distracted. Just a moment ago, during his job advancement, the memories buried deep in his mind were unsealed. He was actually a transmigrator. If it weren't for the memories of another lifetime, he might have lost control of his emotions just now like everyone else, in the face of Zhang Yan's public breach of promise and Liu Liang's mockery. Before his memories awoke, Chen Lin might have felt anger, but now, with the mindset of having lived an extra life, he was surprisingly calm. In the front row, the girl sitting next to Zhang Yan leaned over and whispered, Yan, you were right to do that, so why were you so humble earlier? He is just a good-for-nothing summoner who summoned a palm-sized dog. The whole class laughed at him. How is he worthy of you, the class beauty? Everyone says he is washed up, and you can't even pass the entrance exam teaming up with him. Look at Liu Liang. He awakened the rare profession of heavy gun knight, capable of both defense and attack. His family is wealthy, and even the teachers from the next class say he has a bright future. What does Chen Lin have to compare with him? Hearing her friend's words, Zhang Yan relaxed her brows, and the slight annoyance in her heart dissipated. The entrance exam is a threshold to jump social classes. For the sake of the future, she would not regret it, even if she were hated. Don't worry, Yan. My dad bought me a tier 3 skill book. As long as I master it, tomorrow's exam is in the bag, and I might even compete for the top 100 in the city. Liu Liang said proudly. Really? That's amazing! Zhang Yan's eyes lit up, filled with pleasant surprise. Liu Liang lifted his chin and swept a provocative glance at Chen Lin. This is the difference. Chen Lin used to be handsome and consistently ranked in the top 3, stealing the spotlight. Now that he had awakened a rare profession, he had finally trampled this top student under his feet. So satisfying. Oh my god, a tier 3 skill book must cost at least over 100,000, right? The friend beside her exclaimed. This one is a high-quality tier 3 book, so the price is doubled. My family paid a high price to snatch it up. With the college entrance exam around the corner, wealthy families were frantically throwing money to bid up prices and hoard equipment and skill books just to get their children into top-tier universities. Liu Liang, could you take me with you too? I'll do anything. the friend pleaded eagerly. Liu Liang glanced at her and flatly refused. She wasn't as pretty as Zhang Yan, so why would he bring her along? Chen Lin turned a deaf ear to the commotion around him. When the bell rang, he walked out of the classroom silently. On the way home, he grit his teeth and bought a piece of meat at the market. Carrying the bag, he found a quiet corner and focused his thoughts. A white light flashed, and a small black wolf appeared on the asphalt road. Awoo! The little black wolf howled at the sky, but the sound was milky and lacked any intimidation. Finding no enemies around, it blinked, immediately wagged its tail and trotted over, squatting at Chen Lin's feet, wanting to nuzzle him but not daring to, and actually let out a woof. Chen Lin shook his head helplessly. This summoned creature didn't look very smart. He handed over the meat. You must be hungry, eat up. Let me see the potential of this SSS rank talent. The little black wolf gorged itself, biting off a huge chunk. Your teeth are quite sharp, after all. Chen Lin smiled. Ever since he awakened this black wolf, he had suffered cold looks, and even his homeroom teacher, who had high hopes for him, looked at him with regret. Chen Lin knew clearly that in other people's eyes, the little wolf was indeed as weak as an ant and was absolutely at the bottom of all summons. But he would never accept this fate. Having merged with his past life memories, he was absolutely unwilling to live a mediocre life this time. Now with the blessing of greedy gluttony, as long as he had enough resources, he could turn the tables. Eat. Tomorrow's entrance exam depends on you to amaze everyone. Watching the young black wolf munching on its food, Chen Lin sighed and reached out to stroke its head. The moment he touched it, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Detection initiated. Chen Lin glanced around sharply, but there was no one there. Had his transmigrator's golden finger finally arrived? Loyalty is at 100%, never to betray. Do you wish to perform a life-bound connection? Yes. Chen Lin made the decision in his mind. In an instant, an agonizing pain like his soul being torn apart struck him. Caught off guard, Chen Lin felt his whole body go numb as he collapsed to his knees. His face turned deathly pale, and cold sweat poured off him. He gritted his teeth so hard that his nails dug deep into his palms, struggling desperately to keep from screaming. What's wrong with that kid? Probably hitting him hard that he ended up with a support class. By the way, old Gua, I heard your son got a combat class? Heh, a fighter! He's going to go places! The voices of the passers-by gradually faded away. Chen Lin struggled to his feet as the pain finally receded like a receding tide. An invisible force surged toward the black wolf, and the notification sounded once more. Soul fusion complete. Life-bound connection established. Congratulations, your summoned creature has awakened the unique talent. Greedy Gluttony, SSS rank. Chen Lin felt a surge of energy and called up his status panel. Summoned creature, unnamed. Species, mutant wolf. Level 1. Attributes: Strength 2, Constitution 3, Agility 3, Magic 1. P. 100%. Skills: None. Talent: Greedy Gluttony, SSS rank. Converts everything consumed into energy, allowing for unlimited growth and breakthrough evolution. After reading the panel, a joyful expression appeared on Chen Lin's face. The pain was worth it. Across the entire Great Xia, those who awaken an SSS rank talent are few and far between. A dozen years ago, when the defensive lines were broken and alien races invaded the Xuanlong Kingdom, it was ultimately an SSS rank prodigy who turned the tide. However, he was the one who suffered the pain, but the awakening happened to the summoned creature. Chen Lin grabbed the black wolf by the scruff of its neck and held it in front of him. From now on, your name is He Ming. Work hard for me, understand? Awoo! He Ming happily licked his hand. Keep eating. Chen Lin nodded in satisfaction. He Ming's eating speed increased dramatically, and it devoured the meat steak in just a few bites. Consumed ordinary meat. Evolution value plus 0.5. As the notification finished, He Ming grew just a fraction larger, and every one of its base attributes on the panel had actually increased by 1 point. A single piece of ordinary steak could increase attributes? What if it ate even more? Chen Lin's heart raced. He finally saw hope for passing the college entrance exam. Immediately after, a warm current swept through Chen Lin's limbs and bones, and his own strength saw a slight increase as well. The energy gained by the summoned creature could actually be fed back to its master. Chen Lin finally felt at ease. With this trump card, he finally had the capital to compete with other geniuses. With a clear path to getting stronger, Chen Lin was in a great mood. He picked up He Ming, who now felt a bit heavier, and headed home under the setting sun. Night fell. Chen Lin pushed open the door to his home, and his mother, Li Huiru, was wearing an apron and bringing dishes into the living room. Dinner is almost ready. Go wash your hands first. Li Huiru didn't have a combat class. Universal job advancement had only been around for 10 years, and ordinary people still made up the majority. Yeah. Chen Lin put Haiming down and let it wander on its own. What kind of job did you get at school today? Li Huiru asked casually while slicing green peppers. Summoner. No sooner had he spoken than a cry of surprise came from the hallway. Wow, a combat class. Brother, you're amazing. His younger sister, Chen Li, wearing a white t-shirt and shorts, came bouncing in like a gust of wind. Brother, I heard the school provides materials for on-site summoning. Where is your summoned creature? Let me see. Chen Lin pointed to Haiming, who was being well-behaved at his feet. The excited light in Chen Li's eyes instantly faded as she froze. Just this? It's so small? Yeah. Chen Li's face fell. She bent down to take a closer look, and refusing to believe it, she reached out and poked it a few times. Haiming hung its head in grievance and let out a few soft whines. A moment later, Chen Li stood up silently and walked over to Li Huiru. Mom, your son is a lost cause. You should hurry up and have another one. Li Huiru's mouth twitched as she quietly raised her kitchen knife. Sensing danger, Chen Li immediately took off. Chen Lin shook his head helplessly and went into the kitchen to help bring out the dishes. The three of them sat at the table to eat. Chen Li was swinging her legs happily under the table when her gaze suddenly locked onto the large pork knuckle in Chen Lin's bowl. Brother, I want to eat that. Li Huiru interrupted heartlessly. There is none for you. Looking at his pitiful little sister, Chen Lin couldn't bear it. He called Haiming over and threw the delicious, fragrant pork knuckle to it. Haiming gulped it down, and a faint, warm current surged into Chen Lin's body again. Although the reinforcement wasn't huge, the feeling of being able to get stronger at any moment was incredibly satisfying. Chen Li's eyes widened, having suffered a critical hit to her spirit. Chen Lin, is it possible that your favorite little sister isn't even worth as much as a dog? Chen Lin looked surprised. Why would you think you're comparable to it? Who gave you that misconception? Her defenses were shattered. Absolutely shattered. Mom, look. Brother is saying I'm not even as good as a dog. It's a wolf. Chen Li fell into a sullen silence. It seemed there was no place left for her in this home. After dinner, Chen Lin cleaned up the dishes and tidied up as usual. As he finished, Li Huiru walked over and handed him a bank card from her pocket. I heard from the neighbors today that the passing score for the college entrance exam has been raised. It is much harder than before, Li Huiru said gently. Auntie Zhang is already buying gear and skill books for her son. We cannot afford to fall behind just because we are not well off. There is 35,000 in this card. If it is not enough, I will borrow more. Chen Lin felt a slight tremor in his heart. This was almost the entirety of the family's savings. Although he felt incredibly guilty, reason eventually prevailed. He truly needed a starting fund now to heavily nurture Haiming. This is enough, Mom, thank you. The money was meant for you and your sister anyway, so do not feel burdened, Li Huiru said with a smile as she left the pin behind. It is getting late, I am off to work. Now that you have a combat class, my colleagues do not know how envious they are that I have such a great son. The door closed, and a cool breeze blew into the room. His father died young, and his mother worked 2 jobs every day to support the family, hardly ever resting. Chen Lin took a deep breath and silently clenched his fists. In the annual college entrance exam, the top 10 in the city all receive huge cash rewards. Although the competition this year is unprecedentedly fierce, this is undoubtedly the fastest shortcut to making money that he can currently access. He must take a spot in the top 10. He absolutely cannot let his mother continue to work so hard. The streets were brightly lit. Chen Lin stepped out of a diner for lifestyle professionals, carrying a crate containing exactly 100 pounds of mutant beast meat. The diner had surplus ingredients, and the owner readily sold it to him for over 6,000. According to the description of the greed and gluttony talent, Haiming can grow strong quickly in a short period, and the energy converted will feed back into Chen Lin, causing his own strength to soar alongside it. Nurturing Haiming is the optimal solution for passing the entrance exam. This is much more cost-effective than scraping together every penny to buy a single skill book. First-tier skill books cost tens of thousands. Yet their boost to combat power is negligible and cannot turn the tide of a battle at all. But ordinary families still flock to them. After all, dungeon resources are almost entirely monopolized by academies. If you cannot get in, you can only go outside the city to hunt mutant beasts to level up, which for a level 1 newcomer is essentially a near-death experience. Chen Lin turned into an empty alley, shifted his thoughts, and summoned Haiming. Compared to before, it was half again as large and finally began to show the outline of a wolf. A woo! Staring at the fresh, red mutant beast meat in front of it, a powerful urge to devour erupted within Haiming. Without Chen Lin's command, it still resisted with all its might, remaining completely motionless. Eat, Chen Lin said. As soon as he spoke, Haiming opened its gaping maw and began to tear into it frantically. In the blink of an eye, the amount of meat swallowed into its stomach far exceeded its own body volume. Yet Haiming showed no intention of stopping. Its stomach was like a bottomless pit, madly digesting all the flesh. A surge of overwhelming energy flooded its entire body, rapidly catalyzing its flesh and cells. Its bones creaked and popped as its size exploded at a speed visible to the naked eye, looking like a monster. At the same time, a scorching hot current surged through Chen Lin's body, transforming his limbs and bones, a feeling of comfort rushing straight to his mind. Evolution value 7. 5100. This is a new data bar added after the awakening of the greed and gluttony talent. As long as it reaches 100 points, Haiming can undergo a transformation and evolve. 100 pounds of mutant beast meat should be enough, Chen Lin thought to himself. Half an hour later, the meat in the crate had been devoured completely. Haiming's size had surged several times over, its body length approaching 2 meters and its height reaching Chen Lin's waist, making it unrecognizable as the cub it once was. Chen Lin summoned the panel to check. Summon. Haiming. Species. Mutant wolf. Level 1. Attributes. Strength 34, Constitution 36, Agility 36, Magic Power 33. Health 100%. Skills none. Talent. Greed and Gluttony. SSS. Evolution value 100. 9 of 100. Evolve now? Total attributes have increased nearly tenfold. These stats are beyond the reach of even many rare class holders. However, compared to the initial efficiency of gaining +1 to all attributes from eating a single piece of meat, the growth rate has clearly slowed down. The further you go, the more massive the energy required to level up becomes. But the higher the base attributes, the more terrifying the absolute combat power gain for every single point added. Chen Lin swiped his fingertip to switch back to his personal panel. Compared to his starting attributes at the time of job advancement, Strength 11, Constitution 10, Agility 12, Spirit 20, every stat had now increased by 10 points. Previously, the feedback from eating ordinary meat was minimal, but this time, with 100 full pounds of high-tier mutant beast meat consumed, the feedback effect was immediate and significant. In terms of raw stats alone, his attributes now definitely tower over his peers. Although attributes are only the foundation, actual combat still depends on overall ability. But with Haiming's cheat-like gluttony talent, Chen Lin is confident he can quickly crush any gap. Chen Lin silently clicked to evolve on the panel. The moment he confirmed, a spherical, terrifying source of talent deep within Haiming began to tremble. Instantly, waves of unique black evolutionary energy erupted, rapidly sweeping through its entire body, frantically dividing more cells and restructuring genes, as its life slowly leapt to a higher level. After a long while, a series of notifications appeared before Chen Lin's eyes. Congratulations, your summon Haiming has acquired the skill. Rend. Congratulations, your summon Haiming has awakened a new talent. Gigantification. E. Gigantification. E. Increases body size by 3 times, strength and defense increase by 300%, and speed decreases by 50%. Strength 34 to 54. Physique 36 to 56. Agility 36 to 56. Magic 33 to 53. With this evolution, Haiming's appearance changed slightly. Its hide became tougher, its muscles more solid and robust, and it looked much more imposing. Moreover, its attributes had all improved in unison, breaking through to over 50 points. And this is only at level 1. It's seriously a bit broken. In gaming terms, this is just a damn overpowered monster. Even top-tier summons probably can't compare to this. Based on long-standing human experience, summons are divided into 4 levels: low, medium, high, and top. The criterion for evaluation is their talent. From the moment they are summoned, those with powerful talents have high potential, and they gain more attributes when leveling up. F, E, and D are low level. C, B, and A are medium level. S is high level, and SS is top level. As for summons reaching SSS talent, none have ever appeared yet. Or perhaps beings of that level would never agree to be summoned. Haiming's greed and gluttony were bestowed by Chen Lin after it was summoned, so strictly speaking, it doesn't count as a top-tier summon. Originally, it might not even have made it into the low-level rank. Stroking the head of Haiming, who was squatting beside him, Chen Lin gazed at the night sky with mixed thoughts. The moment for him to show his edge is coming. Whether he is a dragon or a worm, success or failure, the time for truth is almost here. The next day, Chen Li and Li Huiru stood on the road outside the door. I had already prepared to take time off, but since we are not allowed to enter to watch, then Mom won't go. Shaolin, first and foremost, watch out for your own safety. If there is any danger, you can exit directly. Don't try to be a hero and get into trouble. Even if you fail the college entrance exam, it doesn't matter. We can live and work peacefully. Although inside the instance, one could exit at any time with a thought, and the risk is low. But in previous years, there have still been isolated cases of death. Li Huiru had emphasized these words over and over for an hour. Looking at the worry on her face, Chen Lin nodded. Brother, I want to go watch. Can you take me in with you? Chen Lin reached out with an expressionless face and flicked his sister's forehead. No. Ow, she cried out in pain, looking somewhat aggrieved as she covered the spot he had flicked with both hands. Alright, Mom, little sister, I'm heading out. After Chen Lin had completely left, worry appeared on Chen Li's face as she silently gripped the corners of her school uniform. The plaza. Countless people had gathered, and it was bustling with activity. After verifying his information, Chen Lin followed the staff's directions and walked to his class area. Lu Wen was explaining some details to watch out for when entering the instance. On the podium to the side stood the principal of the second high school and all the faculty. Besides them, across from them were students from the first, third, and fourth high schools. This year's college entrance exam put students from several top-tier high schools together, making the competition intensity reach the max. You could tell just from the nervous expression on Liu Liang's face. He had been full of confidence yesterday, but now he was sweating buckets. The first high school has over 30 people who awaken talents, and one of them is even A-level. Did their ancestors light the incense for them? Third high school is also suddenly pushing so hard. A hidden class user has emerged. With this situation, let alone the city's top 100, even the top 300 will be hard to get. Liu Liang deeply regretted the big talk he had made earlier. After he went back and used his father's connections to ask around, realizing that the quality of this year's senior students was a little bit too high, it was already too late. With his third-tier skill, and only one method, he simply couldn't compete with so many powerhouses. Not to mention, they might all have such skills. However, the brag had already been made, and there was no taking it back. Since even he felt the pressure, Chen Lin would definitely be at the bottom later. With him there as a contrast, Zhang Yan probably wouldn't regret her decision. Even if he didn't reach the expected top 100 in the city, she might still be satisfied. Thinking this, Liu Liang relaxed a lot. His longtime crush. Now that he has turned the tide with his class transition, he must win her over. Chen Lin, are you still planning to come? Just give up like the other life class students to avoid embarrassing yourself and losing face in front of everyone. There's a saying, if you don't compete, you can pretend you haven't lost. Hearing this, many students around them were amused. Chen Lin turned his head and glanced at the person who spoke, whose name was Yi Chao. He was standing next to Liu Liang, and besides him was Zhang Yan, who was wearing a mage robe and had a graceful figure. Clearly, they were teammates. Chen Lin ignored them. This little bit of schadenfreude couldn't affect his state of mind. As a bell chimed, 4 large bronze gates opened simultaneously, and chilling air surged out from the slightly opened gaps. All the students did not hesitate, and immediately checked the information for their respective instances. It's over. We in second high were assigned to the Bone Burial Forest, one of the instances with the highest failure rates. What absurd luck. Is it too late for me to apply for a transfer? Alright, all instances are of similar difficulty, why are you complaining? You guys in third high were assigned easier ones, so of course you don't have any complaints. Hey, you guys in second high are really hilarious. Can the college entrance exam be unfair? The surroundings suddenly became noisy. Lu Wen's heart sank, and he quickly reminded the students behind him. The terrain in the Bone Burial Forest is complex, with very dense trees and shrubs. You must be careful about monster ambushes, and stay vigilant at all times regarding your surroundings. I have taught you a lot of knowledge about monsters before, their habits, the environments they often stay in, their attack patterns. Hurry up and recall them all now. After finishing several points and thinking there were no omissions, Lu Wen took out something that looked like a watch. This is a recorder made by mechanics. which can transmit the scores you earn in the instance. Lu Wen quickly distributed them to all the students in the class. Then came another bell chime, signifying that the college entrance exam had officially begun. A girl in white armor with icy blue hair draped down her back and an exquisite, beautiful face was the first to trigger the instant's light beam and descend. It's Senior Su Lingshu from 3rd High. She chose to enter the instance alone. The more people in a team, the less the score increase will be. People with actual skill naturally choose to go solo. But she is a ranged mage. Without melee protection, won't there be problems? I think you wasted your classes. Senior Su is a frost mage with 5 initial class skills. Not only does she have powerful area effects and single target bursts, but she also has protection. How could she be afraid of monsters getting close? Stop arguing. Look. 1st High actually has 2 people choosing to go solo, and there's one in 4th High too. Wow, truly impressive. Could it be that we'll be in for a real treat today? Countless junior students sitting in circles around the plaza discussed with excitement. Ignoring the voices echoing around him, Chen Lin placed the recorder on his wrist, and it automatically extended a connector and locked on. With a slight movement of his mind, he connected to the instance. Instantly, white light engulfed him as he went in all by himself. He also chose to go solo. In a short time, all the students had disappeared, having entered the dungeon. A middle-aged man with a beard and a level of 20 saw this, waved his hand, and 4 water curtains appeared above the dungeon gate, projecting the scenes from within. This year there are more excellent students than in previous years, but none are from the 2nd high school. I'm afraid our talent rate is going to be at the bottom again. Hearing Lu Wen's words, the teacher from the key class on the side nodded. Without a genius capable of taking the lead, we can only hope that the average score isn't too bad. But before the words had even faded, one of their students from the 2nd high school actually chose to voluntarily exit the dungeon. Looking at the empty space in front of the Bone Forest dungeon gate, a teenager appeared in the blink of an eye. All the teachers from the 2nd high school looked at each other and hung their heads in silence. That is how the Bone Forest is. It differs from other dungeons in that you need to be much more careful and cautious. Students with low psychological resilience, when faced with a sudden sneak attack, will only panic, and once they feel the threat of death, may give up immediately, without even putting up a fight. Judging by the lingering fear on the student's face, he likely fell into this situation. His teammates might still be struggling inside the dungeon. But weak psychological resilience can be mitigated with advanced preparation, and the methods Lu Wen taught previously were meant to address exactly that. Other teachers had given similar reminders, but clearly not all students could take them to heart and apply them in practice. However, the responsibility that needs to be borne cannot be shirked. Lu Wen whispered, "Old Peng, this is your student." The teacher named Peng Yuan sighed, hurriedly walked over to help his student up, and upon seeing the boy's eyes turning red, began to soothe him immediately. He made a firm resolution to himself that in the future, he would have them copy every bit of knowledge helpful to the college entrance exam over 100 times. A tired hand is better than losing one's future like this. Feeling many mocking gazes directed his way, Li Mingji's face darkened, and he stared at the water screen without saying a word. As the image on the water screen shifted, he suddenly spotted a lone teenager walking through the dense forest, looking around his surroundings. Huh? Li Mingji looked surprised and asked curiously, "Single player? Did we have any students with such excellent ability during yesterday's class changes at our school?" Hearing this, many teachers looked in the direction of his gaze, their expressions immediately filled with confusion. They had no idea which class this teenager belonged to. That shouldn't be the case. If someone had changed to a powerful class or awakened a good talent, they would have remembered. Besides, as a homeroom teacher, one would surely want to show off an excellent student capable of soloing a dungeon. But they had absolutely no impression of him. "Wait, is this your student, Lu?" The teacher from the key class seemed to have recognized him. As soon as she said this, Lu Wen felt all the teachers, including Li Mingji, looking at him simultaneously, waiting for an explanation. Lu Wen didn't know how to start. He knew very well that Chen Lin was only an ordinary summoner. More importantly, his summons looked like they had no combat capability at all. Lu Wen had checked personally and even requested to use auxiliary items to investigate. Both methods showed the same result: very weak. Chen Lin started with essentially the worst possible hand. If he didn't team up, it would be impossible for him to reach the passing mark for the college entrance exam. He had talked to Chen Lin about this yesterday and stressed it repeatedly. He even asked other students in private and was relieved to hear that Chen Lin was part of a team. But what is going on now? Where are his teammates? Lu Wen suddenly felt a headache. He couldn't figure it out, he really couldn't. Why would his student have a mental breakdown right at the critical moment? Li Mingji realized something was wrong from his disbelieving expression and quickly pulled out his phone to check the second high school's evaluation data. He scrolled all the way to the end before finally seeing Chen Lin's file. Ordinary class, very weak summons, no talent, not even a single strong attribute. How could he possibly be soloing? Destroying his own future. He is completely destroying his own future. Thinking this, Li Mingji took a deep breath and asked sternly, "Old Lu, how have you been teaching your students?" Lu Wen gave a bitter smile. He had really tried his best, but he couldn't come up with a rebuttal. Originally, Lu Wen held Chen Lin in high regard. Whether it was theory or practical training, his performance could be called excellent. It was just a pity that his summons were too weak, which directly ruined his prospects. At that time, many students who failed their class changes used him as an outlet for their frustrations. Perhaps because of that, Chen Lin's teammates refused to enter the exam with him. Going in alone is a desperate final stand. Thinking of this, Lu Wen sighed deeply, feeling distressed for him. To go from an excellent student to someone with a bleak future in just one day, that kind of drop is something few people could handle. The teacher from the key class, who was on good terms with him, said, "It is true that you didn't manage this well, old Lu. Now we can only hope that Chen Lin doesn't run into any danger." But as the saying goes, speak of the devil. Through the water screen, one could clearly see a dark green worm crawling above Chen Lin's head, about to attack. Lu Wen's expression changed instantly, cold sweat beading on his forehead. It's a poison-toothed worm. It is the monster you have to watch out for most in the Bone Forest. Once bitten, it injects a toxin that leaves both the body and consciousness in a state of temporary paralysis. At that point, not even escaping the dungeon is possible. The only end is to be eaten alive. Many students had been hit by this, but fortunately, they had teammates who could quickly take care of the worm. But in Chen Lin's case, he is all alone. There is no one to save him. Watching the poison-toothed worm open its hideous mandibles toward Chen Lin, ready to strike. In that instant, all the teachers and Li Mingji had one thought in their minds. It is over. You have entered the Bone Forest. Level limit 20. Remaining time in dungeon. 3 hours, 59 minutes, 58 seconds. After a slight dizziness, Chen Lin immediately composed himself and scanned his surroundings. Blood dripped down the branches onto the weed-covered muddy ground. Every 5 steps or so, there were remains and bones, all covered in bite marks. The air was foul, and because the light could barely penetrate the forest, visibility was dim. Thud. Suddenly, the sound of an object dropping rang out. Chen Lin looked back immediately to see a terrifying skull covered in small needle-like holes and dripping with blood. His eyes narrowed. Without a moment's hesitation, he made a grasping motion with his left hand, and a meter-long staff appeared out of thin air. Staff sword. Ordinary quality. Effect. Can switch between 2 forms. As a sword, it increases physical damage. As a staff, it provides a slight increase in magic. At that moment, a dark green worm as thick as a barrel, hidden in the treetops, leaped down. Its head split wide open, opening wide enough to swallow a human head, revealing rows of dense, horrifying teeth. Chen Lin, having already reacted, grabbed the other end of the staff and pulled. Swish. A flash of white light instantly cut through the worm's body with incredible speed and expertise. Chen Lin remained calm. With a flick of his wrist, the sword suspended in midair spun, shedding the viscous green blood before slowly returning to its sheath. The worm, cut into 2 pieces, fell to the ground like a broken kite, wiggled a few times, and finally died. An invisible orb of light flew from its body and surged into Chen Lin's chest. You have successfully killed the poison-toothed worm and gained 5 experience points. At the same time, the item on Chen Lin's wrist lit up with a notification. Score plus 115. Not bad. Even though I haven't held a blade for a long time, I haven't forgotten the movements. In his past life, Chen Lin had lived with a blade in hand every day, practicing from childhood. Even though it was an ordinary world without anything extraordinary, the techniques of force application remained practical. Furthermore, the millions of repeated draws and slashes, while simple and unadorned, were enough for the current stage. Because compared to him, most people are messy and cluttered. They are jack of all trades but master of none, relying solely on skills. Meanwhile, outside, Lu Wen was dumbfounded. It wasn't just him. The other teachers and Li Mingji had the exact same expression. How is this possible? Isn't he a summoner? But that neural reaction and speed can only be achieved with high agility attributes. A summoner who relies on summons shouldn't have anything other than spirit as an above-average attribute, right? Everyone turned their eyes to Lu Wen, wanting an explanation. He didn't know either. Lu Wen was just as baffled, even though Chen Lin had performed very well in practical training. But it was nowhere near this absurd. After a class change, the base attributes increase according to the class. A summoner is just an ordinary class. It only increases the spirit attribute. I've never heard of it increasing agility. As for special items that can directly increase base attributes, they are priceless. Based on what Lu Wen knows of Chen Lin's family, he definitely couldn't afford them. After thinking it over, Lu Wen still couldn't figure out how he had changed so much in just one day. But even if his agility is high, obtaining 500 points on his own to reach the passing mark is still very difficult. Back to the dungeon. After killing the dark green longworm, Chen Lin headed toward the heart of the forest. The deeper he went, the more brutal the scenery became. Bones hung everywhere on the twisted trunks of giant trees, and mysterious bloodstains smeared the weeds and shrubs like a chaotic painting. Rustle, rustle. Suddenly, a great commotion broke out ahead, as if countless things were crashing through the undergrowth, trampling the weeds and charging toward him. A woo, accompanied by strange, guttural cries, small, ugly, green-skinned creatures appeared in Chen Lin's field of vision. They wielded various crude weapons like sharp bone shards, stones, and wooden clubs, exuding a raw, savage aura. Goblins. Chen Lin recognized them at a glance. According to textbooks, they are vicious, prolific breeders, and will resort to cannibalism if food is scarce. He did a rough estimate. There were 50 or 60 of them. If they swarmed him all at once, he would hardly survive against such overwhelming numbers. Aiming, Chen Lin called out in his heart. Instantly, a white light flashed, and a long, resounding wolf howl echoed across the forest. It was completely different from the squeaky, immature howl of the first time. It felt like a king descending. Aiming stared at the scurrying, jostling pack of goblins with cold, slit-like pupils. Chen Lin didn't even need to issue an order. Sensing their malice toward his master, Haiming instantly bared his fangs. Boom. With its limbs pushing off the ground, leaving claw marks behind, it shot forward like a cannonball. Bang. The goblin in the lead had its skull shattered instantly, flying backward with the residual force. A whole row of goblins was knocked over in the wake of the collision. Awoo! The goblins on both sides shrieked, their weird eyeballs burning with rage as they raised their weapons and swung down with all their might. However, the weapons that had always worked before were useless now. A sharp bone shard struck Haiming's back and cracked with a crisp snap. Bang! With one swipe at the goblin's head, its skull exploded, splattering blood and brain matter everywhere. Brutal. Pure, unadulterated aesthetic of violence. Haiming abandoned all defense, wading into the fray like a god of death, engaging in a killing frenzy. One by one, the goblins stepped forward, only to fall, as the surrounding area was gradually stained red with blood. This one-sided slaughter, with no hope of resistance, struck primal fear even into the hearts of these low IQ goblins. They stopped their assault and fled in a panicked scramble. Seeing this, Chen Lin wasn't about to let them go. He directed Haiming to chase them down while he himself went after the nearest goblins. Now that you are here, none of you are leaving. Outside, the crowd erupted into an uproar at the sight of this savage scene. My god, do we really have such a fierce senior at the second high? His summon is so strong, and that's not even all. How can he himself have such high combat power? Is he cheating? The best part is, he's so handsome too. I really want to be his girlfriend. Haha, with those tiny things of yours, you think you'd be tempting? In the second high viewing area, the freshmen and sophomores were buzzing with excitement. A few junior girls even blushed. More than 10 minutes ago, when someone noticed Chen Lin was surrounded by goblins, it had caught many people's attention. Everyone had assumed the senior was going to be eliminated. Even 1,000 ants can kill an elephant, and he wasn't even an elephant. Yet, what happened next left them in shock. One man and one beast, wiping out the entire group of goblins. He's like a god. Can someone explain what's going on here? Didn't they say Chen Lin's summon was weak? You call this weak? Huh? Facing Li Mingji's questioning, Lu Wen didn't know how to respond. His brain had stalled, and he could only hear a buzzing in his ears. Is this really the palm-sized wolf pup from yesterday? Isn't the growth a bit too drastic? However, he quickly snapped back to reality, his expression turning excited and his lips trembling. Without a doubt, this summon of Chen Lin's definitely has a talent, and it is highly likely to be the growth type. Upon hearing his speculation, Li Mingji's face brightened. To reach this level so quickly, it must be at least in B-rank talent. If what you say is true, and it's a growth type, its potential is almost on par with a high-level summon. At that thought, Li Mingji felt his heart racing. Is their school finally going to produce a genius they can be proud of? He suddenly remembered something and turned to ask the person behind him. What is Chen Lin's score right now? The plump, mature teacher with glasses looked down at her tablet. According to the tracker's calculations, he currently has 560 points, placing him first in our school. My goodness, he surged past the passing threshold in one go. Most people are still struggling in the double digits. Hearing this, Lu Wen felt a sense of unreality. The student from his class is now the top of the whole school? What about the first high? What's the top score there? 16-1. Hearing this number, Li Mingji felt it was a pity, but then he realized it made sense. Even if their talents were similar, the summoner class still had a significant disadvantage compared to the rare classes others had. Actually, Su Lingxu from the third high is even more terrifying, with 830 points, far ahead of everyone else. Students from other second and third tier high schools can't even compare to her. No one in the city can surpass her right now. Upon hearing this, Li Mingji and the other teachers gasped. Less than 20 minutes into the dungeon, and she's already accumulated 830 points? If she keeps this momentum, will she break 10,000? She even has the potential to compete for the provincial champion. Thinking this, Li Mingji's eyes revealed awe. The third high has produced a true prodigy. Inside the dungeon, Chen Lin plucked a leaf and wiped the tainted blood off his blade with it. Orbs of light emerged from the goblin corpses and merged into his body. He soon leveled up to 2, with his spirit stat increasing by a meager 5 points. This is the drawback of a common class. Even if you keep up with the leveling, the gap only widens over time, eventually becoming an impassable chasm. However, he could bridge that gap by relying on the feedback from Black Abyss. Feeling a continuous stream of warmth pouring in, refining his entire body, Chen Lin smiled faintly. At this moment, Black Abyss was crunching away at the goblin corpses. A fuel buffet is truly great, no need to spend a single cent. But there is a time limit for the college entrance exam, so he cannot delay for too long. Although his score has already reached the passing line and admission to a university is a sure thing, Chen Lin's goal is clearly not just that. The top 5 elite universities in Great Shy, even the city's top 10 or even number 1. He wants them all. Black Abyss, let's go. The real hunt has only just begun. Awoo! Understanding the general idea, Black Abyss let out a response and stepped quickly behind Chen Lin, staying close by his side. Goblins are pack monsters. Since their troops have appeared here, there must be a nest nearby. Following the direction they came from, the probability of finding it is quite high. 10 minutes passed, and Chen Lin had not encountered a single monster, which made him even more certain of his hypothesis. While called a dungeon, it is more like a unique secret realm, where everything inside does not automatically respawn. Instead, it operates according to natural laws. This is why the government chooses to control these dungeons. If left unchecked for everyone to farm, the dungeon would soon be depleted and could no longer be recycled. Suddenly, several bone spears were hurled from mid-air. Black Abyss's pupils narrowed as it instantly stepped in front, batting the bone spears away. Seeing this, Chen Lin, who had already gripped the end of his staff, let go helplessly. Watching the once silent forest, everything began to stir simultaneously, as if the place had come alive. Goblins emerged from all directions, screeching and waving their weapons in a charge. Chen Lin showed no fear. His staff transformed into a sword, and he instantly decapitated a goblin. Bang! A bone club smashed into the ground with a thud, which Chen Lin easily dodged by stepping aside. Wham! A kick sent it flying, knocking down several other goblins along with it. Chen Lin moved like a whirlwind, fully focused, swiftly slaughtering these fragile goblins. With every dodge, his blade precisely claimed their lives. At this moment, Chen Lin was like a butterfly dancing in the breeze, with his wings acting as the scythe of death. This elegance was like an art form, making the audience outside cheer with excitement. Some junior schoolgirls' eyes brightened as their heartbeats began to quicken. Oh my god, this senior is so amazing and he's so handsome too. What do I do? I think I've fallen in love with him, boo-hoo! Back off, he's mine. His combat techniques are so exquisite, he must have put a lot of effort into this. The swordsmanship is even more impressive. Every strike precisely slits a throat. To miss by even a millimeter would mean failing the kill. I don't believe he didn't practice for years. Everyone at the second high, teachers and Li Mingji alike, looked on with pleasant surprise. They never expected Chen Lin to have such superb performance. Now they weren't looking at anyone else. All eyes were glued to Chen Lin, not looking away for a single second. After all, he is currently the only one from the second high with any hope of competing against the top students from other schools. If not him, then who? Old Lu, you haven't been doing a good job as a homeroom teacher. Since Chen Lin has such swordsmanship, why didn't you include it in his assessment report? Lu Wen's mouth twitched. He wanted to say he knew nothing about it. In his 3 years of high school, he hadn't once seen Chen Lin touch a sword during practical training sessions. This kid is far too good at hiding his true capabilities. He could even imagine the young man practicing bitterly for countless days and nights, just to make a stunning impression at this very moment. It's a pity that Chen Lin's class is summoner, so his swordsmanship is only useful for now. However, even so, it is well worth it. Oh no, those are level 6 rampaging goblins. All 13 of them. Chen Lin is going to be in trouble. Indeed, their HP and strength are far higher than common goblins. Wait, there are flame goblins and frost goblins too. It's over. Is Chen Lin going to fail here? Sigh. Him going to look for the goblin nest all by himself was too risky. The teachers exchanged remarks, their hearts tightening with worry. But soon, they realized their anxiety was unnecessary. On the water screen projection, Chen Lin recognized the goblins with slightly different skin colors as soon as they appeared. Once they appeared, all the goblins seemed to have found a leader and stopped their disorganized attacks. As the flame goblins began their incantations, fireballs the size of fists condensed and shot toward Chen Lin. Boom boom! Chen Lin dodged the fireballs with a few shifts. They hit the ground and exploded, erupting into roaring flames. The other goblins seized the opportunity to strike. Chen Lin tilted his head slightly, narrowly avoiding a thrusting bone spear. He immediately grabbed the goblin by the neck, as if holding a small chick, and under its terrified gaze, flung it into the path of the incoming fireballs. Boom! A brilliant explosion of fire swallowed the goblin's body, the glow illuminating the dark forest. Chen Lin continued his transformation into a human launcher, tossing one goblin after another like cannonballs, smashing them into the flame goblins. My god! You can play like that too! Outside, every student who witnessed this scene was stunned. Lu Wen was also dumbfounded. That was something he definitely hadn't taught. Almost an hour had passed since the start of the college entrance exam, and students began to exit the dungeon one after another. They looked traumatized, as if they had just been a hair's breadth away from death. Once they calmed down, a deep sense of frustration welled up in their hearts. Choosing to exit the dungeon without reaching the passing score meant they had failed the only college entrance exam of their lives. Many were beating their chests in regret, their eyes turning red. But soon, these people realized that human joy and sorrow are not necessarily connected. Everyone was staring at the water screen projection, paying absolutely no attention to them, the eliminated losers. Seeing the students from the second high school all fixated on the same screen, they also looked over out of curiosity. Then, they were struck as if by lightning, completely stunned. Is this Chen Lin? Why? Shouldn't he have been the first one eliminated? How is he still in the dungeon? Our 4-man team was almost wiped out just by being surrounded by goblins. But how does it look so easy for him? My god, he is just a summoner. How could he be this strong? Some were students from Chen Lin's class, and their faces were filled with disbelief. The person they thought was a burden and a useless waste was now stronger than them by who knows how much. A sense of shame made them wish they could disappear, followed by deep regret. If they had chosen to team up with Chen Lin earlier, wouldn't they have breezed through the exam? Meanwhile, inside the dungeon, Chen Lin sent the long-range flame goblin reeling in confusion, interrupting its spellcasting every time it tried, while still managing to clear out the regular goblins. The irritable goblin lost its temper and charged at him recklessly. However, a black shadow suddenly launched an attack. Rend. Magic energy gathered in its front limbs, forming black mist around its claws as it slashed downward. The approaching black hellhound's eyes were bloodshot, stained by the carnage. Its body was covered in countless wounds, and its pitch-black fur was dyed red. It looked like a hellhound dragged up from the depths of purgatory. It had been surrounded by a mass of goblins, and by abandoning all defense and disregarding its own survival, it had finally finished them all off. Awoo! In agony, the irritable goblin shrieked as 4 deep wounds gushed with blood. Chen Lin acted quickly, bringing his blade down without hesitation to deliver the final blow. Bang! Another one down! Looking at the sea of corpses, with blood spreading across the ground like a river, Chen Lin smiled. Of the over 100 goblins, only a few remained. Fear began to show on their ugly faces as they scrambled to escape. Outside, a massive uproar erupted once again. 666! Amazing! This senior is incredible. Even with a summoner class, he can perform so well. His summons are also so powerful. Ha ha ha. Let's see who dares to call our second high school students mediocre again. With this performance, even first high can't compete. The juniors from second high were cheering and shouting with excitement. Li Mingji gulped, his voice trembling as he asked, "So, what is Chen Lin's score now?" Behind him, the mature female teacher, face flushed with excitement, replied, 2080. Hearing this number, all the teachers' eyes widened. This score was about to break the all-time record since the founding of second high. And the key point was that only 1 hour had passed in the exam. First high's highest score is 7090, currently sitting below Chen Lin, the teacher added, as if anticipating Li Mingji's next question. Boom. Li Mingji's brain reeled. Second high hadn't produced good results in years, and, as the principal, he had faced much criticism. But now, the pent-up emotions erupted like a volcano, and he tilted his head back and laughed heartily. Lu Wen was equally thrilled. Unable to keep himself from shouting, "That's beautiful!" A score of 2000 was enough to meet the admission requirements for those top 5 elite universities. Having taught such a student, not only would he earn prestige, but a promotion and raise were inevitable. Meanwhile, over at first high, they also watched Chen Lin's score climb steadily from 5th place. In no time, he overtook their top student Wang Hu and reached 2nd place. He was just 100 points behind the first place student, Su Lingxiu. This shocked the teachers and principal of first high. They had noticed when Chen Lin suddenly jumped to 5th but didn't pay much attention. After all, he was still lagging behind Wang Hu. They were just curious about how a top student had suddenly popped out from second high. Before the exam, all sides had done some research on the other schools. Second high was undoubtedly the weakest in the testing center. They didn't even have a single standout student. They all assumed that next year, second high would drop to a second-tier school. Who would have thought that a Chen Lin would suddenly appear to save the day? Not only did he drag second high back into the game, but he also climbed right over first high. Alright, is that how you want to play? All the teachers and the principal at first high turned their eyes toward Chen Lin, desperate to figure out what was going on. Chasing the remnants of the fleeing goblins, Chen Lin arrived at the entrance of a cave. This must be their lair. Looking into the pitch-black cave, he pondered for a moment before stepping inside. This is looking bad. Inside a goblin cave, visibility is heavily restricted, and the narrow environment will severely limit his mobility. Li Mingji frowned and said, "That is true, but I think we should trust Chen Lin." If this were earlier, everyone would surely have disagreed with Lu Wen's words. But now, they nodded in deep agreement. Having reversed crises 3 times and achieved results beyond their imagination, there was no reason to continue harboring doubts. In the pitch-black cave, Chen Lin moved with caution, occasionally stepping on some hard, broken objects under his feet. These were likely the leftover bones from their meals, left scattered on the ground. Awoo! Several thin, green figures suddenly lunged from the rock wall above toward Chen Lin's head. Chen Lin didn't even need to listen closely. Their ear-piercing shrieks gave away the goblins' positions. He gripped his hand tightly and swung the sword hidden in his staff toward them without a moment's hesitation. Swish! The heads and bodies landed on the ground separately. The remaining 2 were locked onto by Haiming, who had night vision, and were caught as it lunged and bit down. With a crunch and blood splattering everywhere, it swallowed them with satisfaction. Suddenly, countless flickers of firelight appeared at the turn of the tunnel, and Chen Lin's view shifted from total darkness to increasing brightness. His expression shifted slightly, and he immediately scrambled backward. Boom, boom, boom! Fireballs exploded exactly where he had been standing. With the aid of the firelight, Chen Lin saw the situation around him, and his pupils shrank in shock. Countless hideous figures covered the cavern ceiling, baring their teeth and staring at him with cruel intent. Awoo, awoo, awoo! Chen Lin looked solemn as he watched the goblins swarming down like a heavy downpour. He shouted loudly, "Haiming!" Awoo! A wolf's howl echoed throughout the cave, and Haiming's body size exploded at a terrifying speed, only stopping when it reached over 4 meters tall. The gigantification talent! It lunged forward fiercely, knocking the goblins aside as it stood before Chen Lin. The surrounding goblins were scattered and dazed from the impact, but after shaking their heads to recover, they continued to attack, trying to tear their food into shreds. However, a giant claw swiped down, crushing them until their bodies burst into a bloody mess. Boom! Under the immense force, cracks spread across the ground as dust billowed up. In its gigantified form, Haiming's strength attribute reached a terrifying 70 total annihilation. Chen Lin wasn't idle either. He coordinated with Haiming and began a massacre within the cave. Roar! As they approached the depths of the cave, a deafening, savage roar resounded. A hideous monster, its neck covered in thick fur with bulging muscles and standing as tall as a small building, slowly emerged. Seeing that the goblins it had sent to find food were nearly wiped out, its eyes turned red, and it glared at Haiming with rage. As for Chen Lin, it naturally ignored such a tiny figure. Boss Troll. Level 9. HP 30,000. Attack 200. Skills. Enrage. Charge. Bloodthirst. Roar. Just as Chen Lin checked its stats, the troll took a step and charged toward them. The cave began to rumble. Every step the creature took made Chen Lin feel the ground shake. Awoo! Even when facing the larger and more terrifying troll, Haiming showed no fear and met it head-on. Bang! The two collided, causing the entire cave to vibrate slightly, and the air pressure from the impact blew away nearby corpses. Shh! Haiming's claws glowed with black light, striking the troll first and leaving 4 shallow wounds. Roar! Feeling the pain, the troll turned even more savage. It grabbed Haiming's head with its massive hands and slammed it against the rock wall. Boom! Dust billowed, and debris fell continuously. Roar! The troll didn't give it any chance to breathe, slamming its massive body down hard. Haiming's limbs sank into the ground. Blood oozed from the corner of its mouth as it let out a pained howl. It's being suppressed. Chen Lin's expression darkened. After all, it is a boss-level creature, and Haiming hasn't had much time to grow, only a single day. Chen Lin put away his sword and switched to his staff form, and his spirit immediately rose by 5 points. Strengthening spell, he muttered in his heart, using this profession skill for the first time. A summoner has 3 total profession skills: summon, strengthen, and restore. He hadn't used it before because Haiming had rarely encountered enemies capable of matching it. The effect of the strengthening spell is a 20% increase to base attributes. White light glowed around Haiming, and suddenly, it felt its strength surge significantly. Even though it was only 20%, one must remember that Haiming's strength after gigantification was a full summoning 4. Oh woo! Pushing up with its limbs, Haiming flipped the troll over onto the ground and, in front of the troll's shocked gaze, bit down and tore off a chunk of flesh. Roar! The troll let out a pained shriek. When it tried to counterattack, Haiming interrupted it, claws tearing into the same spot repeatedly. Instantly, blood spurted out as if a major artery had been severed, spilling continuously onto the ground. The wounds were so deep that one could faintly see the entrails inside. Roar! The troll's eyes turned bloodshot. It had activated its bloodthirst skill. Its wound recovery speed increased, and the lower its HP, the higher its attack power. Bang! A fist as thick as a meter smashed fiercely toward Haiming. Haiming didn't fall behind, retaliating with its claws. The two were locked in an intense struggle, becoming increasingly frenzied. The combat was so intense that the entire cave was trembling as if it were about to collapse. Seeing Haiming's health dropping, Chen Lin had to maintain the strengthening spell while using the restore spell. Casting 2 skills simultaneously made his spirit grow heavier, and he began to feel weak. Because Haiming's base attributes were so high, maintaining the strengthening spell drained a massive amount of energy. Roar! The troll performed a charge, grabbing Haiming and slamming it into the wall, dragging it along for 100 meters, until they burst out of the cave. Boom! Haiming was thrown out, hitting several 10-meter-tall trees before finally stopping a dozen meters away. All the trees in its path had collapsed, revealing a wide passage. Sunlight finally spilled into the forest, illuminating Haiming's scarred body. Roar! The troll emitted a savage roar and charged straight at them once more. By now, its health was down to just a few hundred, and it had gone completely insane. Haiming struggled to its feet, its vertical pupils cold and fearless as it still chose to meet the enemy head-on. Boom! The battle was on again. The commotion echoed for hundreds of meters, and several students could hear it. Whoa, that's a huge commotion. Is someone fighting a boss? That's impossible. The bosses in the Bone Bureau Forest are at least level 12, far beyond what we can handle right now. Yeah, no one from our second high school is that strong. Not far away, a team of 3 was panting heavily, still reeling from the narrow escape. Before them lay over a dozen goblins that no longer showed any signs of life. We finally finished them off. What is our total score now? Yi Chao checked the recorder on his wrist, his voice trembling with excitement. Brother Liu, it is already at 310. Hearing this number, a smile appeared on Liu Liang's face. At this current pace, even though he had no chance of getting into the 5 top-tier universities, there was no need for him to compare himself with those geniuses. Every year, the 5 top-tier universities only recruit students ranked in the top 50 in the city. In addition to that, there is a hard requirement of a 2,000-point score. For them to reach those standards, it is simply impossible with just his rare profession. If they had awakened powerful talents, there might have been a slim glimmer of hope. After all, there are quite a few people who have transitioned into rare professions. In their number 2 high school alone, there are dozens. However, they still have a chance at the prestigious universities with a lower 800-point threshold. On the side, Zhang Yan couldn't quite find it in herself to be happy, because she wanted to get into a top-tier university, but Liu Liang was not nearly as strong as she had imagined. Suddenly, a commotion came from nearby, causing the high-strung Liu Liang and Ye Chao to look over instantly. Hiss! That is a bit of a distance away. Could someone be fighting a boss? Hearing this, Zhang Yan's eyes lit up. Being able to go head-to-head with a boss meant that the team must be incredibly strong. Let's go check it out. If they need help, maybe we can get a piece of the action. Liu Liang and Ye Chao exchanged glances and nodded. It wasn't just them. All the students who heard the commotion rushed over as well. Even if not for the boss's points, they wanted to see which team could possibly have such strength. Soon, when they arrived at the scene, they were all stunned. Because the one fighting the boss wasn't a team at all, but one single person. Chen Lin had already stepped out of the cave, standing on a broken tree with his staff emitting a faint glow. This iconic strengthening spell made them instantly realize that this person was a summoner. You have to be kidding me. An ordinary summoner, not only soloing, but also single-handedly suppressing a boss 6 levels higher. The point is, the boss is about to be finished off. In the center of the swirling dust, Black Hades knocked the troll over with a swipe. After repeatedly using Shred, it had exhausted its magic, and both sides were nearly drained of energy. Roar! The troll let out a weak growl, its eyes filled with reluctance and fear as it watched Black Hades' fangs sink into its neck. Squish! Its arms slowly fell limp, its body lost all signs of life, and the health bar above its head dropped from 1 to 0 in that instant. Throughout the battle, not a single student dared to step in and intervene. Stealing a kill without permission would lead to immediate disqualification from the college entrance exam. It was clear Chen Lin could do it himself, so they felt too embarrassed to even ask. Awoo! Black Hades roared at the sky, covered in blood, some from goblins, some from itself, but mostly from the troll. It looked incredibly ferocious and chilling. How is this possible? Seeing Chen Lin, Zhang Yan's expression was one of disbelief. Her mind went blank. How could this be? Gulp. Liu Liang and Ye Chao were the same, their throats bobbing as they saw the same utter disbelief in each other's eyes. Wasn't Chen Lin's summoned creature just a useless mutt? This is like a completely different beast compared to yesterday. Or no, 2 high school actually has someone this fierce. His name is Chen Lin. I heard people talking about him last night, saying he was a total washout. They were clearly blind. Soloing a boss, that's a whole 1,000 points. If this news gets out, the top-tier universities will definitely notice him. Amidst the chatter, a team of 4 walked over. Zhao Huiyang from the elite class. Hello, fellow student? With 2 men and 2 women, all with rare professions, their lineup was considered very strong and number 2 high. That was indeed the case. Chen Lin had heard of Zhao Huiyang in the class group chat. He was the monitor of the elite class. Their team had been highly anticipated before the exam started. However, their spotlight had been completely overshadowed by Chen Lin now. Chen Lin, he replied indifferently. I didn't expect our school to have a powerhouse like you. My pressure might finally be eased, Zhao Huiyang said in awe. By the way, your summon is badly hurt. Do you need us to help heal it? She is Gu Fei, a holy priest, and she has massive healing output. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Huiyang was kicked by the cute, round-faced girl behind him. What are you saying? Gu Fei's face turned red. Chen Lin smiled slightly. No thank you. Alright then. Zhao Huiyang looked a bit regretful and prepared to leave. He had originally intended to invite Chen Lin to join their team as they happened to have a spot open, but when he caught a glimpse of the score on Chen Lin's wrist recorder, he immediately dismissed the thought. A score of 5320, more than 5 times theirs. Zhao Huiyang almost blurted out, "Oh my god," right then and there. How did he even manage that? He marveled inwardly. However, after taking a few steps, Zhao Huiyang couldn't help but look back. Are you really sure? don't worry about wasting our time. They currently had 800 points. While they could eventually get into a top-tier university, they couldn't compare to the geniuses from the No. 1, No. 3, or No. 4 schools. Before the exam, Zhao Huiyang's homeroom teacher had said that if No. 2 High didn't produce a genius this year, it would really fall into the second tier. In Zhao Huiyang's eyes, Chen Lin was undoubtedly their only hope. Therefore, even if it meant sacrificing precious exam time, he wanted to stop and offer help. I really don't need it. Chen Lin shook his head. Seeing this, Zhao Huiyang couldn't force the issue and assumed he had other plans. Off to the side, Zhang Yan bit her lip, feeling conflicted. She knew it was she who had initiated the team split, so approaching him now would be nothing short of humiliating. It was just pathetic. But Chen Lin was truly so strong now, strong enough that she realized there was absolutely nothing she could compete with him on. Those who change for the sake of profit will eventually be blinded by it. However, just as she was a few steps away from getting close, Black Hades slowly moved to block Chen Lin's path, its blood-red vertical pupils staring coldly at Zhang Yan. Zhang Yan stopped in her tracks. The sight of that scarred, blood-stained, and incredibly fierce black wolf made her feel a tremor of fear. Chen Lin, the split was your decision. Since you chose that path, you should keep walking it, Chen Lin said, gently brushing the blood off his unsheathed blade with a leaf. You chose to pursue better, stronger classmates to climb higher, and that isn't necessarily wrong. It's just that even if you temporarily reach a height that doesn't belong to you, it will never truly be yours. Swish. Chen Lin sheathed his blade. Rather than thinking about relying entirely on others to reach your goals, you should improve yourself step by step. Zhang Yan, our 3 years of friendship ends here. Half an hour ago, in the outside world, the light of the explosion illuminated the rock walls covered in goblins. Seeing this, many people turned pale with fear. These goblins are too cunning. They use the blind spots to ambush everyone on the cave ceiling. The female teacher from the key class frowned. Chen Lin is in danger. However, the next moment, Haiming's body rapidly enlarged, knocking aside all the goblins in its path in an instant and shielding Chen Lin. The situation turned around immediately. With perfect coordination between the man and the beast, they started a massacre. The words the female teacher from the key class was about to say were immediately swallowed back. Li Mingji's eyes lit up. He had seen the gigantification talent before and recognized it instantly from the records. To think it's a dual talent. How many more surprises does this summon have in store for us? A long time later, after killing nearly 200 goblins, Chen Lin was nearing the end of the cave when the troll woke up. Watching the two grappling with each other, everyone couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. Being 6 levels lower and facing a boss, both the teacher from the No. 2 High School and Li Mingji were worried that Haiming would be killed in one punch. But as time passed, their shock grew, until finally, the troll fell, and the excitement erupted. He won. He actually killed it. Ha ha ha. Defeating a boss 6 levels higher single-handedly, even top universities will take notice. Each generation produces its own geniuses. Li Mingji was beaming with joy, but soon, another piece of good news made him feel a bit dizzy. Chen Lin's score has reached 5320. He's already surpassed Su Lingji from No. 3 High School. Boom! Everyone was struck as if by lightning. They couldn't believe it. Yet, when they thought about it carefully, it seemed like a matter of course. Chen Lin was killing too many. And too fast. What made it hard to believe was that Su Lingxiu had been so brilliant before, and now being surpassed. It felt surreal. Time and again he broke the limits they imagined. The shocks Chen Lin brought them were just too many. You think? Is it possible for Chen Lin to take the top spot in the province? As soon as this was said, the surroundings went quiet, with only the sound of breathing becoming more rapid. However, a series of gasps soon broke the atmosphere. Looking at the source, it came from the No. 3 High School side. As they watched a scene on their water screen projection, the young girl was surrounded by frost, a biting cold current swirling around her, blowing her ice-colored hair. With a cold, delicate expression, she raised her hand and brought it down. Instantly, a cold wave exploded in all directions, spreading over 100 meters and freezing all 100 or so gray wolves into ice. This even included the level 9 boss, the Grey Wolf King. However, its vitality was tenacious, and it didn't die immediately. Is this the terror of a hidden class? Everyone in the hall was stunned. Seeing the score being overtaken instantly, the No. 2 High School teacher and Li Mingji looked at each other in silence. It's difficult, too difficult. Winning the provincial title is almost like reaching for the sky. Chen Lin sat on a tree to rest, paying no mind to Zhang Yan, who had left in silence. Beside him, Haiming had reverted from its giant form to its normal state, recovering energy while devouring the troll's carcass. The energy converted from its flesh and blood was abundant, and every bite made Haiming grow a little bit more. Chen Lin felt a stream of heat constantly surging through his body, washing over him and strengthening him continuously. He checked his recorder, saw 520 points, and felt no rush, quietly waiting for Haiming to evolve. They had either been traveling or killing the whole time, and their stamina was now running low. Haiming was in an even tougher spot, as maintaining its giant form for so long was a huge burden. Half an hour later, the troll had been completely devoured, leaving only the skeleton and viscera. Haiming's evolution value also went from 10 to 126, just 144 short of the next evolution. Its size had grown to 2 meters tall, going from only reaching Chen Lin's waist to towering over him. After another 20 minutes, Haiming finished consuming all the goblin corpses in the cave, and its evolution value finally reached 250. As Chen Lin tapped confirm to evolve, streams of black energy suddenly surged from Haiming's body, forming a cocoon that encased it within. This evolution far exceeded the previous one. It was no longer a faint black airflow, and the process was completely different. Crackle. Not long after, cracks appeared on the cocoon, and a pair of sharp claws suddenly reached out and tore it open. A woo! Haiming emerged, having grown even larger by another 2 meters. Its normal state was now the same as its previous giant form. Its pitch black fur was renewed, and its wounds were gone. Its vertical pupils turned a deep blue, imbued with a hint of intelligence, noble and cold, looking just like the king of the wolf pack. Congratulations, your summon Haiming has acquired the skill. Intimidation. Congratulations, your summon Haiming's gigantification talent has been promoted from E to C rank. Congratulations, your summon Haiming has acquired a new talent. Fire. C. It had acquired a new skill, and the previous talent had also been promoted to a higher level alongside this evolution. The effect was truly terrifying. It was a comprehensive metamorphosis. Chen Lin marveled inwardly and thought to himself. Summon. Haiming. Species. Giant Flame Wolf. Level. 4. Attributes. Strength 110. Constitution 112. Agility 108. Magic 14. E. 100%. Skill. Rip. Converging magic into its forelimbs and channeling it into its claws, dealing 300% damage with 15% armor penetration. Intimidation. Launches a mental attack within line of sight, which can freeze those with weak willpower in their tracks. The stronger the willpower, the weaker the effect. Talent. Greedy Gluttony, SSS, converts all consumed food into energy, allowing limitless growth and evolution beyond shackles. Gigantification, C, increases its own size by 4 times, boosting strength and defense by 400%, while reducing speed by 50%. Fire, C, create your own fire. Temperature is linked to magic power. Evolution value, 0800. After consuming the troll and over 200 goblins, its total base attributes increased by 81, whereas level ups only provided 15. Just like the logic behind Chen Lin's ordinary class, Haiming's current life hierarchy is relatively weak, so leveling up doesn't grant many base attribute gains. However, with continuous evolution in the future, its life hierarchy will sooner or later exceed top-tier summons and even reach an unknown level. There is 1 hour left before the college entrance exam ends. Time for a final sprint. Looking at Haiming, which had come over to nuzzle against him affectionately, showing none of the ferocity it displayed during the fight, Chen Lin patted it. Then, he gestured for it to squat down, and he suddenly hopped onto its back. Now that Haiming's agility is over 100, its speed while running full out is much faster than his. Why walk when you can ride? Let's go, let's find a place with more monsters, Chen Lin said. Awoo! Riding on Haiming's back, aside from being a bit bumpy, the experience is actually quite nice. It's definitely cooler than riding a horse. The scenery on both sides flashed by rapidly. Whenever they encountered scattered monsters, Chen Lin didn't even need to move. A single glance from Haiming was enough to make them tremble in fear before it slapped them to death. Intimidation doesn't seem to have much effect on strong enemies, but it is exceptionally effective against those weaker than Haiming. Even if the opponent has a strong will, it can still cause them to freeze for a split second, which is more than enough to change the outcome in a clash between experts. It can even be the key to deciding the victor. The flames have provided Haiming with an extra means of output, and the giant form upgrade has increased its burst potential. You could say that every evolution of Heiming follows a certain pattern, turning its own shortcomings into advantages. 10 minutes later, the man and beast had crossed thousands of meters and arrived in the territory of another boss, the ceiling of the Bone Burial Forest, the level 15 Twisted Tree King. This made the entire second high school delegation watching from the outside break into a cold sweat. Isn't this a bit too reckless? The Twisted Tree King is a tier 2 boss. Its health and attack power are more than double that of a troll, the teacher of the key class said with a worried look. Li Mingji also frowned, but he let out a sigh of relief when he saw that Chen Lin's summon had suddenly grown significantly in size. From this, it was clear that at least Chen Lin had improved as well, even though there still wasn't much hope. After all, Chen Lin is only level 4 and has only completed his first turn. Killing a tier 2 Twisted Tree King is almost impossible. Achieving such a massive power leap is rare across the whole country. You don't see it happen more than a few times a year. Glancing at the water screen projection for first high school, Su Lingshu had also finished resting and started farming points again. That ultimate move of hers consumed a lot of energy. She probably can't use it more than twice more. But even so, it would still be difficult, if not impossible, for Chen Lin to catch up. Li Mingji sighed slightly. 7,000 points is just too big of a gap. Besides, he had seen Su Lingshu's combat scenes. One skill wiped out a whole group of monsters. How could Chen Lin compete with that efficiency? The disparity between classes is clearly revealed here. The summoner just cannot compare to the widely recognized mage class. However, Chen Lin has already exceeded all their expectations. If this were last year, his score of 520 would definitely be number 1 in the city. But unfortunately, this year produced a brilliant genius like Su Lingshu who can even compete for the top spot in the entire province. After all, last year's top student in Dongshan province only scored 10,055 points. While this year's students seem generally stronger, a sign of a talent explosion, at Su Lingshu's pace, 2 more groups of hundreds of monsters would definitely push her to 15,000 points. What am I thinking? Our school couldn't even make it into the top 5 in the city before. Chen Lin getting second place is something to be content with. Li Mingji shook his head and chuckled, turning his attention back to the water screen projection. On Chen Lin's end, the moment he stepped onto the black, soft mud, it was as if he had triggered something. Trees began to wake up one by one, opening their red eyes. The massive trunks split open, extending to the back, looking like a demonic grin. Countless red eyes opened in the gloom, all staring fixedly at Chen Lin. The ground shook slightly as they uprooted themselves, their branches acting like tentacles, thrusting toward Chen Lin. An ordinary person would probably be too scared to move. But Chen Lin was unfazed and jumped off Heiming's back. Stepping onto the soft black mud, he lunged forward, leaving a footprint behind. As the branches reached him, he instantly drew the blade hidden in his staff. Swish! In the blink of an eye, he struck 5 times, his speed creating afterimages. The branches were sliced off instantly, losing their life force and falling to the ground. Gah! The treant shrieked, making a harsh sound like nails scratching a chalkboard that set one's nerves on edge. So annoying! Chen Lin's eyes turned cold. He dodged the branch attacks from both sides and covered the distance to the treant in 3 quick steps. He thrust the blade straight into its gaping mouth, placed his left hand on the hilt, and shoved it in with all his might. The blade buried itself almost entirely, piercing through the back of its head. The treant's shriek cut off abruptly. Its eyes widened, the entire tree stunned. Hey, is that any way to behave? Chen Lin was a bit surprised. It wasn't dead yet. As expected of a level 8 monster, its life force is incredibly strong. Without the slightest hesitation, he twisted his wrist, causing the blade still inside the treant to rotate. Squelch! Green sap spurted from the treant's mouth. Then, before its terrified eyes, he ripped the blade downward. Squelch! A massive gash poured out sap like a fountain. The several-meter-tall treant's health bar bottomed out, and it collapsed. Gah! Gah! Seeing their kin die a miserable death, all the surrounding treants roared incessantly, baring their claws and surrounding him. Branches blocked every direction, leaving Chen Lin no way out. The roars were like a fuse. In the gloom further away, even more massive, sturdy trees opened their eyes. In that moment, the entire forest had truly come to life. Roar! With a claw strike that shredded a blocking treant into pieces, Heiming roared in anger as wisps of pitch-black flame erupted from its body, rapidly growing to cover it entirely. It transformed into an afterimage and lunged at the group of treants surrounding Chen Lin. Boom! The black flames ignited the leaves and branches of the treants, spreading quickly to the others. Gah! The treants shrieked in madness. their human-like faces twisted in terror. Yet, no matter how they struggled, they couldn't extinguish these black flames. If anything, they burned even brighter. It was as if these black flames were devouring their life force to fuel their own growth, like bone-eating maggots. Chen Lin was a bit stunned. He hadn't expected Haiming's flame trait to be this monstrous. Fire is also a relatively common talent category. However, what makes this one unique is that it possesses different properties depending on the awakener. As far as Chen Lin knows, for most professionals who awaken the fire talent, the flames have very average properties. It only mutates in extremely rare cases. Haiming clearly falls into the latter category. What a pleasant surprise! Watching the pitch black, death representing flames spreading like a plague and hearing the treants wailing everywhere, Chen Lin curled the corners of his mouth. Soon, all the treants within a 100-meter radius were reduced to ashes under the sea of black fire. White orbs of light merged into Chen Lin's body. In just a short time, he leveled up once. Level 8 treants provide much more experience than goblins. The summons level is synchronized with the summoner, so Haiming leveled up at the same time. After burning every target to a crisp, the black flames didn't vanish, but, as if possessing a life of their own, retreated into Haiming's body like countless little snakes. Chen Lin instantly felt a surge of heat flooding his body, continuously strengthening him. His mind felt incredibly clear, and his mental realm began to slowly expand. Reflected in his personal status panel, his base attributes were rising rapidly. Shocked, he immediately checked to see what was happening. Flame, rank C. Create your own flames, with temperature scaled to magic power. Special trait. Confuse with any power within yourself to create flames with different effects. Hiss? No wonder, Chen Lin thought, his face showing surprise. It turns out Haiming fused the talent power of gluttony with the flames, creating a new effect. As the black flames burn, they continuously refine the target into energy to nourish and strengthen themselves, becoming even more terrifying. Finally, all that energy returns to Haiming, directly absorbed by it. This basically means Haiming can skip the tedious step of having to eat corpses in the future. Furthermore, the flames have gained a terrifying new form, boosting the power of this talent by several levels. This trait is so perfect for Haiming, as if it were custom-made. Its value is no less than having an extra SSS rank talent. Chen Lin glanced at the recorder, and his score had soared straight to 720. Each tree spirit is worth 20 points, twice that of a goblin, but no one looks for them because there are just too many. It is very easy to kill one tree spirit, only to attract an entire swarm, and once surrounded, you might as well put away your weapon and choose to exit the dungeon. Precisely because of this, most people don't take the risk and only look for weaker monsters on the periphery to slowly accumulate points. Before the entrance exam, a saying circulated, "Unless you can take on 100 by yourself, do not provoke the tree spirits. Even if you can, don't kill too many because the big one is coming." Boom. Boom. The ground trembled slightly, and loose stones danced as if some massive creature were approaching. "It is here." Chen Lin licked his lips. Suddenly, he sensed something unusual and instantly leaped backward. Boom. The ground exploded right where he stood as countless thick golden branches lashed out. If Chen Lin had been a second slower, he would have been impaled. At the same time, Haiming was also attacked by the golden branches, but it simply took the hit head-on without even dodging. Gah. A furious, savage roar echoed from the gloom in the distance. Dozens or even hundreds of tree spirits moved on their root legs, their eyes filled with hatred as they stared at the two intruders who were massacring their kind and invading their territory. Surrounded by them stood a massive tree king, over 100 meters tall. The sheer scale of this, Chen Lin silently took a step back. Even with his base attributes now all exceeding 50 points, he would likely be finished if he went in there. So many branches could weave a web of death. Anyone with trypophobia might have passed out on the spot just looking at it. Haiming, go up there and take them out. Chen Lin had a very clear sense of his own limits. Strong enemies were definitely best left to his summon. A woo. Hearing the command, a fierce light flashed in Haiming's vertical pupils. Dark flames erupted from its body as it grew rapidly to over 17 meters tall. No holding back, full combat power straight to its strongest form. Boom. Haiming charged forward, its sturdy body tearing through the air, creating two air currents like a massive boulder rolling downhill. The black flames left a long trail in its wake, like a dragon in flight. Bang. It tore straight through rows of tree spirits that looked like tidal waves, charging toward the twisted tree king at the center. Seen from above, it looked like a black flame dragon facing countless monsters. piercing through them like a sharp blade. The momentum of rushing into an army of thousands was magnificent. Gaga. The black flames were like a hungry child returning home, greedily consuming everything. Tree spirits let out agonizing shrieks, their faces twisted. Swish. Chen Lin seized the chance during the chaos and entered the fray to harvest kills. The black flames seemed to have a consciousness of their own and wouldn't touch him at all. Gah. Watching its clansmen die painfully under the fire and fuel its spread, the Twisted Tree King roared, sending countless golden branches to kill the culprit. Bang, bang, bang. Countless golden branches erupted from the ground, trying to bind Haiming and pierce it to death. However, after its giant transformation, Haiming's strength attribute exceeded 400, making it impossible to control. It simply ignored the attacks like an unstoppable beast, sprinting wildly toward the Twisted Tree King's core. The tree spirits in its path tried to stop it, only to catch fire. It was as if they had contracted a lethal plague. No matter how they struggled, they could only wait for death. Gah. Provoked, the Twisted Tree King looked furious. More golden branches coiled together, tightening with a series of cracks to form a massive club, 20 meters wide and dozens of meters long, which it smashed at Haiming. The force was so immense that even the air whistled. Boom. The ground instantly collapsed, cracks spreading in all directions as dust and smoke filled the air. Chen Lin's mouth twitched at the sight. Haiming was such a stubborn beast, taking every attack head-on without even attempting to dodge. It could have easily sidestepped, yet it chose to tank the hit with its own body. However, the transformation granted a 400% increase in defense, and combined with its terrifying strength, it could certainly afford to do so. A woo. A roar echoed through the surroundings. Other than a slight buckling of its limbs, Haiming was completely unharmed. The Twisted Tree King's face showed human-like shock. Is that the kind of strength your size should have? Before it could process this, a sharp pain erupted from the tips of its branches. Gah. The Tree King shrieked in terror as it watched the black flames surging along its golden branches. It hurriedly retracted its arms, branches flapping and batting against each other to put out the fire. Taking advantage of this, Haiming had already reached the base of the Twisted Tree King. Compared to the 100-meter giant, Haiming looked a bit small. Yet, the Tree King was afraid and frantically tried to retreat to get away from this monster. A woo. Black light manifested on its sharp claws, and the black flames covering Haiming's body gathered in its forelimbs as it slashed frantically at the Tree King. Claw after claw tore off the tree bark. The Tree King's face contorted as all its branches thrust toward Haiming from every angle. But Haiming ignored it all, relying on its powerful defense to trade blows for blows. The black flames began to cling to the Twisted Tree King, slowly spreading upward. Gah. The Tree King's eyes were filled with dread. It could feel its very life being nibbled away, as if its body were riddled with wood-boring insects. Gah. The Tree King roared, and patterns emerged on its golden branches, instantly becoming incredibly hard and sharp. Slash. Haiming's skin was cut and blood flowed out. However, this only ignited its ferocity further. It twisted suddenly and slashed off a dozen branches with one claw. Both sides lunged at each other fiercely. Soon, more and more blood appeared on Black Hades, as its flesh was repeatedly pierced through. However, it showed no signs of backing down, looking like it would fight to the death. The Twisted Tree King was already terrified. The black flames were constantly consuming it, and its golden branches were thinning as they were chopped off to the ground. Caw! The roaring sound echoed across the sky, spreading into the surroundings. Suddenly, every tree within several kilometers stood up one after another, pulling their roots free from the soil. Chen Lin frowned slightly. Having finally cleared a large patch, more tree spirits were swarming in. It was truly endless. But for Black Hades, this was a good thing. Seeing the dozens of tree spirits surrounding him turn and head toward Black Hades, Chen Lin did not stop them and looked down at his recorder. 11,300 points. Even Chen Lin couldn't help but be surprised, though it was normal considering over 100 tree spirits had already been killed. A woo! Black Hades also let out a roar, and instantly, the black flames from all directions returned to its body like chains. Its attribute soared, and Black Hades attacked even more brutally. Switching his sword into a staff, Chen Lin focused his mind and cast Reinforce and Heal from a distance. In an instant, Black Hades surged again, beating the Twisted Tree King into frantic shrieks as its health plummeted. Under the king's command, all the tree spirits were forced to rush at Black Hades, delaying it for even a moment despite knowing they would die. The black flames erupted once more, burning those that surrounded it into ashes. Nearby, near the tree spirit territory, A team of 2 men and 2 women noticed the situation. They saw that the area which should have been full of tree spirits had become bare and sunlit, standing out starkly in the dark forest. They were immediately stunned. Hiss. What's going on? Where did all the tree spirits go? They must have all gone deeper in. Isn't the Twisted Tree King in that direction? Hearing this, Zhao Huiyang's expression shifted. Could it be Chen Lin fighting the Twisted Tree King? The 3 of them gasped. Although hard to believe, it seemed to be the only possibility. After all, besides him, no one in this dungeon had the strength to kill the boss. Even they couldn't. That giant troll alone would likely wipe out their entire party. Zhao Huiyang glanced at their recorder, which showed a team total of 1,700 points. Gritting his teeth, he said, "The number of tree spirits is too high. Chen Lin only has 1 summon. If he gets pinned down, he's going to be in trouble." "Huiyang, you aren't suggesting we go help Chen Lin, are you?" Gu Fei widened her eyes. The other 2 saw him nod and immediately refused. "No way. If we go over there and he's already at his limit, we'll all get eliminated." "Exactly, Brother Huiyang. Your grandfather has been retired for a long time. You don't need to sacrifice so much for the glory of the second high." They naturally didn't want to gamble their futures for a complete stranger. Zhao Huiyang analyzed calmly. Think about it. If Chen Lin's summon can solo a troll, holding off the Twisted Tree King for a while shouldn't be a problem. If we move as fast as possible to clear out some tree spirits, our score should reach 2,000. And if it really comes down to it, even if we forfeit the dungeon, we can still get into top universities. The 3 fell silent for a few seconds. Gu Fei bit her red lip and nodded in agreement. Seeing this, her brother reluctantly agreed as well. Fine. The last girl also nodded unwillingly. It was unanimous. Zhao Huiyang looked pleased. After thanking them, he ran toward the location of the Twisted Tree King, with the other 3 following closely behind. Minutes later, when Zhao Huiyang and the others arrived at the scene, they saw the massive Tree King almost entirely swallowed by black flames, struggling as it tried to flee. "Caw, caw! Stay away from me!" Underneath its trunk was a vicious demon wolf engulfed in black flames, its sharp claws tearing at the king crazily. It didn't care at all about the attacks from the surrounding tree spirits. It just ignored their branches slapping and stabbing at it. Gulp. Zhao Huiyang and his team gulped, completely shocked. Am I seeing things? Gu Fei even rubbed her eyes in disbelief. The level 15 second tier Twisted Tree King is being pinned down and beaten like this? Chen Lin's summon is just too strong. For a moment, the 4 felt a bit envious of his luck. Just then, Chen Lin looked over, surprised. Why are you guys here? Zhao Huiyang smiled bitterly. We thought you might be in danger and wanted to help, but it looks like we were just worrying for nothing. Chen Lin was confused. They shouldn't be that close, right? But when he caught a glimpse of the score on Zhao Huiyang's recorder, Chen Lin paused. They had risked missing out on top-tier universities to come here. This made Chen Lin even more puzzled. I want to know why. We've only met once, yet you were willing to waste your college entrance exam time to try and help me? Gu Fei explained immediately. Huiyang's grandfather is the former principal of Second High. The school has been declining for years and is about to drop out of the second tier. You are the only one who can help the school stabilize its position again. Just for that? Chen Lin didn't quite understand, but he felt a bit touched nonetheless. He thought for a moment, you guys go kill as many tree spirits as you can. I'll have Black Hades coordinate with you. Hearing this, Zhao Huiyang hesitated. We should go find monsters elsewhere. We shouldn't steal your... Before he could finish, he saw Chen Lin raise his wrist to check the recorder, and his voice cut off instantly. 15,300 points? His expression turned to one of pure disbelief, unable to speak. 5,000 points was already exaggerated enough, but he hadn't expected it to double again in just an hour. Why did they find it so hard to earn points, while they had only managed 1,700 after killing monsters so diligently? How can the gap between people be this huge? Zhao Huiyang sighed, but his expression soon turned excited. If this was the case, their school was definitely going to secure its first-tier status this year. Thank you, Zhao Huiyang said after taking a deep breath. Chen Lin smiled faintly. Get to work quickly. Black Hades is killing them a bit too fast. As he spoke, the roar of the Twisted Tree King grew weaker, and within seconds, its massive body collapsed to the ground with a thud. Hum! A white light rose around Chen Lin, raising his level to 8. At the same time, the score on his recorder jumped by another 3,000. It wasn't over yet. There were still hundreds of live tree spirits left. Chen Lin had no intention of letting them go. If he killed them all, he should be able to level up twice more to reach the threshold for his second transition, and his score would likely exceed 20,000. Seeing the king die, the tree spirits finally succumbed to their instinctual fear and scrambled to flee. However, they were slow, and Black Hades didn't even need to attack. Just coming into contact with the black flames meant death. Zhao Huiyang and his group chased after the ones moving in the opposite direction. Since the tree spirits had lost their nerve and dared not fight back, they found it very easy to rack up kills. That was way too easy to get points, right? Miao Shanchan said, her mouth slightly agape. At this point, in just over 10 minutes, their score had already surpassed 2,000, reaching the minimum admission standard for top-tier universities. Every other time we face monsters, didn't we have to give it our all and still barely escape disaster? Zhao Huiyang shook his head. It's Chen Lin's summon, Black Hades. Its intimidation effect is just too powerful. No matter how we attack these tree spirits, not a single one dares to turn back, let alone strike at us. Gu Fei's face was full of joy, the corners of her mouth curling upward. Yeah, Chen Lin's summon is just too strong. Even the monsters are terrified of it. We caught a free ride thanks to him this time. We all owe him a favor, Zhao Huiyang said. They had originally come to help, but instead, they ended up being the ones who received the benefit. The three of them nodded one after another, and Miao Shanshan's face showed a hint of shame. After all, she hadn't wanted to come assist from the very beginning. Although the four of them might have had a chance to reach 2,000 points on their own, it was just as likely that they would have run into trouble along the way. There is no way it could have been as effortless as it is now. The four of them walked up to Chen Lin, and Zhao Huiyang asked, "There is still a bit of time left before the college entrance exam ends. Are you going to keep hunting monsters?" Chen Lin shook his head. His current score of 20,500 was already enough. If this still doesn't get him first place in the city, then there is nothing else for Chen Lin to say. He wouldn't be able to get many more points in the final few minutes anyway. He looked at the devastated surroundings, covered in ashes that scattered with every gust of wind. These were all the remains of the tree spirits. The Twisted Tree King, which stood over 100 meters tall, had now been completely incinerated, and all the pitch-black flames had flown back into Black Hades. Black Hades had grown to a normal size of 7 meters. Chen Lin's base stats had all exceeded 70 points, and he had just leveled up to 10, meaning he was ready for his first promotion. He had made a fortune in this college entrance exam. It was time to wrap things up. Gazing at the setting sun about to hit the horizon, the crimson twilight cast their long shadows on the ground. Zhao Huiyang and the others stood behind Chen Lin, silently waiting for the dungeon timer to count down. 10, 9, 8, 7, 2, 1. Time limit reached. Forcible evacuation from the dungeon now beginning. Countless students were enveloped in white light and returned to the wide plaza, where they were immediately greeted by waves of cheers. A sense of collective honor quietly sprouted in the hearts of many candidates. Chen Lin couldn't help but smile slightly, putting his staff back into his personal gear storage space. Beside him, Black Hades, standing 7 meters tall, crouched down next to him, motionless and imposing. Haha, first place! He actually did it! He actually took first place! Li Mingji was so excited his face turned red, and he almost jumped up. The other teachers, including Lu Wen, were wearing equally joyful expressions. It's terrifying, he has 3 whole talents. We still underestimated Chen Lin's summon. It's absolutely monstrous. He himself is strong too, isn't he? To be able to slaughter so many monsters alone as a summoner, and reach this level, is truly unprecedented. Ha ha ha, indeed. Old Lu, you've got yourself a great student, the female teacher from the honors class said with a smile. Even though they as high school teachers couldn't teach too many practical things and it depended more on the students themselves, Lu Wen still felt a sense of reflected glory. Come on, let's hurry over to welcome Chen Lin. Li Mingji couldn't wait to drag them over. They reached Chen Lin quickly, and upon seeing the faint bloodstains on him, Li Mingji said hurriedly, "Heal him, hurry and heal him. Don't you see his injuries?" Hearing this, Gu Fei felt a bit embarrassed and immediately raised her staff. Green light glowed faintly over Chen Lin's wounds. Student Chen Lin, are you feeling uncomfortable anywhere else? How is your mental state? Li Mingji asked, full of concern. Chen Lin shook his head. I'm fine. Good. As long as you're okay. And the summon? Li Mingji looked at Black Hades nearby. It was covered in shocking wounds, and its black fur was stained red. Even with Chen Lin continuously using his recovery spell, the wounds hadn't healed much, which was evidence enough of how brutal the battle with the Twisted Tree King had been. Gu Fei acted as a utility support, healing Black Hades until her mental energy was rapidly depleted, and she nearly collapsed from exhaustion. Chen Lin saw Lu Wen walking over and said politely, Teacher Lu. Good, well done. Lu Wen smiled from ear to ear. At the edge of the plaza, watching the scene of Chen Lin being showered with adulation, Zhang Yan gripped her hands tight. Sometimes, you just can't control when tears decide to fall. For instance, Zhang Yan's eyes were red now. Regret. She couldn't help but feel it. She wanted to be the one standing there, enjoying the worship and the concern. What Chen Lin said about choosing a path and sticking to it, Zhang Yan realized she simply couldn't do it, or rather, she couldn't persevere. The correct path was right in front of her, but she found she had no way to face it. Was this the gap between them? Zhang Yan gritted her teeth. Nearby, her best friend said angrily, before, he was clearly good for nothing, but now he's so powerful just because of his talent. Chen Lin is truly detestable. He must have known about this all along, but he just wouldn't tell you. Looking at her jealous expression, Zhang Yan quietly moved away, not replying. Is my score only enough to get into a mid-tier university? Zhang Yan lowered her head and muttered to herself, feeling deep resentment. Let alone the top-tier university she had hoped for? The reality was that she hadn't even met her initial goal. An hour ago, facing the danger of death, even when she was only a few dozen points away, she hadn't dared to push through and gave up, getting eliminated from the dungeon. If she had chosen to hang on back then, perhaps. Thinking this, Zhang Yan was filled with remorse. No, I must climb my way up. Even if it's just a mid-tier university, it will have to do. While she was whispering, Lu Liang and Ye Chao had already left, completely unable to withstand the shock of being crushed by Chen Lin, who held a grudge against them for their taunting. Their mental state had collapsed, so they couldn't bear to stay at the exam site any longer. Meanwhile, Su Lingshu was surrounded by teachers and the principal from number 3 high, all of them sighing. The Li family's ancestral graves must have been smoking with luck to produce such a monster. Indeed. Although you couldn't take first in the city, Lingshu, a place in the provincial top 10 is definitely yours. That is right. Your score of 19,500 is already very good. You count as a top-tier genius. In previous years, you would have definitely taken the top spot. It's just a pity that there's someone even more powerful this year. Listening to everyone trying to comfort her, Su Lingxi smiled to show she was fine, then looked curiously toward the number 2 high group. She immediately saw Black Hades, which looked as tall as a small building and was incredibly imposing. Was he the one who surpassed her? Looking at the handsome and gentle-looking Chen Lin beside it, Su Lingxi was lost in thought. Suddenly, Li Mingji's phone vibrated. His expression instantly turned solemn, and he took a deep breath. It seems the province-wide rankings have been finalized by the Apocalypse system and sent to the cities and schools. Everyone, the provincial leaderboard is out. Upon hearing this, all the teachers, including Chen Lin, looked over immediately. Just a moment ago, Chen Lin had learned that he topped the city's leaderboard with a score 1,000 points higher than the runner-up. He was curious, among the dozen or so cities in the province, where would his score land him? Li Mingji opened the screen, his fingers trembling slightly. After a few mistaps, he finally pulled up the Dongxin province rankings. There were 6 million students taking the college entrance exam in Dongxin province this year. First place, Chen Lin, Fanyan number 2 high school, scored 20,500. Second place, Su Lingzhu, Fanyan number 3 high school, score 19,500. Third place, Luo Hayi, Quanhei number 1 high school, score 18,740. Fourth, Li Mingji felt as if his brain had been struck hard, his head buzzing. Seeing him silent for so long, the other teachers crowded around to look, their expressions turning to pure disbelief. The provincial top scorer is actually from their No. 2 high school? Oh my god. A surreal feeling like floating into the clouds washed over them, making their hearts soar. Suddenly, the surroundings fell silent. They didn't even know what to say. Chen Lin was a bit puzzled. With a score of 20,000, even in the whole Dongxin province, it shouldn't be too bad, right? He was just about to take a look when he suddenly heard Li Mingji's hearty laughter, and the teachers beside him were also ecstatic. Their No. 2 high school produced a provincial top scorer. This is something that will benefit far more than just one person. Having prestige is just the start. Next year, they can use this for promotion, drawing countless applicants, and the authorities will surely value them more. Lu Wen felt his blood rushing, unable to control himself. The provincial top scorer was his student. He could brag about this until he was buried. Seeing the chaotic scene, the teachers and principals from other high schools nearby had complex looks on their faces. If it were them, they would definitely be the same. Dominating the entire province of Dongxin single-handedly, what a stunning talent. How did such a genius end up at the bottom tier number 2 high school? Sigh, there will be so many people wanting to apply to No. 2 high next year. Seeing everyone dancing with joy, Chen Lin started to realize. Could it be that he even took the first place in the province? Soon, Zhao Huiming ran back with an excited expression, having checked for him. Chen Lin, you took the first place in Dongxin province this year. Chen Lin was slightly stunned. From the start, he really hadn't thought he could reach this point. One can only say that Black Hell is indeed monstrous. Not only does it have no growth ceiling, but as it evolves, its combat power becomes increasingly terrifying. Of course, he himself, who bestowed the talent upon it, is the true key. Chen Lin started to look forward to his next summon. As the news spread rapidly, the freshmen and sophomore students in the observation stand soon learned that the provincial top scorer was a senior named Chen Lin. Instantly, a cheer erupted from the No. 2 high school section. 6666. Forgive me for not knowing how to describe it. I can only use "oh my god" to express my excitement. I told you, with a summon as fierce as his, he definitely had the qualifications to vie for our Dongxin provincial top spot. You were just hyped up and talking nonsense. You didn't even believe it yourself at the time. I've decided. May heaven bless me to class change into a summoner next year. His summon is just too cool. Brother, calm down. It's not that the class is strong, it's that he is strong, get it? Ah, Senior Chen Lin, I want to have your babies. Many underclasswomen looked at him with adoration and flushed faces, turning into fangirls. Chen Lin couldn't help but smile. He claimed he wasn't enjoying it at all, and that it felt terrible. Some who were originally jealous of Chen Lin silently lowered their heads. If the gap was small, they would find all sorts of reasons to belittle Chen Lin, thinking he just got lucky. But once the gap is so large that one can only look up to him, admiration is all that's left. Xiaoshan, wait. Seeing your expression, you haven't fallen for Chen Lin, have you? Gu Fei asked, surprised to see Miao Shanshan staring blankly at Chen Lin. Hearing this, Miao Shanshan snapped back to reality, her face blushing to the roots of her ears, and whispered, I don't know, but I'm not good enough for him. True, Gu Fei sighed. Chen Lin and them probably won't be from the same world in the future. It's better to give up the idea early, otherwise it will only hurt more later. On the other side, leaving school, Chen Li was absent-minded on her way home, always looking in one direction unconsciously. Li, what's wrong with you today? You've been like this all day. Worried about my brother? Oh, so today is brother Chen Lin's college entrance exam? No wonder Ji Xiaoxiao teased. If it were before, she would have flared up in anger, so it seems she really is worried. Ji Xiaoxiao stopped joking. My sister is at the No. 1 high and was in the same exam hall as brother Chen Lin. She'll pick me up in a bit and we'll know how he did. Then let's hurry. Chen Li's eyes lit up and she dragged Ji Xiaoxiao along at a trot. Wait, don't be so urgent. I can't take it. Shortly after, the two girls were panting, holding onto a lamppost. Their faces flushed, steam rising from their bodies, and light sweat dampening the strands of hair on their foreheads. Xiao, when will your sister arrive? Soon, which is why I told you not to rush. While there are quite a few deaths in the college entrance exam, the probability spread out over everyone is extremely small. Brother Chen Lin can't be that unlucky. Ji Xiaoxiao rested for a while before a voice suddenly came from behind. What's wrong with you two? Seeing her sister panting as if she had just done strenuous exercise, Ji Qin was a bit confused. Sis Ji Xiaoxiao leaned on her. How was it? Any situations in the exam? No one died, right? Ji Qin shook her head. No. Why are you asking about this suddenly? Ji Xiaoxiao pointed at Chen Li. She's worried about her brother, and she insisted on dragging me here in a rush. My legs are exhausted. Slap. Ji Xiaoxiao felt a burning sensation on her waist and began to wail, seeking protection from her sister. Ji Qin found it amusing, and as if recalling something, she said, let me tell you, something huge just happened. What is it? Ji Xiaoxiao asked with curiosity. In our exam hall, the Dongxin province first place appeared. It was incredible. Sis, for real? Ji Xiaoxiao was surprised. Which high school is the student from? No. Too high. Li, that's your brother's school, Ji Xiaoxiao said. Chen Li nodded. Knowing Chen Lin was fine, her worry vanished, and she became curious too. In this world, being the provincial top scorer means you're destined to become a powerful professional. It carries significant weight, and almost everyone who hears it takes note. You wouldn't believe it, he was just a regular summoner class change, and he doesn't seem to have any talent? Ji Qin stated slowly. Your sister ran into danger and gave up on the dungeon early, but fortunately, that's how I witnessed it. him and his beast, entering the dryad territory of the bone burial forest all alone. The dryads there are generally level 8 monsters. Most people thought he was going to be eliminated then. But his summon killed its way through all the dryads, and, while facing thousands of them, finished off the second-tier boss, the Twisted Tree King. Speaking of this, her eyes shimmered, and her voice sounded excited. By the way, his name is similar to your friend's brother, both surnamed Chen, and the given name is even a homophone. Wait, it wouldn't be the same person, right? Shi Qin mused. Is there a possibility that it is the same person? Ji Xiaoxiao said with a giggle. Yi Qin's face stiffened, and she rigidly turned her head to Chen Li. What class is your brother? Summoner, Chen Li said without hesitation, but it shouldn't be him. His summon is very weak. Ji Qin breathed a sigh of relief. He had nearly given her a scare. It's a tiny little wolf pup. Oh, right, its fur is black. Ji Qin instantly froze. Her footsteps stopped, and she stood there, completely motionless. Huh? Seeing her reaction, an incredible truth suddenly popped into the minds of Ji Xiao and Chen Li. It wouldn't really be him, would it? The three stood there blankly, staring at each other. A gust of wind blew by, leaving their thoughts in a mess. Clang. Chen Li pushed the door open and rushed inside, seeing her mother, Li Huiru, busy chopping ingredients. Chen Lin would be back from the college entrance exam soon, so she had left work early to prepare a hearty meal. Mom. Chen Li gasped for breath, running into the kitchen and tugging on Li Huiru's apron. My brother. Seeing this, Li Huiru's expression changed instantly, and a sudden fear gripped her heart. What happened to Xiao Lin? My brother got first place in the entire Dongxin province. Chen Li's eyes shone as she explained the whole story. After hearing this, Li Huiru let out a long sigh of relief. As long as nothing bad happened, it was fine. It's not confirmed yet. Wait until your brother comes back and we'll ask him properly. She remained quite rational. If it all turned out to be a coincidence, she didn't want to get her hopes up for nothing. About half an hour later, Chen Lin returned, driven home personally by Li Mingji. However, Li Mingji didn't follow him inside. After all, Chen Lin would surely want to share his joy with his family, and he knew better than to intrude at a moment like this. He just watched with a smile as Chen Lin entered the house. Seeing her brother return, Chen Li bolted over like a rabbit, her eyes sparkling. Big brother, are you really the top student in our Dongxin province? Chen Lin was a bit surprised. He hadn't even mentioned it yet, so how did she know? Yes, that's right. You're really not joking? Is it really you, the one who dominated the whole province with just one summon? Facing his sister's intense questioning, Chen Lin nodded. Yeah, it's me. Receiving confirmation twice. Chen Li felt her breathing quicken. She jumped up and down with excitement, her eyes shining like stars. Brother, you're amazing. What about your summon? Quickly, let me see it. Everyone says your summon is very powerful and looks so cool. At this moment, Li Huiru walked over with a wide, happy smile. She never expected her son to be this outstanding. For a moment, she even wondered if she was dreaming. Mom, you won't have to work 2 jobs anymore, Chen Lin said with a smile. Okay. Li Huiru suddenly felt a lump in her throat, but she held back and kept smiling. Let's go eat first. No, I don't want to eat. I want to see brother's summon. Chen Li puffed out her cheeks. Chen Lin sighed helplessly. The house is too small. I'll let it out for you to see after we eat. It's a deal. Chen Li sat down at the dining table happily and started devouring her food. Tonight's dinner was very rich, featuring many expensive dishes they usually couldn't afford. But from now on, that wouldn't be the case. Chen Lin glanced at his phone, which had just signaled a notification. He smiled slightly, seeing that his account had received 1 million Sha dollars. On the way home, he had mentioned the reward to Li Mingji. Unexpectedly, Li Mingji had picked up his phone without hesitation, insisting there was no need to wait for tomorrow, and that he would notify the city government to release the cash reward immediately. As the principal of the second high school, he couldn't command the city government, but Chen Lin certainly had the influence to make it happen. Joking aside, if people said he was the ancestor of Fanyan City and needed to be worshipped, nobody would dare disagree. Previous provincial champions, excluding those who met with accidents, had almost all become high-tier combat forces for the Great Sha. Therefore, the weight Chen Lin carried now could be imagined. Upon receiving the call from Li Mingji, the city government agreed immediately, acting with lightning speed. Finding out that the Dongxin province champion came from their own Fanyan City, they were overjoyed and were already preparing to set off fireworks in celebration. Suddenly given a chance to curry favor with Chen Lin, they naturally didn't hesitate for a second. A small favor in exchange for a connection with a future high-tier powerhouse of Great Sha? It was an absolute bargain. There were larger, richer rewards to come, But those couldn't be mobilized instantly, and Chen Lin wasn't in a hurry. He decided to leave all 1 million Sha dollars at home to support his family, as having it on him wouldn't be of much use anyway. First of all, he didn't need to worry about equipment or skill books. As Li Mingji hinted, they would definitely be included in the official reward package from the city government. And Haiming didn't need money to buy meat for food. It could just hunt for itself. The money would be best used to lighten the burden at home. From now on, his mom and sister would no longer have to live frugally. That was the purpose of Chen Lin becoming stronger. After dinner, Chen Lin did the chores as usual and then returned to his room. Outside the window, his sister Chen Li was sitting on top of Haiming's 7-meter-tall body, squealing with joy as if she had found the most beloved toy. "Haiming, hurry up and take me out to play." Chen Lin rubbed his forehead, feeling a headache coming on. With a flick of his thought, his long personal panel appeared. Chen Lin. Race. Human. Class. Summoner. Not yet transferred. Can undergo first transfer. Level 10. Cannot level up. Requires first transfer. Attributes. Strength 65. Constitution 64. Agility 66. Spirit 121. Health 100%. Skills. Summoning. Strengthening. Recovery. Talent. None. Chen Lin had always had a doubt. Was his ability to grant talents to summons and feedback to himself really not part of the system? After all, he had tried calling out to the system many times, but there was no response at all. So the only remaining explanation was that this ability was actually his own talent, just one that couldn't be displayed on the panel. Chen Lin guessed that either his personal talent was too terrifying and beyond the SSS level range, or some other reason made it undetectable. However, those weren't things he could figure out now. Chen Lin shook his head and turned his gaze to the class section. School starts in 3 days. During this time, I just need to submit my college preferences to the school and wait for the notification. Then again, a provincial champion would have top-tier academies sending teachers to recruit them personally, so I don't need to worry about which school to choose right now. In that case, let's do the first transfer tonight. Once Chen Li finally had her fill of playing, Chen Lin recalled Haiming into the summoning space and reached out his finger to tap on Perform First Transfer. The first transfer must be completed by clearing a randomly matched transfer dungeon. Generally speaking, the stronger the individual, the more difficult the matched transfer dungeon will be. Conversely, as long as it is completed excellently, one's class potential can be increased, meaning they gain more attributes with each level up. If the dungeon clearing score reaches the maximum, it can even promote the class to a higher grade. This is one of the few opportunities for ordinary class holders to bridge the gap in quality, though only a very few can achieve it. Matching you to a suitable transfer dungeon based on your comprehensive index? A moment later, Chen Lin vanished from the room. Coordinate ID 08694. This is a world full of holes, teetering on the edge of collapse. The spark of humanity is nearly extinguished. Will you bring salvation or destruction? Optional Quest 1. Exterminate 1,000 calamity beasts and protect survivors to the best of your ability. Optional Quest 2. Help the calamity mother beast devour everything to evolve. Number of people this time: 10. Time limit: 23:59. Reminder: you cannot actively return to Blue Star. Chen Lin appeared without warning amidst a ruin. The surrounding high-rise buildings were dilapidated, covered in moss and vines. The streets were lined with rusted cars. It was evident that this place once enjoyed a prosperity similar to that of Blue Star. The sky was veiled by thick haze, blocking out every ray of sunlight, as if filled with radioactive dust after a nuclear winter. The air here had an indescribable scent, and Chen Lin frowned slightly. He scanned the transparent frame before him and immediately understood that choosing a quest likely meant establishing his faction. Without a second thought, Chen Lin directly chose the first quest. It wasn't for any particular reason. It was mainly because, if the Calamity Mother Beast devours everything, then what would his Black Hades feed on? Just as Chen Lin took a step, he keenly heard a commotion. A moment later, a figure flew backward and crashed through the nearby glass door. Clang! Countless shards fell to the ground along with a petite girl. Roar! A blood-red, skinless crawling calamity beast burst out from the dim store and lunged at the girl. Ooh. The girl propped herself up, her vision blurry, as she reached with difficulty toward a long sword nearby. However, she was a step too slow. Seeing the beast inches away and about to bite her neck, the fear of death surged in her heart. Her hands instinctively moved to protect herself, and at that very moment, a blade of light flashed across. Splurt! The head and body were severed. The monster in midair lost its balance and fell to the ground, spilling a pool of blood. Not dead yet. The girl regained her senses and looked up to see a handsome youth with short black hair and deep, bright eyes. He gave his blade a flick and sheathed it once more. Chen Lin stared at the girl, or rather at the two dark red horns protruding from her hair, looking surprised. "You are quite unique." The girl fell silent, unsure of how to respond. The atmosphere turned quiet, and Chen Lin also felt he might have been a bit impolite. "Hello, my name is Chen Lin. Lu Yu." Seeing his hand extended, Lu Yu took it. "Thank you." "You are welcome." Chen Lin was just about to ask her about the situation in this world when a sharp female shout rang out. "Something is wrong. Retreat, everyone." Hearing this, Lu Yu's expression changed. She quickly picked up her long sword from the ground and grabbed Chen Lin's hand to leave. "Hurry, or else." Before she could finish, a car drove straight at them from a distance. Chen Lin pulled hard and swung Lu Yu behind him. He leveled his staff in front of himself, intending to take the impact head-on. Bang! The car rammed into Chen Lin. Under the massive impact, he was pushed back over 10 meters before coming to a stop. Lu Yu looked panicked and, despite her pain, quickly ran over. "Are you all right?" Whoosh! Chen Lin calmed his churning blood and shook his head, then looked at the calamity beast in front that stood on 2 legs and was covered in hideous spikes. "It is a blade demon. We cannot escape now." Lu Yu's gaze was heavy as her fingers gripped the hilt of her sword tightly. Bang! The blade demon moved faster and faster. The next instant, the ground beneath its feet caved in as it lunged forward with full force. So fast! Before Lu Yu could react, a figure dashed past her and met it head-on. Clang! Chen Lin drew the blade from his staff and collided with the blade demon's sharp arms, producing a crisp sound of impact. Roar! The blade demon roared, swinging its other arm to slash at Chen Lin's head. Chen Lin remained calm, forcefully pushed it back, and retreated a few steps. "Lu Yu, give me your sword." Hearing this, Lu Yu immediately threw her long sword to Chen Lin. Swish! He caught the hilt precisely and drew the blade, his eyes filled with fighting spirit. "Now, come again." Roar! The blade demon seemed to sense the provocation and charged forward again, its 2 blade arms waving wildly. Chen Lin showed no fear, using the sword in one hand and the blade in the other. He handled them with complete ease and immense skill. Within seconds, they exchanged dozens of blows, moving so fast they became a blur to the eyes. Lu Yu gasped in shock. So strong. Even my sister could not face a blade demon head-on like that. Crack! After 1,000 exchanges, Chen Lin found a weakness. He tilted his head to dodge a lethal strike and then swung his left-hand sword upward. The sharp blade, driven by his staggering strength, sliced through the air and instantly severed the blade demon's arm. Roar! The blade demon let out a pained roar, and Chen Lin, with lightning speed, plunged his sword toward its heart. Stab! It pierced through the hard skin and ran all the way through. However, even then, the blade demon did not die. It stared fixedly at Chen Lin, wanting to kill him even with only one arm left. Futile struggle. Chen Lin parried the incoming blade arm and finally decapitated it with a swing of his long sword. The head rolled across the ground. "You are not from around here." Lu Yu walked over while rubbing her aching hip. Someone with this level of skill could not be unknown. Chen Lin neither confirmed nor denied it, smiling lightly. "This sword is very sharp. It has undergone cataclysm, so it counts as a kind of alternative calamity beast." Seeing he didn't want to answer, Lu Yu didn't press the issue. "This cataclysm must be what makes this world different," Chen Lin asked her to explain in detail. Lu Yu's expression was odd. Isn't this something everyone should know? However, she was patient with the person who had saved her twice. A long time ago, red mist suddenly appeared globally, and everything it touched, human or animal, mutated. The red mist lasted for a full month, and more people could not endure the torture and went mad. Eventually, they became mindless, knowing only to slaughter everything that was not their own kind. We call the red mist calamity chi? Even now, it still exists, though it is much more diluted and spread through the air. Now, the calamity chi seems to be changing again. Even swords, and even mountains and rivers are suffering from cataclysm. I don't know how humanity can survive anymore. Looking at Lu Yu's dim eyes, Chen Lin sighed inwardly. When alien civilizations invade in full force, the human race of Blue Star will face the same extinction. What should be done then? He shook his head and cast the thoughts aside. If the sky falls, there are taller people to hold it up. For now, he can only focus on improving himself to have the power to protect his family in the future. Pointing to the dark red horns on Lu Yu's head, Chen Lin asked, "So, this is a result of your mutation?" "Yes." Lu Yu nodded. Then, seeing that Chen Lin had no signs of cataclysm on his body, she lowered her head silently. If we don't lose our sanity in the Calamity Chi, we won't fully become Calamity Beasts. We concluded the key is willpower? Willpower allows us to resist the cataclysm and grow stronger bit by bit. After hearing all this, Chen Lin had a rough understanding of the state of this world. Just then, over a dozen people appeared from around a street corner in the distance, all of them looking panicked. "Xiao Yu, why are you still here?" "Run," shouted the tall woman leading the group. No sooner had she spoken than the ground began to tremble, as if a raging flood were surging toward them. The sky in the distance turned a scarlet hue, with massive amounts of malefic energy gathering like a returning red mist. Soon, countless disaster beasts came into the sight of Chen Lin and Lu Yu. Suddenly, roars erupted from all directions. Numerous disaster beasts emerged from the high-rise buildings, their bloodthirsty eyes fixed on everyone. The scarlet tide formed a wall at this moment, encircling everyone and closing in steadily. "It is over." Despair welled up from the depths of their hearts, and everyone's legs grew heavy, gradually unable to move. "Captain Lu, what should we do?" Hearing the trembling question beside her, Lulu gritted her teeth and said, "Get ready, we are charging out." Hearing this, everyone swallowed hard, looking at the blade demons and scythe demons that could kill them in an instant. Surviving seemed nearly impossible. But soon, they pushed these thoughts aside, forcing themselves not to doubt. "Xiao Yu, stay close to me later," Lulu said, then glanced at Chen Lin. They were likely people from other survivor groups who just happened to be here. "I am sorry. We dragged you into this." Looking at the guilty-looking Lulu, Chen Lin did not mind and walked straight ahead. "Wait, what are you doing? We are surrounded now. This is not the time for you to be a hero." No, it is them who have been rounded up by me," Chen Lin grinned. "With so many disaster beasts, if I kill them all, my evaluation score is bound to skyrocket." Heiming. In a flash of white light, the 7-meter-tall Heiming appeared instantly. "Awoo!" The roar echoed across the sky, even dissipating the scarlet malefic energy surrounding them. Heiming stared coldly at the wave of disaster beasts ahead, with its deep blue vertical pupils. Boom! Entering its giant form, it suddenly surged to 28 meters tall, towering over some of the buildings. Overlooking the countless disaster beasts, Heiming tensed its limbs, causing the ground beneath it to crack instantly with spreading fissures. The beast launched itself forward. Despite a reduction in agility, its fourfold increase in size kept its speed incredibly fast. Just as it was about to collide with the horde, Heiming erupted in black flames, enveloping a radius of tens of meters like a missile. Boom! Under the high-temperature scorching, none of the disaster beasts lasted more than a few seconds, dying in agony and turning into nutrients that fueled the expansion of the black flames. Everyone watching from behind stood there with stunned expressions. Roar! Suddenly, a dozen disaster beasts leaped from the high-rises on the left and right, launching an attack on Chen Lin. Careful! Seeing this, Lulu shouted a warning and moved quickly to offer support. However, the next second, her body froze in place. Chen Lin moved forward instead of retreating, his blade and sword cutting through them like chopping vegetables, disposing of all the attacking beasts in a heartbeat. How is this possible? Lulu's mouth hung open. He showed no signs of cataclysmic infection. He should have been weak. Suddenly, a possibility occurred to Lulu. Half a year ago, while scavenging for supplies, she had met someone who was just as strong despite showing no signs of infection. Those people destroyed the survivors' hidden bases, leaving them exposed to be slaughtered by disaster beasts. They would even break their victims' legs if they tried to run. "A bunch of inhuman monsters, and you dare call yourselves my kin?" Lulu had never forgotten that line. Chen Lin was clearly the same kind of person. "Sis, Chen Lin is not like those people. He saved me twice," Lu Yu explained hurriedly, sensing what Lulu was thinking. "Besides, he is helping us right now. What if he has ulterior motives?" Lulu took a deep breath, a hint of hatred in her eyes. "Regardless, keep your distance from him. He has drawn the attention of most of the beasts. We will break out now." "Captain, there are no beasts over there," a man with scales said. Following his finger, they saw a commercial building with a back exit. Lulu nodded immediately. "Right, move out." However, just as they approached, a bolt of lightning suddenly struck down. "Passage is restricted here." A golden-haired young man holding a book emerged from the building, looking at them indifferently. Lulu's face darkened as she raised her spear. "I will hold him off, you guys run." "You are not capable of that." As he spoke, the book rose into the air, and following the young man's chant, balls of lightning began to manifest. On the other side, Chen Lin felt a sudden chill, a sense of crisis overwhelming him. His expression changed instantly as he parried with his long blade. Clang! A dagger struck his blade, and a woman with delicate features slowly revealed herself before Chen Lin. Swish! Without hesitation, Chen Lin swung his sword across her slender waist. The woman vanished like an illusion, reappearing tens of meters away, looking surprised. Your mental attribute is actually this high? Without saying a word, Chen Lin exerted force through his feet and charged straight at her. Seeing this, the woman shouted, "Are you not going to attack? Or are you waiting for me to take him on alone?" No sooner had she spoken than a surging torrent of flames shot out from the building like a cannonball, rushing toward Chen Lin. Boom! The two collided, sparks flying as flames danced like candles in the wind. "Are you really a summoner?" the burly man in the flames exclaimed. "These base attributes. It is not just spirit. His speed and strength are no match for those of us who specialize in close combat." Facing the intense heat, Chen Lin remained indifferent and slashed through the flames. Glancing around, he said slowly, "Come out, all of you." 4 more people stepped out from different directions. There was no doubt they belonged to the opposing faction that had chosen Task 2. Killing each other in a Transcendence instance is strictly forbidden. Being caught results in a bounty. That was the convention established at the Federal Conference. However, that rule does not apply to instances with faction divisions. Chisk-esque, I never thought someone would actually choose Task 1. Didn't your Daxia teach you how to make decisions in Transcendence instances to increase your survival probability? The information was clear from the start. Disaster beasts clearly have the advantage. Anyone with a brain would know what to pick. Don't spout nonsense. Daxia has all of that written in our textbooks. He is just a dropout of the system. He probably slept through all his classes. Heh. Slaughtering beasts so openly to protect those survivors, making his faction clear for all to see, I truly cannot fathom it. Listen, brother. Being able to go for your second awakening today means you must be a top talent from some city. In this type of camp upgrade dungeon, you don't have to complete every task. Getting a lower rating just means you'll be slightly behind others after the second awakening, but that's better than losing your life. Run away. Heh, that won't do. The elegant woman nearby giggled. The more we feed the Calamity Mother Beast, the higher our rating will be. He has to stay and become our stepping stone to climb higher. Watching the 6 of them treat him like prey caught in a trap, Chen Lin said calmly, "Have you guys ever heard the saying that high-level hunters often appear in the form of prey?" The group narrowed their eyes slightly. Even with one person missing, it is 6 against 1. What makes you think you have any chance of winning? First of all, how are you so sure no one else chose Task 1 like I did? Chen Lin silently put away his blade. Secondly, since I went to such lengths to attract you here, how could I not be prepared to deal with you? You all spoke so beautifully just now. As a reward, how about I invite you to die? Chen Lin began to laugh. The feast is ready. It is time for Heiming to gorge itself. Roar! A tyrannical roar echoed in every direction. Hundreds of meters of black flames surged toward the giant black wolf like writhing snakes. In an instant, its size increased by another 8 meters, looking even more ferocious. The tide-like wave of calamity beasts was decimated in a short time, and the scarlet miasma in the sky faded by more than half. Deterrence. Everyone suddenly felt a deep sense of dread radiating from their souls. Their brains couldn't stop sending signals of terror, and their hands and feet began to tremble. Boom! Watching the giant black wolf charging toward them, a chill surged from the soles of their feet to their scalps. Their brains were almost overwhelmed by fear. They didn't dare to move, as if a poisonous snake were wrapped around their necks, staring coldly at them. Finally, just as the giant black wolf's claws were about to strike, 3 of them managed to overcome their brains' reactions and scattered to dodge. Boom! The last unlucky one didn't even have time to scream before being crushed into meat paste under the giant black wolf's claw, then consumed by the black flames. Seeing this scene, the remaining 5, including the blonde youth who was casually dealing with Lulu and the others, broke out in a cold sweat. They could tell this summon was powerful, but they figured a few of them could hold it off for a while the others quickly dealt with Chen Lin. They originally thought the process would be easy, but Chen Lin, as a summoner, had combat power rivaling their own, which was bad enough. On top of having overwhelming physical strength and terrifying damage, this summon even had crowd control skills. Forget about holding it off. It would be a miracle if they weren't wiped out within 3 minutes. Seeing the giant black wolf rushing toward the next person nearby, the blonde youth gritted his teeth, knowing he couldn't let this continue. He quickly chanted an arcane incantation, and instantly, violent lightning interwove, condensing into chains half a meter thick that swirled around him. Under his will, the lightning chains tore through the air, instantly binding the giant black wolf's limbs and neck. "Quick, kill him. I can only hold it for 10. The blonde youth's words were cut off abruptly. The giant black wolf pulled with its right claw, and the lightning chains shattered, breaking the restraint. "How is that possible? This is my A-rank talent," the blonde youth exclaimed in shock. After Chen Lin cast a reinforcement spell, Hei Ming's strength grew even further. With a pull of its left claw, almost all the remaining chains shattered instantly. Seeing this, everyone stopped hesitating and went all out with their hidden trump cards. The elegant woman transformed into several shadows, stabbing at Chen Lin from different angles, but suddenly countless icicles appeared overhead and fell, forcing her to retreat continuously. "Damn it, who is it?" The elegant woman looked over immediately. A girl with ice-colored hair and skin as fair as snow was walking gracefully toward them, with cold mist swirling around her. Frost spread across the ground starting from where she walked, and any calamity beast that got close was frozen into a statue without exception. "I'll handle her." The burly man surged with flames and charged straight at her. The remaining 3 attacked at once, refusing to give any chance of survival, hoping to kill Chen Lin instantly. However, just then, a loud roar rang out. "You bastards, look at your daddy!" Taunt. Instantly, all 3 of them turned their heads, staring viciously at the tall, fat man who was charging over with a shield in his hand. It was as if he had stolen their wives. They disregarded everything else, changed targets, and lunged at the fat man. Bang, bang, boom! Various skills were thrown frantically at the shield. The fat man behind it felt miserable, his arms shaking violently. Just as he was about to collapse, the giant black wolf, which had already broken free from its restraints, appeared behind the 3 irrational individuals. The taunt effect ended right at that moment. The 3 of them broke into a cold sweat, thinking to themselves, "It's over!" The next second, claws ripped through them, tearing them into pieces. The other 2 tried to flee in a hurry, but their brains were once again filled with terror, making it impossible for them to take a step. The effect of the repeated deterrence was weaker, but those few seconds were enough for Hei Ming to kill them. Boom! Boom! It crushed one person with a single swipe. Even the fat man felt it was a bit brutal. He swallowed hard and quickly declared, "We're on the same team. We're on the same team." He was genuinely worried that this summon would crush him just like it did the other 2. Fortunately, the giant black wolf didn't even look at him. It turned and charged toward the elegant woman who was fighting its master, anger flashing in its vertical pupils. The elegant woman noticed the situation from the corner of her eye. Her expression changed drastically, and she disappeared, reappearing dozens of meters away. This skill could only be used one last time. Knowing the battle was lost, she didn't even look back as she ran away. However, Hei Ming gave chase relentlessly. It swiped at a nearby building, causing it to explode, and countless stones sprayed toward the elegant woman. Seeing the shrapnel coming like bullets, she immediately raised her hands to protect her head. Shh! The stones tore through her clothes, pierced her skin, and blood flowed out. In that split second of delay, Hei Ming caught up and raised its claws. "Wait, don't kill..." Boom! Completely ignoring the elegant woman trying to beg Chen Lin for mercy, Hei Ming brought its claws down cleanly and decisively. Black flames erupted, swallowing her whole body. On the other side, a sudden burst of ice energy erupted like a shockwave, radiating outward into the surroundings. Everywhere it passed, buildings and living beings were turned into ice statues. However, when it hit Hei Ming, it only formed a layer of frost. It slightly flared its black flames, and it was as if nothing had happened. The burly man wasn't so lucky. He turned into an ice popsicle. With that, out of the 7 targets, only 1 was left. The blonde young man's face turned deathly pale. He was considered quite outstanding even in his own country. The others were much the same, all belonging to a mid-level tier. Yet, even with the advantage of a 7-on-3 fight, they were completely steamrolled. Why could his summoned creatures be this strong? The blonde young man felt a sense of despair. Even high-level summons shouldn't be this monstrous. He didn't even doubt that even if those 2 hadn't appeared, Chen Lin could have wiped them out all the same. This was the dominance shown by having base stats far higher than those of the same level. No matter how skilled you are, he can crush you with a flick of his wrist. Seeing Chen Lin charging at him, the blonde young man, having lost his lightning chains and lacking any other defensive measures, could only unleash a flurry of lightning bolts and turn to run. It is too late to leave now. Chen Lin kept a calm expression, agile as a swallow, and dodged them all with a few quick movements. Swish! With a swing of his long blade, the blonde young man was decapitated, and blood sprayed everywhere. Even though this was his first time killing a person, Chen Lin's movements remained fluid, without the slightest hesitation. The moment they turned their killing intent toward him, Chen Lin had already mentally prepared himself to kill them all. Looking back, Lu Yu and a dozen others were all lying on the ground, heavily injured, but alive. Chen Lin walked over and handed the long blade to Lu Yu. After hundreds of kills, this beast of calamity had become even sharper, with a faint red glow emerging from it. "You can have it," she whispered. "No need," Chen Lin said with a faint smile. "You need it more than I do." Seeing the unmistakable sincerity on his face, Lulu felt deeply guilty. She believed it now. Chen Lin truly had no ulterior motives. He even risked his own life to save them all. "By the way, do you know about the Calamity Mother Beast?" Chen Lin asked. Of course, Lu Yu nodded. It is the entity that stood out among countless beasts of calamity and regained its own consciousness. "Where is it located?" "The city center," Lu Yu replied subconsciously, then quickly realized what he might be planning. "Are you going to kill the Calamity Mother Beast?" Chen Lin nodded. He believed that only by killing it could his score reach the maximum, and only then could he truly bring a shred of salvation to this world. "You can't." Lu Yu immediately shook her head repeatedly. "No one has ever managed to kill the Calamity Mother Beast, or even injured it for that matter." "Don't worry," Chen Lin touched her dark red horn. "It will protect me." As he spoke, he pointed a finger at the dark shadow approaching from behind. Lu Yu wrung her hands together in worry. Knowing her relationship with Chen Lin was ordinary, she hung her head. "Please don't let anything happen to you." At that moment, Su Lingshu and the tall, chubby man arrived, interrupting them. The tall, chubby man grew excited the moment he saw Chen Lin. "Big brother, your summoned creature is so amazing, it leaves me in awe." Hearing this, Chen Lin's expression turned a bit strange. He remembered what he had read on the internet. Class-chain shield warriors, upon finding a powerful ally to rely on, would always start their first sentence with "Big brother." "We meet again, Chen Lin," Su Lingshu said. "Oh my god." Before Chen Lin could reply, the tall, chubby man exclaimed in shock. "Big brother, you're actually that top scholar from Dongxin province. No wonder you're so strong." Chen Lin was speechless. "If you two know each other and are both so powerful, is she Su Lingshu, the second-ranked student of Dongxin province? I must have accumulated blessings for 8 lifetimes to be in the same advancement dungeon as 2 legends." The tall, chubby man laughed. Su Lingshu was curious. "How do you know me?" "Wait, you don't know? Ever since you took 2nd place in Dongxin province, your school has been bragging about how beautiful and kind you are, how outstanding your demeanor is, and how someone from a commoner background almost snatched the top spot in the province. They've even been bragging about it all the way to my neighboring province." Su Lingshu was speechless. Impressive. Very impressive. Chen Lin couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Big brother, you're even more legendary. Your school says that outside of the top scholar, everyone else in the 24 major provinces is just trash to you. There's even a picture of it. It's practically viral in Dongxin province." Su Lingshu smiled faintly. The feeling is mutual. Chen Lin fell silent. He just wanted to know who started this rumor about him. After chatting for a while, the three became more familiar with each other, and Chen Lin learned that the tall, chubby man's name was Luo Xuan. He was from Chengjiang province, and as a shield warrior, he lacked damage output, so his results were average. The only reason he managed to reach level 10 was that his parents had taken him out into the wilderness to hunt mutant beasts. Chen Lin told them both about his plan to kill the Calamity Mother Beast and asked if they wanted to come along. Luo Xuan didn't hesitate, saying directly that he would go wherever Chen Lin went. Su Lingshu agreed as well. With a quick consensus, the three immediately set off toward the city center. "Wait!" Lulu spoke up at this moment, took a deep breath, and said, "I can lead the way for you." After thinking for a moment, Chen Lin shook his head. "The situation there is unknown. If you go, we won't be able to look after you." Lulu's gaze was firm. "This is the only thing I can do to help you. You saved us, and you saved Xiao Yu twice." Before she could finish, Chen Lin interrupted her. "My act of salvation was not to have you risk your life to guide me. If that were the case, then I've only brought you from one hell into another. If you really want to do something, just point us in a direction." Seeing the smile on the young man's face, Lulu was stunned and stared at him blankly. Finally, she slowly raised her arm and pointed toward the distance. On the road in the city center, the surrounding buildings were ruined and desolate, painting a picture of gray decay. The road was full of potholes, riddled with damage and cracks, and overgrown with weeds. Luo Xuan was running until his face was red, and he was panting heavily, while Su Lingshu glided alongside him on her flying ice sword. According to her, this was a result of mastering her ice abilities to perfection, allowing her to expend mana to conjure an ice sword capable of carrying her through the air. When they first heard her idea, both Luo Xuan and Chen Lin were astonished. They hadn't realized that was even possible. However, the drawbacks were obvious. The speed wasn't high, it was only useful for traveling, and reckless mana consumption before a battle was a major taboo for mages. It only worked because her spirit stat was incredibly high, allowing her to withstand the drain. Plus, she had learned a skill to accelerate mana recovery upon entering the dungeon. Luo Xuan felt miserable as he watched the giant black wolf easily carrying Chen Lin, and cried out, "Brother Lin, let it carry me too. I am almost at my limit." Hearing this, Haiming turned its head and gave him a fierce glare. Luo Xuan immediately changed his tune. Never mind. I suddenly feel full of strength." Seeing this, Su Lingshu smiled faintly. Before long, the trio arrived at a large bridge. On the other side, scarlet miasma materialized and permeated the tall buildings, leaving only blurred silhouettes visible. "Finally, we're here." Luo Xuan gasped like an ox, his body draped over his nearly 2-meter tall shield. Suddenly, as if attracted by them, red eyes lit up all around them, and swarms of disaster beasts came rushing in crazily. "Kill all humans and bring them back." This was the will transmitted by the Mother Queen through the miasma to every disaster beast. Haiming immediately launched a deterrent roar and charged into the swarm that had filled the entire path in seconds, unleashing explosions of black flame. Chen Lin had jumped off early. Seeing the swarms of beasts coming from the bridge in 2 other directions, he immediately realized something was wrong. "The disaster mother has discovered us. Does this thing have eyes everywhere?" Luo Xuan was startled, looking at the red tide pressing in from the sky. Like a fierce beast opening its bloody maw, he felt suffocated. They probably have their own special way of communicating. Chen Lin shook his head, drew the blade from his staff, and struck at the beasts pouring in from the right path. Luo Xuan immediately followed. "Brother Lin, I'll take the damage for you." Su Lingshu summoned her magic orbs and slowly closed her eyes. When she opened them a second later, her irises were coated in an icy blue, glowing faintly, like an indifferent deity. Boom! Instantly, a solid ice wall dozens of meters high solidified on the bridge, blocking the disaster beasts for a moment. Then, hundreds of sharp, icy needles radiating cold air appeared above her head. With a slight movement of her mind, all the ice needles shot toward the swarm of beasts, blocking them from behind. Swish! Countless disaster beasts had their bodies and heads pierced, flesh and blood flying everywhere. Then, countless more ice needles condensed, as if endless, and continued to shoot toward them. Roar. Countless beasts let out chaotic screeches, falling in rows like harvested leeks. "Awesome, Sister Su is amazing." Luo Xuan, catching this out of the corner of his eye, began to flatter her. It was clearly visible that Su Lingshu's ice needle condensation paused, her face darkening. On the other side, Haiming tore through the swarm like a dragon of black flame, unstoppable, its dark fire constantly exploding and expanding in size. Boom! The entire path was engulfed in a sea of black fire. The scarlet miasma was consumed, and the surrounding buildings were not spared, collapsing under the intense heat. Almost all the beasts couldn't last more than a few seconds before dying in the flames, clearing a large area in a short time. But soon, more beasts kept pouring in, as if they were never ending. If you looked from a high vantage point, you would see all the disaster beasts in the city gathering here from all directions. Even if they ran into survivors, they didn't care. A man watched with trembling legs as the beasts flashed past him, soaked in cold sweat without even realizing it. He had been secretly looking for food when he suddenly ran into countless beasts rushing toward him. He instantly lost his ability to speak, standing there in despair, waiting for death. Just as he thought he would be torn to pieces, those beasts didn't even glance at him. What exactly happened? Only after the last beast had been out of sight for a long time did the man dare to move, staring in horror at the direction they had run. At the same time, Lu Yu and the others back at the base also noticed the abnormality. Seeing the beasts running frantically toward the city center, they instantly understood that Chen Lin must have truly made the disaster mother feel threatened. Thinking of this, worry appeared on everyone's faces. On the other side, Chen Lin felt the pressure increasing, and wounds began to appear on his body. There were hundreds of corpses at his feet. Yet compared to the beasts still pouring in, it wasn't even 1,000th of them. With hundreds of thousands, or even millions of disaster beasts in the city, even if they exhausted their stamina, it would be impossible to kill them all. Seeing a dozen blade demons charging, Chen Lin immediately let Luo Xuan take the front while he attacked from the side. At the same time, he said, Capture the leader first. Hey Ming, go directly to kill the disaster mother. Awoo! Hearing Chen Lin's order, He Ming immediately turned and rushed toward the bridge. 2 evolutions, and the progression of its life level allowed it to sense existences that threatened it. On the other side, there was a dangerous aura. That must be the disaster mother the master spoke of. Bang! Covered in black flames, He Ming shattered the ice wall in an instant, sending countless beasts flying, and pushed forward toward the center of the city shrouded in dense miasma. Roar! A roar soared into the sky, echoing across the land. As He Ming reached the other side of the bridge, a dark red tentacle, fully over 10 meters wide, suddenly emerged from the miasma and lashed onto its body. Boom! Several buildings were collapsed as He Ming was knocked back, and it didn't stop until it had been thrown 20-some meters away. Awoo! With a roar that shook the dust away, He Ming stood up from the concrete and rubble, its cold, slit-like pupils scanning its surroundings. In the murky miasma, dark red tentacles over 100 meters long swam around, encircling it. A massive eyeball, 60 meters in size, slowly emerged, with countless pupils all staring at He Ming as if sizing it up. Boom, boom! Black flames erupted violently as He Ming bared its teeth and let out low growls. The giant eyeball showed hesitation. Seemingly feeling the danger of the black flames, it backed away in fear. Boom! Seeming to know that the longer it dragged on, the worse it would be, He Ming launched an attack, charging forward instantly, the ground cracking under its sheer power. Under He Ming's full-force sprint, everything around it trembled, and the ruined buildings shook incessantly. The giant eyeball's countless pupils contracted in unison, and 15 dark red tentacles lashed out toward it. Bang! Bang! Building after building was smashed into rubble and collapsed under the strain. The ground also cracked with countless fissures spreading in all directions. Under the combined, immense power of the 15 tentacles, it felt like an earthquake had erupted. Seeing the dark red tentacles whipping over, tearing through the miasma, He Ming tried to dodge whenever possible. When it couldn't, black light manifested on its claws, and it swung them fiercely. However, the dark red tentacles were covered in a tough substance that couldn't be torn apart, creating a sound like grinding metal. Boom! He Ming was suddenly struck by one of the tentacles and sent flying backward. Its 44-meter-tall body collapsed building after building, leaving a deep furrow over a dozen meters long in the ground, while countless vehicles were crushed into fragments. The distance it had worked so hard to close was opened up again. Previously, He Ming had relied on its immense strength and defense after giantification to suppress enemies in close-quarters combat, but now, facing the knockback from the giant eye's tentacles, it had absolutely no way to counter. Boom, boom, boom! More dark red tentacles followed, thrashing wildly at He Ming. In an instant, it was hammered into the ground like a nail, its limbs gradually bending as it sank bit by bit, amidst the roaring tremors of the surroundings. Roar! Amidst its roar, jet black flames erupted with everything it had. Like a volcanic eruption, the searing heat blasted outward in all directions, forcing the giant eye back. He Ming surged forward immediately, its magical energy depleting at a rapid pace as it opted for a desperate, do-or-die struggle. On the other side, Chen Lin struggled to keep himself upright. One side of his face was stained with blood, and his clothes were tattered and covered in scars. His blade was notched and on the verge of breaking. Luo Xuan, nearby, was no better off. His shield was covered in dents, and the corners of his mouth were bleeding from the recoil. Su Lingzhu stood on an ice pillar, protected by the two, as she quickly recovered her mana. Around them lay thousands of disaster beast carcasses, their blood forming a literal stream. I can't hold on much longer. Sister Su, how much longer do you need? Luo Xuan stood firmly in front of Chen Lin, holding back the charging disaster beasts, and shouted. Chen Lin looked grave. Through his soul connection with He Ming, he could faintly feel its life force slowly fading. It was also in a dire predicament. Ready! Suddenly, Su Lingzhu opened her eyes, her gaze flickering with icy blue coldness. Frost extinction. The air in the world instantly dropped to freezing point, and the surging chill coalesced into a roaring 100-meter frost dragon. In an instant, all the disaster beasts within a range of several hundred meters had their bodies frozen solid, unable to move. You had better stand right next to me. Hearing this, Luo Xuan and Chen Lin moved over without hesitation. At that very moment, the frost dragon roared at the sky and then plunged violently toward the earth. Boom! The earth within a 100-meter radius exploded, sending tremors up to a kilometer away. as countless disaster beasts shattered into icy fragments. My god. Luo Xuan was dumbstruck, forgetting even his most practiced skill, flattery. Chen Lin was also surprised. He had always heard that Su Lingshu's strength lay in her hidden profession. It seemed she had hidden quite a lot. Judging by the power of this move alone, it was likely no lower than an S-grade talent. The reason Chen Lin had been able to suppress her during the college entrance exam was purely because Haiming had higher base combat power and could maintain its peak state for a long time. When it came to burst damage, Su Lingxia was superior. However, even though this move had wiped out hundreds of disaster beasts in an instant, it was merely a drop in the ocean compared to the millions of beasts in the city. Even with Haiming there, they would eventually be overwhelmed. They could fight until they were completely exhausted and still not finish them all. It was precisely because of this that Chen Lin had sent it alone to the city center to challenge the disaster mother beast. But there was an effect. At least it bought them a chance to escape. Glancing at Haiming's evolution bar, which was only 30 points away from full, Chen Lin made a split-second decision. Go to the disaster mother beast. Only by letting Haiming evolve on the spot could they have a glimmer of hope. Otherwise, even if the three of them could escape the encirclement, if they abandoned Haiming, it would likely die there. With Su Lingshu taking the lead and continuously using skills to kill the disaster beast blocking the bridge, Chen Lin and Luo Xuan handled clearing the flanks. Before long, the three arrived at the city center, followed by endless swarms of disaster beasts. The area had been devastated by the fight between Haiming and the Giant Eye. It was a ruin, with not a single building left standing. Luo Xuan looked on in terror. This is way too horrifying. Roar! A roar came from the miasma ahead. Without hesitation, the three rushed in. Soon, they saw Haiming heavily wounded, blood seeping from its mouth, and on the verge of death. But its claws were still digging deep into the ground. Even as the dark red tentacles lashed out, it stood its ground, refusing to retreat, moving forward with determination bit by bit. Getting close was its only hope of victory, so it couldn't step back even a fraction. I'll lure the disaster beasts away. Luo Xuan, use your taunt to share some of the damage. Hearing Chen Lin's words, Luo Xuan shivered. Will I die? It shouldn't come to that. Student Su will be nearby to help you. Don't worry. With that, Chen Lin ran straight toward Haiming. Luo Xuan could only grit his teeth, steeling himself to use a taunt on the Giant Eye. Luckily, his level was too low to have much effect. The Giant Eye merely glanced over with a few of its pupils, then casually swiped a dark red tentacle toward him. Watching the shadow loom overhead and the massive object descending from the sky, Luo Xuan turned pale and hastily raised his shield. B-grade talent. Earth Wall. A thick yellow rock wall condensed instantly. But feeling it wasn't enough, he consecutively used several more skills. At the same time, Su Lingshu's magic orb glowed slightly, and 5 ice walls quickly erected themselves in front of Luo Xuan. Bang! The ice walls didn't last a second, shattering one after another under the impact of the dark red tentacle, which ultimately blocked only a third of the force. Boom! The rock wall lasted a few seconds before breaking, and the dark red tentacle slammed onto the shield, instantly kicking up a cloud of dust. The impact hit Luo Xuan. He felt as if the world was collapsing. A sharp pain tore through his chest, and he spat out a large mouthful of blood. Once the dark red tentacle retracted, his tiny body collapsed to the ground, motionless. Su Lingxia's expression turned solemn. The power of this disaster mother beast was likely at the level of a tier 3 boss. She wasn't sure if Chen Lin's summoned creature could hold on. Haiming, devour these disaster beasts. Getting closer, Chen Lin shouted, his hands moving swiftly to transform his blade into a staff, immediately casting recovery and strengthening spells. A faint white light glowed on its body. Haiming's pupils shook. It let out a fierce roar and tore through the lashing dark red tentacle. A 20% buff after having 560 strength points was completely different from a buff at lower stats. Roar! The Giant Eye shrieked as the tentacle recoiled. Taking advantage of the momentary gap, Haiming charged into the swarm of disaster beasts, its jet black flames blooming like a lotus and instantly spreading. In a short time, large swaths were burned to death. Realizing something was wrong, the Giant Eye immediately issued commands through the miasma, ordering all disaster beasts to get away from there. However, it was already too late. Countless jet black flames, carrying the energy of devouring, surged into Haiming's body. The evolution bar was full. Chen Lin didn't hesitate. He clicked to start the evolution on the panel. Boom. A terrifying pitch-black power erupted from deep within Haiming's body, instantly sweeping through its entire frame and bursting outward to form a pillar of black light that shot into the sky. Within the pillar of pitch-black light, Haiming's body instantly surged by 10 meters. Thanks to his giantization, he shot up to 84 meters tall, with a body length exceeding 100 meters. He looked incredibly fierce, like a calamitous giant beast. Congratulations! Your summon Haiming has acquired the skill, Haste. Congratulations! Your summon Haiming's giantization talent has been upgraded from C rank to B rank. Congratulations! Your summon Haiming's fire talent has been upgraded from C rank to B rank. Congratulations! Your summon Haiming has acquired a new talent, Adamantine Body B rank. Strength 21 to 2001. Constitution 145 to 205. Agility 44 to 204. Magic power 140 to 200. Every attribute has increased by 60. Chen Lin was overjoyed as his thoughts flickered. Giantization B rank. Increases self-size by 4 times and boosts strength, defense, and speed by 400%. Fire B rank. Creates flames of your own. The temperature is linked to magic power. Special trait. Can fuse any 2 powers within itself to create flames with different effects. Adamantine Body B rank. Coats the entire body in adamantine power, with intensity linked to constitution, making it unshakable. Another comprehensive and massive enhancement, and Chen Lin breathed a sigh of relief. According to school knowledge, beings with tier 3 strength almost never appear in first tier promotion dungeons, unless you are a monstrous genius, who is absolutely invincible against opponents of your own level. He never expected that he would reach this level without even realizing it. It was quite unexpected. Chen Lin thought Haiming would need to evolve 2 more times before becoming truly invincible among peers. Besides, the giant eyeball happened to counter Haiming. Otherwise, even if he couldn't win, he could have run away without falling into a life or death crisis. Combining those 2 reasons, one could only say his luck was a bit poor. However, now that Haiming has evolved, it's your turn to be unlucky. The pitch-black beam that had shot into the sky to disperse the gloom slowly faded until it vanished. The sky looked as if a gap had been torn in it, revealing a cloudless patch. Sunlight that hadn't been seen in ages descended, though it was still obstructed by the miasma. Haiming's vertical pupils stared at the giant eyeball. His entire body looked refreshed, with his black wool fur and tough skin layered with a faint golden glow, appearing supernatural and domineering. The giant eyeball's pupils trembled. The moment that black power erupted, it was so terrified by the terrifying aura that hungered to consume everything, and transcend all that it couldn't even move. But soon after, it was filled with endless rage. It, too, could consume and evolve. It was the one that was destined to become the strongest. Roar! Thick, dark red tentacles whipped out in unison, their force causing the very air to boom. Seeing this, Chen Lin quickly left the area. If these 2 giant beasts started fighting, he could easily be caught in the crossfire. Bang! Haiming stood as solid as a rock, completely unmoved. The 15 dark red tentacles lashed against him, causing only a slight ripple in the golden light. Awoo! Using the powers of greed, gluttony, and giantization, the pitch-black flames erupted instantly. The dark red tentacles wrapped around Haiming were scorched by the terrifying, expanding heat, causing them to loosen and writhe in the air. Boom! The pitch-black flames gradually formed a phantom of a ferocious beast, over 400 meters tall, even more hideous and violent than Haiming himself. The temperature within a 1,000-meter radius soared instantly, causing weeds to wither, the ground to crack, and the center to transform into a sea of black fire. Each additional talent power fused into the flames didn't just add up, it multiplied the power several times over. In the distance, Su Lingxi was slightly shocked. This summon is terrifying, and the way it grows stronger is unheard of. Seeing Chen Lin drenched in sweat running back at full speed, she moved her mind. A stream of cold air instantly surrounded the area, a refreshing chill entering his body that felt incredibly comfortable. Student Su, thank you. You're welcome, Su Lingxu said with a light smile. Suddenly, Chen Lin felt something grab his foot. Looking down, he saw Luo Xuan, who had crawled over, covered in blood. He lifted a face bleeding from all 7 orifices and gave a thumbs up. Brother Lin, you're so strong. Luo Xuan only had one thought in his mind now. He was going to latch onto this big shot, and nothing could stop him. How did you end up like this? Chen Lin hurriedly helped him up. Luo Xuan felt touched, believing that Chen Lin most likely approved of him now. Finally, he would have a powerful big brother to protect his tank class, which was only good for taking hits. I'm fine. Brother Lin, my vitality is high enough that I won't die. Hearing this, Chen Lin silently let go of him and went back to watching the two giant beasts fight in the distance with Su Lingxiu. Luo Xuan. Awoo! Haiming charged toward the giant eyeball. As he raised his claws, the massive beast phantom also lifted a claw formed from black fire and swung it down instantly. Roar! Several of the giant eyeball's pupils were blinded instantly. It let out a pained shriek, and the vast amount of blood pouring out stained the remaining pupils red. Its tentacles thrashed wildly, whipping against Haiming, yet they couldn't cause any damage at all. Roar! This scene made the giant eyeball roar, drawing countless amounts of mounds of miasma from across the city center to rapidly merge into its body. Instantly, its size surged, and countless sharp barbs began to sprout on its dark red tentacles. This was power it had saved for years to evolve to the next life stage, but now it had to use it early. Thinking of this, all of the giant eyeball's pupils flared with rage. Roar! I must kill you. The dark red tentacles enclosed Haiming from all sides, forcibly pushing through the heat of the black flames to wrap around and strangle him. The golden light blocked barbs from piercing through. The two fought frantically, the ground trembling continuously as roars echoed throughout the sky. Several hours passed. Countless buildings were shattered into dust, and in the ruins, only Haiming remained standing. Awoo! The massive roar shook the air, and the scarlet miasma that had shrouded the city center finally dissipated completely. The giant eyeball's countless pupils went dark. It was dead, its body slowly consumed by the pitch-black flames. It's finally dead, Luo Xuan said, feeling his racing heart settle. Chen Lin and Su Lingxiu also smiled. Having killed the disaster mother beast and thousands of calamity beasts, their final ratings would definitely be incredibly high. Soon, Luo Xuan also realized this, his expression filled with excitement. Even though he and Su Lingxiu only helped tank a few hits, they would still get some contribution, not to mention all the calamity beasts they had killed earlier. In promotion dungeons with faction divisions, ratings are allocated entirely based on contribution. It's very fair. Killing the boss doesn't mean all the points go to you. Moreover, support classes like shield bearers have different ways of calculating ratings. Therefore, after a rough estimate, his rating shouldn't be low either. Thinking back to before they entered the dungeon, his father and mother had repeatedly warned him not to be reckless, noting that he was different from the geniuses who achieved their second promotion on their own that day. If they knew he had attained such a high rating in a faction promotion dungeon, they would surely be very happy, Luo Xuan thought with excitement. After the battle, the three sat together. The sky had gradually darkened, and since there were no light sources, the surroundings were quite pitch black. Luo Xuan hurriedly found some wood among the ruins and lit it using the flames from Haiming. Without the talent power of greed and gluttony fused in, the flame was its normal color. Otherwise, it would have been a bit humorous. Deep into the night, the three prepared to rest, until morning before leaving the dungeon. Originally, Chen Lin planned to let Haiming continue killing the remaining calamity beasts, but seeing it lying there exhausted after hours of intense fighting, he decided against it. That would be a bit heartless. From the moment they entered the promotion dungeon until now, for over a dozen hours, Haiming had either been fighting or on the move. It had worked too hard. Now that it could finally get some rest, Chen Lin felt too guilty to make it work overtime, so he had to painfully let the rest of the beasts in the city off. The next day, following a notification sound, the three disappeared from where they stood. Time is up. Now calculating your score based on your performance. A total of 564 calamity beasts killed, the calamity mother beast successfully eliminated, and hundreds of survivors in Ning'an City protected. Perhaps this action will bring a turning point to this world. Congratulations, your score is perfect. Occupation promotion to summoning swordmaster, rare, unique. Growth attributes increased from 5 to 10. Description: this is a strange occupation born because of you. If your opponents think you are only good at summons, they will realize they were dead wrong once they get close. Congratulations, you have comprehended a new occupational skill. Dharma Sword! In his room, Chen Lin's figure suddenly appeared. 24 hours had passed and he had been teleported back from the promotion dungeon. Looking at the interface floating before his eyes, he was slightly surprised, and his thoughts stirred. Dharma Sword. Condense a blade that exists between reality and illusion, ignoring any physical defenses of the target to inflict mental trauma. Power is based on the spirit attribute. After reading it, Chen Lin's eyes widened in surprise. Physical defenses refer to any visible means of defense, such as Haiming's Vajra body, walls of protection, and so on. Ignoring these to strike the target's mind directly means that As long as the opponent has no mental defense measures or a high spirit attribute, no matter how tanky they are, they could be killed instantly. Taking Luo Xuan as an example, even if he used all his skills and talents, if Chen Lin were to strike with the Dharma sword, he would at best be left dazed, and at worst, his mind would shatter and he would die. This skill is simply hair-raising. Chen Lin immediately tried to use it. Instantly, a half-meter-long, transparent blade engraved with countless patterns appeared in his hand. His mental energy was also completely drained as the Dharma sword condensed. Chen Lin shook his head and dissipated the Dharma sword. It seems this skill can only be used as a trump card. He glanced silently at the window. The sun was high outside. It seems the flow of time between the two worlds is different. He pushed the door and walked out. The living room was empty, but there were plates of food on the table covered in plastic wrap, with a note left on top. "Remember to heat this up and eat." Chen Lin smiled slightly, ate after simply heating the food, and then opened his phone. Two friend request notifications caught his eye. They were from Luo Xuan and Su Lingxie. Before teleporting out of the promotion dungeon, they had exchanged contact information to continue their life and death friendship. Chen Lin clicked accept. After all, due to the faction selection in this dungeon, the difficulty was much higher. If it weren't for the two teammates protecting him, it would be hard to say what the outcome would have been if Haiming had to be distracted to protect him. Scrolling down further, there was a message from Lu Wen. "The recruiters from the top universities will arrive at 2 o'clock today. You need to come to school." Thinking there was nothing else to do, he replied with a "sure" and got up to leave immediately. At Fanyan No 2 High School, Lu Wen was waiting at the school gate. Upon seeing Chen Lin, he immediately walked up. "You finally arrived. This time, all 5 top universities have sent recruiters to our school," he said, his voice brimming with excitement. With such an honor, Principal Li hasn't stopped smiling. This was an unprecedented event in Fanyan City, and their purpose was obvious. It was for Chen Lin, the top scorer of Dongshan. Walking into the school, they passed many freshmen and sophomores. They stopped in their tracks and looked at Chen Lin with great excitement. One junior student who had been prepared beforehand even stepped forward and handed Chen Lin a pink envelope, then immediately ran away with a bright red face. Seeing this, Lu Wen's mouth twitched, and he hurriedly reminded him, "Don't go messing around, ruining these girls. If word gets out, it'll have a huge impact." Chen Lin nodded and silently tucked the letter away. After all, it was someone's heartfelt gesture. He couldn't just throw it away. Along the way, not only did more eyes turn their way, but many more girls followed suit, blushing as they approached him. In no time, Chen Lin's shirt was bulging significantly from all the love letters given by the love-struck girls. Lu Wen stared with black lines on his forehead. "Does he think I'm invisible?" Finally, the two reached the office, and Lu Wen immediately shut the door, blocking the group of curious students following them. Chen Lin shook his head. This would have been almost impossible in his previous life. But it was very normal here, because everyone revered combat-capable professionals. In society, this trend was even more pronounced. Lu Wen took out a dragon-entwined ring from his drawer and said, "This contains the city government's reward." After they watched the video of your college entrance exam performance, they specifically found an equipment piece that can switch between sword and staff forms, as well as a Tier 5 universal skill book. Hearing this, Chen Lin's eyes lit up. There was no doubt these were exactly the items he needed right now. His common grade sword staff, having endured high-intensity combat for too long, had already broken and was in desperate need of replacement. A Tier 5 universal skill book, which could be learned by any profession, was worth at least several million. Chen Lin took the ring and poked his thoughts inside. 2 pieces of information instantly appeared. Heavenly Authority Sword Staff. Excellent. Effect. Heavenly Sword Form gains Sharpness Enhancement, pierces anything. Heavenly Staff Form gains Aura of Wisdom, continuously restores mental energy, and boosts any skill effect by 50%. Within reach. Tier 5. Effect. Ignore a distance of 100 meters, arriving instantly with 1 step. 1 word. Powerful. Chen Lin was incredibly satisfied. Within reach was also carefully selected by the city government. It's very suitable for a summoner to instantly put some distance between himself and the enemy, Lu Wen explained. Ahem, right. He suddenly looked a bit awkward. Could you sign your name on this piece of clothing? Make it look good. With that, he pulled a gray pleated skirt from his drawer. Seeing his strange look, Lu Wen explained helplessly. Last night, your college entrance exam video was aired on the news and caused a huge sensation. My daughter watched it all night, and knowing you were my student, she insisted on asking me to get an autograph from you. Chen Lin was stunned. Oh no, how did he end up stealing the teacher's home? Around 2 o'clock, a black limousine pulled up at the No. 2 high school, and 5 men and women stepped out. Li Mingji approached them with a solemn expression, not daring to be the least bit negligent. As mentors from top-tier universities, they were undoubtedly all rank 5 professionals whom even the mayor would have to treat with great respect. Upon reaching the reception room, Jifei sat down with a languid air and asked indifferently, "Where is Chen Lin?" "He will be here in a moment. He will be right here." Li Mingji had just finished speaking when 2 knocks were heard at the door. Then, the door was pushed open, and Lu Wen entered with a 17 or 18-year-old youth who had a fair, handsome face and a tall, upright stature. Jifei looked him up and down carefully before commenting, "Not bad. This appearance is worthy of my Lark Academy." Feng Yi, who was sitting to the side, immediately expressed his dissatisfaction. "It is one thing to have rumors outside, but is your Lark Academy really recruiting based on looks now?" "Exactly. We are the 5 great universities and the face of the great Xia. Aren't you just being ridiculous?" The 2 of them joined forces to sternly condemn her, then immediately turned to extend an olive branch to Chen Lin. "Young Chen, choose my Qingdian Academy. You can pick any 3 resources you want as an enrollment gift." "Only 3 items? You are treating him like a beggar. I think you are questioning the worth of the Dongqin top scorer." Right. Young Chen, he clearly looks down on you. Don't go there and get mistreated." The scene left Li Mingji and Lu Wen completely dumbfounded. Chen Lin was also a bit stunned. This kind of eloquent and sophisticated verbal sparring was something that would take years to master. It reminded him of the internet culture from his past life, and he couldn't help but want to applaud. Truly spectacular. The atmosphere became tense for a moment. Whoever dared to make the first move to recruit Chen Lin would immediately be targeted by the other 4. In the beginning, top universities did not recruit top scorers this way. They stood at the peak of Great Xia and maintained their dignity. That all changed until someone who failed to recruit a single top scorer in a year couldn't afford to lose, began to research tactics, and employed underhanded methods, changing the style of recruitment forever. Nowadays, every year's recruitment is filled with sharp verbal clashes and intense friction. To this end, top universities even go as far as hiring professionals to teach their recruitment mentors the essence of such rhetoric. "Young Chen, I have repeatedly studied your college entrance exam video 10 times. That sword technique shows that you love blades. Come to my Bailong Academy, and I can arrange for a master specializing in sword arts to tutor you one-on-one, ensuring your skills reach a new level." Hey, you only saw that much after watching it 10 times? It just goes to show that your Bailong Academy is full of fools. Any genius with potential would be buried there. Exactly. Young Chen should come to Yunqian Academy. We can pick up your mother and sister together and handle all their living arrangements. Oh, playing the emotional card now? Does Yunqian have no shame left? You have the nerve to say that? For the last Dongqin top scorer, you couldn't compete, so you just used your own daughter to win him over. Is that even human? Bullshit. They were mutually in love from the start. Screw you and your love. The scene devolved into chaos. Jifei took a breath, organized her thoughts, and looking at Chen Lin, she suddenly said, "Since you have reached rank 1, you haven't started your summoning yet, right? As long as you join Lark Academy, I can apply to provide you with all the best materials needed for summoning, increasing the chance of getting a top-tier summon. Also, that black wolf of yours has the talent for growth, right? Just ask for whatever resources you need. Furthermore, all the conditions they mentioned above, we at Lark can provide as well, including offering a daughter." Hearing these words, the other 4 fell silent. Although Chen Lin scored a full 20,000 points, even by their standards, it was a very significant amount. But there are an exceptionally high number of prodigies this year, and there are at least 10 who scored higher than 20,000. If they used up too many resources here at Dongqin, it would be difficult to compete for the others later. Thinking of this, the 4 who felt it wasn't worth it silently gave up. Seeing this, Jifei breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Chen Lin with anticipation. How about it? However, he just shook his head. Everything else is fine, but let's forget about the daughter part. Jifei's brow relaxed, and she felt delighted. Good. If you like someone more mature, I actually fit that description. Hearing this, Feng Yi couldn't watch anymore. Are you really robbing the cradle like this? Why not? Jifei slightly puffed out her chest. Beneath her tight-fitting white blouse, her curves were exceptionally eye-catching. Chen Lin was about to say that wasn't what he meant, but the words died on his lips. In the end, Chen Lin still chose Lark Academy. It wasn't because of how pretty Jifei was, but mainly because she offered so much. With the goal achieved, the 5 didn't linger and prepared to head to the next province. Jifei asked whether he wanted to accompany them through the 24 major provinces of Great Xia before returning to Lark Academy, or wait until the start of the term to arrive on his own. Chen Lin chose the latter. Thinking there was nothing else to do, Chen Lin bid farewell to Lu Wen and Li Mingji. When he returned home, Li Huiru was cooking in the kitchen, and Chen Li was sitting on the sofa watching TV. Seeing him back, his sister hopped off the sofa and ran over. "Brother, you seem to have become a celebrity. Everyone at school is talking about you." "It's the same where I work. Everyone is mentioning you, Xiaolin," said Li Huiru, coming out with a plate. "Many former relatives have called the house, asking if the Dongshan top scorer mentioned in the news is you. However, I didn't say anything. Otherwise, a bunch of people I don't know would be coming over tonight." Chen Lin smiled. More and more people are paying attention to the college entrance exam, and social media and news outlets are promoting it heavily. Those who pass will be the future shields of Great Xia. Therefore, the provincial top scorer is naturally very prominent and will attract people who are not close, or even strangers trying to build connections. After dinner, Chen Lin cleared the dishes and tidied up the house as usual. Then, yielding to his sister's pleading, he reluctantly summoned Hai Ming while he returned to his room to rest and prepare for the start of school. 2 days later, downstairs, Li Huiru drove over to take Chen Lin to the airport. Chen Li got into the car with him, and suddenly thinking of something, she said with bright eyes, "Can we not take the car?" "Then, how do you want to get there?" Li Huiru asked, looking at her. "Let brothers Hai Ming carry us. It's super big and faster than a car." Li Huiru felt a headache coming on and tapped her on the head. "It's one thing for it to help your brother fight, but you want it to go along with your nonsense too." About half an hour later, they arrived at the airport. Li Huiru looked at Chen Lin, who was about to leave, full of worry. "Be careful when you get to the academy and prioritize your safety above all else." "Don't worry, Mom, I know." He had heard this countless times on the way, but Chen Lin nodded solemnly nonetheless. Watching him turn and leave, Li Huiru raised her hand, her lips trembling slightly. She knew that the further Chen Lin went, the more he would have to shoulder, and he would have to risk his life fighting against alien civilizations and mutated beasts. Chen Li saw her mother's worry and comforted her. "It'll be fine. Brother is so strong, and he has Hai Ming to protect him. They will surely always be safe." The provincial capital of 9 heavens, Zhongqian City, Lark's Academy. Countless top-scoring students from across the country have gathered here. At a glance, there are even many geniuses who have already achieved their first-class change. This made many of the proud and arrogant ones suddenly humble themselves, not daring to take things lightly. At this moment, the senior students at the reception desk were looking at the venue, all of them somewhat astonished. They had heard that the students entering this year were exceptionally strong, and while they hadn't paid much attention at first, seeing it for themselves now felt a bit exaggerated. Geniuses are everywhere, and excellence is as common as dirt. That description fits perfectly. I checked the national scores. Even the lowest scoring top scholar had 19,000 points. And the top scholar of them all reached 30,000, breaking the highest score record in history. We Larks are inferior to the other 4 top academies, only recruiting 3 top scholars, while the other 21 rejected our olive branch. Sigh, the gap is not just a little bit. It's good enough that we got anyone. I heard that Chen Lin, the top scholar from East Sky, climbed his way up with an ordinary class. That's interesting. I read his profile. He comes from a common background with no wealth or connections. To achieve this level on his own, he's truly impressive. But compared to the top-ranked scholars, he still lags quite far behind. With no innate talent and an ordinary class, relying solely on one strong summon, he won't get very far. In the middle of their conversation, the surroundings suddenly grew noisy, and they looked over subconsciously. 2 girls with flawless skin, both tall and 7 parts similar in appearance, stepped off the shuttle bus. Both had their long hair tied into single ponytails. One had a heroic air about her, looking sharp and simple, while the other looked gentle and approachable. Someone immediately recognized them as the top scholars from Chongjiang province. Since they worked as a team, they were both tied for first place. "Old Ma, where are you going?" The senior called Old Ma swatted away the hand, grabbing him and said righteously, "Of course, it's to guide the 2 junior students. This is a duty that a senior must fulfill." "Wait, please entrust this heavy responsibility to me." Another senior blocked his path. Just as the 2 were about to get into a real fight, 2 girls from the reception desk had already jogged up to greet the Chongjiang top scholars with smiles. Seeing this, they exchanged a silent glance, let go of each other's collars, and walked away without looking back. Soon, another shuttle arrived, and a handsome boy stepped out. Instantly, everyone looked over, their expressions filled with curiosity. Is that Chen Lin? Other than being handsome, there's nothing special about him. Indeed, one look and you can tell he is going to be a heartbreaker who brings trouble to the country. Brother, you describe it well. Many girls saw Chen Lin, their eyes lighting up. This flawless appearance was simply perfect. A beautiful senior, knowing that the early bird gets the worm, immediately walked up and said, "Junior, let me take you to register your information, shall I?" As she spoke, she tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, revealing her smooth white neck. "Sorry to trouble you, senior." Chen Lin smiled faintly. Seeing this, many seniors gritted their teeth. Although there were more female students at Lark's Academy, they were generally very attractive and hard to pursue. Seeing a beautiful girl throwing herself at Chen Lin the moment he arrived, how could they not be jealous? Bang! A male student, eyes brimming with tears, slammed the table, giving the person next to him quite a scare. "Brother, what's wrong with you?" "That girl, I've had a crush on her for a year. I finally got her contact information yesterday. I was only one step away from victory." "Aren't you more than one step away?" On the other side, under the careful guidance of the enthusiastic senior, Chen Lin quickly registered his information and headed toward his assigned quarters. "Little brother Chen Lin, with this special academy phone, you can connect to the Apocalypse system and look up information you couldn't access before." The Apocalypse system is a product that integrates technology and class systems, handling all logistics. You can buy any skill book, equipment, and various resources you want. Of course, this requires enough credits or contribution points. Besides that, you can also use it to access the exclusive exchange forum for the academy. Chen Lin nodded, looking at the cyber-style device in his hand, and entered his student ID. Following a successful identity verification, his basic information popped up. Next to him, Su Qingqing, who was preparing to secretly memorize his ID to add him as a friend, saw that string of zeros in his credits, and was instantly stunned. 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000? Little brother Chen Lin, how do you have so many credits? Su Qingqing stared in disbelief. 100,000 credits is enough to buy even a forbidden weapon. Equipment quality is divided into common, superior, fine, excellent, void, forbidden, and fake quality. Beyond that, she didn't have the clearance to know. Chen Lin smiled. This was probably a small perk given by Lark's Academy. The treatment for top scholars is just too good. Su Qingqing's expression was complex. Even if she saved for 4 years, she might not have 100,000 credits. The gap is just too large. But thinking about it, it makes sense. The title of top scholar represents the feat of suppressing millions in a province. As a true top-tier genius, naturally, they wouldn't neglect him. The Cloud Lark Academy covered a vast area, and it took the two of them over 10 minutes to reach the dorms. Looking at the detached suite in front of her, Su Qingqing said, "Junior Chen Lin, this is your dormitory. If there's nothing else, I'll be going now." By the way, Cloud Lark's educational philosophy has always been to pair the strong with the strong. Only then will there be pressure to improve. So, your roommates will definitely not be mediocre. Chen Lin nodded, watched her wave goodbye, and then turned to enter the place where he would spend the next 4 years. The living room was very spacious and fully furnished, with a large LCD TV in the center and 4 rooms spread across 2 floors. No one else had arrived yet, so Chen Lin randomly picked a room and went inside. It was clean as new, equipped with all necessary facilities and daily necessities. Thinking he had nothing better to do, he took the Tianquan sword staff from his storage ring and began practicing basic swordsmanship. Since changing his class, it was equivalent to breaking through physical limits. Just like embarking on cultivation, consistent daily training could actually improve his strength, physique, and agility attributes. However, the rate of increase was negligible, far slower than gaining experience to level up. Therefore, it was basically impossible to bridge the gap relying solely on this. But when technique reaches a certain height, it can manifest as a skill, and that was exactly the direction Chen Lin was currently experimenting with. Moreover, practicing basic swordsmanship was quite helpful for combat. Relying too much on skills while neglecting one's own fundamentals is a quick way to fall into a deep trap. A few hours later, his special device suddenly vibrated. Chen Lin immediately stopped, glanced at the illuminated screen, and saw a notification that his personal items had been delivered downstairs. At the same time, a message appeared. Your summoning materials have been approved. If you need any other resources, feel free to ask. I will do my best to apply for them for you. One final piece of advice. Do your best to improve your strength. After sending it, Ji Fei leaned back in her soft chair. You think that highly of him? Zhang Wuye asked, sounding a bit puzzled. Our resources are enough to recruit 4 provincial top scorers. This is Cloud Lark Academy's chance to stop being at the bottom, but you've spent too much on him. Those summoning materials alone are worth tens of thousands of credits, and giving him priority access to resources is top-tier treatment. Plus, another 100,000 credits? This far exceeds Chen Lin's own value. Even that monster with the highest national entrance exam score and the SSS-grade awakened talent might be tempted by these terms. Ji-Fei, forgive my bluntness, but he isn't even remotely worthy of what we're giving him. No matter where you go, strength always speaks loudest. You get the treatment you're worth. Clearly, Zhang Wuye did not believe at all that Chen Lin deserved such high-level preferential treatment from Cloudlark Academy. Have you watched his entrance exam footage? Of course. Don't you think that Chen Lin's summon creature grew way too fast? Ji-Fei countered. Are you trying to say his summons talent exceeds the S-grade we estimated? Yang Wuye frowned and stated firmly, that is absolutely impossible. A first-tier summon has zero chance of being a top-tier creature. The reason it grows so quickly and its combat power soared is, as we already analyzed, because it traded its growth potential ceiling for early-stage talent. In other words, it will only get weaker later on, and there's a high probability it will be overtaken by everyone else. Ji-Fei smiled at her and said, the freshman competition is tomorrow. We'll find out the truth then. Looking at the expression on her face, Zhang Wuye suddenly understood. As friends who had grown up together, she knew Ji-Fei's character too well. She didn't believe in Chen Lin because of some ironclad evidence. She was purely gambling on her intuition. Yang Wuye frowned deeply, finding this behavior very disagreeable. When the results come out tomorrow, even if the academy head is your mother, you won't be able to avoid disciplinary action. After setting up the summoning materials on the floor, Chen Lin stretched out his hand and opened it into the void. As he used the summoning art, formation patterns instantly appeared on his palm. Following that, mana poured out and began carving mysterious runes onto the floor. The moment it was finished, the room was filled with white light, as if a dozen flashbangs had exploded at once. Fortunately, Chen Lin had previous experience and had kept his eyes tightly shut in advance. A few minutes later, he opened his eyes to see a 60-centimeter long, entirely silver butterfly with 2 pairs of wings. Don't tell me it's another weakling? Chen Lin's mouth twitched slightly as he silently checked its panel. Summon. Unnamed. Species. Silver butterfly. Level 10. Attributes. Strength 1. Physique 1. Agility 1. Mana 1. Health 100%. Skills. None. Talent. None. With only 4 total attribute points, it was even weaker than his first summon, the Black Underworld, and it was already level 10. Chen Lin shook his head. This had officially set a new record for the weakest summon. But that's okay. I will grant you the potential to reach the highest peaks. Watching the silver butterfly flap its wings and slowly fly toward him, Chen Lin held out his finger to let it land. Detection starting. Loyalty is 100%. It will never betray you. Do you wish to perform the lifelink? As Chen Lin confirmed, his soul felt like it was being torn apart. A searing pain surged from deep within, lasting for a long time. Soul merged. Lifelink completed. Congratulations. Your summoned creature has awakened a unique talent. 10,000 form morphing, SSS-grade. Hearing the notification and feeling that his body was fine, Chen Lin breathed a long sigh of relief. He focused his mind. 10,000 form morphing, SSS-grade. By transforming into any form, it can acquire different abilities. He looked at it, confused. It wasn't until the silver butterfly turned into a flash of silver light and transformed into Chen Lin's own appearance, speaking in a robotic voice. Master. After a preliminary understanding, Chen Lin finally realized the power of the myriad transformations. Suddenly, a bright idea struck him, and he spent a few hundred credits on the specialized console to purchase a standard quality combat armor set. Since the store was located right within Lark Academy, he didn't have to wait long for it to arrive. Chen Lin opened the box, which contained various parts of the armor. He gestured toward the silver butterfly while simultaneously using his mind to communicate. After their souls merged, an intangible connection formed, allowing Chen Lin to bypass language barriers and convey his thoughts directly. The silver butterfly gave a gentle nod and transformed into a silver light that wrapped around Chen Lin's arm. In an instant, the silver armor began to appear piece by piece, slowly covering his entire body. Chen Lin felt it carefully and found no discomfort or weight. It was as if the armor had always been a part of his own body. He walked over to the mirror, admired it for a while, and wore a satisfied expression. The overall design was very streamlined, with a base of silver white accented by black patterns that made it absolutely irresistible. As expected, combat armor is the ultimate romance for any man. It was just a bit weak in terms of defense, Chen Lin clenched his fist and frowned slightly. Soon, the silver butterfly sent back a message, essentially saying that in its armor form, it possessed the ability to merge with metals, minerals, and other substances to increase its hardness. It also had a small chance to acquire the inherent properties of those materials. Furthermore, these traits were retained even after changing into other forms, though the specific abilities would vary. This meant that the hardness gained by merging materials in armor form would not disappear when it changed forms, but rather persist. Undoubtedly, just like gluttony, this was a broken talent with no upper limit that could keep growing stronger. Unable to wait, Chen Lin picked up the armor he had bought and let the silver butterfly merge with it. Suddenly, it cracked open and assimilated the armor into its own body. Chen Lin quickly noticed that the silver butterfly had clearly become a bit harder. Not bad. Defense had always been his weakness. Facing a powerful attack could mean instant death. For instance, Su Lingshu's Frost Annihilation had such massive range and terrifying power that even Black Hades could not protect him. Now, he had finally bridged that gap. As long as he fed the silver butterfly, he could even become a reckless brawler and charge head-on. Thinking of this, Chen Lin made up his mind. Focus on training the silver butterfly first. He sent a message to Jifei requesting metal ores with special properties. The more, the better. And she quickly replied with an okay. Only half an hour later, he received a notification that the items had arrived. Chen Lin marveled at the efficiency of Lark Academy. It was truly fast. As he thought about it, he reached the door to see a man in black standing there waiting perfectly still. Fellow student, this is your order. Chen Lin took it and glanced at it, slightly shocked. It was all rare metal ores with different properties, such as the well-known black goldstone, a single piece of which could add thousands of caddies to the weight of a weapon, though it cost hundreds of thousands. Furthermore, this was a military-controlled resource that an ordinary professional could not simply purchase. There was also steel breaking stone, which could enhance sharpness and improve lethality. Every one of these belonged to the category of precious resources, with a total value in the tens of millions. One could only say that a top-tier academy was truly wealthy. The man in black reminded him, "Fellow student, make sure not to remove these electromagnetic anti-gravity devices, or the building will collapse." Upon hearing this, Chen Lin nodded and hoisted the massive box, which was several meters tall, immediately feeling a crushing weight. Even with the electromagnetic anti-gravity devices in place, coupled with his 90 points of strength, his legs couldn't help but buckle slightly. Back in his room, Chen Lin started letting the silver butterfly merge with everything, including the stones in the box. Soon, the armor covering him became incredibly hard, so much so that even a tier 2 professional would likely struggle to break through its defense. At the same time, the armor's weight reached 5 tons. While it had no effect on Chen Lin, if it landed on an enemy, it would be like Mount Tai crashing down on them. It also gained the sharpness trait, significantly increasing his offensive power. He drew the war blade from his back, which was part of the armor, and with a mental command, the sword instantly transformed into a long spear. Not bad. This matched Chen Lin's vision of living armor perfectly. The next day, Chen Lin woke up on time, practiced some basic swordsmanship, and then washed up and went downstairs. In the living room, 3 young men looked over upon hearing the movement, somewhat surprised. Clearly, they all recognized Chen Lin, since the top scorer's name had been trending crazily across the internet and was still quite a hot topic even now. However, they didn't pay much attention, as they themselves were not inferior. "Hello, second place in Qingyuan province, Feng Ye?" Chen Lin nodded politely. Chen Lin. To achieve the status of provincial top scorer with an ordinary profession, that's something no one has done before, not now and not in the past. Impressive. Isn't that just because you got lucky and obtained a powerful summon? The cold-faced man spoke with a tone of disdain. He was the second best in Longji province with a college entrance exam score of 23,000, so he looked down upon Chen Lin, the top scorer of the sky. To him, Chen Lin just happened to take first place in a province without top-tier geniuses. It was completely a case of, the monkey is king when the tiger is away. That's rich coming from you. If someone else's summon is strong, it's luck, but if you awaken an SS tier talent, it's skill. In my opinion, luck should be considered a settled fact, Feng Yi said with a faint smile. Besides, summoning isn't forced. Being able to get such a powerful summon to respond is enough to show that Chen Lin has something special. Just as an argument was about to break out, a voice echoed throughout the entire academy. "All new students, bring your weapons and equipment and assemble at the Lark Plaza immediately." It looks like the freshman tournament has been moved up by half a month and is starting now, said the man sitting on the sofa as he adjusted his non-prescription glasses. Tao Yang, how do you know that? Feng Yi asked with some confusion. Over the past few years, there have been more and more mutated beasts outside the city, and many areas have already been declared restricted zones. Every country is sending combat forces to the front lines to hold off the aggressive alien races, so they simply cannot spare the manpower to clear out the mutated beasts. But if things go on like this, we won't even need to wait for a full-scale invasion from the alien races. We will face internal chaos first. Feng Yi frowned deeply. You mean the Academy intends to make us take on the task of clearing out those mutated beasts? Exactly. The human race no longer has the luxury of following conventional methods to train talent. Undoubtedly, fighting mutated beasts ahead of time is not like a dungeon where you can just quit if you are in danger. The mortality rate will be extremely high. So, if you want to develop safely, it is best not to stand out in this freshman tournament. Keep your ranking low, and when the time comes to refuse the mission to clear the beasts, the Academy won't force you. Chen Lin fell silent after hearing this. Had the situation really become this dire? He suddenly recalled the world inside the promotion dungeon where countless people died under disaster, leaving only a handful of survivors to struggle for their lives. To think that Blue Star would face the same crisis so soon. As he thought to himself, a cold and arrogant voice suddenly reached his ears. Starting early is perfect. Chen Lin, I will crush you and prove that I deserve the top spot more than you do. Looking at his arrogant demeanor, Chen Lin smiled. Fine, let's see who is better, but it will definitely be me who outshines everyone else. He had to become stronger quickly. He did not want his mother or sister to die at the hands of alien races or mutated beasts one day. Hey, don't forget about me. Make sure you two don't get outshined by me later. Watching the three of them bicker with no trace of fear, the corners of Cao Yang's mouth rose slightly. In Skylark Plaza, new students were gathering, carrying various types of weapons and wearing different gear. It was quite noisy. In an open area, two girls with similar features stood gracefully. One wore a black bodysuit, her figure looking incredibly proud under her dark gold armor. She looked heroic. The other wore white mage robes, looking delicate and moving. They look stunning every time I see them. It would be great if I could land both of these twins. You rascal! Are you thinking about riding horses? Wow, your minds are so dirty. Unlike me, I have no idea what you were talking about. A few students standing further away were chatting with their arms around each other. Soon, a dozen instructors and the academy head arrived one after another and stood on the podium. Make the announcement. The academy head sighed. She was quite sentimental and felt that keeping this hidden was too cruel to the students. The top 100 would be forced to go outside the city to clear out mutated beasts, forcing them to grow rapidly under the pressure of death. Not to mention the senior students, almost all of whom had to go, as they were at least second rank and the true backbone of the force. The secretary behind her nodded, held up a tablet and said, "The freshman tournament scheduled for half a month from now has been changed to start right now. You are going to enter the large-scale dungeon for levels 20 to 30, the Rift Canyon. This freshman tournament will determine your future resource allocation, with the top 100 ranked students receiving 5,000,000 rewards." As soon as she finished the announcement, the dungeon gate slowly opened, and a chilling aura surged out, sweeping across the entire area. Some people's legs went weak, and their lips trembled slightly. Are you joking? I haven't even finished my first rank up yet. How are we supposed to fight this? Strength lies in numbers. Let's form a full team. Chen Lin stood calmly in an inconspicuous corner waiting, while Luo Xuan jogged over with a girl who had short gray hair and gray eyes, Brother Lin. Chen Lin glanced at them and pointed to the girl, asking, "Who is this?" "My younger sister, Luo Ning." Chen Lin paused. "Are you trying to bring your sister along to ride on my coattails?" Hello. Seeing Chen Lin point at her, Luo Ning timidly hid behind her brother, her voice barely a whisper. Seeing how shy and timid she was, Chen Lin smiled. Since Luo Xuan had blocked fatal attacks from a blade demon for him over a dozen times in the previous disaster dungeon, helping them level up a bit was no problem. I have to state clearly, if you join my team, the ranking will be very high, which means there will be dangerous mandatory activities later on. Luo Xuan scratched his head. It's fine. As shield warriors, we have to be in danger no matter what, unless we have a big boss covering us. Makes sense. Noticing that Chen Lin was teaming up with others, and two useless ones at that, which was clearly just adding dead weight to himself, the cold man frowned slightly. Before entering the dungeon, he said coldly, "Don't lose too miserably, Chen Lin." Feng Yi smiled faintly. "Chen Lin, I'll be heading in first." Soon, many students began to shift their focus and trigger the dungeon portal. It was clear that the vast majority had chosen to enter solo. This is a top-tier academy that gathers geniuses from across the country. It's no surprise to see such a scene. Chen Lin didn't dally either. A white light enveloped the three of them, and they vanished from the spot instantly. Before long, once all the students had entered the dungeon, an instructor waved a hand to cast a water screen projection. A massive water screen appeared instantly, cycling through over 100 feeds every few seconds to ensure all students could be observed. However, about a dozen of the screens never cycled once. These were the top geniuses recruited this year, each ranked first in their respective cities, with college entrance exam scores of no less than 15,000. Yang Wuye's gaze was sharp, and she found Chen Lin even faster than Jifei did. Why is he bringing two people along? What's the point? She immediately scanned the students' registration information. They were far from strong, completely mediocre. While a score of 2,000 might count as excellent at a city level, it was only the bare minimum standard for a top-tier academy. Teaming up affects the weighting of the score, and someone at Chen Lin's level doesn't need teammates at all. He even saddled himself with two burdens. Does he think he's invincible just because he got top marks in the province? He's indeed a bit arrogant. This is a competition against the top geniuses from several provinces, not the college entrance exam. I don't think Chen Lin will even make the top 5 in the freshman tournament. It's just impatience. It's hard to achieve anything great with that mindset. Seeing this, many instructors frowned and began to point out the issues with criticism. Soon, they shifted their focus to the other two top scholars. They saw a black spear over a meter long, wreathed in dark red lightning, sweeping through the monster swarm like an angry dragon, blasting everything in its path to pieces. Bang! The black spear thrust forward, blowing up an entire row of monsters. The girl lunged forward, grabbed the black spear, and swung it repeatedly. A continuous series of roars erupted instantly. The instructors nodded in satisfaction as they watched. Such a violent combat style. I think she's a better fit for your guidance. Stop obsessing over Chen Lin, Jiang Wuye said. Jifei shook her head. I specialize in halberds. But Chen Lin uses a sword. That's even less of a match. It could be a halberd too, she said with a smirk. Jiang Wuye was completely bewildered, having no idea what she meant. The Riven Canyon spans hundreds of kilometers with countless tunnels, like a massive labyrinth. The monsters living here have short life cycles and reproduce rapidly, resulting in their massive numbers. No sooner had the trio entered than roars echoed from ahead. Luo Xuan didn't hesitate. He immediately raised his great shield and used his taunt skill. Countless monsters emerged from the shadows, their eyes glowing red as they charged at him. Luo Ning felt a surge of tension and immediately unleashed all her buffs. At the same time, her gray eyes began to glow, and the monsters momentarily froze as the colors around them were stripped away into a gray domain. It was the perfect time to test his current strength. Chen Lin focused his intent, and instantly, a silver butterfly appeared alongside a white flash. It fluttered around Chen Lin a few times before landing softly on his finger. Suddenly, brilliant silver light surged, and within a few steps, Chen Lin was clad in silver battle armor, the heavenly authority sword staff appearing in his right hand. Swish! Switching to sword mode, Chen Lin tossed the staff to Luo Ning, drew his silver combat blade from his back, and stomped on the ground, instantly appearing in front of the monsters tens of meters away. Close quarters. A skill that should have been used to save his life was now being used as a gap closer. Sweet! The sword swung out, slicing through the bodies of several monsters as smoothly as if cutting through tofu. Without slowing down, he turned into a blur, killing his way through in the blink of an eye. Most of the monsters fell to the ground in shock, blood spraying everywhere before they even realized what had happened. Seeing this, Luo Xuan shouted excitedly, "They're exploding, Brother Lin!" He only needed to lure all the monsters over, and before he even had to tank any damage, Chen Lin had finished them all off. He was finally experiencing the joy of a support player who had latched onto a powerhouse. No wonder the school instructors always emphasized that if you specialize in Shield Warrior, don't hesitate. If you see a top-tier carry, you lick their boots if you have to. Just do exactly what they say and provide them with protection, and that's all there is to it. Luo Ning exhaled a sigh of relief. Her brother had suddenly used his taunt and lured a crowd of monsters, which had scared her half to death. Outside, the instructors witnessing this scene were stunned. With that kind of speed and damage, isn't he almost on par with a melee hidden class? But the problem is, isn't he supposed to be a summoner? Something's not right. These stats are very wrong. Even if Chen Lin performed perfectly during his first advancement, he shouldn't have this kind of melee capability. Indeed, there are plenty of summoners across the country, but never has one been so powerful in their own right. Many instructors frowned in deep thought. Then, an instructor recalled something and said, "I think it might be because of that silver butterfly. It's Chen Lin's second summon." Hearing this, they all wore expressions of disbelief. A summon that can turn into a weapon? There's never been one like that. A new breed? Even the highly experienced Academy president was slightly surprised. Turning to see Jifei curling the corner of her mouth in pride, she shook her head and spoke. "There are over a dozen people whose scores currently exceed Chen Lin's. Team play yields fewer points. If this continues, I'm afraid this top scholar will be mocked for being unworthy of his title. Chen Lin is your future son-in-law. What good does it do you if he loses face?" Jifei asked with her hands on her hips. No sooner had she said that than she received a slap to the back of her head. The Academy president's brow was twitching. "You're at your age and still have no sense of shame? How can you even think of a kid like that?" "Mom, haven't you heard the old saying, a small person pushing a big cart?" Hearing this, the Academy president's mouth twitched. Even if she didn't understand the implication, she knew her daughter's character all too well. It definitely wasn't anything good.
Chen Lin stomped down with sudden force, and the flesh and blood of the monster beneath his feet exploded instantly under the weight of 10,000 pounds, splattering everywhere. By now, his silver battle armor was drenched in blood, looking absolutely terrifying. Chen Lin pondered for a moment, gaining a rough understanding of his own strength. He could kill these level 20 monsters with a single strike, placing him at the peak of the second rank. Even against a third rank, he could remain unharmed even if he could not win. After carefully sensing this colorless domain, Chen Lin was surprised to find himself gripped by an urge to just stop moving. Or even to end it all. Countless negative emotions flooded his mind, trying to crush his will. If they succeeded, Chen Lin would undoubtedly be driven to take his own life. However, he could easily suppress them, rendering them completely ineffective. Glancing at the recorder, he saw they had only earned 120 points, which was clearly too slow. He was aiming for first place to secure priority access to the Academy's resources. Both Silver Butterfly and Black Nether needed massive amounts of resources to grow stronger. With this in mind, Chen Lin focused his intent. In a flash of white light, a 24-meter-tall, massive, pitch-black, ferocious demon wolf slowly manifested. Ow! The roar shook the surroundings, echoing through the 1,000-meter canyon and traveling even further in the lingering vibrations. It caught Luo Ning by surprise. Seeing Black Nether for the first time, she shrank back in fear and hid behind Chen Lin. She felt that in front of this giant beast, her brother would also be swallowed in one bite. "Black Nether, use all your power and kill every single monster." "As you command, my master," Black Nether responded mentally. A shivering, violent aura suddenly erupted from its body, and it instantly grew to over 100 meters. Pitch-black flames surged to cover it completely, making it look like a demonic beast of destruction, its presence truly terrifying. Choosing a direction leading into the depths of the canyon, Black Nether charged forward, vanishing from sight in an instant. Not long after, Chen Lin's wrist recorder began chiming constantly with point notifications, the numbers rising rapidly and continuously. Black Nether's base combat strength was currently at the 3rd rank level, and in its giant form, it could even go head-to-head with the 4th rank. Letting it sweep through the area without restraint was far more efficient than traveling with the 3 of them. "Let us go too." Chen Lin headed down another path, planning to farm points on both fronts. And in just 2 minutes, Black Nether had covered over 10 kilometers. Every monster in its path was swallowed by the black flames, burned to death, and turned into ribbons of dark fire that flew back into its body. Its size was slowly increasing, at a pace visible only to the keenest eye. Meanwhile, in the distance, 5 first-rank students were struggling to fend off a dozen giant spiders. "Warriors, do not be afraid," the beautiful priestess commanded anxiously. "Get back in there and stop retreating, I will keep you healed." She felt a wave of regret. When they were forming the party, they had all claimed to be incredibly powerful and sure that they could easily secure a good ranking in the freshman tournament with her. But after getting inside, she realized they were more incompetent than the last. They could not even defeat the weakest monsters in the dungeon. Suddenly, the priestess felt the ground shake, followed by a wave of intense heat. With a look of horror, she stared toward the source. Boom! A terrifying giant wolf, over 100 meters tall and wreathed in black flames, charged toward them. Large boulders blocking its path were smashed to pieces, and several monsters heading toward them were instantly incinerated in the black flames. Boom, the scorching temperature flushed the beautiful priest's face. The giant black wolf, charging at lightning speed, kicked up a powerful gale in just a second, blowing her robes up into the air. Terrifying pitch-black flames enveloped the giant spiders, incinerating them instantly without even letting them scream. In a mere moment, the corpses were reduced to ashes. Leaving behind scorched earth, the pitch-black flames that had finished their meal instantly flew toward the now distancing giant black wolf. Watching this scene, all 5 of them were too shocked to speak, standing frozen in place. So strong, the beautiful priest muttered to herself, her gaze slightly dazed. And the young girl leaped high into the air, brandishing the dark red thunder dragon she had condensed, and descended upon the countless monsters below. Boom! The moment the ground took the heavy hit, it cracked for 100 meters, and dark red lightning exploded and raged, annihilating all the monsters. Standing at the center of the shattered ground, the girl kicked her black spear up, caught it in her hand, and wore an expression of wanting more. These pieces of trash, they cannot even take a hit. Seeing her older sister having another episode, Luo Lan looked helpless. I should not have agreed to let her learn the scorching will. The side effects of this Tier 7 skill are just too much. Even though her strength has increased significantly, her personality has completely twisted. Luo Hongying was originally just a bit combative, but now she has become pathological. Thinking of this, Luo Lan could not help but worry. Will her sister turn into a domestic abuser in the future? Just as her thoughts drifted, she suddenly felt her feet tremble slightly, and an unsettling aura accompanied by intense heat surged toward her. What is go? Before she could react, she saw Luo Hongying's expression grow solemn as she suddenly stepped forward. Her burning gaze erupted with fighting spirit, and violent dark red lightning instantly surged forth, wrapping around her black spear. Looking at the charging black flame wolf, just meeting those slit pupils made her mind tremble, and fear began to spread. However, a moment later, the corners of Luo Hongying's mouth curved into a smile, and a look of madness appeared on her beautiful face. Haha, now this is interesting. Seeing her fearless sister rush forward, Luo Lan fell into her routine, quickly casting several power buffs and protective spells. Under these blessings, her combat power doubled, reaching a higher level. Luo Hongying was already a top genius capable of fighting enemies several levels higher, and now she was even more heaven-defying. Even a third-turn boss would be a challenge she could take on. A 12-meter-long dark red thunder dragon condensed from the black spear, faintly letting out a roar that shook the air. Boom! When the two sides collided, the immense power instantly kicked up a blast wave that surged in all directions. Looking at the giant black wolf that shimmered with golden light and remained unscathed, Luo Hongying froze, the fighting spirit in her eyes vanishing, replaced by pure disbelief. This attack already possessed the power of a third turn. How could it be completely unaffected? Hai Ming looked coldly at the human, who had attacked it for no reason, and struck out with its claws instantly. Crack! Under a terrifying force of 840, 3 layers of protective barriers shattered one by one, shocking Luo Hongying into hurriedly holding up her black spear to block. Bang! Her figure was instantly sent flying, crashing dozens of meters away with the black spear thrust into the ground beside her. Luo Lan's expression changed drastically. With a thought and her hands pressed together, a holy phantom of dozens of meters slowly appeared. Its indifferent face was perfect, with 3 pairs of white wings on its back and golden patterns flashing between its brows. Here, the 6th Saint Guardian Angel, descend. SS-level talent, Angel's Favor. A golden light screen rose instantly, enveloping them both. Luo Lan felt her spiritual power draining rapidly like a bucket with a large hole. She immediately spoke, "Sister, retreat quickly." Before she could finish, Hai Ming, walking toward them, raised its claws as black light emerged. It instantly tore the golden light screen to shreds. It glanced coldly at the two, then walked right past them, ignoring them completely. Seeing this, Luo Lan was stunned. Luo Hongying, who had struggled to her feet, clutched her aching chest, also stunned. At this moment, there was silence outside. All the instructors, including the principal and many senior students who had come to gauge the caliber of this year's newcomers, were speechless. You could hear a pin drop in the arena. Is this really the kind of strength a summoner who just changed classes a few days ago should have? Hearing this, everyone finally reacted and gasped in shock. Terrifying. This strength completely transcends the realm of a second turn. Are they human? Breathtaking, truly breathtaking. At first, seeing his summon, I was wondering, what the hell is that a size possible for someone under level 20? I would believe it if you said it was level 40. To obtain such a summon is to obtain the world. And seeing this combat power that defied common sense, a few words could not help but rise in everyone's minds. Invincible among peers, a monstrous talent of the current generation. These are titles only reserved for those who awaken SSS-level talents. Su Qingqing looked excited. She had come specifically to see Chen Lin. Girls, I have his student ID. I have him added as a friend. For real, send it over, let us see. Looking at concubine Jai, whose face was full of smugness, and whose smile was blooming like a flower. Jiang Huaiyu received 10,000 points of shock. Could she really have gambled and won on such a non-existent probability? Why? Why is this? Suddenly, a thought occurred to Jiang Huaiyu. Could she really be a genius? The Luo Hongying twins both possess SS-rank talents and hidden professions, making them top-tier geniuses in all of Great Xia. And yet, they were crushed so easily by Chen Lin's summoned creature. Jiang Huaiyu found it hard to believe. It seemed the only possible answer was that one. A top-tier summoned creature. Chen Lin's summoned creature possesses a talent above S-rank, and it is a growth type one at that. Its potential is almost on par with that monster, who awakened an SSS-rank talent. It looks like concubine Jai will not be punished. On the contrary, she will be rewarded. Chen Lin has the weight to enjoy the resources meant for two top scholars. Thinking back to what was said before, Jiang Huaiyu's expression was complex. Over the next 10 hours, Black Hades did not rest for a moment, traversing hundreds of kilometers of the canyon and killing tens of thousands of monsters. It even took down 3 third-tier bosses. Its body grew to 33 meters, and its attributes all increased by 27 points. The further one goes, the more energy is required to continue growing. However, once attributes reach 100, each additional point has a greater effect than before. This is a qualitative change in attributes. In real-world terms, it means its power has entered a new level. The acquisition rate of evolution points also slowed down. 10,000 monsters only provided 200 points, leaving another 1,300 until the next evolution. Chen Lin was not dissatisfied. After all, this was just the harvest of half a day, which is still quite terrifying. It is just slower compared to before. But the path ahead always gets harder to progress on. No one is an exception. Brother Lin, we leveled up 6 times. 6 whole levels, Luo Xuan exclaimed with excitement. It was his first time experiencing such an effortless level up. He did not put in any effort at all. The credit was entirely Chen Lin's. Before, whenever he leveled up, he had to walk on eggshells, carefully searching for weak mutated beasts in the wilderness with his parents. Luo Ning was also visibly happy, her gray eyes showing emotions other than nervousness and fear. Chen Lin smiled and checked the recorder. His points had already reached 34,000. He silently communicated with his thoughts, and the silver armor instantly vanished, turning into a silver disc flying above his shoulder. Not far away, Black Hades collapsed onto the ground, exhausted. It had killed its way through a full circle, all the way back to Chen Lin. 10 hours of high-intensity combat left it completely drained, its limbs unable to hold its weight. If not for its high constitution attribute, which enhanced its endurance, it would never have been able to sustain the burden of giant form for so long. Brother Lin, is it okay? Luo Xuan looked at Black Hades, feeling it was a bit cruel. Chen Lin shook his head and cast a restoration spell. It is no big deal. Soon, the dungeon time limit expired, and white light enveloped the 3 of them, teleporting them back to Yunk Square. Countless gazes, some filled with awe and others with heat, turned toward them, but Chen Lin remained calm. Around them, many students looked bedraggled, especially the cold-looking man, who slammed the ground in humiliation. Despite going all out, he was seriously injured by a random swipe from a giant black wolf. That strike not only sent him flying, but also shattered his arrogance into smoke and dust. All right, I will now announce the point rankings for all students. The dean's secretary shouted, operating some controls, and projected a holographic screen into the air. First place, Chen Lin, with 34,500 points. Hearing this, all the new students looked over with envy. The cold-looking man widened his eyes, completely unable to accept it. He immediately looked at the holographic screen and saw Chen Lin's points in first place, leading by a huge margin. Below him, there was a cliff-like drop. Second place was Feng Yi with only 13,000 points. This is impossible. The cold-looking man could not believe it, assuming there was a problem with the rankings. It was not just him. Many others also found it inconceivable. It is one thing for Chen Lin's points to be ridiculously high, but why were everyone else's, including the two top scholars, so low? Seeming to notice the confusion, the secretary explained. The giant black wolf you encountered is Chen Lin's summoned creature. Many people were severely injured in one hit when they tried to stop it, which delayed them for too long, leading to such a significant discrepancy. Upon hearing this, all eyes turned to Chen Lin in shock once more. Since Black Hades had essentially cleared the entire canyon, most people had crossed paths with it. However, far from stopping it, they had not even dared to move. Only some top geniuses, confident in their own strength, had tried to block and slay it as if it were a boss. And then, undoubtedly, they were sent crashing to the ground with a single swipe. A dozen students gritted their teeth as they looked at Chen Lin. They were the victims. Feng Yi looked stunned. Even he himself had serious doubts about this ranking. There were at least 3 people on the field who were definitely stronger than him, so there was no way he should have taken second place. His own estimate was that he would only make it into the top 10. For a moment, Feng Yi felt that only Chen Lin and he were truly competing seriously, while everyone else was just acting. Thinking of this possibility, his hands and feet suddenly felt cold and somewhat numb. Fortunately, after hearing the explanation, Feng Yi immediately understood the reason. He had naturally encountered the giant black wolf as well, but between a genius is pride and the danger, he decisively chose the former and turned to run. Therefore, he was lucky enough to escape unscathed and could continue farming points. Thinking of this, Feng Yi's gaze toward Chen Lin could not help but carry a sense of gratitude. Bro, you are amazing. You took out all his competitors. Seeing her sister staring at Chen Lin unreservedly, Luo Lan hurriedly persuaded her. Sister, it was our fault for taking action without understanding the situation. We cannot blame him. I know. Luo Yunying nodded and withdrew her gaze. Seeing this, Luo Lan breathed a sigh of relief. She did not want to make an enemy of someone over a small misunderstanding, especially since he was such a freak. With just a single swipe, that summon tore her guardian angel phantom to shreds. It left a deep shadow in Luo Lan's heart. On the platform, the Academy President's secretary spoke. The freshman competition ends here, and the rankings on the board will determine your class assignments for tomorrow. The credit rewards will be deposited into your student accounts before 9 o'clock. You are dismissed. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately headed toward the cafeteria and dorms in small groups. After fighting for a full 10 hours, they all felt exhausted. Many injured lone wolf students were treated by the senior priestesses. Su Qingqing trotted over and smiled. Junior Chen Lin, let me take you to the cafeteria, or how about my dorm? My cooking is great. Forget it, I have friends. Chen Lin shook his head. Su Qingqing was not disappointed upon seeing this. She had not expected Chen Lin to agree anyway. Then let us go to the cafeteria. Our Skylark Academy has great food, all mutated beast meat, plenty to fill you up. I will come too, Feng Yi hurried over. Since they were in the same dorm, Chen Lin thought about it and did not refuse. And an hour later, having eaten and drunk his fill, he returned to the detached suite. Seeing Chen Lin push the door open and enter, the cold man looked a bit unnatural. He struggled for a moment, took a deep breath, and said, "Some of your things arrived earlier. They said it was the second batch of material resources. Since you were not here, I moved them to your room." Chen Lin was stunned, then smiled, "All right, thank you." The cold man looked away and whispered, "You are welcome." "Ha ha ha, Li Jingfeng, you look so funny like that." Suddenly jumping out from behind Chen Lin, Feng Yi could not stop mocking him. Veins popped up on Li Jingfeng's face. He mentally reached into his ring and took out a 2-meter-long blade. Originally, he had intended to change his past behavior. But watching Feng Yi keep laughing nonstop, he felt he would not have peace of mind unless he took a swing. Chen Lin quietly stepped aside and headed straight for his room on the second floor. "Oh my God, Chen Lin, do not leave, save me, save me." After a pig-like shriek, the living room fell silent. In his room, Chen Lin opened the large black box. This time, the quantity of rare gold stones was even greater than the first batch. It seems the Academy has mobilized almost everything it could. Every piece of armor and weapon would see a significant upgrade just by incorporating a single rare gold stone. If handed over to a blacksmith, just a few pieces would be enough to craft top-tier equipment. Looking at it this way, raising the silver disc is truly a money pit. However, the pros outweigh the cons. As long as the silver disc absorbs enough gold stones, not even the dark abyss can break its hardness. There is also a chance to gain various traits. By then, Chen Lin will not just be invincible in defense, his combat power will also be terrifying. He does not intend to be a powerless summoner, as such a weakness is far too obvious. Once targeted, there are many methods that could easily kill him. Chen Lin had read some experience logs. All summoners who reached the 5th rank and above would change their fighting style on the front lines, hiding in the back and directly commanding their summons to kill. They would not dare to show their faces at all. There was once a 7th rank summoner who, during a chaotic battle, was insta-killed by a level 50 alien using an underhanded tactic. Therefore, cultivating the silver disc as protective armor is essential. Otherwise, when facing various aliens in the future, Chen Lin would be forced to play the coward. After more than 10 minutes, the metal and stone were completely fused by the silver disc. Its hardness now was such that even damage within the 3rd turn category could not penetrate it. Furthermore, its weight had reached a full 13 tons. With the mutual amplification of power, a single punch could shatter the ground. On top of that, it gained another layer of sharpness. With these effects overlapping, 1 + 1 is undoubtedly greater than 2, taking its lethality to a whole new level. All in all, Chen Lin was very satisfied with this improvement. It was at this moment that a notification arrived on his specialized desk terminal, confirming that his reward of 50,000 credits for being a top freshman had been deposited. After a moment of thought, he decided against continuing to purchase rare metals and stones. He could not just keep draining the Yunk Academy dry. After all, every student needed rare metals and stones, and the amount they had allocated to him was already the limit. Although, given the potential he had shown, the Academy would still prioritize him if he really needed them. But to monopolize them like that would be asking too much, and it would not be fair to the other students. In his past life, he lived a secluded life, and that lonely environment made Chen Lin considerate of others in everything he did. After thinking it over, he opened the item list, where various treasures and natural resources caught his eye. For instance, there was the Hercules fruit that could increase 5 points of attribute, though it was only effective for the first 2 times, as well as the Yuan Gang fruit that could enhance the hardness of any part of the body. Ever since the game bled into reality, the size of Blue Star had expanded hundreds of times over, and its terrain and mountains were no longer what they used to be. Most areas were beyond the reach of humanity. Now, their living space was being further compressed by mutated beasts, leaving behind vast forbidden zones that no one dared to enter. Beyond the defensive lines, alien races were also watching hungrily. The strongest among them refined planets outside of Blue Star into environments suitable for their own kind, constantly breeding and growing stronger. Then they kept sending combat forces to Blue Star, gradually occupying more territory and surrounding humanity from all sides. The reason for this was that Blue Star's resources were incredibly abundant, making them green with envy. They wanted it all for themselves. Chen Lin felt a sense of urgency. The number of mutated beasts was massive, and if they could not be contained, internal chaos would ensue. When that time came, the alien races would certainly not miss such an opportunity, and would surely launch a full-scale invasion with everything they had. He had to increase his strength before that happened, and do his part for humanity. Thinking of this, Chen Lin's gaze became resolute. He searched for a long time, selected dozens of fruit-based resources to purchase, and wiped out his entire credit balance. He set the delivery location to the training room. It was built specifically for students to hone their skills and test their power, and it was incredibly large and spacious. He arrived and did not have to wait long. The man in black from before drove over quickly and respectfully delivered the items to Chen Lin. Looking at the special black box in his hand, Chen Lin was a bit curious. Could it fit everything in such a small space? He randomly chose a training room to enter and shut the door behind him to block out any outside interference. He opened the special black box and found that it contained a space of 10 square meters, far exceeding the norm. It seemed to work on the same principle as a ring, using space expansion crystals crafted by a blacksmith. He dumped everything out and summoned Hai Ming. As long as it was organic matter, greedy gluttony could convert it into energy. After communicating through his thoughts, Hai Ming nodded in understanding, pulled out pitch-black flames, and swallowed the resources like a gaping abyss. Chen Lin was somewhat surprised. He had not expected Hai Ming's control over its flames to have reached such a meticulous degree. Soon, he felt waves of heat surging up, strengthening his entire body, feeling incredibly comfortable. Hai Ming's size also increased little by little. A few minutes later, it reached 40 meters, touching the ceiling of the training room. Strength 254 to 275. Physique 267 to 288. Agility 260 to 281. Magic power 238 to 259. After reaching the intermediate summon level, the attributes Hai Ming gained from leveling up doubled. The Rift Canyon leveled up 6 times, gaining a total of 60 attribute points. Having all attributes exceed 250 points at the second turn was something even top-tier summons could not achieve under normal circumstances. With its giant form, it could sweep through everything, an invincible existence among its peers. Hai Ming's advantage lay in its ridiculously high stats. It could directly crush anything even slightly weaker than itself with terrifying dominance. That is why even top geniuses were like ants before it, vulnerable and weak. They had to rely on all sorts of skills and ultimate moves to fight against those several levels above them. However, for Hai Ming, its normal attack was its ultimate move. In its normal state, it was invincible among its peers, and in its burst form, it could jump an entire major rank to crush its enemies. The pressure it exerted was overwhelming. Chen Lin moved his thoughts and glanced at the attribute bar on his personal interface. Attributes: Strength 138, Physique 107, Agility 109, Spirit 194. After his class promoted to Summoner Swordmaster, he gained an extra 5 points of strength every time he leveled up. It could be said that he had completely ruined the standard Summoner class. He had transformed from a fragile character who only added points to Spirit and needed to hide in the back into an offensive class. The next day, Chen Lin was woken up by a mass notification about the class start time. He finished washing up quietly, and as soon as he went downstairs, he saw the 3 of them waiting for him. Today is the official first day of school, and you still managed to get up this late. Feng Yi cried out while clutching his aching right arm. I am just used to it. Chen Lin gave a faint smile. Why do not you go find a healer to get that fixed? Li Zhengfeng, standing to the side, said coldly, if he dares to go, I would not mind slashing him again. Upon hearing this, Feng Yi trembled and looked at Chen Lin for help. Chen Lin ignored him and asked, which class were you assigned to? All in class 1, you should be 2, right? Cao Yang asked. Chen Lin nodded, then let us head over together. The 4 of them had not gone far before they met Luo Xuan, who was waiting on the path, with Luo Ning following close behind him. Today, she was wearing a pure white top with a bow ribbon hanging over her chest, paired with a short skirt. Her oval face looked a bit shy, making her appear delicate and cute. Her gray eyes shifted about, as if she were extremely nervous. Feng Yi suddenly felt that his hand did not hurt anymore. He tossed his hair and straightened up, looking unusually serious. Li Zhengfeng looked at him with utter disdain. Are you 2 in class 1 as well? Chen Lin asked. Both of them nodded repeatedly. Luo Xuan looked relieved, as if he had been worrying a lot last night. Hee, it is great to be in the same class as Brother Lin. The dormitory area was not far from the classrooms. After walking for a few minutes, the 6 of them quickly found their designated class. As soon as they walked in, many people turned to look at them. Even now, they were still quite shocked. Taking down all the top dozen freshmen with just a single summoned creature was an achievement that had never been seen before. Chen Lin did not care at all and casually found a seat in the back row by the window. The other 5 followed and sat nearby. As the students arrived one after another, a pair of stunningly beautiful twins entered the room and looked around for a moment. After spotting Chen Lin, Luo Yunying pulled her younger sister over and sat down right in front of him. They attracted many gazes along the way, as they were both powerful and ranked 3rd among the freshmen. It was said that many upperclassmen were trying every possible way to find out their interests, hoping to get a head start. Because of this, their fame continued to grow. Seeing this, Feng Yi's eyes were filled with envy. Chen Lin really has so much charm. If they had not taken the seats next to him, Would not he be sitting here with a girl on each side? After this brief interlude, the tall and exquisitely featured Jai Fei walked into the classroom. She scanned everyone present and said, "My name is Jai Fei, your new homeroom teacher. Of course, if you have any issues, try not to bother me. I cannot be bothered to deal with them." Then she pointed at Chen Lin. "You are the strongest, so you will be the class monitor. You are responsible for solving their problems. Ask me only if you do not know what to do." Chen Lin was stunned. Is she really being this casual? He quickly looked troubled and said, "I refuse." After all, becoming class monitor meant taking on responsibility, and he did not like dealing with trivial matters. Luo Yunying glanced at Chen Lin, stood up, and said, "I will be the class monitor, Teacher Jai." "Fine, you are the one then." Jai Fei looked at her and nodded indifferently. No one had any objections to this. Apart from Chen Lin, she was the strongest in the class. As for Feng Yi, the second-place ranker, everyone knew his position was somewhat inflated. Jai Fei straightened her expression and spoke in a serious tone. "You are all geniuses from your respective provinces. You worked hard to get into this academy, presumably for better resources and stable growth in dungeons. But unfortunately, the situation has changed drastically. Through decades of planning, the alien races have gained an increasing advantage. Our front lines are in a state of extreme peril. Perhaps before long, they will launch a full-scale offensive and break through our defenses in one go." Upon hearing this, everyone's expressions turned to one of disbelief. Society was clearly running in an orderly fashion, and there were even plenty of entertainment industries flourishing. The media also claimed that the situation was improving and that life was safe. There were never any negative reports online. Everything appeared calm and secure. Yet now, she suddenly tells them that a catastrophe is imminent. Seeing their shock and confusion, Jai Fei said slowly, "Do not you find it strange that you rarely see powerhouses above the 5th rank in society? Even the military guarding a whole province only has 4th rankers at its strongest." Hearing this, the group thought back and realized it did seem to be the case. Logically speaking, mid-tier combat power like the 5th rank, even for ordinary classes, should be achievable with 10+ years of grinding dungeons and leveling up. Even if it is not common, it should not be so rare that you would struggle to find a single one online or in daily life. Suddenly, a terrifying speculation began to form in their minds. Graduates from top academies are at least 4th rank or higher. Most of them have gone to the front lines without hesitation, and it is because of them that we have peace in the rear. A long silence fell over the classroom. Due to the information online, many people believed that it was simply a lack of dungeon resources or personal potential holding people back from advancing. Of course, those whose parents were 5th or 6th rank, powerhouses were already aware of the situation. But naturally, all nations prohibited the spread of such panic-inducing news. This resulted in many people from common backgrounds having no idea about these events. What is more urgent is that the scale of mutated beasts is growing. If we do not suppress them now, once they launch an assault like they did a few years ago, the front lines will be forced to pull back a large number of powerhouses. At that point, there is no doubt that the alien races will capitalize on the situation and launch an early full-scale invasion. So, Jai Fei looked at all the students. The time has come for us to step up. The national mandate is for all academies to send their most promising talents to military bases to help cull the population of mutated beasts. Of course, those who reach the 1st rank may also apply to go. Now, those who volunteer to go to the military base for the beast culling operation, stand up. As soon as the words fell, the classroom was filled with the sound of chairs being pushed back. In the back row, Chen Lin and the other 3 stood up in unison. They had already learned about it from Cao Yang beforehand, so they naturally did not hesitate. Seeing this, Luo Xuan immediately stood up as well, followed by Luo Ning. He suddenly recalled what Chen Lin had said earlier and understood what it meant. However, both of them trusted Chen Lin unconditionally. In the front row, Luo Yunying and Luo Lan also stood up immediately. Luo Lan felt a bit helpless. She knew her sister would definitely choose to go, which had been the silent understanding between the 2 sisters for over a decade. After a moment of struggle, some others stood up, their gazes turning firm. Battling mutated beasts was inevitable sooner or later. This was just happening a little earlier. Gradually, only half of the class remained seated, their expressions tangled in hesitation. Outside the city, that is a place with a very high death rate, unlike dungeons where you can just exit. It would be fine if they were fully prepared, but for now, they did not have much confidence. Seeing this, Jai Fei curled the corner of her mouth. Having half the people volunteer was already beyond her expectations. All right, everyone set off, heading to the military base. A chubby student who was still seated widened his eyes. Wait, we have to go too. That is right. Everyone in this class is among the top 100 freshmen, considered elite seeds of the academy, so naturally, you have to go. The reason I did not say so until now is that the military intends to select the volunteers for special priority. It is not that Jai Fei was playing games on purpose. The chubby student looked terrified. Can I choose not to go? He had experienced the horror of nearly dying in the Rift Canyon once, and he never wanted to feel that way again. Jai Fei was expressionless. If we are not willing to go, should we let those lifestyle professionals or even ordinary civilians go instead? Hearing this, the students who were still sitting motionless fell silent. If you truly cannot muster the courage, there is a second option: withdraw from Skylark Academy. Half of the 20 or so people still hesitating stood up immediately. Jai Fei said nothing more to force them to go. Even among graduates who have gone through 4 years of training, there are still many who chose not to head to the front lines. Of course, doing so means they cannot kill mutated beasts outside the city without the dungeons to level up in, so their growth comes to a halt. Let us go. Jai Fei led the group towards the exit of Skylark Academy. At this moment, dozens of heavy military transport trucks were parked in front of the school gate, with soldiers waiting solemnly. It was not just their class. Many seniors were already boarding the trucks. A soldier trotted over and saluted, "Captain Jai." Feng Yi followed behind, somewhat surprised. "Mentor Jai, you have a rank." Jai Fei nodded and explained, "Before becoming a mentor, I spent my time helping out at the military base killing mutated beasts." "Enough, get on the trucks." "Yes," everyone shouted in unison. As all the students boarded the transport trucks, the once bustling Skylark Academy became incredibly empty. Watching the engines roar and the vehicles move further away, the dean sighed with a worried expression. This time, it was not just the students. Even the teachers were all going together. The situation is dire. If we cannot significantly reduce the number of mutated beasts early on to stop them from rioting, humanity will collapse from within. Facing life and death for real, I hope they can all survive. The secretary gently comforted, "They will." Heavy military transport trucks rolled down the road one after another, heading toward the outskirts of the city. Many ordinary people on the road cast suspicious and curious looks, with no shortage of those pulling out their phones to take photos and post them on social media. What happened? That direction. It looks like it is coming from Lark Academy, does not it? And inside the transport truck, a light flickered on, illuminating the young men and women who had just graduated from high school. Jai Fei glanced at some documents and said, "The place we are heading to is Hengshan Military Base, 900 kilometers away from Zhongshan City." Right in front of them lies the Bailayan mountain range, which spans several thousand kilometers in diameter. According to Apocalypse Detection, the outer perimeter alone contains tens of thousands of level 10 to 30 mutated beasts. If you go deeper, it is the territory of level 40 to 50 mutated beasts, which are also beyond counting. These are not targets you can handle right now. You only need to focus on clearing out the perimeter. All the students gasped. How could they possibly kill such a massive number of enemies? Feng Yi asked skeptically, "Cannot we use annihilation weapons? Since all the beasts are clustered together, one shot would definitely wipe out a huge swathe." By combining numerous strange materials and professions, technology has advanced by leaps and bounds, even producing several types of annihilation weapons with power far exceeding nuclear warheads. It is said that a single blast can leave nothing behind for anyone below the 9th rank, with an incredibly vast range. Jai Fei shook her head. Most conventional weapons have been shipped to the front lines. As for annihilation weapons, their existence is meant to serve as a deterrent against alien races. The threat of holding them is far more effective than actually using them. If there were any other way, the higher-ups would not force students who have not even graduated yet to risk their lives fighting mutated beasts. If it were not for the support of massive amounts of conventional weaponry keeping casualties down, the front lines would have collapsed long ago. Humanity is facing over a dozen alien races, whose numbers dwarf ours by a factor of 10 or more. For a long time, The front lines have relied on technology to barely withstand the offensives, trading fewer lives for more enemy kills in every localized battle. However, for some unknown reason, their recent attacks have become much more fierce, constantly raiding the defensive lines from all directions, day and night. Therefore, the front lines are unable to assist with this cleaning operation. You must rely on yourselves. 8 or 9 hours later, the military trucks came to a stop. As the heavy steel doors opened on both sides, everyone stepped out one by one, and their visions suddenly opened up. In the distance stretched an endless mountain range, with the setting sun casting a bloody red glow over the forest. Several squads of soldiers in black tactical gear stood in formation, battle-ready, as if they had been waiting for their arrival. Besides them, students from academies in several neighboring cities were also arriving from other directions. However, compared to the students from Lark Academy, their numbers were very small, only a dozen or so. Salute! The soldiers stood in unison and offered a formal salute. This moved everyone present, and they could not help but shed their lazy attitudes. Then, a fourth-rank officer walked over to converse with Jai Fei and the other teachers. With nothing to do while waiting, Feng Yi observed his surroundings and whispered, "Most of them are lifestyle professions. Their attributes do not even increase when they level up, and there are some ordinary people who have not even gone through a job change. But their guns look so cool. The caliber is as thick as 2 fingers, you can tell they pack a punch. I wonder if they could blow me away." Chen Lin grew interested. "Do you want to try it out?" "Sure, Feng Yi, go borrow one and I will pull the trigger to execute you." Li Zhengfeng's eyes lit up. Watching them eagerly prepping for it, Feng Yi went silent. He was just making a casual joke. How did they all take it seriously? After the conversation, Instructor Jai walked over and said to the students in her class, "Everyone, follow me to the mission reception point." The group immediately followed closely behind her, looking around curiously as they walked. The entire military base was very spacious, with gun turrets set up all around, making for tight defenses. Many soldiers were busy moving supplies back and forth, seemingly preparing for the upcoming mutant beast clearing operation. Before long, the 30-plus students, along with numerous upperclassmen and people from other institutions, a crowd of hundreds, arrived at the mission reception point in a grand procession. Waitress soldiers handed out black smart wristbands to everyone one by one. Chen Lin found them somewhat familiar. They looked similar to the recorders used during the college entrance exam. However, these added mission and map functions, as well as a rescue request icon. With just a single tap, the military base would immediately be notified of the situation and send a rescue team. At the same time, others in the vicinity would also receive the alert and could rush over immediately. Overall, this feature could help reduce many casualties. Please enter your student ID. Just as it was put on, the smart wristband emitted an ethereal voice. Chen Lin gently tapped the enlarged numbers a dozen times, and the verification success message popped up shortly after. "Welcome, I am number 21, happy to serve you. For this mutant beast clearing operation, every student is required to accept and complete at least one mission today. You have not met today's quota yet. Please head to the mission reception point as soon as possible to accept and complete a task." Starting already. Chen Lin strode up to the screen displaying countless missions and took a quick scan. He directly ignored the difficult level missions that required 4th or 5th turn strength. Although his BLACK Chinese letter powers could reach a 4th turn level at full burst, that was just a rough estimate and not 100% accurate. If he were to run into an extraordinary level 40 mutant beast deep in the mountains, it would undoubtedly be dangerous. It was better to play it safe and pick a few normal missions requiring 3rd turn strength. The gap was not too wide. Suddenly, Chen Lin felt eyes on him. He turned around immediately to see Luo Xuan and Luo Ning following him from start to finish, looking at him with pitiful eyes. Both were support classes and needed to find a group, otherwise, they would struggle every step of the way in the wild. Chen Lin thought for a moment, shook his head and said, "The missions I am planning to take are too difficult for you two." Hearing this, Luo Xuan felt disappointed, but when he followed Chen Lin's finger to see the missions requiring 3rd turn strength, his eyes widened in shock. They certainly would not be able to help with missions of this level. Luo Xuan had not expected Chen Lin to dare accept such high-level missions as soon as they arrived outside the city, without even needing time to adapt. He could not help but remind him, "Brother Lin, You must be careful." Chen Lin nodded. "Although I cannot be with you guys, it seems like someone else is willing." He looked at Feng Yi, who was frantically signaling to him from the side with a look that spoke volumes, and gave a slight smile. What a great brother. Feng Yi was incredibly moved, shaking Chen Lin's right hand tightly, his gratitude almost spilling out of his eyes. Luo Xuan and Luo Ning did not hesitate to follow their elder brother's advice. The three of them quickly formed a team. Feng Yi then went to invite others. "Zhengfeng, the wild is extremely dangerous, and accidents can happen at any time. How about we look out for each other?" "Get lost." Li Zhengfeng gave him a look of disgust, picked his mission, and left with a female support student from their class. "Cao Yang Wei." Before he could finish, Cao Yang interrupted him directly. "You are a hidden class after all, do not be such a coward. Carrying 4 people should not be a problem. If nothing else, just hit the rescue button. If we are in the area, we will come to collect your corpse." And Feng Yi suddenly felt surrounded by malice that made it hard for him to breathe. Since he could not recruit his super powerful roommate, he had no choice but to find other, less reliable classmates. Before long, Chen Lin selected 3 missions: clearing out the violent black ape, the twin-toothed giant tiger, and the blood-scaled giant crocodile, all located 200 kilometers away. The 3 locations were relatively close to each other, forming a checkmark shape on the map, which could save a lot of travel time. The locations of all mutated beasts are tracked through carpet searches by micro-drones equipped with ocular lenses, which were modified by formation masters. Mutated beasts are territorial and generally do not wander too far from home, so it is unlikely for anyone to have a wasted trip. Besides, there are still thousands of micro-drones hovering all over the mountain range for surveillance. Equipped with ocular lenses, they have a visibility range of 5 kilometers and provide real-time updates on the movements of the beasts. For this cleanup operation, every military base has made thorough preparations to ensure students can hunt the mutated beasts more easily and safely. Naturally, their safety was also a primary consideration. Everyone going out on a mission can collect 3 high-explosive grenades and a high-powered pistol with 7 armor-piercing rounds. These are crafted from special materials, sufficient to injure mutated beasts around level 20. But whether or not they can actually hit their target is up to them. Chen Lin had 0 confidence in his marksmanship, but since a single punch from him was currently more powerful than an armor-piercing round, he simply took the 3 high-explosive grenades to satisfy his own curiosity. Seeing the young man turn and walk away alone, the female soldier at the station looked on with amazement. Taking on 3 consecutive missions that required at least 3rd-tier strength to be relatively safe, he must be quite capable, right? But he looks like he is just a freshman, does not he? In reality, even those sophomores and juniors who have reached level 30 are cautious and only dare to take on 2nd-tier missions first. Because once you are outside the city, if you run into a life-threatening situation, there is no way to abort. So everyone needs time to adapt. Level 16 only, and he is just a summoner. His combat power is not exactly outstanding. He will not get himself killed, will he? The female soldier's face filled with worry. And Chen Lin walked up to the armed vehicle, requested authorization from the soldier, hopped in, and started the engine, roaring off into the distance. He could not summon Hai Ming to travel. It needed to conserve its stamina to deal with that most powerful blood-scaled giant crocodile. More importantly, accidents happen all too easily outside the city. If they were suddenly swarmed by a group of beasts and Hai Ming fought until it was exhausted, both of them would be done for. 2 hours later, Chen Lin had driven over 100 kilometers along the bumpy, makeshift road. Along the way, several mutated beasts were attracted by the noise and lunged at him, but Chen Lin handled them by drifting skillfully to dodge before flooring the gas pedal, ignoring them entirely. Looking at the dark, dense, and towering mountain forest ahead, Chen Lin slammed on the brakes and stepped out of the armed vehicle, while 4 mutated beasts around level 10 were still in hot pursuit behind him. Desperate for reincarnation, are you? Chen Lin let out a soft sigh, and amidst a flash of silver, his battle armor formed over him. He shot out in an instant and shattered their bodies with a few quick punches. Then, he dug into their flesh and retrieved the red crystals. Silver Butterfly cannot turn into anything too large right now. That is why Chen Lin did not have it form a vehicle. Its current form as battle armor is already its limit. At this moment, his smart wristband emitted a sound. Do you need number 21 to activate illumination mode to guide your way forward? It has that feature too. Chen Lin immediately agreed. Suddenly, a bright white light projected from the edge of his wristband, illuminating the surrounding dozen meters. Undeterred by being alone, he charged straight into the dark forest. And in the command center, everyone's expressions were grave. Through a nearby microdrone, they immediately noticed that Chen Lin's route was problematic. Any further, and he will be in the zone for level 30 plus mutated beasts. Why has not he stopped yet? Check quickly to see what kind of missions they accepted. The middle-aged man in a major general's uniform said in a low voice. The woman in charge of the screen performed some quick operations and said in shock, kill the level 33 violent black ape, the level 36 twin-tusk giant tiger, and the level 39 blood-scaled giant crocodile. These are all missions requiring 3rd-tier strength, and the last one even nears 4th-tier difficulty. Are they crazy? Yang Xiao rubbed his temples, looking at the list of names sent by the various instructors, his mouth twitching uncontrollably. Is this the top freshman of Yunk Academy this year? He is only level 16. How did he dare to accept missions that are 2 full tiers above his own strength? Besides, mutated beasts, just like humans, have innate talents and are generally much fiercer than the monsters in dungeons. Everyone else is choosing targets weaker than their own strength. And he is doing the opposite, taking on beast missions with combat power over 20 levels higher than his own. It is simply suicide, but seeing him on the list of key targets to watch, Yang Xiao finally let his objection drop. Geniuses like him, who step forward even when they know the danger, generally will not betray humanity. Even if he is a bit stubborn, we cannot just ignore him. He immediately issued an order for 4 helicopter gunships to hover near Chen Lin. The moment they are in any danger, they are to begin rescue operations without waiting for them to call. Watching Chen Lin, clad in silver battle armor, rapidly moving through the mountains on the screen, Yang Xiao let out a long sigh. Compared to other bases, I am afraid our Hengduan base is going to be the one dragging the average down. Terrifying sounds could be heard from the distance every now and then. If Chen Lin went all out, he could cover the 20-odd kilometers in 10 minutes, but he needed to slow down slightly to guard against sudden ambushes from mutant beasts in the area. Suddenly, his smart wrist device buzzed with a notification. Attention, you have entered the habitat of the target, the raging black ape. Just a second after that voice rang out, a massive, hideous green snake lunged from the darkness, crashing through the bushes that blocked his view. Its body was a full 4 meters thick, and its length was dozens of meters long, with the tail nowhere in sight. It bared its sharp fangs and lunged ferociously toward Chen Lin. The terrifying, blood-red maw was large enough to swallow him whole. Chen Lin reacted instantly, grabbing its fangs with both hands. The powerful impact forced him back a few steps, but he exerted force abruptly. Crack! Under the power of his inhuman strength and the force of 13 tons of weight, the giant snake's fangs instantly split and then shattered. Hiss! The giant snake let out a painful roar. At that moment, 2 high-explosive grenades appeared out of nowhere. Chen Lin struck their heads together to arm them, shoved them precisely into its mouth, and pressed down hard on its upper jaw. Bang, bang! 2 terrifying explosions erupted in the snake's throat, blasting flesh and bone apart as scorched black smoke drifted out. However, a mutant beast near level 30 has high vitality, and with the giant snake's defensive talent, it still was not dead. Chen Lin stayed calm, his strikes relentless. Not giving it a moment to recover, he balled his fists and rained down blows. Hiss! The injured giant snake hissed in agony. Its cold, reptilian eyes showed fear, and realizing it could not win, it tried to flee. However, its body was simply too long. Chen Lin grabbed hold of it and slowly dragged it back. Hiss! The giant snake shrieked in terror, struggling madly. Its massive body shook the ground, but it was all in vain. Seeing Chen Lin's fists hammering toward its head again, its eyes filled with fear, and it resisted even more desperately. Boom! The snake's flesh exploded into a bloody mess, and its skull caved in and shattered. Yet Chen Lin still did not stop, raining down heavy blows until he felt the snake's struggles grow weaker, eventually falling completely still. He did not think it was enough. It was said that snakes could stay alive for a while even after decapitation, let alone a mutant beast. Chen Lin gripped the giant snake's lower jaw and tore it open by several meters with raw force. This brutal scene left the command center, watching clearly through a drone, in total silence. He is a total freak. He is only level 16, yet he can go head-to-head with a level 29 giant fierce python. The female officer exclaimed with her mouth agape. The others felt much the same, their eyes filled with disbelief. A 13-level gap, and he is still trampling it. What kind of monster is this? Yang Xiao looked down silently, reading Chen Lin's file over and over, completely unable to wrap his head around it. It clearly lists his profession as a summoner, and that is correct. But he simply could not believe it. This absurd combat strength is even higher than his own, and he was known as the most brutal melee brawler. Even when he was at that level, there was no way he could have stood against a giant fierce python and killed it so quickly. Suddenly, a roar echoed through the room via the screen, causing everyone's expressions to darken and tight. A 50-meter-tall ape, standing upright with bulging muscles and covered in thick black fur, leaped down from the hillside. Boom! The ground trembled violently, and the gale force it kicked up scattered countless leaves. It seemed to have been awakened by the commotion of the battle, and was now charging furiously toward Chen Lin, intent on eating the pest that disturbed it as a midnight snack. This is bad, it is the raging black ape. Wait, why is it at level 34? The female officer said in horror. Although Chen Lin's performance was impressive, mutant beasts undergo a transformation every 10 levels. Compared to the python, the raging black ape is much stronger. It could easily crush the giant fierce python and kill it with just a few punches. With an 18-level disadvantage, she did not think Chen Lin could possibly hold out, and her face showed clear worry. Yang Xiao shook his head, feeling pessimistic as well. Among all of humanity, very few could overcome such a massive gap in power. His hand was already on the radio. If the situation turned sour, he would immediately call in the 4 armed helicopters for support. Though it would not cause much damage, it could distract the raging black ape and buy enough time for Chen Lin to escape. On screen, after confirming the snake was dead, Chen Lin did not even have time to collect the loot before he suddenly looked up. He heard the cracking of trees struggling under pressure. A second later, a massive black shadow pounced from above, its face bloodthirsty and hideous. The black ape's palms slammed down as a giant fist, bringing a gale force wind that pressed down on Chen Lin with terrifying momentum. Chen Lin showed no fear, drawing his blade and slashing out. The immense weight and sharpness made the blow unstoppable. He cut through the gale and struck the ape's incredibly tough, leathery fist. Boom! A shockwave spread outward. The ground under Chen Lin's feet cracked, and his feet sank into the earth. However, he was completely unharmed. The silver disc blocked all the damage, he did not even feel the impact. Roar! The ape roared again, enraged that this tiny ant-like creature could block its attack. Its body suddenly bulked up, reaching a height of 70 meters, and then it swatted at Chen Lin just as one would swat a fly. It wanted to crush him into meat paste. Boom! A violent gale swept in all directions. Amidst the billowing dust and smoke, Chen Lin instantly appeared above the black ape's head, his combat blade slashing down fiercely. The terrifying strike flashed through the air like a streak of silver, slamming directly into the back of the ape's head. However, as it grew in size, not only did its strength increase, but its hide also became much tougher, similar to the effects of Hai Ming's giantization talent. Consequently, it only left a wound half a meter deep, which was not a serious injury for such a massive mutant beast. Roar! Feeling the pain, the black ape immediately swung its massive body around, its fists pounding madly at the disgusting little bug on the ground. Chen Lin nimbly dodged the falling shadows, dashed before it in a few steps, and slashed the same spot repeatedly with his blade. Roar! The black ape immediately lifted its foot and stomped down viciously. Boom! The ground shook violently, and dust surged in all directions. Chen Lin's figure had already darted away to a spot a dozen meters off, his eyes narrowing slightly. With his 13 tons of weight, sharpness, and 138 points of strength, it was still difficult to inflict a severe wound on this black ape. To kill it, even if he drew the heavenly sword to grind it down, it would take half a day. It seems his current combat power has reached its limit. Anything beyond this would just lead to him getting battered. Thinking of this, Chen Lin stopped stalling and prepared to play his trump card to end this. He still had 2 other missions to complete. A transparent sword, existing between reality and illusion, floated above his hand. It was over a meter long, and its blade was engraved with countless indecipherable white runes, mysterious and profound. Feeling his mental energy instantly drained, Chen Lin felt a sudden wave of dizziness. "For your first appearance, let me see what you can do." He slowly raised his hand. Suddenly, the hair on the black ape's body stood on end as it felt a shudder run through its brain, as if threatened by some invisible force. It is this ant-like creature. The black ape let out a furious roar, its eyes filled with cruelty as its massive body pounced instantly, intending to crush him and swallow him whole. At this moment, Chen Lin's hand swung down. The magic sword instantly slashed through the void, shattering the black ape's mind. Without any warning, its gargantuan body crashed to the ground right in front of Chen Lin. Boom! The violent wind instantly blew away the swirling dust, and the surrounding leaves rustled. Under the magic sword, even if its flesh was still alive, it was useless. Its mind had already been shattered and extinguished. The mental power of most mutant beasts is inherently fragile, with no defensive means, and coupled with Chen Lin's 194 points of mental power. An instant kill, simple and easy, Chen Lin retracted his sword. In the distance, inside the supporting military helicopter, several soldiers looked at each other. Did they even need to be here? The entire command center fell into a sudden silence. Everyone stared blankly at the screen, unable to even comprehend what had just happened. Yang Xiao pondered for a moment and immediately realized this must have been the result of a mental trauma attack. Such skills are extremely rare, and there are few effective defensive measures against them. It was a perfect counter to a mutant beast with a weak mind, allowing for an instant kill. What truly amazed him was Chen Lin's own terrifying combat power, that he could actually span an 18-level gap and go toe-to-toe with a rampaging black ape without a single scratch. The key is that this did not seem to be a burst of power, but his normal, sustained combat strength. That is the most terrifying part. Those monsters capable of leaping across a major tier to defeat enemies, without exception, rely on bursts or ultimate moves, not a constant state. While both can achieve a large combat gap, the difference between them is massive. If Chen Lin can maintain this level of performance, he would be capable of fighting 2 ranks above his own. Once he reaches the front lines, he will definitely become a nightmare for the alien races. Thinking this, a look of delight appeared on Yang Xiao's face. I must make sure this kid keeps growing. He cannot afford to run into any accidents halfway. Although the gap between levels becomes wider later on, making it harder to win against higher-level opponents, this kind of freakish advantage will inevitably diminish. But as long as Chen Lin can maintain his dominance as the best in his own rank, he is still a monster of a genius. Yang Xiao strode out of the command center, went to an inconspicuous small room, closed the door, activated multiple hidden barrier arrays, and then carefully took out a jade talisman. Brother Zhang, we have found a genius at the Hengshan military base. He is simply too powerful. I am currently severely injured, and I am afraid I cannot protect him. After waiting for about half an hour, there was a sound from the jade talisman. Speak clearly, just how strong is he? Yang Xiao thought for a moment. If the 2 of us were at his level, he would be able to pin our heads to the ground and hammer us. The jade talisman was silent for a moment. That is incredible. I do not think the entire human race could protect him. He will just be waiting to be assassinated by the alien races. Yang Xiao felt a bit helpless. He could suppress me with one hand, but it is hard to say when facing you, Brother Zhang. All right, I will discuss this with the other throne-level experts immediately. The voice from the jade talisman replied at once. Upon hearing this, Yang Xiao put away the jade talisman, silently returned to the command center, and said to himself, "Hope everything goes smoothly." Chen Lin stepped onto the giant snake's corpse, used his blade to cut open its skull to extract a bright red crystal, and then did the same for the black ape. Killing mutant beasts does not grant experience points directly like in a dungeon. One must collect and absorb the life crystals within their bodies. Seeing the notification appear, Chen Lin ignored it, moved his mind, and summoned the 40-meter-tall black abyss from thin air to consume the 2 mutant beast corpses. Soon, his evolution points increased by 0.2, which is still a very long way from the required 1,200. Consuming large amounts of fruit resources earlier did not provide any evolution points, which led Chen Lin to a hypothesis. Only by consuming living individuals can they be converted into evolution points. Although his gluttony talent is heaven-defying, it does not break the laws of physics. It is impossible to eat a rock and gain energy or evolution points from it. Chen Lin thought for a while, then took out the crystals he had in hand, along with the ones from the previous 4 mutant beasts, and tossed them all into the black flames. As the life crystals melted and were absorbed into the black abyss's body, his evolution points instantly increased by 10. As expected, Chen Lin's eyes lit up. This way, there is a fast method to obtain evolution points. Otherwise, he shuddered at the thought of having to slaughter billions of creatures just to evolve once. He could not imagine how long that would take. He opened the map, took a look, and said slowly, "Next target." A few minutes later, with a roar, a giant tiger over 30 meters long with long, sharp fangs lunged out. Before it could attack, the black abyss glared with its vertical pupils, and the sheer intimidation froze the tiger in its tracks. Immediately after, the ground shattered as the black abyss appeared instantly before the tiger, lashing out with its claws as terrifying black energy surged over them. Boom! Under the terrifying force of that blow, the giant tiger was sent flying, crashing through several towering trees due to the immense impact. 4 hideous gashes appeared on its face, bleeding profusely and exposing the bone. But before it could recover from the agony, the black abyss was already standing right in front of it again. This time, the black energy was coated in dark flames, and the terrifying aura it radiated left the tiger trembling in fear. Run! This thought consumed its entire brain. However, it could not match the black abyss in speed at all. It was soon caught and torn to pieces. In just a dozen seconds, the giant tiger was completely consumed by the black flames, leaving not even a white bone behind, just a pile of ash that was gently blown away by the wind. This brutal scene, viewed through the mini-drone by the command center, left everyone feeling terrified. The aura exuded by those vertical pupils made their blood run cold even through the screen, as if death were imminent. It was then that Yang Xiao suddenly remembered. Chen Lin really is a summoner. The combat power of his summoned creature is even more terrifying than he is. 2 monsters, Yang Xiao muttered with a bitter smile, feeling a sense of awe at the new generation surpassing the old. Suddenly, the female officer murmured, "Do you think he will actually be able to complete all 3 tasks?" Upon hearing this, everyone looked on with expressions of admiration. Haiming carried its master at high speed through the mountains and forests, a territory where mutated beasts above level 30 roamed. However, with its formidable presence, not a single mutated beast dared to approach. They only lurked in the shadows, watching silently as the giant black wolf moved away. Beside a lake hundreds of meters deep, a giant crocodile over 100 meters long, covered in blood-red scales, was resting with its eyes closed. Suddenly, it sensed something, snapped its blood-red vertical pupils open, and released a terrifying, savage aura. Roar! This roar was like a show of force, a warning to the intruder who had entered its territory. Haiming immediately bared its fangs, erupting with a terrifying and brutal aura that was even more daunting than the crocodile's. The next second, its body rapidly surged in size, soon growing to a height of 161 meters and a length of over 300 meters. Feeling invisibly suppressed, the crocodile charged in a rage, each step shaking the ground with a thunderous sound. Seeing this, Chen Lin immediately retreated several dozen meters away. Haiming was covered in black flames, its claws extended with a dark glow, while a ring of golden light gradually rose from its skin and fur, revealing an unshakable resolve. Roar! The giant crocodile opened its massive jaws, revealing rows of sharp teeth capable of easily snapping steel. However, as it bit down on the golden light, it could not close its mouth, causing a loud grinding sound. Haiming watched it coldly with vertical pupils, raised its claws and brought them down fiercely, instantly tearing through countless red scales and leaving the flesh a mangled mess. Roar! The crocodile roared ferociously and swung its thick, heavy tail, swirling with a terrifying blood-red aura. As it turned, it lashed out at Haiming with the force of a violent gale. Boom! 4 deep furrows were plowed into the ground, as Haiming managed to stop with all its might. Roar! The crocodile pressed the attack, kicking off with its front limbs to bite Haiming's neck, dragging it into the lake behind them. Boom! A massive splash erupted instantly, the sound overwhelming as the overflowing lake water soaked the ground. Under the lake, the 2 giant beasts fought madly, mud and rocks exploding as the water turned murky. On the surface, waves surged violently, crashing and splashing with thunderous noise. Haiming's black flames did not diminish at all. Instead of being extinguished by the water, the intense heat caused the surrounding lake water to boil and rise in temperature. Even with the environmental advantage, the crocodile remained completely suppressed, and its blood-red energy attacks failed to inflict any damage. If not for the mutated beast's naturally tough hide and immense vitality, it would have been beaten to death long ago. In just a few minutes, the lake's water level had dropped by nearly half, with sand and silt obscuring everything beneath. Suddenly, the water surface burst open as the giant black wolf lunged out, gripping the land with its front paws to climb ashore. It shook its body, the black flames instantly drying the water droplets from its fur, and began walking slowly toward Chen Lin. Its massive size, over 300 meters long and 162 meters tall, was incredibly imposing. Combined with the lingering aura of battle, the oppressive feeling made anyone tremble. It won. It really finished all 3 missions. The command center erupted in joyful cheers, and Yang Xiao smiled slightly, impressed. By the lake, Chen Lin was unaffected by Haiming's savage aura, stepping forward to pet the wolf as it happily bowed its head for affection. The fate of the giant crocodile was clear enough, given that Haiming had grown slightly larger. At that moment, the device on his wrist, number 21, spoke up, "All missions completed. You may return to the military base pickup point to submit them." Chen Lin looked up at the sky, where a silvery bright moon hung high, casting a faint light over the earth. A long time had passed since they left, and he had no intention of spending the night in the dangerous wild, so it was time to head back. After carefully checking the map for a route, he mounted Haiming and headed back the way they came. It was already 1 in the morning when Chen Lin returned to the Hengshan base. At this hour, the entire base was still brightly lit. Many students had already returned, having only taken the easiest first or second turn missions, which only required about an hour of travel. Walking straight into the registration point, Chen Lin found a less busy soldier to submit his mission. "Huh, did you guys really complete this?" the soldier asked in disbelief. She recognized Chen Lin as the freshman who had accepted the 3rd turn mission that afternoon. Chen Lin nodded and pulled up the recording from number 21 as proof, leaving the soldier stunned. After a moment of silence, she snapped back to reality and scrambled, Okay, student, I will process this right away. Level 34, Rampaging Black Ape, Level 36, Twin-Toothed Giant Tiger, and Level 39, Blood-Scaled Giant Crocodile, totaling 100 contribution points. Chen Lin nodded, saw the notification that the contribution points for number 21 had been transferred, and turned to head back to his dormitory. Not long after he left, Chen Lin's name suddenly appeared on the large screen in the most prominent position at the registration point. Below it displayed, Skylark Academy Freshman, Level 16 Summoner, 100 contribution points, ranked 1,245th. These words appeared simultaneously, not just at the Hengshan base, but at other bases gathering many academies as well. At this moment, many students hanging around the registration points were filled with surprise. Whoa, who is this guy? He earned 100 contribution points at once. He must have completed at least 2 third-turn missions, right? I am a freshman too, and my contribution points are still in the single digits. Same here, I only dare to take first-turn missions. These mutated beasts are just too ferocious. I get pinned down even when I have a level advantage. Most sophomore and junior students only had a few dozen contribution points. It was very rare for a freshman to even reach double digits. As for those with over 100 points, they were basically all seniors. Of course, some powerful juniors also had over 100 points. They undoubtedly achieved this by continuously taking and completing several third or fourth turn missions. As for the difficult fifth turn missions, currently only instructors had the strength to complete them. The reason everyone was shocked was that Chen Lin was only level 16, a mere freshman. Does not this mean he jumped 2 major tiers and successfully killed 2 mutated beasts over level 30? After all, there is a limit on the number of missions one can accept, at most 2 for a single person or 5 for a team. And second turn missions only grant a dozen or so points, which clearly is not enough. Given the current time, there was only enough time for 1 trip. Therefore, considering all these factors, the only explanation is that Chen Lin actually completed third turn missions and killed beasts more than 10 levels higher than himself. At the Luoxiang base, Fengyu was discussing how to kill a level 60 giant beast that had appeared on the outskirts with several other instructors when he suddenly saw Chen Lin's name appear on the leaderboard, and he paused in surprise. He certainly remembered Chen Lin. It was quite unexpected for someone with the common class of summoner to become the top scorer. The last person to achieve such a feat was Zhang Ju, a current 10-turn powerhouse of humanity with the title Heaven Breaker. How is that possible? Hearing Feng Ye's exclamation, several other instructors looked over, also surprised. Old Feng, do you know this student? It is a bit exaggerated for a freshman to get over 100 points on the first day, is not it? Feng Ye nodded and said, the student I told you I regretted not recruiting is him. Jai Fei offered way too much at the time, otherwise he might have been a student here at Northern Dragon. Hearing this, the instructors realized it was the top scorer from Eastern Heaven. However, someone soon shook their head and said he must have been carried by a strong group of seniors. Otherwise, there is no way he could have earned over 100 points in one go on his own. Exactly, but that kind of behavior is not advisable. The purpose of this cleanup operation, besides preventing a beast riot, is to hone ourselves in preparation for the front lines later. Yes, times are tight. We should prioritize improving our strength. Trying to boost rankings on purpose is useless, the instructors agreed. They did not encourage seniors to carry freshmen, as that defeats the purpose of the training. While the pressure of death is certainly dangerous, it is undoubtedly the best way to fully unleash one's potential, something that cannot be achieved in simulations. This is also why the Great Xia has made up its mind. The flowers cultivated in a greenhouse can no longer withstand the wolves that are the alien races, so the strategy must change. We will no longer follow the protection plan, but let the geniuses fight against the mutant beasts, while giving the instance resources to those with lower combat power. Of course, many geniuses will perish along the way, but those who survive will undoubtedly grow rapidly into strong fighters to defend the front lines and buy more time for humanity to develop. Feng Ye let out a long sigh. Having had the example of the peerless throne before, he had high hopes for Chen Lin's future. But now, he felt a bit disappointed. At this moment, he saw the young man in black not far away and smiled, saying, Yunsu, have you finished the mission? Yes, Instructor Feng. Hearing the voice, Zhao Yungsu walked over and nodded politely. I killed 2 level 27 mutant beasts. I could have returned much earlier, but there was an unexpected turn of events on the way. Feng Ye was a little surprised, but thinking that the other party was the only genius in Great Xia who had awakened an SSS-ranked talent, even stronger than top-tier prodigies, he felt relieved. What kind of turn of events? He asked curiously. I ran into a level 33 armored lizard, and it took a lot of effort to kill it. Zhao Yungsu spoke in a flat tone, as if this were a trivial matter, while silently putting his hands behind his back. Seeing this, the corner of Feng Ye's mouth twitched. He exclaimed from the bottom of his heart, incredible. To be able to slay a level 33 mutant beast at level 17, your generation of geniuses really is emerging one after another. You are much stronger than we were back then. Zhao Yungsu's lips curled slightly as he tilted his head up at a 45-degree angle, his face full of confidence. Rest assured, instructor. It is true that this is an era of proud geniuses, but I am invincible. I will suppress all rivals and ascend to the throne of humanity. He gave himself full marks for that display of arrogance. They must all be stunned by now. Zhao Yungsu peeked and discovered that all the instructors were covering their faces, saying nothing. Why was this completely different from what he had imagined? Suddenly, he saw Chen Lin's name on the big screen, and his face froze instantly. He found it impossible to believe in his heart. Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could anyone be more fierce than me? 100 contribution points. Even if you include that armored lizard I killed, it does not compare. Seeing Zhao Yungsu doubting his life, Feng Ye felt a bit helpless. Although the kid was not very bright, he was his own student after all, so he said, we discussed this just now. It is likely the result of a senior student helping him, do not worry about it. Zhao Yungsu immediately breathed a sigh of relief, and the exploding thoughts in his brain calmed down. However, for some reason, he no longer had the mood to go find girls from other schools to talk about how they viewed his achievement of slaying a level 33 mutant beast. The joy of completing the second-rank mission had also vanished. A sense of pressure welled up, making him feel a sudden urgency. After hurriedly saying goodbye to Feng Ye and handing in his mission, Zhao Yungsu immediately took on a new one and walked resolutely toward the mountain range now shrouded in darkness. Before sunrise, he must surpass Chen Lin. Student, this is your dormitory. The soldier led Chen Lin to the room marked number 1 and helped him open the door. Thank you, Chen Lin said. The soldier smiled. You guys worked hard cleaning up the mutant beasts. Get some good rest. Chen Lin nodded, watched him turn and leave, then entered the room himself. It was quite simple inside, with only 4 beds, a table and chairs, and 3 familiar faces huddled together eating barbecue. Chen Lin, why did you finish your mission so late? Feng Yi quickly pulled over a chair and set it next to his own. Chen Lin smiled, sat down and said, it took too long to travel. The plate in front of him was piled high with various roasted meats, clearly saved for him by the 3. Chen Lin did not stand on ceremony and began to eat heartily. Ever since he became a professional and started fighting everywhere, going 10 hours without eating seemed to have become the norm. If it were not for his superhuman physical fitness, he would not have been able to handle it. What kind of mission did you take that required you to go so deep? Feng Yi asked curiously. Just killing the level 34 raging black ape, the level 36 twin-toothed giant tiger, and the level 39 blood-scaled giant crocodile. It was easier than I thought. Chen Lin picked up a piece of crispy beef, took a bite, swallowed it, and kept a calm expression. Hearing this, Feng Yi was filled with shock, and the skewer in his hand dropped involuntarily. Then how are you still alive to come back? I slaughtered them all. It was quite simple. The only issue was the distance. It just took a long time to travel. Feng Yi fell silent. Whenever they were on the way to find mutant beasts, they were always full of fear and trepidation. Because this was not an instance, and you could not just log out with a thought. Once they ran into a more ferocious mutant beast outside the mission parameters, it was very likely that they would be wiped out entirely. This probability was not small. I heard that shortly after entering the mountains, a squad of freshmen around level 10 ran into an accident. Fortunately, they had not gone deep and were close to the base, so the dispatched support arrived quickly to save them. If they had been in the level 20 to 30 area, I am afraid they would not have lasted until help arrived. This is why most people only take on missions well below their own strength. That way, even if an accident happens, they have the ability to handle it. Without the corresponding combat power, taking risks is never a good idea. Is not this perfectly normal? Li Jingfeng took a sip of water to calm his nerves and then said, I am not the least bit surprised that Chen Lin can achieve this level. His summon is the kind of existence that could nearly slap him to death with a single palm. Li Jingfeng suddenly felt less resistant to the whole situation. If Chen Lin is stronger, does not that mean it is not actually embarrassing to be defeated by him in one hit? When the day comes that Chen Lin ascends to the throne, he might even be able to show this off as a badge of honor. Thinking of this, Li Jingfeng chuckled. You are only at level 16, right? This kind of combat power gap is rare to find even among the entire human race. Cao Yang said with an amazed expression, I feel like you are even more monstrous than Xiao Yungsu. Chen Lin just smiled in response. He knew exactly why he had this kind of combat power gap. As long as Haiming keeps devouring and evolving, it can crush everything in its path. It does not need to rely on leveling up at all. And he, in turn, gets stronger along with it passively. As for the silver disc, as long as it has enough metal or resources, one day, even a 4th turn powerhouse will not be able to penetrate its defense. And through continuous fusion, the weight of the silver disc increases bit by bit. Its current weight of 13 tons already carries terrifying power. With the double bonus of Chen Lin's strength and kinetic energy, every strike feels like Mount Tai crashing down. When it grows to weigh 10,000 or 100,000 tons in the future, even if his own strength is not high, a single casual punch will be enough to shatter the heavens and earth. This is because Chen Lin himself is unaffected by any factors of the battle armor. No matter how heavy it gets, he can control it as easily as his own arm. He was not weaker than him to begin with, Li Jingfeng said dismissively. Chen Lin's summon has at least an SS-grade growth talent, and its potential is no less than an SSS-grade talent. Feng Yi found this scene somewhat familiar, and his mouth twitched. Did not you look down on Chen Lin before and say his status as a top scorer was bloated? Why are you singing his praises so hard now? Feng Yi, how is your team doing? Chen Lin suddenly asked. At the mention of this, Feng Yi's face turned bitter. The 2 guys I picked up later are way too cautious. They are so careful they are afraid to attack, so almost all the fighting is done by me. Luo Xuan only managed to kill a mutated beast after getting beaten to a pulp. and we pulled out of the mountain range after finishing only 2 missions because it was too dangerous to continue. Feng Yi sighed slightly. If the team keeps going like this, something bad will happen sooner or later. As he spoke, he silently looked at Li Zhengfeng and Cao Yang. You guys ate a lot, did not you? The two of them looked confused. Since you ate the skewers I specifically made for you, you are mine now. Feng Yi laughed. Hurry up and accept my team invitation. Li Zhengfeng replied with a cold expression. I will pay you back 100 skewers tomorrow. How are you going to pay me back? With what? Feng Yi slammed the table and stood up. This is meat I painstakingly grilled using a secret family recipe. People would not get it even if they offered me 10 billion. Something this precious? How could you possibly pay it back? Li Zhengfeng laughed in anger. Take it or leave it. You are a guy who cannot even beat me. If Chen Lin was not here, I had have slashed you to death already. You think you have the right to talk to me like that? Fine, fine, is that how it is going to be? Feng Yi was furious. Do not force me to use my ultimate move. Li Zhengfeng drew his battle blade and said, bring it on. Feng Yi suddenly dropped to his knees and hugged his thigh. Since you will not take the soft approach, do not blame me for going even softer. The three of them just stared in silence. Awkward. Hard to describe. Li Zhengfeng's mouth twitched. He thought a fight was breaking out, but he did not expect the guy to kneel right on the spot. Let go and go kneel somewhere else. I will not, Feng Yi said, using the most forceful tone to say the most shameless thing. If you do not acknowledge me as your sworn son today, I am not getting up. Cao Yang was just about to laugh when he felt his leg being grabbed, and his smile immediately vanished. Let go. Never, Feng Yi gripped both their legs tightly. I will not let go even if you beat me to death. Chen Lin watched the show while eating his skewers, thinking it was quite a spectacle. At 9:00 a.m., a strange scene appeared at the mission hub. 2 people dragging another, or more accurately, 1 person clinging desperately to the other 2's legs. Li Zhengfeng looked gloomy. They had been sleeping in the same bed, and this dog of a guy refused to let go. Luo Xuan and Luo Ning, who were waiting outside, looked puzzled at the scene. Feng Yi, what are you doing? Mopping the floor, Feng Yi replied. Li Zhengfeng said with a dark face, get up and go choose a mission. I do not have time to waste here. Feng Yi's eyes lit up. You agreed to the team up. Cao Yang said, he accepted the invitation while you were asleep in the early morning. You just have not looked at it. Feng Yi jumped up, his face filled with sheer joy. Seeing him like this, Li Zhengfeng's attitude remained cold. Do not get the wrong idea. I am just worried you would keep bothering me and get in the way of me entering the mountains. If you perform like trash, I am quitting the team immediately. No problem. Feng Yi ran into the mission hub and quickly picked a mission. Chen Lin, who was also picking missions, smiled slightly as he watched the 5 of them leave while bickering. He chose 2 4th-turn level difficulty missions and headed toward the mountains as well. He did not notice that on the big screen, his ranking had quietly dropped by 1. At headquarters, the moment the female officer spotted Chen Lin entering the mountain range, she immediately ordered someone to call Yang Zio. She then fixed her eyes on the screen with a grave expression. Before long, Yang Zio adjusted his cap and walked in with quick strides, asking immediately, what mission did he take this time? A 4th-tier difficulty requirement, hard level. Hearing this, Yang Zio's mouth twitched, and he drew a sharp breath. Not satisfied with skipping 2 tiers, this kid actually wants to skip 3. The 4th tier corresponds to mutated beasts above level 40, which is a major watershed. Even if an armed helicopter fired all its ammunition, it would not even scratch the hide of a level 40 mutated beast. It would be no more than an itch. Notify the mentors at Skylark Academy and have one of them follow him. I am worried something might happen to Chen Lin. Yes, the female officer immediately began working. Soon, this message was transmitted via smart wristbands to the 3 Skylark mentors stationed at the Hengshan base. After receiving it, they held a quick discussion and ultimately decided to let Jiang Weiyu go. As soon as Chen Lin pressed the distress signal, he could receive support immediately. The other 20 or so mentors were stationed throughout the Balian mountain range to prevent any accidents. If any students nearby called for help, they would also provide immediate support. The other half were deep in the range, clearing out level 50 to 59 mutated beasts. Amidst countless giant trees and vines, a massive black wolf moved at high speed, with Chen Lin sitting on its back, eyes closed to conserve his energy. In about an hour, they reached the target location. This speed was several times faster than last time, saving a lot of time. looking at the level 44 giant three-headed snake coiled around a 100-meter rock. It glared at him coldly and hissed in warning. Chen Lin silently extended his hand. After a night's rest, his mental energy was fully restored. A transparent, mysterious sword over a meter long materialized. To be safe, strike first. As Chen Lin slowly raised his hand and slashed down, the snake's eyes narrowed as it sensed an impending crisis. The next second, the head on the left let out a shrill cry and then fell limply against the rock. The other two heads saw this and nudged it a few times, but upon finding it unresponsive, they were struck by sudden terror. How did it die? Chen Lin was quite surprised by this. He had anticipated serious or minor injuries, but never a situation like this. It was dead, but the other two heads were still alive. How did it die? The three-headed snake looked back at Chen Lin with venomous eyes and let out a heaven-shaking hiss. Chen Lin silently jumped off a Chinese letter S head, his 13-ton weight creating a small crater in the ground upon impact. Go bite it. Upon receiving the order, Chinese letter roared as its size surged to over 300 meters, black flames rising over its body like a disaster-class beast descending. Sensing the terrifying and vicious aura, the two pairs of eyes on the three-headed snake became grave, and a potent venom welled up in its throat. Seeing this, Chinese letter charged straight ahead, smashing through giant trees along the way. The ground trembled as a golden light manifested. Hiss! The three-headed snake's wings beat as it opened its mouths to spray purple venom. Its massive size left Chinese letter with nowhere to dodge, so it took the hit head-on, opening its fangs to bite the middle head, rolling across the ground and kicking up clouds of dust. Hiss! The indestructible golden light was corroded by the venom, gradually cracking under the constant erosion. Seeing itself being savagely torn apart, the other head roared and opened its fangs, biting through the golden light and piercing into Chinese letter S flesh. In an instant, the toxins spread through Chinese letter S body along the fangs, flowing with its blood into its internal organs to start melting them. Erwo. With a constitution attribute nearing 1,000 in giant form, Chinese letter withstood the toxic corrosion, and with a black light flashing on its claws, it slapped away the head that had bitten it. Standing on the sidelines, Chen Lin silently cast strengthening and recovery spells, then drew the sky sword and vanished instantly. Suddenly appearing before the three-headed snake, he thrust the sky sword deep into its eye. Hiss! In agony, the snake head let out a miserable shriek and lunged at the rapidly falling Chen Lin with murderous intent. Just then, a claw wreathed in black flames swung over and slammed it heavily into the ground. In the air, seeing the 30-meter-thick snake tail whipping toward him with a howling gale, Chen Lin immediately raised his blade to block. Boom! A white shockwave exploded at the center, and Chen Lin's figure slammed into the ground like a missile, kicking up clouds of dust and smoke. Seeing this, Hai Ming's vertical pupils filled with fury. Bolstered by his enhancement technique, his combat prowess surged even further as he tore down ferociously, his claws wrapped in dark energy shattering the air. Hiss! The tough hide was now as fragile as paper, gashed by wounds several meters deep as a torrent of blood poured out. The three-headed snake hissed toward the sky, its massive body coiling around Hai Ming and tightening with brutal force, while two of its heads launched instant attacks from different directions. With three attributes breaking the 1,000-point mark, Hai Ming was filled with violent momentum. Without a shred of fear, he swatted away the snake head biting toward him with a single palm strike. He then turned instantly, clamping his fangs onto the neck of the other snake head and tearing wildly, as if to rip it clean off. Booms boom! The 200-meter-tall behemoths grappled, the intensity terrifying. Countless earth erupted, giant trees collapsed, and the very ground shook. Chen Lin stood up from the dust, feeling a slight numbness in his chest, but otherwise he was unharmed. All he could say was that Silver Butterfly's defense was as reliable as ever. It was well worth all the resources he had spent feeding it. Watching the two behemoths fighting with increasing frenzy, Chen Lin sat on a nearby rock and planted his silver battle blade firmly into the ground. That was all he could help with. The rest was up to Hai Ming to grind out. To reach the combat power of a fourth-tier professional himself, he would need to focus even more on upgrading Silver Butterfly. At that moment, not far away, a tall woman in white combat armor appeared in the giant trees with a few flashes of movement. She looked on in disbelief as she saw the familiar black giant wolf fighting a three-headed corrosive snake. How is that possible? I remember Chen Lin is only level 16, right? His summon can actually go head-to-head with a level 44 mutant beast. Soon, she noticed Chen Lin sitting on the rock and immediately headed toward him. Her movements were incredibly agile and silent. However, the young man had keen instincts. Sensing something, he quickly grabbed his battle blade and with a flash of silver light, slashed toward her. Jiang Huaiyu frowned slightly, her long fingers pressing down directly onto the blade to stop it. Instructor, Chen Lin said with a look of surprise. He had seen Jiang Huaiyu at the freshman competition, standing next to Jai Fei, so he recognized her. Jiang Huaiyu nodded. Feeling the weight behind the blade, even she, a level 59 professional, had to use a bit of strength to block it. She felt a trace of shock. No wonder Chen Lin's performance in the dungeon was so exaggerated. Even as a summoner, he could effortlessly crush monsters several levels higher than himself with his own strength. Instructor, why are you here? Facing the question, Jiang Huaiyu calmly withdrew her slightly trembling fingers and said indifferently, just passing by. I heard the commotion here and came to take a look. Really? Chen Lin chuckled and said, sorry, I thought you were an enemy. Jiang Huaiyu had not taken offense, and seeing his proactive apology, whatever slight dissatisfaction she had felt vanished. It is fine. Staying vigilant in the wild is the right thing to do. You never know when you might become the prey in the next second. After saying this, Jiang Huaiyu cast a glance behind Chen Lin. With a phantom grip of her right hand, a soft sword instantly appeared and thrust through the air. Screech! A giant lizard that had been hiding to the side, waiting for an opportunity to ambush, was revealed with a look of astonishment. The soft sword had run straight through it from head to tail, blood splattering the ground. Jiang Huaiyu maintained a cold expression as she flicked her palm, and the sword retracted instantly. Having casually killed a level 35 mutant beast, she did not pay it any mind and said, it can blend into the environment, but it let its aura run wild. If you pay a little attention, it is very easy to spot. Chen Lin exclaimed in admiration, Instructor, you are amazing. Hearing this, the corners of Jiang Huaiyu's mouth curled up happily. Just then, the 30-meter snake head slammed down from the sky with a roar, the ground cracking into countless fissures and clouds of dust billowing up. Howl! The ferocious roar echoed for thousands of meters, even causing the air to tremble. Haiming stood atop the three-headed snake's corpse. His size, exceeding 300 meters, looked like a true cataclysmic beast with terrifying presence. The surrounding area was a mess of wreckage, turned over earth, and shattered giant trees, as if it had been hit by a massive earthquake. The three-headed snake's skull had been smashed to pieces and driven into the ground, and the other head was even worse off. Its upper and lower jaws ripped apart and split in two. Black flames covered its 300-meter-long body, hungrily consuming it to convert it into energy and evolution points, using this as nourishment to grow. Jiang Huaiyu watched in shock and took a deep breath. It had not even been 10 days since Chen Lin summoned it during his class change, yet its combat power had already become this terrifying. She truly worried that in the future, Chen Lin would not even be able to command this monster. It was too terrifying. Even from such a distance, Jiang Huaiyu could feel that violent aura that seemed intent on devouring all life. Elsewhere, as the drones transmitted the footage to the screens, the command center erupted into chaos. Crossing 3 major tiers, a full 28-level difference, he actually pulled it off. Good God, this combat power. How can it be this exaggerated? Hahaha, I feel like he is even stronger than that monster, who awakened the triple S-rank talent. Listening to the exclamations, Yang Xiao was stirred with excitement. He had underestimated Chen Lin's potential. He never expected him to be capable of this degree of power. Could it be that his summon truly possesses an SSS-rank growth talent? Thinking of this, Yang Xiao's breathing grew rapid, and he suddenly hesitated. Should they continue the plan? If anything were to happen to Chen Lin, it would be a massive loss for all of Daxia. But soon he shook his head. The initiative had never really been in the hands of the human race. Even if they wanted to call it off, they could not. The alien races would certainly not let such a golden opportunity slip by. Countless pitch-black trails of fire drifted through the air and merged into Haiming's body. Its size shrank rapidly. It picked up the heavenly sword in its mouth, came to Chen Lin's side, and lay down to rest. Chen Lin also stopped maintaining his augmentation and restoration spells. and a sense of weakness from mental exhaustion hit him instantly. He put away the heavenly sword, changed it into its staff form, and began to sit cross-legged to recover. Seeing this, Jiang Huaiyu did not leave, but instead stood guard nearby, keeping silent. About half an hour later, after his energy had recovered slightly, Chen Lin opened his eyes. He looked at Hai Ming and communicated through his mind, "Are you still able to fight?" Hai Ming opened its deep blue vertical pupils and slowly stood up, "No problem. Master." Its powerful constitution had already purged most of the deadly toxins, and its stamina had improved enough to support the next battle. Chen Lin nodded, looked at Jiang Huaiyu and said, "Thank you for protecting me, instructor." Although he had the silver disc and would not be in danger even if attacked by mutant beasts, he could not just ignore someone's kindness. "We do not take too many risks from now on. Stay cautious," Jiang Huaiyu replied. Then she turned and left. Seeing this, Chen Lin tapped on number 21, confirmed the route on the map, then mounted Hai Ming and set off. Just as they had done on the way here, the man and the beast tore through countless giant trees and bushes at high speed, crossing mountains and rivers. By devouring the three-headed snake and its life crystal, Hai Ming had grown by a full meter, and its evolution value had increased by 10 points. That provided much more than the level 39 blood-scaled giant crocodile. At this rate, perhaps in just 4 or 5 days, Hai Ming would be able to evolve again. With this evolution, Hai Ming's life form should reach the level of a high-tier summon. Its talents will also be fully upgraded to a rank. By then, its combat power will undoubtedly increase significantly and become even more terrifying. Thinking of this, Chen Lin smiled. This feeling of being able to constantly grow stronger was truly addictive. It was just a bit tough on Hai Ming, as it would have to fight like crazy from here on out. Just then, a huge commotion erupted in the distance. Branches and leaves swayed violently, and the ground trembled as if some terrifying giant was approaching. Accompanied by roars, a bull-like beast charged out, covered in thick, hard, dark yellow scales, with 2 horns over 30 meters long. The ground cracked beneath its giant hooves, and any trees in its path collapsed. Its momentum was unstoppable. The second mission target, a level 45 raging horn bull. Chen Lin did not hesitate and immediately cast his augmentation spell. With the staff form boosting the effect of any skill by 50%, all attributes were now boosted by 30%. Hai Ming roared as its size grew rapidly. Pitch-black flames erupted, and golden light began to shimmer around it. In an instant, it was fighting at full power. At that very moment, the raging horn bull slammed into them with incredible speed, its eyes fixed ferociously on the black giant wolf that had entered its territory. Its 2 sharp horns crashed forward with brute force. Hai Ming raised its front paws to block the blow. Boom! Under the terrifying impact, Hai Ming was instantly pushed back wildly, carving long, deep furrows into the ground. Boom, boom! Giant trees were knocked down one after another, and in the blink of an eye, the 2 giant beasts had charged thousands of meters. High in the air, the drone hurried to speed up and keep pace. In the command center, the female officer made a calculation and quickly said, "At this speed, they will soon reach the zone where level 30 mutant beasts roam. Notify the students along the route to stay away immediately. Chen Lin's summon will not be looking out for them while it is fighting." The female officer nodded upon hearing this and immediately went to work. The black abyss claws extended, coated in dark light, and with a sudden burst of strength, flipped the raging horn bull onto its back. Boom! Its massive body crashed into the ground, sending up clouds of dust. At this moment, a team of 2 men and 3 women, who had sprinted hundreds of meters away, looked back at the scene in shock. "Is this the reason headquarters told us to leave?" Huff, huff, it is a good thing we left fast, otherwise we would have been killed by the shockwaves. Wait, that is not right. One is level 45, but how is the other only level 16? Black Abyss, that is such a weird name. It does not look like a mutated beast. My God, are you telling me this thing is level 16? The 5 of them stared with expressions of disbelief. A female instructor stationed nearby sensed the disturbance and immediately prepared to rush over to handle it. However, Jiang Huaiyu appeared silently, blocking her path and saying, "Do not worry about it. That is the summon of one of my freshmen from Skylark University." Upon hearing this, the instructor froze, her eyes widening in sheer shock. "A freshman? Are you joking?" Seeing her reaction, the corners of Jiang Huaiyu's mouth lifted imperceptibly as she said calmly, "Yes, He is indeed exceptional in this year's batch. The instructor's expression was blank. This was not just exceptional, this was a monster. She had never even heard of a freshman possessing the combat power of a fourth-turn expert. Is this the true caliber of a top university in Great Xia? The instructor looked at her with a complex expression. Is he your student? Jiang Weiyu's expression stiffened, and she coughed. Well, you could say that. She and Jai Fei were lifelong friends, so her student was as good as her own. That made perfect sense. Hearing this, the instructor felt a sudden pang of envy. Half an hour later, Black Abyss finally finished devouring the raging horn bull. It scanned its surroundings with fierce eyes, and not finding its master, immediately turned back. Not long after, it discovered Chen Lin, who was being chased and beaten by a 50-meter-tall toad, and it instantly flew into a rage. It rushed over in a blink, delivering a terrifying claw strike that instantly killed the level 36 mutated beast. Pitch black flames surged forth, quickly devouring the creature until nothing remained. Seeing this, Chen Lin breathed a sigh of relief. He had been intercepted by this swamp magic toad while on his way. It happened to be a perfect counter to him. Its highly elastic flesh completely ignored the weight-based damage of his combat blade. And since he could not draw the heavenly sword, he had been worried about Black Abyss. It is Black Abyss. It is useless. I have let my master fall into danger. Hearing Black Abyss's sad voice in his mind, Chen Lin paused, then smiled and patted it. It is okay, you did great. After using a restoration spell and comforting it for a while, they rested for half an hour before the man and his beast set off again to hunt level 40 plus mutated beasts. Having completed 2 missions, Chen Lin chose not to return to the drop-off point to turn them in. Going back and forth like that would take too much time. Missing out on some contribution points was fine. The priority now was for Black Abyss to evolve as quickly as possible, so that he could reach level 20 and enter the promotion dungeon. Ever since he learned that the situation of the human race was not good, Chen Lin had felt an unexplained sense of urgency. And deep into the night, roars echoed through the mountains. Black Abyss stood with a terrifying aura, the carcasses of 2 level 42 mutated beasts at its feet. Pitch black flames were consuming their corpses, constantly converting them into energy. Finally, the energy flowed into Black Abyss's body. Chen Lin gasped for air, his mental energy exhausted to the limit. Even his restoration spell could no longer be sustained, and his mind felt incredibly weak. His physical stamina was also nearly gone, and his entire body ached with numbness. He had risked his own body to block another beast for Black Abyss for a few minutes. He had almost met his end. However, the harvest was worth it. Over the course of the day, he had killed 15 mutated beasts above level 40. Black Abyss's standard size had grown to 58 meters, and all its stats had increased by a full 58 points, collectively breaking the 300 mark. If he were to face the Raging Horn Bull again, he could finish it in 10 minutes or so. As for the 2 level 42 beasts beside it, it was an absolute slaughter. They were finished off in minutes. Its evolution value had also increased by 195 points, leaving only 1020 until it reached completion. Time to head back. Glancing at the night sky, Chen Lin had Black Abyss lower its head, then jumped onto its back. At the Hengshan base headquarters, everyone breathed a sigh of relief when they saw Chen Lin was finally on his way back. It is terrifying. Killing 15 level 40 plus beasts in one day, that has to be over 2,000 contribution points, right? The female officer gulped, unable to help but gasp out loud. Hearing this, everyone wore expressions of deep respect. Right now at our Hengshan base, the student with the highest contribution points is only at 700, right? That is correct, and he is also from Skylark Academy, a senior named Qin Kong, the top scholar from the Eastern Heaven region 3 years ago. What about the other bases? Yang Zio asked. The female officer operated her console quickly and replied, at the Luoxiang base, where North Dragon and several other academies are stationed, the highest student contribution is 1,000. Next is the Southern Cloud Heaven Academy at 890 and the Western Azure Heaven Academy at 850. This mutant beast clearance operation involves over 100 academies, spread across more than a dozen military bases. We start with the mountain ranges that have the largest area and the highest concentration of mutant beasts, then sweep the surrounding areas in sequence. The duration will be several months or even longer, until the mutant beast population is reduced to a level where they no longer pose a threat to the cities. Why is the gap so wide? Seeing that not only was there a huge gap in the top student rankings, but Liuxiang base was also far ahead in overall clearance progress, Yang Xiao frowned. The female officer explained, North Dragon Academy is ranked first in the annual assessments, so naturally, the vast majority of people prefer to sign up there. This generation is an era of true prodigies, with geniuses emerging in a fountain-like burst. You can imagine just how terrifying the competition is there. Everyone is giving it their all, unwilling to fall behind the others. However, this is a good thing. The faster they clear their area, the more surplus strength they will have to assist other, less developed bases later on. Aside from the 5 bases where top academies are in charge, the situation at the other 13 bases is quite grim. There has been almost no reduction in mutant beasts above level 20. Yang Xiao nodded, so we need to hurry up as well and try our best to secure the ability to support other bases. Watching Chen Lin's figure on the screen, he smiled. With that kid around, it should be possible. And when he arrived at the collection point, it was already 2:30. The road was still brightly lit, and quite a few students were using armed vehicles to haul back mutant beasts for open-air barbecues. The aroma was mouth-watering, and some were even calling out to others. The female soldier from earlier saw Chen Lin come in and immediately walked up. Have you finished your mission? Yeah, Chen Lin nodded and used his number 21 identification to turn it in. My God, quite a few seniors can only finish third-tier missions right now, but you are only a freshman and already stronger than them. The female soldier exclaimed in amazement. She did not quite grasp how terrifying the gap in Chen Lin's combat power was. She just thought it was incredibly impressive. Soon after, as the 400 contribution points were transferred to Chen Lin, his ranking shot up like a rocket, going from 245th to 10th. Chen Lin did not pay it any mind and turned to head back to the dormitory. As soon as he opened the door, Feng Yi rushed over, staring at him as if he were a monster. Tell me the truth, Chen Lin. Are you some kind of non-human wearing a human skin? This leap in combat power is just too outrageous. Chen Lin smiled without replying and sat down in his chair. Just like yesterday, the 3 of them had saved plenty of grilled meat for him. The Academy's joint forum has completely exploded. Feng Yi sat down beside him, stunned. Everyone mistakenly believes a senior is carrying you, and they are harshly criticizing that kind of behavior. If it were just Chen Lin finishing a third-tier mission earlier to earn 100 points, there would still be some room for belief. But now, almost everyone is questioning it, thinking it is too fake. Haha, Senior Qin Kong is having a miserable time right now. He is the main suspect, and many people are pointing their fingers at him. Chen Lin asked curiously why. Senior Qin Kong is the best among us at Skylark Academy, and only he has the strength to carry you to this level. Feng Yi said joyfully, while holding his special edition device to browse the gossip. Right now, people from almost every academy are on the forum, discussing your number 10 ranking. A freshman, level 16, killing mutant beasts over level 40. I would not even dare to brag like that. Nobody believes it at all. Li Zhengfeng said indifferently from the side, Chen Lin can suppress me with a single move. With that kind of combat power, what is there to be surprised about? Feng Yi looked at him with disdain. You used to be the one most against this. How come you are taking the initiative to speak up now? And do not try to bully me just because I was not in the dungeon at the time. You were clearly knocked flat on the ground by a single slap from Black Underworld. Li Zhengfeng silently took out his long blade from his ring. The cold glint was piercing under the light. Seeing this, Feng Yi instantly shut his mouth. Meanwhile, at Liuxing base, Xiao Yungsu dragged his exhausted body and trudged toward the collection point. He was covered in injuries, and his combat armor was full of holes, all of which spoke to how brutal the battle had been. But there was not a trace of defeat on his face. It was filled with a sense of joy. He just wanted to find his mentor and the senior students and have a good discussion about how to look at the fact that he had cut down 2 level 36 mutant beasts. However, when Xiao Yungsu walked into the collection point, he happened to see Chen Lin's ranking on the screen, rising rapidly and holding steady at 10th. His excitement came to an abrupt end, and he froze in place. The smile on his face gradually faded away. After staring blankly for a long time, Xiao Yungsu silently stepped forward, found a soldier to complete his mission, and then proceeded to accept new ones without saying a single word throughout the entire process. Then he headed toward the mountains with firm, steady steps. This sight moved the soldier a little. With injuries that heavy, he is still continuing to carry out missions. Is he trying to kill himself? On the way, a team supporting each other stopped and stared at Xiao Yungsu, who looked like he would not stop until he died. They looked at each other and read two words in one another's eyes. Madness. One man gritted his teeth and said, "I managed to get into the top 5 in the province and made it this far, all relying on my own hard work. Now, someone has better talent than me, yet is working even harder than I am. He does not even want to rest for a second. Brothers, should we take 5 more missions?" "No problem, let us go." It was as if flames had ignited in the eyes of the 4 of them, burning with fanatical intensity. Soon, many others who saw this situation silently abandoned their thoughts of taking a break to eat, grabbed their armor and weapons again, and rushed off toward the Black Mountain Range. The soldiers at each collection point suddenly became very busy. In the command center, everyone who had been yawning and getting ready for bed suddenly stopped. Seeing the situation on the screens, the commander rubbed his temples, his mouth twitching uncontrollably. Do these students not want to rest at all? He had originally thought it was already cruel enough to send these students, whose maturity was still lacking, to clear out mutant beasts. He did not expect them to be even more ruthless with themselves. They were even skipping sleep to fight day and night. The commander took a deep breath, suddenly unsure whether to be happy or worried. Sitting on his bed, Chen Lin opened his customized device, and several messages caught his eye. Su Kinking, "Wow, Chen Lin, you are too amazing. You hit 10th place. This is the student ranking for the Great Xia Academy's Mutated Beast Clearance Mission, and you even surpassed the seniors. Can you carry me, little brother?" Seeing this, Chen Lin could not help but chuckle. He was a junior before, and now he is a little brother. In a few more days, she will probably be calling me honey. Chen Lin replied with a later, then clicked into his friend request list. Suddenly, a series of beautiful female avatars appeared. They were all very attractive, as expected of Yunk Academy. This was probably the student ID number Su Kinking had leaked. Chen Lin silently ignored them and only accepted the request from a male user named Chin Kong. As if he had been waiting for a long time, a message was sent immediately. "Chin Kong, Junior Chen Lin." "Chen Lin, yeah, that is me. Finally added you. You really screwed me over. Quite a few people are now mocking me for being shameless." And without dwelling on that, Chin Kong curiously asked, "Tell me honestly, did you really complete the 4th rank mission all by yourself?" "Yeah." Seeing this answer, Chin Kong gasped. Even though he was mentally prepared, he could not help but be shocked. As a top scholar from Dongshan, even he found it extremely difficult to fight someone 1 major rank higher, let alone what Chen Lin did. "Junior Chen Lin, 2 friends and I are planning to take on a 5th rank mission tomorrow to hunt a level 52 giant rock dragon lizard. Do you want to join us?" Seeing this, Chen Lin did not reply immediately and began to think. Haiming's current combat power is basically enough to deal with level 49 mutated beasts. With 334 strength, 347 constitution, 340 agility, and 318 magic, his attributes can exceed 1200 under his giant form. However, killing a level 52 mutated beast would still be quite a struggle. But if there are people providing support from the sidelines, it should be possible. All right, how will the loot be distributed? Chin Kong laughed. "What do you think about that, Junior Chen Lin? I need the life crystal and the corpse of the giant rock dragon lizard. You guys can take the contribution points." "No problem." After settling things and agreeing on the meeting place and time, Chen Lin lay down to sleep. The depletion of his mental power made him feel incredibly sleepy. And the next day, after resting for 4 hours, Chen Lin felt refreshed. The powerful physical constitution brought by the stat boosts made him increasingly inhuman. After a quick wash, Chen Lin walked to the base gate, where 2 men and a woman were waiting. Chin Kong recognized Chen Lin, waved his hand, and said, "Junior Chen Lin, over here." "I hope I am not late." "Of course not, we were just early." Chin Kong smiled kindly. Beside him, a woman with fair, beautiful skin, wearing a delicate white robe that accentuated her graceful figure, looked at Chen Lin with bright eyes. "Hello, my name is Yikexi." "Wang Yao," the other guy said. Chen Lin nodded. "Shall we go now?" "Sure." The 4 of them got into an armored vehicle. The engine roared, and they headed deep into the mountain range. On the way, Chin Kong explained, "The target, the giant rock dragon lizard is stronger than ordinary mutated beasts and possesses a hint of royal bloodline. Its special abilities are unknown, so we must be extra careful. Wang Yao and I will lead the attack, and Kexi, as a heavenly healing master, will provide buffs and heals from a distance. Junior Chen Lin, how strong is your summon? Chen Lin said indifferently, tanking the giant rock dragon lizard will not be a problem. Hearing this, their eyes lit up, feeling that their chances of winning had increased significantly. We picked the right person. Although they all trusted Chen Lin, they did not know exactly what he was capable of. If his combat power was only just enough to handle a level 40 mutated beast, he would not be much use in the upcoming fight. Now seeing Chen Lin so confident, they finally felt reassured. The vehicle drove for 200 kilometers, and after getting off, the four of them continued running on foot for several hours. Any level 30 mutated beasts that attacked them on the way were instantly slain by Qin Kong, whose speed was so fast that Chen Lin could barely catch his movements. Kexi spoke up from the side. His hidden class is Swift Sword Saint, known for speed. Combined with the light essence stones infused in his armor, his speed is pushed to the limit. Chen Lin nodded. It was indeed very fast. At this point, Qin Kong in front stopped, checked his map, and turned to the others. This is the lair of the giant rock dragon lizard. I will go draw it out. Everyone get ready to defend. No need, Chen Lin said calmly. With a slight flick of his mind, a 58-meter black giant wolf appeared, its brutal presence instantly sweeping out, shocking the three of them. Ow! The fierce roar echoed for thousands of meters, scaring away countless birds and causing nearby mutated beasts to flee in terror. Following the echo of the sound, a pair of yellow vertical pupils like lanterns suddenly opened inside the rocky cave, and a terrifying aura exploded in an instant. Roar! Amidst a domineering roar that tore through the sky, the giant rock dragon lizard emerged, each step shaking the ground. Looking at its massive body of over 500 meters, covered in rock-like scales with flowing yellow light, it emanated an indestructible aura. The pressure it radiated was heart-stopping, as if it were a true dragonkin, absolutely terrifying. The three had grave expressions, feeling they had underestimated the giant rock dragon lizard and were not cautious enough. Chen Lin's face remained calm, unaffected, as he mentally communicated with Haiming, telling it who the allies were. Haiming nodded to show he understood, his body size instantly growing to a 230-meter-tall behemoth, nearly 500 meters in length. Dark flames exploded, golden light emerged, and his aura became even more terrifying. This sudden change shocked the three of them. In front, the giant rock dragon lizard's vertical pupils showed disdain. It could feel that the life level of the beast before it was not as high as its own. Only those dark flames made it feel a slight threat. Roar, I will give you one chance, submit or die. Awu, trash, you are not worthy. Hearing this intent, the giant rock dragon lizard became incredibly enraged. Its front limbs slammed down, and the ground instantly cracked open as dozens of meters of sharp, thick stone pillars, capable of piercing level 40 beasts, surged toward Haiming. Without dodging, Haiming stood in front of the four and blocked them directly with his diamond body. Black light appeared on his sharp claws, shattering them instantly. Boom! Just then, the giant rock dragon lizard roared and lunged, its over 100-meter heavy palm compressing the air as it smashed down. Haiming quickly dodged to the side, and the ground where he had been standing collapsed, with rocks splashing everywhere. Then he swiped his claws, but only managed to scratch a layer of the lizard's rocky scales, leaving a shallow mark. Roar, you pathetic ants. The rock dragon lizard swiped at it, this time infusing the blow with its innate power. A brilliant yellow light flickered, and in an instant, its weight multiplied to a terrifying degree, slamming down like a collapsing mountain. The very air exploded with the impact. Boom! The golden protective light could not hold on for long and shattered instantly. BL, a CK Chinese letter, was knocked back dozens of meters before it finally managed to stop. Seeing that the battle had broken out in an instant, Qin Kong immediately shouted, Kizai, use your group buffs. Apply all single target buffs to Chen Lin's summon. This battle depends on it. Qin Kong was decisive. He realized the rock dragon lizard was stronger than they had ever imagined. This is a mutated beast over level 50 that possesses a trace of royal bloodline. It is simply not something they can kill across such a significant rank gap. Even a fight against one of the same level would be extremely difficult. Thinking of this, Chen Kong gave a bitter smile. But at the same time, he was deeply shocked. The combat power of junior Chen Lin's summon is too terrifying. To be able to hold off a level 52 beast at only level 16, that is a massive gap of 36 levels. Yikexi nodded immediately. Shining golden light glowed from her body, making her look like the descent of a holy goddess. Her aura suddenly became sacred, noble, and beyond sacrilege. 4 pentagram patterns suddenly appeared beneath the feet of the 3 of them and the black giant wolf, as a steady stream of power surged into them. Then, a series of halos were applied to the black giant wolf, instantly increasing its 4-dimensional attributes by a small margin, each growing significantly. However, Yikexi was stunned. This summon was terrifying. The boost it received was so much lower than expected. If these buffs were cast on Chen Kong, they would at least double his stats. But this only lasted a moment, and Yikexi did not stop her movements. With a flick of her mind, she unleashed her innate ability, protection of the goddess of heaven's wrath. After a brief chant, a divine maiden holding sharp swords in both hands, looking down upon the world with indifference, slowly appeared above the black giant wolf. Her closed eyes opened, and in an instant, a terrifying pressure like that of an executioner of all things descended. Chen Lin silently took out his Sky Authority staff and cast Strengthening Spell while in staff form. With numerous buffs stacked, BLACK Chinese letter as strength attribute directly reached 2000, along with its physique and agility. Furthermore, the rise in magic power made the temperature of the black flames even higher. Even from 100 meters away, the 3 of them felt a terrifying heat, as if they were standing inside a furnace. This change made the rock dragon lizard look grave. It glared at the 4 figures, who looked as tiny as dust, with rage in its vertical pupils. Chen Kong tensed up, drew his battle sword, and his arm muscles bulged. He activated his talent, Transcendence of the Extreme Realm. Boom! The ground beneath his feet exploded. Chen Kong moved like a teleportation, stepping on the stone scales to vault onto the head of the rock dragon lizard, unleashing a dozen strikes in the blink of an eye. Clang, clang, each strike felt like hitting solid rock. It did not break its defense at all. To the rock dragon lizard, this felt like nothing. It did not even register as a tickle. Just like swatting a mosquito, its massive palm swiped over, appearing slow but moving with lightning speed. Chen Kong did not dare to get greedy for damage and retreated immediately. However, just as he jumped off the dragon's head and was suspended in midair. Roar, the rock dragon lizard suddenly roared at the sky, a cruel arc forming at the corner of its mouth. The next second, yellow airflow exploded and spread out 100 meters to form a domain. Suddenly, an incredibly heavy gravitational force pressed down on Chen Kong's shoulders and head, causing him to plummet. Boom! He crashed into the ground, creating a crater amidst rolling dust. Chen Kong struggled to stand up when suddenly a giant palm crushed down from above, clearing the dust and casting a massive shadow. Seeing this, Yikexi's expression changed drastically. She immediately unleashed all her defensive measures, regardless of mana consumption. However, the barriers she raised were as fragile as paper, shattering without even holding for a single second. Seeing this, a hint of despair rose in Chen Kong, but he gritted his teeth and, ignoring the tearing of his muscles, exerted all his power to dash out of the area. Just as the palm was about to flatten him, a black shadow charged in instantly, and the terrifying impact flipped the rock dragon lizard over. Boom! The gale whipped in all directions, as if a giant mountain had toppled. The ground shook, dust billowed, and the momentum was terrifying. Looking at the giant black wolf standing before him, Chen Kong cast a grateful look, and free from the gravitational pressure, quickly moved away from the spot. Wang Yao let out a sigh of relief and stopped his run to save them. The two returned to Chen Lin and Yikexi, who were standing a few hundred meters away. Sorry, Chen Kong said with a bitter smile. I did not expect the rock dragon lizard to have a second talent. Its combat power might be even greater than a level 55 mutated beast. Now they could not even join the fight. They were completely useless. He had worried earlier about whether Chen Lin was reliable. But now the tables had completely turned. It is fine. It is normal for surprises to happen. After all, the mission only provides location and general information. Hearing this, Chen Kong did not feel much better. He still felt guilty. The 3 of them had originally accepted this 5th rank mission to better assist the Hengshan base in clearing out dangerous mutated beasts. After all, 5th rank missions can only be completed by a dozen instructors. This was simply too difficult. At the same time, it was also meant to test the limits of their own strength. He had planned to scout it out first, and if there was no chance of victory, they would rely on their speed, which far exceeded their rank, to escape. But who would have thought the rock dragon lizard was an overlord-class mutated beast with 2 innate talents? If it were not for inviting Chen Lin and having his summon, he would likely have died for sure. Wang Yao and Yi Kexi likely would not have been spared either. Watching the yellow field expand again, the black giant wolf fiercely suppressed by the terrifying gravity, Qin Kong asked with concern, "Can it win?" Beside him, Yi Kexi gritted her teeth, sweat beads rolling down her cheeks. She had been fully maintaining the buffs and healing for BL a CK Chinese letter, and her mana was depleting quickly. If it cannot, let us retreat together. Let us abandon this mission. Chen Lin's expression remained calm. You guys retreat 1,000 meters. BL a CK Chinese letter is going all out. The 3 were instantly shocked. This was not its full power yet. After a brief moment of hesitation, they nodded and ran off without further delay. Half a minute later, when the 3 were looking back from 1,000 meters away, an extremely fierce roar tore through the heavens. Boom! Terrifying black flames suddenly surged and exploded, spreading directly within a 1,000-meter radius, engulfing everything and burning it to ash. The brutal power climbed to its peak at that moment, making everyone shiver to their core. Under the terrifying sea of black flames, the ground dried and cracked with countless fissures. All the grass, shrubs, and trees withered. It was as if an apocalypse had arrived in a radius of several thousand meters. A 700-meter-tall fierce phantom slowly condensed, radiating a terrifying aura of greed and the hunger to devour everything. Seeing this, all 3 of them turned pale, a deep and inexplicable fear rising in their hearts. Yi Kexi's legs went weak, her body trembling until she could not stand. She felt that the goddess of heaven's wrath that was protecting BL a CK Chinese letter had been torn apart by the power of this fierce phantom, as if 2 tigers could not coexist on one mountain. This kind of shock was no less than seeing the god she believed in being slapped to death. The rock dragon lizard's eyes widened in terror, and as it remained under the black flames, its entire body of rock-like scales began to melt away layer by layer. The moment its yellow energy aura left its body, it was swallowed whole, unable to manifest at all. Its earth-heavy domain was being suppressed relentlessly. Roar, how is this possible? Your life essence is so weak, how could you possess such terrifying power? Its vertical pupils dilated, its voice filled with disbelief. AWO, trash, you're not worthy of knowing. Hearing this disdainful tone, the rock dragon lizard flew into a rage. It was the second time, it clearly looked down on him. Roar, I will leave nothing of you behind. The rock dragon lizard roared and charged forward, its massive palm bursting through the black flames and slamming down with a yellow glow. Hai Ming did not dodge or parry. The cruel phantom on its body raised its claws, condensed from the terrifying black fire, and tore through the air like lightning. When the 2 collided, a shockwave of black and yellow erupted. The thunderous roar echoed in all directions, an overwhelming display of force. Roar, the rock dragon lizard felt a sharp pain in its palm. Its heavily armored scales were split open instantly under the black, fiery claws of the cruel phantom. The horrific heat scorched its flesh, slowly devouring its very life force. Roar, the rock dragon lizard finally panicked, channeling its innate power to the limit as the yellow light grew brighter. It whipped around, its 100-meter-long tail tipped with an iron ball-like mass, whistling as it unleashed a violent gust of wind. In that split second, Hai Ming reacted with incredible speed, dashing several hundred meters away as the ground exploded beneath it. Boom! The massive tail swept across, shattering the solid mountainside nearby, sending countless rocks and debris raining down. Returning before the rock dragon lizard, Hai Ming lunged with its claws, the cruel phantom mirroring its every move. Roar, struck again and wounded, the rock dragon lizard wailed in agony. Relying on its formidable defense, it had rarely been hurt throughout its life. Because of this, it was completely unaccustomed to pain. The rock dragon lizard's eyes filled with malice. It lifted its massive forelimbs and slammed them into the ground, triggering a massive tremor as countless sharp stone pillars erupted, shooting in every direction. Hai Ming's figure instantly vanished from the spot, reappearing hundreds of meters away, watching it with icy eyes. With the rock dragon lizard's domain suppressed, Hai Ming's agility, which had broken the 2,000 mark, was on full display. Furthermore, the rock dragon lizard was essentially a cumbersome mutant beast that relied on strength and defense but lacked speed. Combined with the extended reach provided by the cruel phantom, Hai Ming began to kite its opponent. This infuriated the rock dragon lizard, which stomped the ground repeatedly and roared wildly in frustration. "Roar, roar, if you have the guts, do not run, stand and fight." Watching this, Chen Lin smiled. He felt no ill effects within the sea of black flames. It was like a fish returning to water, only feeling warmth and comfort. It was not that Hai Ming was carefully controlling it. It was as if the black flames simply would not harm him. As if it were his own power. After a full half-hour of attrition, the rock dragon lizard could barely stand on its forelegs. Its life force nearly consumed, and fear finally took hold in its eyes. It did not want to die. It wanted to evolve to the next level of existence. "Roar, do not kill me. Do not kill me. I am willing to surrender." Hearing this, Hai Ming remained unmoved. Its vertical pupils were filled only with the greed to consume the rock dragon lizard entirely. "AWOO, you are more valuable as fuel for my evolution." The black flames surged, clinging tightly to the lizard's entire body as it burned. Hai Ming's gaze was cold as it unleashed a final, terrifying strike with its claws. "Roars now." Witnessing death, the rock dragon lizard let out a final roar of despair before its massive body collapsed, unable to hold up any longer under the tearing force of the claws. The black flames roared even brighter, as if silently celebrating its demise. After a long while, the rock dragon lizard had been completely consumed, leaving nothing but dust behind. Hai Ming retracted all the black flames, its form shrinking rapidly. A wave of exhaustion washed over its entire body, plunging it into a weakened state. Yet its presence remained undiminished, growing even more terrifying, like a true demon. Watching from afar, the three of them felt a chill of fear. Chen Lin silently summoned his silver disc, letting it fly to his finger and transform into armor that covered his entire body. Though he could ignore the flames, his clothes had not been so lucky. They had been burned away to nothing. In the sky, a new drone, urged by Yang Xiao, flew over rapidly. When they saw the withered trees, collapsed mountains, and the apocalyptic scene on the ground, everyone in the command center was shocked. Yang Xiao's gaze locked onto the black giant wolf standing alone. The rock dragon lizard that had appeared moments ago was gone without a trace. The outcome was self-evident. "This guy, how many more surprises does he have for me?" Yang Xiao gasped, his tone filled with wonder. Crossing 2 major tiers had already been the limit for humanity since the era of jobs began. But that was not enough. He went and crossed 3 tiers to slay the 3-headed rotten snake. And now, at level 16, he managed to slaughter a level 52 mutant beast with a trace of royal bloodline, a staggering leap of 4 full major tiers. Is he not even trying to hide it? He is just openly cheating, is not he? This monster should be thrown to the front lines early. Let those alien bastards have a taste of this, Yang Xiao said with a laugh. However, he realized that the opportunity would likely come soon. At the same time, he was now 100% certain of where the alien's target would be. It is time to start preparing. This net for catching the big fish needs to be woven tightly. Thinking of this, a cold smirk curled on Yang Xiao's lips. Tomorrow, post the recording of Chen Lin killing the 3-headed rotten snake on the Academy's public forum. Let everyone know that our great Zia has produced a dragon. Yes, the others replied with excitement. Only the female officer seemed puzzled. The current situation is unsafe. Is this really a good idea? On the screen, Qin Kong and the others arrived next to Chen Lin. Yi Kexi looked on with admiration, her eyes sparkling. "Junior Chen Lin, your summon is just too terrifying." Wang Yao and Qin Kong nodded. Other academies keep saying I am carrying you, but they have no idea that it is actually you carrying me. Wang Yao and I did not contribute this time. You and Kexi should split the contribution points. Hearing this, Wang Yao had no objections. He had been slacking off the entire time. Chen Lin shook his head. Let us stick to the original plan. Qin Kong was surprised. He had not expected him to be so generous. But having contributed nothing at all, he felt embarrassed to take them. He scratched his head and said, "Junior Chen Lin, this is what you deserve. Do not be modest." And so, they argued back and forth for over 10 minutes. Finally, Chen Lin sighed, "How about this? I want to keep hunting level 50 mutant beasts. Would you guys be willing to help?" Having consumed the rock dragon lizard and its life crystal, Hai Ming's size had increased by 2 meters, and more importantly, it gained 150 points of evolution value, 10 times that of a level 40 mutant beast. At this rate, if he just killed 10 more, he might be able to evolve again. That would be much faster than hunting level 40 mutant beasts. Qin Kong's eyes lit up, and he readily agreed. Part of the reason they took the risk to accept a 5th-rank quest in the first place was to contribute more to ending the crisis of the mutant beast riots. Upon hearing that Chen Lin still wanted to continue hunting, it was only natural that they would not refuse. As for the need to go back and claim the quest to receive rewards, who cares? The 1,000 contribution points for 1 rock dragon lizard were already a massive haul. So, even if they had to accompany Chen Lin to fight for an entire day, they were more than willing. Seeing this, Chen Lin smiled. Although the two of them felt quite redundant when facing the rock dragon lizard, Yi Kexi's role as a support was still quite significant. Next, the three of them began to clear out the level 50 to 54 mutant beasts in the surrounding area one by one. It is worth mentioning that Qin Kong finally showed some semblance of being the top student of Yunk Academy. He rushed in to hack at several dozen level 51 mutant beasts, then retreated unscathed, looking quite dashing. It is just that his damage output was a bit low, barely more than a tickle. Wang Yao unleashed his ultimate move with full force, his axe strike dealing high damage comparable to a single claw swipe from Hai Ming, proving equally valiant. Chen Lin watched in amazement. He let Hai Ming, who had not rested for long, attack immediately. By late night, the two humans and the beast were panting and sprawled on the ground, completely exhausted. Qin Kong gave a wry smile. I have completely lost face in front of our junior today. Hearing this, Wang Yao silently buried his head in the dirt, not wanting to be seen. When he delivered that strike, his momentum was majestic, like a giant wielding an axe to split the heavens, yet it only caused a minor injury. His heart took a heavy blow. Yi Kexi stood by and laughed. She and Chen Lin had been hiding in the back, so they only felt mentally drained and lightheaded. Seeing on the panel that Hai Ming's evolution value was full, Chen Lin breathed a long sigh of relief. Today's goal was officially accomplished. And in terms of physical size, after devouring 10 mutant beasts above level 50, Hai Ming had grown to a height of a full 80 meters. The 4 main attributes increased by 60 points, with strength, constitution, and agility all breaking the 400 mark. Now, its normal state is that of a 100-meter giant beast, and it is even more terrifyingly monstrous when using giant transformation. Let us go, it is time to head back. The three nodded hurriedly upon hearing this. If they kept fighting, their bodies would truly collapse. From 7 in the morning until now, a full 20 hours had been spent either killing mutant beasts or looking for them. Who could stand that? The drone following them from above transmitted the footage of their return journey to the command center, and Yang Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. If they had continued to fight, he would have had to order them to stop. After all, in their current state, any accident could cost them all their lives. It is truly incredible. In just one day, they actually killed 11 mutant beasts above level 50. Even our instructors could not match this speed. Someone remarked. Everyone nodded in admiration. As for shock, they had become completely numb to it from the start. The entire Balian mountain range has only about 1,000 mutant beasts above level 50. At this rate, we expect to finish clearing them in a little over a month. Hearing the female officer, Yang Xiao nodded, a look of satisfaction appearing on his face. During every mutant beast tide riot, these level 50 mutant beasts are undoubtedly the hardest to deal with. They are numerous, and their individual strength is very powerful. Even one charging into a city would cause immense damage. Once they are wiped out, those more powerful, sapient giant beasts will not dare to launch an attack so easily. The threat of a mutant beast riot will naturally disappear. Thinking of this, Yang Xiao laughed. At this point, our Hengshan base should have the fastest progress in the clearing operation, right? The female officer hesitated for a moment and said, No, the Luoxiang base is still in the lead. What is going on with them? How are they so fast? Yang Xiao was stunned. Not sure, but compared to yesterday, Luoxiang base's clearing speed has increased by a huge margin. And meanwhile, at the Luoxiang command center, the commander looked at the base, which was nearly deserted despite it being almost midnight. The commander could not help but laugh bitterly. They were all still out in the mountains engaged in desperate battles with mutant beasts, and aside from returning to claim quests, they did not stop for even a second. Originally, it was only the freshmen pushing themselves so hard, but as their contribution points grew and they started catching up, the sophomores felt the pressure. If it were just geniuses, getting surpassed would not be shameful. But it was clear that all the freshmen were about to overtake them. To save face, they had no choice but to start putting in the effort. Seeing this, the juniors and seniors could not sit still either. The result was that everyone from every academy joined in this intense internal competition. No one dared to rest, fearing that the time wasted would leave them behind the others. In such circumstances, even the instructors were not spared, feeling that resting was inexplicably shameful. Will not something go wrong if they keep this up? They get less than 2 hours of rest a day. Even for combat professionals, the body cannot handle it, someone worried. The commander sighed. Well, we cannot exactly stop them from pouring out their blood and sweat. Fortunately, the academies stationed at Luoxiang base were quite capable, especially Beilong, which is recognized as the top academy. He also gave orders to deploy a large number of soldiers and armed helicopters to stand by on the periphery of the mountains, allowing for faster support to students who called for help. Therefore, currently, serious injuries are frequent, but deaths are rare cases. Messages just came in from 13 other bases. Their situations are dire, and they cannot even clear the areas with level 20 mutant beasts. The most dangerous situation is the Wushan base, which reports that mutant beasts there are already showing signs of gathering. This means that some giant beasts are losing their patience and want to leave the mountains to attack the surrounding cities. Wu City, closest to the Wushan base, is the first in line, and their strongest instructor is only 4th rank. It is impossible for them to stop it. When that happens, the consequences will be that the mutant beasts will drive straight through, and countless people will become their food, the commander said with a grim expression. Hearing this, everyone fell silent. The image of news reports about cities falling slowly appearing in their minds, their hearts heavy. Looking at them, the commander said firmly, "So, the faster we clear them out, the sooner we can spare manpower to support the Wushan base and protect more people." At that moment, in the mountains, a young man in black battle armor was frantically swinging his sword, attacking a level 39 heavy-scaled lizard as if his life depended on it. His eyes were bloodshot, his eyeballs almost popping out as if he had gone mad. "Kill, kill, 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 turn into contribution points for me." Xiao Yungsu muttered continuously, the black aura swirling around his body nearly solidifying, and every strike against the heavy-scaled lizard ignored its defenses, causing it to let out shrill roars. After grinding it to death for over 10 minutes, Xiao Yungsu did not linger for a second and continued to head deeper. Level 40, I can definitely do it. Suddenly, he snapped his head to the side, where a mutant beast, 30 meters long and looking like a demon cat, was sneaking over. Seeing this, Xiao Yungsu's eyes glowed with ferocity, his killing intent erupting. As if targeted by a pervert, the demon cat shuddered. Sensing this person was extremely dangerous, it turned and fled. "You cannot run, hes. Back in the dorm, everything looked just as familiar. Fengyi asked, "Why are you back so late this time? It is already morning." Chen Lin chuckled as he sat down and picked up a skewer of roasted meat. "We went too deep. The journey back was quite long." Fengyi nodded, then asked with some curiosity, "Chen Lin, how come your contribution points have not changed today? Quite a few people have overtaken you." "I am teamed up with Senior Qin Kong. They take the contribution points, and I get the life crystals. So that is how it is." The three of them suddenly realized. Suddenly, Fengyi looked shocked. "You guys are not taking on level 5 missions, are you?" After all, Chen Lin could complete level 4 missions on his own, so there was no need for him to team up with anyone else. Hearing this, Li Jingfeng and Cao Yang also realized the implication. They looked at Chen Lin, who nodded, and instantly felt a bit sour. They were still only able to handle level 2 missions, yet Chen Lin had already completed a level 5 one. He was on the same combat level as the instructors. They had all entered Lark Academy at the same time, so how had the gap become so vast? A sense of gloom washed over the three of them. After all, they were all geniuses who had ranked in the top 3 of their respective provinces. Li Jingfeng's college entrance exam score was even higher than Chen Lin's. But in less than 5 days, in the blink of an eye, they had been left far, far behind. Thinking of this, all three of them were lost in thought. Honestly, Chen Lin, why is your combat strength increasing so quickly? Even if Black Abyss is a growth-type talent, this should not be possible, Feng Yi said with a wry smile. Chen Lin just smiled without answering, choosing not to say anything further to avoid crushing the three of them too hard. With the greedy gluttony talent, as long as there was something to devour, there would be absolutely no barriers to his growth, even when it becomes incredibly difficult to improve his strength in the future. He would never stop advancing. Once the other three had returned to their beds to rest, Chen Lin silently picked up his special device and used his contribution points to apply for 10 level 2 life crystals. Compared to academic credits, contribution points have higher purchasing power and are the currency system used on the front lines. They are valid across the entire human territory. But there is only one way to obtain them, and that is to make contributions to the human race. Clearing out mutated beasts and eliminating threats to the rear naturally counts as such. Soon after Chen Lin finished his request, the logistics department immediately reported it to the command center. Because life crystals are a restricted resource, they could not make the call when a student requested 10 at once. Yang Xiao thought for a moment and asked, "How many life crystals do we have in stock right now?" The female officer replied immediately, "We originally had 520, but that has been cut in half as many students have redeemed them." The number of these life crystals had been accumulated over the years by the Hengshan base through killing mutated beasts trying to emerge from the mountains. Since most of the soldiers were support personnel or ordinary people who could not benefit from absorbing them, they had been stored away. Now, they were being used as one of the resources for exchange, offering a choice to all the students fighting on the front lines. Give them to him, the same goes for any future requests. Yang Xiao nodded in approval. His potential was immense, and based on the drone observations from the past 2 days, his character was also excellent. Furthermore, Chen Lin was already a key target for attention, and thus qualified for priority resource allocation. This meant that as long as he needed something, the military would provide it first, and he could even directly redeem rare treasures. Understood, the female officer smiled. She was more than happy to give the life crystals gathered by the soldiers of Hengshan base to Chen Lin. And after about 10 minutes, a soldier in combat gear knocked on the dormitory door and handed Chen Lin a white, meter-long safety box. "Thank you," Chen Lin said politely. The soldier nodded and turned to leave immediately, as if he had other duties to attend to. Seeing this, Chen Lin went back inside, pondered for a moment, and then entered his student ID. The safety box immediately emitted a scanning beam, and a voice sounded, "Student identity verification complete." With a click, the box opened automatically, revealing 10 thumb-sized life crystals arranged neatly inside. Chen Lin did not hesitate. He held them all in his hands and silently thought, "Absorb." In an instant, all the life crystals shattered, turning into a shimmering crimson flow that slowly merged into his body. Very quickly, his level soared, reaching level 20. Life crystals provide a vast amount of experience, much faster than killing thousands of monsters in a dungeon. Seeing the prompt on his personal panel asking if he wanted to initiate the second advancement, Chen Lin did not bother going to sleep and clicked it immediately. His figure instantly vanished from the dorm. When his vision cleared again, Chen Lin found himself standing on a plain. A gentle breeze blew by, and a chill brushed against his face. A transparent box appeared before his eyes. Coordinate number 996. This is a world invaded by the fallen race. They have enslaved everything and are constantly breeding and growing here. Task: eliminate the fallen. Current number of participants: 1. Time limit: 23 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds. Warning: you cannot return to Blue Star of your own volition. After reading this, Chen Lin frowned slightly. He had read information about the fallen in his high school library. They were one of the alien civilizations attacking humanity. These creatures were not just invading Blue Star. They actually had the resources to invade other worlds as well. Just how vast was their population? Thinking of this, Chen Lin took a deep breath, his eyes turning solemn. He walked forward silently, and after a long while, he arrived at the edge of a cliff. When he saw the scene below, Chen Lin's face froze. Beside a massive plantation, there were creatures with gray skin, over 2 meters tall, with 2 horns on their heads, looking like humanoids, the fallen. They stared with mockery at countless humans who were thin as skeletons, their faces blank and numb. They were forcing the people to pick up bone spikes to feed small, entirely black trees that grew blood-red fruit. The people offered no resistance, mindlessly raising the bone spikes and piercing their own palms. The blood dripped down, staining the dark red soil an incredibly vibrant color. Chen Lin's fists tightened without him realizing it, and a surge of anger rose in his chest. Since he awakened his memories, this was the first time he had experienced such an intense emotional fluctuation, one he could not suppress at all. A silver butterfly slowly appeared and landed on his shoulder. Under a flash of silver light, battle armor covered his entire body. Boom, the ground exploded as Chen Lin jumped directly from the 100-meter-high cliff. The blood fruit will be ripe in a few days. Once I eat it, I will be able to break through to the third ring and join the expeditionary army. I am so envious of you, Barda. As the two corrupted beings were talking, a loud crash suddenly came from behind them, as if something heavy had slammed into the ground. They turned their heads in confusion, only to see a silver afterimage darting out from within the billowing smoke and dust. In the blink of an eye, Chen Lin reached the two corrupted beings, his armored fist swinging out with a white shockwave surrounding it. Under Barda's terrified gaze, before it even had time to block, the blow landed squarely on its face. Crack! Its nasal bone shattered, leaving a deep fist print on its face. The creature flew backward like a cannonball for dozens of meters, smashing through several small black trees. Boom! Crashing into the dark red soil, Barda felt its brain rattle, as if it had been struck by a boulder weighing over 10 tons. If not for its naturally tough physical body, its head would likely have exploded on the spot. Seeing this, its companion's face shifted dramatically. Viscous black power welled up in its hand, forming a spear that it immediately thrust toward the silver figure. Chen Lin did not dodge or blink. He grabbed the spearhead and shattered it with a single forceful motion. How is that possible? Panic flashed in the corrupted being's eyes. Realizing it was no match, it immediately turned to call out to its kin. However, Chen Lin's reaction was faster. He drew his blade and slashed down, splitting its body in two. Gray blood splattered onto his armor, as Chen Lin looked on with cold, indifferent eyes. By now, the rest of the corrupted beings had finally reacted to the sudden disturbance, and dozens of terrifying eyes turned toward him in fury. Chen Lin was unfazed. His blade slowly reshaped itself into a powerful halberd over 3 meters long. As he swung it in a circle, the terrifying weight caused the air to boom and howl. Dozens of corrupted beings swarmed up. Their leader, Beatty, stared fixedly at the silver figure and asked in a deep voice, "Who are you? Why have you launched an unprovoked attack?" This was a special form of communication that any race could understand, similar to telepathic connection. Though Chen Lin understood it, he did not know how to respond, nor did he want to. Humans, we do not need a reason to slaughter you beasts. Hearing this strange language, many of the corrupted beings found it familiar. Beatty suddenly realized what it meant and sneered. So you are one of those ants clinging to life. Instead of hiding in your holes, what gives you the courage to come out? Chen Lin's gaze grew colder. He walked toward the corrupted beings step by step, the tip of his halberd dragging along the ground. Boom, he suddenly transformed into an afterimage, moving with extreme speed, and appeared 3 meters in front of Beatty in an instant. Seeing the halberd's edge slashing toward its face, Beatty was shocked and immediately raised a shield it had already manifested to block. Bang, its figure was instantly sent flying, slamming into the cliff wall. This scene immediately stunned all the corrupted beings. Click-clack. With a shower of falling rocks, Beatty pried itself from the cliff wall, its eyes full of gravity as it stared at Chen Lin. Such powerful strength, and his speed was faster than its own as well. It was a third-ring corrupted being. When had such a formidable warrior appeared among those rats? However, this was a plantation, and there were 80 corrupted beings guarding it. Thinking of this, Beatty gave a cruel smile. All of you, attack together. Tear him to pieces and feed him to the blood fruit trees. Roar, all the corrupted beings roared, staring at Chen Lin with murderous intent. Countless waves of black energy surged forth, filling the air with a repulsive aura that bore down upon him. Chen Lin remained completely unaffected. With a calm expression, he burst forward, his halberd shattering the air in a horizontal sweep. The two closest corrupted beings had their heads exploded directly under the unstoppable weight of the blade. Just then, rows of spears thrust forward, hitting his armor, but they could not penetrate a single millimeter. They failed to break his defense at all. Seeing this, several corrupted beings looked on in disbelief. But they were met with a sweeping halberd, and all of them were instantly killed. Chen Lin was like a human-shaped beast. With his strength attribute raised to 220 points and a 13-ton weapon in his hands, he was absolutely terrifying and unstoppable. These corrupted beings below level 30 could not withstand a single hit from him. In this display of raw, overwhelming power, corrupted beings fell to the ground with mangled bodies, their gray blood spilling out and soaking the surrounding earth. The once arrogant Beatty started to panic. It quickly manifested a chain out of black energy and rushed forward to entangle Chen Lin. "Quick, everyone, restrain him." No sooner had it spoken than Beatty felt a massive force pulling from the other end of the chain, dragging its body forward uncontrollably. The terrifying halberd crashed down from above. Beatty's expression changed wildly as it frantically pushed its innate power. Its skin rapidly split, sprouting hard, black-glossed keratin armor. Protected by this hard armor, the halberd did not slice it in two, but it slammed the creature into the ground with a deafening boom, cracking the earth. Chen Lin stowed his halberd, stepped forward, and crushed the head of the severely injured Beatty under his foot. He scanned the remaining corrupted beings with cold eyes. All of the corrupted beings became fearful, not daring to advance. Seeing its brother slaughtered, Barda, having finally recovered from the concussion, was overcome with rage. It burned the image of Chen Lin into its mind before turning and bolting toward the royal city. Noticing this, Chen Lin communicated with the silver butterfly, and the halberd instantly transformed into a spear. He aimed at Barda's fleeing figure, his arm muscles taut, and threw it with all his might. The spear pierced through the air and instantly blew Barda's head apart. The remaining corrupted beings roared, "He is out of weapons, get him." Bang! He punched the head off a rushing corrupted being. Chen Lin began to fight with his bare hands. Every punch carried a white shockwave. They were immensely heavy and horrifying in their momentum. His figure shot toward a corrupted being, and he launched himself into the air, kicking its jaw into a pulp. When another roared from the side, Chen Lin did not even look. He swung his fist, collapsing the creature's chest and sending its body flying into the others behind it. With his punches and kicks, there were few of the 80 corrupted beings left, and they began to flee in terror. Chen Lin's gaze was ice cold. He had no intention of letting them go, so he pursued and slaughtered them all. Afterward, he walked over to retrieve his spear and looked up at a giant eye in the sky formed by gray formation patterns. This must be a long-range observation method of the corrupted alien race. He had likely been discovered long ago. Chen Lin took a deep breath, looked at his fellow humans in the plantation, and fell silent. They had no reaction, acting like walking corpses, numbly piercing themselves to feed the fruit trees. An unspeakable sense of despair weighed heavily on his heart. Watching this, Chen Lin raised his hand to stop them, but found he could not bring himself to speak. He could not save a single one of them. "Ars, are you an immortal?" Suddenly, a young, delicate voice interrupted his thoughts. Chen Lin turned his head sharply to see a young girl with dirty, messy hair standing nearby. She had run down from the cliff, stumbling and falling several times in her haste, her clothes torn and revealing many wounds. Seeing Chen Lin staring at her blankly, the girl grew nervous, clutching her clothes as she whispered, "Can you help us?" Chen Lin was silent for a long moment before saying, "Of course, there are no corrupted ones here now. Get the others to come and take these away." He gestured toward the red fruits. The girl looked over and nodded vigorously, though she seemed worried. "They will come back, and it will be dangerous then. Do not worry, no corrupted ones will appear for the rest of the day." Chen Lin smiled and patted the girl's dirty head. "Immortal, are you sure?" "Yes." Upon hearing this, the girl's face lit up with joy. Watching her run off happily, as if to share the good news with everyone, a surge of sorrow welled up in Chen Lin's heart, his very body trembling. With that eye in the sky, how could the corrupted not know their location? They were essentially keeping people as livestock, raising them like resources. "Alien race, you all deserve to die," fury rose in Chen Lin's chest. With a flicker of his intent, Hai Ming appeared, its 100-meter frame coiled with fierce and terrifying power. Undoubtedly, a massive wave of corrupted was already on its way. To be safe, Chen Lin immediately tapped to confirm the evolution. Following the action, the source power deep within Hai Ming's body shuddered, and waves of terrifying evolutionary energy swept through its entire being. Then it even burst out from its body, turning into a black beam of light that shot into the sky, piercing the clouds and shattering the gray eye. Boom! The world seemed to tremble, and an aura that made all things fierce swept in every direction, as if a demon god had descended. Roar! Haiming looked up and let out a roar, its terrifying and cruel presence echoing across thousands of meters. The girl, having not gone far, was so scared that she fell to the ground, clutching her little head with trembling hands. She only dared to get up after the pressure had long since dissipated. She forced herself up, ignoring her weak legs, and continued to run. She had to tell everyone the news. A silver immortal had come to save them. Congratulations, your summon Haiming has acquired the skill, Spring Surge. Congratulations, your summon Haiming's gigantism talent has been promoted from rank B to rank A. Congratulations, your summon Haiming's diamond body talent has been promoted from rank B to rank A. Congratulations, your summon Haiming's flame talent has been promoted to Sky Flame A. Congratulations, your summon Haiming has acquired a new talent, Death Heavy Pupil A. Strength 412 to 502. Physique 429 to 519. Agility 418 to 508. Magic 384 to 474. With this evolution, Haiming grew another 30 meters, reaching a height of 110 meters and a body length of over 200 meters. All attributes increased by 90 points. Chen Lin focused his thoughts. Gigantism A increases body size 5-fold and increases strength, defense, and speed by 500%. Diamond Body A grants an immunity trait, reducing elemental and toxin damage. When activated, the body is coated in diamond power, making it immovable. Skyflame A can fuse 3 of its own powers to form a unique personal domain. Death Heavy Pupil A, within the line of sight, defines the target as dead, killing anything it strikes. All talents received massive boosts, and its strength increased significantly. The most impressive part was the flame being upgraded to Sky Flame, which could form a domain by fusing 3 powers. And it was a unique domain belonging only to itself. Chen Lin had witnessed how strong the giant rock lizard's gravity domain was, which could suppress Haiming, and Luo Ning's gray domain was also incredibly bizarre. A domain formed by fusing 3 talent powers would certainly not be weak. As for the Death Heavy Pupil, he had not used it before, so he was not exactly sure how it worked. But a ranked talent could not possibly be weak. Chen Lin took a deep breath and looked ahead. The next step was to eliminate all the incoming corrupted ones. Let us go, we need to take this battle away from here. Glancing at the numb people behind him, Chen Lin said to himself, I will make them pay in blood. He turned and walked a few kilometers with Haiming. There was no mental communication along the way. Haiming could sense its master was in a bad mood and walked quietly beside him. About 10 minutes later, patterns suddenly appeared in the sky, slowly forming a massive gray eye that stared directly at the human and the beast below. Then, on the horizon, waves of corrupted creatures, 3 to 4 meters tall, charged fiercely. There were at least several thousand of them. The 10 in the front were as high as level 55. The human race had never seen such a difficult level 20 transfer dungeon. His spear transformed into a halberd. Chen Lin gripped it tightly and said coldly, Leave no survivors. Wipe these corrupted ones out. As you command, my master. Haiming responded, its body rapidly expanding until it became a terrifying black giant beast with a shoulder height of 550 meters and a length of over 1,000 meters. Black flames erupted from its entire body, and its deep blue pupils had turned into gray heavy pupils, radiating a death aura that made living creatures tremble. Roar! The fierce roar resounded for over 10 kilometers, and under the terrifying pressure, all the corrupted came to a halt. Under the deterrence, except for the 10 high-level 5-ring corrupted. All the other corrupted felt a deep, inner fear and trembled uncontrollably. This giant beast is very strong. It is definitely not a creature of this world. Then this human should not be one of the rats we keep either. They must both be from another world. The 10 5-ring corrupted discussed gravely, their eyes fixed on the black giant beast ahead. The terrifying flames raging over its body made them feel extreme danger. Even from several kilometers away, the scorching heat remained intense. With a body size of over 1,000 meters, each of Haiming's slow steps spanned several hundred meters, immediately putting the 5-ring corrupted on high alert. It used Swift to increase speed and Spring Surge to absorb energy floating in the world to quickly recover magic, both at the same time. Boom! Haiming surged forward. the ground within hundreds of meters instantly cracking, and countless shards of rock exploding into the air. It appeared instantly in front of the 10-5-ring corrupted, its gray, heavy pupils staring coldly at them, and raised a massive claw to strike. A massive shadow fell, and the 5-ring corrupted scattered in every direction, narrowly dodging the blow. However, the other corrupted on the ground were not so lucky. They were all crushed into paste under the terrifying claw and instantly consumed by the black flames. Seeing this, the leader, Reales, shouted immediately, "Forget this monster. Go kill that human." As the corrupted being scurried past, the black nether stared with cold, heavy eyes. When its front paws slammed down, the earth cracked for hundreds of meters, sending tremors in all directions with terrifying force. With a deafening roar, jet black flames erupted, reaching thousands of meters and swallowing everything in their path. Countless corrupted beings were instantly gripped by terror. Not only did they feel the searing pain, but they could also sense their life force being stripped away rapidly, their wails filling the air. Within mere seconds, the weaker corrupted ones had been reduced to ashes. Damn it, what kind of hellish power is this? It is actually burning my very life essence. How can it be this bizarre? Leales was somewhat shocked. This was completely different from a physical wound. Life essence represents one's lifespan. Once lost, it cannot be restored unless one uses rare treasures to replenish it. Attack now. If we drag this out, even if we manage to win, we will not have much time left to live. The 9-5th-ring corrupted beings nodded, immediately manifesting various weapons and unleashing their strongest killing moves powered by their innate abilities. Yet when they struck the black nether, a golden light emerged, radiating an aura that could not be shaken. Blocked all of them. How can its defense be this strong too? Leales gritted its teeth. Just then, a giant paw smashed down like an entire mountain range collapsing, accompanied by a booming roar. Watching this, black bone wings erupted from Leales's back. Like a shot arrow, it decisively bolted toward the distance. However, its mind was suddenly flooded with boundless fear. A pair of ruthless, heavy eyes, emanating a terrifying aura and harboring the essence of death, appeared in the void, locking onto it. In that instant, Leales froze. Under the enhancement of the death gaze, the intimidation seemed to have strengthened, gaining a new effect. The giant paw descended fiercely. Leales was completely unable to move, cold sweat pouring down its forehead. This was a form of hard crowd control. Without any mental defenses, it could not break free at all. Boom, the earth collapsed instantly, as if a subterranean dragon was thrashing about. Dust billowed, and the impact was earth-shaking. Watching the black giant wolf, which felt like a natural disaster, the remaining 9 corrupted beings gulped, fear visible in each other's eyes. This beast is too terrifying, like a monster. We cannot deal with it at all. Run, we have to run. Hearing this, the other 8 corrupted beings nodded immediately, unfurling their black bone wings and flying frantically toward the royal city. No one wanted to be the last one left behind. The black nether completely devoured the Leales beneath its paw, then raised its heavy eyes to look coldly at them as if they were flies. It pinned one down, instantly appeared behind it, and tore it apart with blacklight-infused claws. Seeing this, the remaining 8 5th-ring corrupted beings were terrified to the core, wishing they could sprout an extra pair of wings. Split up and run. They instantly scattered, each flying in a different direction. The black nether picked one at random, chased it down, pinned it again, and shredded it with its claws. Immediately after, a sense of death, which made the corrupted being's hair stand on end, surged from its heavy eyes. The horrific aura of death turned the area around one corrupted being into a gray wasteland, grinding its life away like a millstone until it fell to the ground. The black nether repeated the process, using the death gaze again. However, after 2 uses, a sharp, stinging pain shot from its eyes. Blood streamed down from its eyes, and a hint of death started to rise within its own body. If it were to keep forcing its use, the accumulated death essence would eventually reach a breaking point and erupt. It probably would not be able to withstand the backlash and would be erased by its own death essence. Thinking of this, the black nether ceased the technique, crushed the ground beneath its feet with a bang, and turned into a blur to chase them down, beginning a slow hunt. Meanwhile, hundreds of corrupted beings coming from the left and right, seeing the black sea of flames dissipate, roared and charged toward Chen Lin. Chen Lin remained expressionless. His figure shot forward, sweeping his war halberd in all directions. Each corrupted being had its flesh and blood exploded under the overwhelming blade aura, losing its life. The ground was soon littered with mangled corpses, limbs and remains mixed together. Long after, only Chen Lin remained standing on the plain. For 100 meters around, there was nothing but gray blood and body parts. The stench of blood rose to the sky, a scene of hell. Over at the plantation, when dozens of people arrived, they were all stunned by the countless corpses of corrupted beings. The girl looked around for a long time, but unable to find the silver figure, she immediately ran outside the plantation. Seeing this, the leading man ordered, "Bring everyone back to the base, take the blood fruits, and destroy this place." After speaking, he followed the girl. An hour later, arriving at the plain of corpses and blood, the man's expression was one of shock. Countless corrupted beings had died miserable deaths, their flesh and blood mangled together, the scent of gore thick. Standing here felt like being in hell. Further away, the earth was collapsed and shattered for thousands of meters, not a blade of grass remaining. How was this caused? Just from this scene, he could imagine how terrifying the battle must have been. Could it be that a powerhouse of our human race has truly descended? However, Chen Lin had long since departed, and there was not a soul in sight. Dozens of kilometers away, standing on the head of the Black Nether, Chen Lin looked over the end of the plain and advanced at high speed along the direction from which the corrupted beings had come. He was going to find their den and wipe them all out. Feeling the death aura wrapping around the Black Nether, Chen Lin communicated through his mind. "Are you all right? It will not be a problem in the short term, my master." Hearing the response, Chen Lin nodded and kept his eyes forward. Having devoured thousands of corrupted beings this time, the Black Nether's size had grown by another 5 meters. The energy required for its growth was clearly much higher. And the evolution points had only increased by 100, still very far from the 5,000 required for completion. It was nearly 10 times harder than before the evolution. It seems that having all abilities enter the S-rank category is a massive threshold. Without spending at least 10 days, it likely will not be able to evolve. As his thoughts wandered, a massive city slowly came into view. Chen Lin narrowed his eyes, his gaze turning sharp. Above the magnificent city hundreds of meters high, countless corrupted beings had already retreated, leaving only a level 59 corrupted being, whose strength approached the 6th ring, waiting alone. Through the gaze of observation, they knew that human wave tactics were useless, so they naturally would not come out to die in vain. Late's eyes were cold. Behind its 6-meter-tall body, a pair of terrifying black bone wings were spread, its entire form coiled in pressure. The black power of corruption turned into tangible currents, darkening the surrounding environment so that no light could penetrate it. Across a distance of a dozen kilometers, it silently stared at Chen Lin. "This disgusting aura, I can feel it even from this far away." Chen Lin's voice was cold. He jumped down from the Black Nether's head, slamming into the ground with a boom, and then bolted toward the giant city like a sharp sword. "Black Nether, you deal with it. I will go and kill the others." "As you, command master." After responding, the Black Nether's size instantly exploded to 1,000 meters. Jet black flames erupted, and like a black disaster beast, its fierce pressure immediately swept in all directions. Boom, the 1,000-meter plane cracked, and the Black Nether shot forth instantly, appearing in front of the giant city. Looking at this black giant wolf, 100 times larger than itself, which cast a shadow over Late's entire surroundings, there was not the slightest flicker of emotion on its face. The claws, flashing with black light, tore through the air and descended like lightning. The moment they made contact, a corner of the stone city wall, as hard as steel, exploded, brittle as paper. However, as it was about to strike Rayat's, it was blocked by a barrier formed of materialized black air currents, unable to break through. "Mere beast, not even at the king level in the hierarchy of life. Do you really think you can turn the world upside down just by killing a few ants?" Rayat said in a flat tone, flicking his finger slightly. The black barrier instantly expanded and exploded, knocking Heiming back several hundred meters. Following that, the black power surged, turning in the blink of an eye into a giant magic blade over 100 meters long, exuding a terrifying aura of corruption that withered all the weeds within a kilometer. Rayat slowly reached out to grasp the magic blade, circles of dark air swirling upward, his momentum instantly climbing to the extreme, utterly terrifying. "I, the son of the demon king of the fallen race, am not like those pieces of trash. Prepare yourself for your death." Rayat slashed down violently, and the 100-meter magic blade struck Heiming instantly. Golden light emerged, But it could not hold for more than a few seconds before cracking under the immense pressure, its unshakable resolve eroded by the aura of corruption, on the verge of shattering. Haiming roared, catching the magic blade with both paws, just as the golden light shattered. It blocked the strike head-on with its formidable physique, boasting a constitution attribute of over 2,500. Boom, the surrounding ground collapsed dozens of meters instantly, and a bottomless fissure was carved into the earth ahead by the magic blade. Countless drops of dark golden blood streamed from its head and palms. With a single strike, it had dealt significant damage to Haiming. Reyetz looked on indifferently. Not bad. To survive one of my strikes, you are qualified to become my mount. I know you are bound by a contract with that human and cannot harm him. Now, I can offer you a chance to be forgiven for the sin of killing over 1,000 of my kin. Just do not stop me when I go to kill that human, how about it? Hearing this, unprecedented rage flared in Haiming's eyes as it glared fiercely at Reyetz. Roar, you are seeking death. A vicious roar shook heaven and earth as black flames erupted from its body, expanding to a range of several thousand meters in a blink, engulfing everything in a blazing inferno. A terrifying, brutal phantom over 2,000 meters tall slowly materialized. This time, the brutal phantom was nearly solid, its aura making all things tremble, even more horrifying than before. Sensing that power capable of devouring everything, Reyetz's expression grew grave. Its very life essence was being stripped away. Reyetz hurriedly conjured a barrier to shield himself from the black flames. Roar, just because you blocked a simple strike of mine, do you think you're strong? Now, come again. Haiming's voice was deep, sending out waves of ripples as it stared coldly at Reyetz with its double eyes. Without even moving, it raised its sharp claws and swung them down instantly. On its body, the brutal phantom mimicked the move exactly. Seeing this, Reyetz's expression shifted, and he exerted his full power to reinforce his barrier. Yet, he still could not withstand the terrifying black flaming claws of the brutal phantom. In mere seconds, cracks appeared on the barrier, spreading and deepening continuously. With a bang, it shattered, and Reyetz was slammed down, crashing into the earth. Roar, is that all you have? Haiming looked down from above, not attacking, but quietly waiting for him to rise. Reyetz's face turned ugly. As he stood up slowly, feeling his life essence being drained again, he snarled, "You beast, I will make you wish you were dead." A terrifying force erupted from within his body. But then, it expanded less than 10 meters before it could not advance any further, leaving Reyetz completely stunned. What is happening? Why will not my domain expand? I have been suppressed. Before he could react, the brutal phantom's claws swung again. Boom, struck by the force, Reyetz smashed through the thick city wall and was sent flying back hundreds of meters. Roar, trash. Understanding the insult, Reyetz could no longer contain his fury. He let out a roar and shot into the sky. Even without the blessing of my corruption domain, I can still kill you. As he spoke, Reyetz's body surged in size to several dozen meters, black patterns spreading across his skin. The black bone wings on his back opened wide, stretching over 100 meters. A long black spear slowly materialized in his hands. Black air currents exploded outward in all directions, the aura absolutely terrifying. Talent, fallen demon shadow form. Die for me. Reyetz roared, his figure vanishing instantly, crashing through the black flames with a boom. The sharp black spear lunged forward to pierce. Under this strike, Haiming reacted faster, using the range bonus of the brutal phantom to swat him down like a fly. He crashed into the ground, creating a massive crater. Struggling to stand, Reyetz gritted his teeth, his eyes full of rage. Since birth, he had been an aristocrat among the fallen. He had never suffered such humiliation. Bajian, what are you waiting for? Activate the fallen heaven lockdown array for me. His voice carried through the gray eye, floating in the sky, to those in the distance behind him. Instantly, a black canopy covered the entire great city like an inverted bowl, and chains wrapped in corruption energy, dozens of meters wide, emerged from the void to bind Haiming layer by layer. Countless streams of black air flowed along the chains, eroding its body as if to assimilate it. With tens of thousands of fallen beings driving it, even if you reach the strength of a sixth ring, you will be obediently assimilated and turned into a puppet that only knows how to obey. Reyetz laughed maniacally. I will definitely make you suffer when that time comes. Haiming's two gray eyes remained cold, and with a fierce roar, it fused the power of heavenly flame, gluttony, giant form, and the death pupil together. Boom! The black flames erupted instantly, expanding a full kilometer, with terrifying death energy circulating throughout the domain. At this moment, within the sea of black flames, all creatures were defined by death. Even immortal gods could fall. At the same time, the brutal phantom on Haiming solidified completely, its aura shaking everything within thousands of meters, horrifying and tyrannical. Two dark double pupils emerged in its giant eyes, containing such horrific death intent that one glance was enough to slay its target. Within the domain, power is made manifest. Right now, it is the master of this world. Abyssal prison of heaven refining. The domain formed by the fusion of 3 innate powers is absolutely terrifying. Rayet's smile froze, and his gaze gradually turned to fear. Trapped within the abyssal prison, his life is not only being consumed and transformed by the pitch-black flames, but also slowly eroded by the encroaching sense of death. You can tell by the way its aura is slowly weakening. Damn beast, let us see whether you drain me to death first, or if I assimilate you first. Rayet's wore a crazed expression, pouring out all of his corruption power into the shackles. The power of the erosion suddenly intensified. Endless waves of corruption covered the black-winged beast, aiming to completely taint its body and soul. The beast roared at the heavens, its unshakable will causing the terrifying power of corruption to struggle as it moved forward. Since its birth, it had been a runt due to mutations, considered worthless and abandoned by the wolf pack in the cruel wilderness. Hunger and cold left it shivering in the crevices of rocks, nearly losing all its warmth. It was Chen Lin's summoning that saved it from disaster and gave its existence new meaning. From that moment on, it decided to stay by his side forever, never to leave. Therefore, what makes it fight for Chen Lin has never been a contract or a soul bond. The very meaning of its existence is to fight for Chen Lin. The ferocious phantom roared as well. Without needing a command from the beast, the swirling black and gray powers shattered the shackles. Giant claws swiped down instantly, tearing through the chains that bound it. Seeing this, Rayet sneered, and more shackles appeared, piercing through the air. It is useless. Even if you have the strength of a 6th ring right now, you cannot break free. The ferocious phantom slowly looked at him, its gray eyes cold and indifferent, unleashing the terrifying aura of death hidden deep within. Rayet felt an extreme sense of danger, as his entire body suddenly turned gray. Under that terrible power, most of his life was wiped away in mere seconds, leaving him on the verge of death. At that moment, a dark force erupted from within Rayet's, emanating an aura that could corrupt all things, crushing the sense of death instantly. Rayet looked grim. The protective power his father left him was gone. Terrified, he did not dare stay any longer, turned around and fled. If he stayed any longer, he would truly be ground to death by these pitch-black flames and the pervasive aura of death within the domain. However, elsewhere, Chen Lin had already reached the massive palace square behind the giant city, hurling his battle spear from hundreds of meters away. The silver beam pierced through the air, charging toward the dense mass of thousands of corrupted beings. Seeing this, Bajin stepped out, manifesting a large black blade to block the spear. Under the powerful impact, he was forced to retreat several meters. At that instant, Chen Lin closed the distance, his silver fist slamming into the end of the spear. It pierced straight through, exploding the heart of this level 35 corrupted being, showering the area in gray blood. Chen Lin's expression was calm as his battle spear transformed, becoming a halberd that swept across the field. Under the gleam of the halberd, several nearby corrupted beings exploded, flesh flying everywhere. This horrifying sight shocked countless corrupted beings, who dared not maintain the corruption array and retreated in a panic. As a result, the beast instantly shattered all the shackles, and the pitch-black sky also crumbled and vanished. Chen Lin surged forward, his step cracking the tiles as he dove into the sea of corrupted enemies. His silver silhouette gleamed brightly under the returning light, standing out starkly against the pitch-black crowd. The halberd's strikes were domineering and fierce, obliterating everything. Chen Lin's momentum was peerless, and he slew dozens of corrupted beings in a short span. Roar, with a howl, countless black spikes rained down from the sides. Chen Lin did not even look, letting the spikes fall. His sturdy armor proved impenetrable, blocking them all completely. Human, if it were not for the fact that our elite kin are all away on an expedition, you would have been crushed like an ant long ago. The 4-meter-tall corrupted beast glared, its muscles surging, and charged forward. Chen Lin's expression remained cold as his halberd tore through the air, instantly striking it down and cracking the ground beneath. The blade embedded into its flesh, and he hoisted it up, swinging it into the crowd of other corrupted beings. Boom, watching the path of destruction cut through the crowd, Chen Lin's voice remained indifferent. Give me 1 year, and slaughtering your entire corrupted race will be but a trifling matter. The 4-meter beast clearly understood human language. Its face turned ugly as it bellowed, assimilate him together. Roar, all the corrupted beings howled, each unleashing their power of corruption, filling the air with a dense, black current. It transformed into long, numerous shackles that lashed out toward Chen Lin. Chen Lin reacted with lightning speed, abandoning his position as the tiles beneath him shattered. The shackles struck the empty spot a second later. With a calm gaze, he swept his halberd, harvesting corrupted beings while dodging the incoming chains. As countless enemies fell, their flesh and severed limbs painted a wide area, and the scent of blood spread rapidly. His silver armor had long since turned gray, and Chen Lin was swathed in an aura of slaughter, looking as if he were the true demon. However, as time went on, the shackles multiplied, gradually pushing him into a corner and blocking every avenue of escape. Once the first chain ensnared him, dozens more swarmed in, winding tightly around his limbs and torso, binding him completely. Seeing this, all the corrupted beings rejoiced, wearing cruel smiles. Hurry, use your power to assimilate him. Countless waves of corruption surged through the chains, but Chen Lin felt absolutely nothing. It was as if all of it had been absorbed by the silver butterfly. In his mind, a pained whimper from the silver butterfly echoed. This caused Chen Lin's expression to darken, his mood turning grave. Feeling its voice grow weaker, he knew the erosion was becoming critical. Chen Lin prepared to recall the silver butterfly and bear the burden himself, but a ferocious roar suddenly erupted from afar. A massive corpse, tens of meters in size, crashed through countless buildings, smashing into a large group of corrupted beings. The terrifying impact crushed them instantly into a bloody pulp. Awo! The giant black wolf was unstoppable, moving with terrifying speed. Its 1,000-meter frame tore through buildings in the blink of an eye, emerging into the palace square amidst flying debris. The entire palace trembled from the thunderous impact. Its tyrannical presence made all the corrupted beings tremble, paralyzed with fear. Looking at the massive corpse, they gulped in disbelief. How is this possible? Lord Reyetz is dead. One of the corrupted beings stammered. Fear spread instantly among them. Finding his master bound by countless chains, the black wolf's eyes surged with fury as he glared at the remaining corrupted beings. Under his intimidation, not a single one could escape. Pitch-black flames exploded instantly, engulfing them and burning them all to nothingness. As the shackles shattered under his claws, Chen Lin let out a sigh of relief. After communicating with the silver butterfly through his mind and receiving confirmation that it was unharmed, he turned his gaze toward Haiming, whose body was wreathed in a sinister aura of death, and frowned. He could not let it use the death pupil again. The backlash would be more than the current Haiming could handle. Sensing Chen Lin's concern, Haiming replied telepathically, I think I can manage 2 more uses, master. Chen Lin sighed helplessly and patted it, and what if you cannot? He then asked, is there any way to get rid of this death aura? It will dissipate on its own once some time has passed. Upon hearing this, Chen Lin nodded and began sweeping through all the palaces, ensuring not a single abyssal fallen was left behind. The area spanned several thousand meters and contained many unique architectural styles, all cast from materials he had never seen before. After an hour of searching, Chen Lin had not found a single useful precious treasure. It seemed they had all been consumed. He arrived at the final palace, where a gate made of something like jade stood over 10 meters wide and dozens of meters high. Chen Lin placed his hands on it and pushed with all his might, and the gate rumbled open inward. Once there was enough space for someone to pass through, Chen Lin stopped and stepped inside. Haiming was too large. Even without its giant form, it would never be able to squeeze inside. However, if Chen Lin were to encounter any danger, it would destroy the entire palace without hesitation. The interior was incredibly spacious, with massive pillars standing tall and a giant, cryptic array carved into the center of the floor, exuding an unfathomably profound aura. In short, Chen Lin could not make heads or tails of any of it. Suddenly, his eyes snapped to the side, where an abyssal fallen in ritual robes was hiding behind a giant pillar. Its entire body was trembling, and its face was twisted in extreme terror. Chen Lin dragged his war halberd across the floor. The grating sound made the ritualist Fallen tremble even more violently in fear. Seeing the silver figure coming straight for it, the ritualist Fallen collapsed onto its rear, shrieking, You do not kill me." Chen Lin remained expressionless. "You invade all worlds at will and slaughter my people, and now you are afraid." Seeing the halberd raised, the ritualist Fallen quickly begged for mercy in the human tongue. "I did not. I was born here, I have never been to another world, and I have never killed a human." Chen Lin used his scanning ability, saw its level was 30, and with a fierce look, stomped its head into the ground. "Your kind did not just slaughter countless humans, you enslaved them and used their blood to nurture your treasures. To reach this level, can you honestly say you have never consumed those fruits? Perhaps you never killed one of them yourself, but you drank their blood every single day." Feeling the pressure on its head increasing, the ritualist Fallen was overcome with dread. Those blood fruits were unique to this world. Absorbing blood helped them grow, and eating the fruit instantly boosted their combat power. It had indeed eaten many, but it did not see that as wrong. The weak were meant to be enslaved, and invading other worlds was necessary to strengthen their race and survive. This was the mindset it had been taught since its birth. By causing such a stir, the other royal cities must know by now. They will immediately send a message across worlds to bring our strongest warriors back. Then you will definitely die. But I can help you activate the world teleportation array so you can escape. The ritualist Fallen spoke at top speed, terrified that Chen Lin would crush its skull the next second. Chen Lin's eyes lit up at these words. He might be able to save that girl and the others after all. At the thought, Chen Lin slammed his halberd down right next to the ritualist, cracking the floor. It was shaken to the core. How many people can this world teleportation array carry? 1,000 people is no problem. The ritualist Fallen immediately realized he wanted to take others with him. But it did not dare to lie and answered truthfully. Chen Lin let out a breath, lifted his foot, and tapped it with his halberd. "Get up and follow me." The ritualist Fallen complied immediately, not daring to pull any tricks. After all, it was the one controlling the gray eye in the sky, and it knew full well how terrifying Chen Lin and the monster outside were. Once outside, Chen Lin grabbed it with one hand, sat on Hai Ming's back, and communicated his intentions. Hai Ming nodded, glanced at the ritualist, and growled, "If you dare touch me, I will end you." Once beasts grow strong, they naturally understand the universal language of the heavens through bloodline inheritance. After understanding, the ritualist Fallen curled its limbs in, desperately pulling its body as far away as possible. Then it ventured cautiously. "If you need to pick people up, you can use the Sky Fortress. It is big enough and very fast. Lead the way." A few minutes later, they arrived in front of a kilometer-wide fortress, and Hai Ming leaped onto it. The entire fortress shook violently, but countless gray runes appeared shortly after, stabilizing it. The ritualist Fallen hurriedly asked Chen Lin to throw it down. It did not dare touch Hai Ming at all. Chen Lin did not hold back. He slammed it down hard onto the fortress deck. Besides, the lives of the Abyssal Fallen were not exactly fragile. The ritualist stood up with difficulty, harboring no complaints, and immediately operated the fortress to fly at maximum speed. 2 hours passed, and the Sky Fortress arrived above the plantation. Chen Lin jumped down, creating a small crater, and scanned his surroundings, but it seemed deserted. Just then, a dirty little girl emerged, her limbs trembling. "I, immortal." She had been waiting here the whole time, hoping Chen Lin would return. Gazing at the fortress in the sky, the girl looked terrified. "That is the weapon of the Abyssal Fallen. Immortal, are we in danger?" "Do not worry." Seeing the fear in her eyes, Chen Lin realized she had misunderstood, so he walked over and patted her head. "The Abyssal Fallen have all been killed." The girl felt reassured, and curiosity lit up her face. "Immortal, can I go up and see it?" "Of course." Chen Lin communicated with Hai Ming and waited for the fortress to descend. Then he hesitated and said, "Close your eyes first." "Okay," the girl nodded obediently. Chen Lin retracted his armor and gently picked her up to board the fortress. The ritualist Fallen immediately rushed over, about to ask if they were headed for the base of these people, as it knew the location. However, Chen Lin gave it a cold stare. "Get lost and do not show yourself." He had promised the girl that no Abyssal Fallen would appear today. The ritualist Fallen shut its mouth immediately and retreated silently into the fortress to pilot it. A long time later, they landed on a flat hill, and Chen Lin led the girl down. The two followed a path, hidden by weeds, down into an underground shelter. It was reinforced with crude wood, lit only by torches and packed with hundreds of people. A man saw the figure the girl was holding hands with and rushed over. "Xiao Yue, who is this?" "The immortal. He is the one who killed all the abyssal fallen." Once she said this, everyone around was shocked, and the looks they directed at Chen Lin turned to deep reverence. Is it really him who killed all the fallen? The crowd looked at him with scrutiny, as this was completely different from the three-headed and six-armed monster they had imagined. His fair and handsome face radiated a gentle warmth that felt like a spring breeze. What was more, he seemed incredibly young, appearing to be only 18 or 19 years old. "Are you really an immortal?" Hearing this from someone, the man who called the girl Xiaoyu shook his head. He knew more than the others. He knew Chen Lin was no immortal, but a powerful human from another world. Zhou Yuan cautiously spoke up, "Lord, do you have any instructions for coming here?" He was certain that Chen Lin did not originate from this world. They once had many powerhouses here capable of moving mountains and draining seas. But when the Fallen invaded, most realized the enemy was an overwhelming race and chose to flee instead of fighting. Those people would never return to look after them. "I am here to take you away." Chen Lin briefly explained what had happened. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yuan gulped and asked, "Ray, really?" Most of them actually understood that the only reason they were still alive was because the Fallen needed their lives to cultivate precious herbs and treasures. Like a cat playing with a mouse, they would let them hide away and recover their numbers, only to attack and capture another batch later. But even if they knew, what could they possibly do? They could only keep hiding and searching for a way to break out of this cage. Zhou Yuan had once been part of the resistance against the Fallen. He understood deeply that those powerhouses never cared about the survival of the weak. Otherwise, they would not have abandoned everyone and left the world without even putting up a fight. And in his eyes, Chen Lin was clearly another such powerhouse, capable of traveling through the heavens. Yes, Chen Lin nodded with a smile. Watching this, hope gradually ignited in everyone's eyes. Deep in this dark, sunless underground, they had longed for a ray of light every single moment. At the same time, this was the support that kept them going, even when they knew they were no better than fish on a chopping block. "Let us go, take everyone and head to a safe world." Although Blue Star had its own dangers, perhaps even greater ones, as it was besieged by over a dozen alien races. But at least there, countless people stood fearlessly on the front lines, defying all threats to protect the peace behind them. He himself would soon be joining them, and he would not let the invaders step a single inch further. A few hours later, the aerial fortress returned to the palace plaza to descend, and hundreds of people walked out. Even though Chen Lin had said all the Fallen were killed, their expressions remained full of fear. Chen Lin silently covered Xiaoyu's eyes before summoning the sacrificial Fallen. When they saw it, everyone stepped back in unison, their faces wary. Not caring about their reaction at all, the sacrificial Fallen hurriedly ran to Chen Lin's side to lead the way. Arriving at the palace at the very back, he had Black Hell push the doors wide open, and everyone surged inside. Once they stood on the central teleportation array, the sacrificial Fallen immediately activated it. The process was quite simple. After all, the array had long been constructed and stored energy for ages. It only needed to be started. Now, you just need to communicate with the array and lock onto the coordinates and the specific landing location. Hearing this, Chen Lin closed his eyes and began to operate it. He could not possibly trust the sacrificial Fallen to handle this. If it played any tricks, they would all die. He set the coordinates to Blue Star, with the specific destination being Fanyun City. The teleportation array locked onto these memories with perfect accuracy. Location confirmed, opening the spatial passage. Estimated time, 59 seconds. Boom! The entire palace trembled under a terrifying outburst of energy. The sky was torn open, creating a small fissure that slowly widened. Such a massive disturbance was instantly observed by the gray eyes controlled by other royal cities. Damn it, that human is activating the teleportation array to escape. A 5-meter-tall Fallen stood on a 100-meter-high wall, its voice full of rage. This was a teleportation opportunity they had spent countless resources and accumulated for a long time to use. It was originally intended to transport blood fruits to their comrades on the expedition. We cannot let him leave just like that, or the honor of the true Fallen race will be gone. Roar! The 5-meter Fallen roared, its bone wings spread wide in fury as it shot into the sky. Behind it, countless Fallen followed, filling the sky like a tide. Within mere tens of minutes, dozens of Tier 4 and Tier 5 fallen from several royal cities converged from all directions, closing in. Black Hell, guarding outside the palace, sensed their presence. It slowly stood up to its massive height, looked up at the sky, and sent a telepathic message. "Master, many fallen are coming." Chen Lin nodded, stood up, and walked straight outside. Seeing this, Zhou Yuan felt uneasy and could not help but ask, "Lord, has something happened?" "Do not worry about it. Just stay here and teleport away safely." Hearing this, the girl looked worried. "Immortal, are not you coming with us?" Chen Lin turned back to look at her and smiled. "Remember what the Immortal told you. There will not be any fallen appearing within today." He extended his arm, the silver butterfly appeared and slowly landed on it. With a flash of silver light, battle armor covered his entire body. Stepping out of the palace, he looked at the sacrificial fallen, his tone cold. "Go now. I will not kill you." The sacrificial fallen was overjoyed at these words and hurried to run into the distance. However, a transparent sword of energy struck from behind, instantly slicing through its body and shattering its spirit. "Giving you a painless death is my greatest mercy." The fallen never spared a single human, and he would never spare a single fallen. Closing the palace doors tightly, Chen Lin dragged his halberd, accompanied by Black Hell, to the plaza, just as the fallen began to descend from the sky and stand on the buildings. "You were not planning on leaving." Backham narrowed its black eyes. Chen Lin locked eyes with it, his expression cold. "I was not going to leave until I finished killing all of you." There were still 5 hours left before the promotion dungeon ended. Backham laughed. "Big talk. Are not you afraid of biting your tongue?" It was not in a hurry to strike, just watching the lone man and beast below coldly with dozens of other fallen. As time passed, the sky gradually grew dark, filled with the creeping power of corruption that faintly manifested into a phantom. Chen Lin noticed this immediately, but he had to wait, as fighting now would inevitably affect the teleportation array. 5 silent minutes passed. The hundreds of meters tall phantom, formed entirely from the power of corruption, fully materialized, wearing terrifying armor with blurred facial features. An aura of pure malice exploded outwards, sending rings of black energy surging in all directions with terrifying force. Even with the protection of the silver butterfly, Chen Lin could feel the threat. Suddenly, droplets of black rain fell on his armor. Chen Lin looked up with a solemn expression as a gloomy domain expanded from the phantom, covering thousands of meters in a short time. In his mind, the silver butterfly immediately issued a warning. It was being slowly eroded by this dark domain. A layer of golden light automatically surfaced over Black Hell's entire body as it glared back at the corrupted phantom. "Hey, it is done." Backham let out a cruel laugh. This phantom, formed from the power of tens of thousands of fallen, possessed Tier 6 strength, and it carried a trace of the original entity's power. Even if that wolf was also Tier 6, it could never be a match for this. The terrifying aura from outside permeated through the thick palace walls, bearing down on everyone until fear began to manifest among them. Just then, the teleportation array activated. Light shielded them, shooting into the sky and crashing into the massive rift portal. Seeing this, Chen Lin let out a sigh of relief. He could finally fight without reservation. High above, Backham did not care at all about those who had been teleported away. As long as he could keep Chen Lin here, it was enough. If you had chosen to charge out at the very beginning, with this wolf, we truly would have had no way to stop you. But you insisted on protecting those rats as they left, throwing away that opportunity. Then pay the price for your kindness. Chen Lin did not respond. He pulled the Heaven Authority staff from his ring and cast enhancement and recovery spells on Hai Ming in advance. Roar! Accompanied by a roar, Hai Ming instantly entered its giant form, its 1,000-meter frame radiating a ferocious power that was no weaker than the fallen phantom. Combining the talents of Heaven Flame, Greed and Gluttony, Giant Growth, and Diamond Body, a new domain called Heaven Refining Prison appeared in an instant. The exploding pitch-black flames, streaked with gold, contained a suppressing force that immediately pushed the gray domain back. The corrosive force that had been weighing on Chen Lin vanished instantly. The dozens of fallen ones looked grim and immediately flew backward, not daring to remain within the black and golden domain. How is this possible? Its domain is different from before. Hiss, standing there, I feel like not only is my vital essence being stripped away, but my power is also being suppressed. Retreating to the side of the fallen phantom, the fallen ones gasped, watching in shock as their gray domain was thoroughly suppressed. At this moment, no cruel phantom image manifested above Hai Ming's head. Instead, countless intertwined gold and black patterns covered its skin, emitting a mysterious, majestic, and domineering light. Under the terrifying pressure, the surroundings grew incredibly heavy, as black and golden energy erupted with the force of a god or demon suppressing purgatory. Roar! The roar echoed for over 10,000 meters. Bolstered by the heaven refining prison, Hai Ming's body grew even more robust, with its defense increased by more than half. Its power had also evolved. Every strike now carried a heavy, terrifying force of suppression. Seeing this, the expressions of the fallen ones grew even more somber. Without hesitation, they poured their corrupted energy into the fallen phantom. Booms boom! The fallen phantom suddenly elongated by 100 meters, growing even larger, while two pairs of black bone wings spread 1,000 meters behind it, exuding a horrifying aura. The gray domain expanded instantly, clashing continuously with the heaven refining prison, neither willing to yield. Ripples of shockwaves in gray and black gold exploded outward, spreading in all directions. Standing in the rear, Chen Lin finally acted like a proper summoner, focusing obediently on providing buffs. No one could interfere in this battle. The power level was simply too high. Meanwhile, separated by the distance of countless worlds, in a gray palace filled with a terrifyingly corrupt aura. Dozens of women with gray skin, some elegant and some enchanting, with a pair of withered wings on their backs, knelt on the ground in service. On their foreheads were branded black markings of spreading bone wings. This signified that they were all corrupted beings, transformed from creatures of other races. They lived only to follow the will of their master. On a throne made of bones, a humanoid creature wearing hideous gray armor abruptly opened its black eyes. A terrifying aura awakened for a moment, then retracted before it could spread. A fallen one has used my power. It settled its mind, searching through the past. Soon, following the invisible connection, a sliver of its consciousness descended onto the fallen phantom. Suddenly, gray light shot from the fallen phantom's eyes. It was no longer a mindless object. This domain is quite interesting. The fallen entity was slightly surprised. Then it cast its gaze toward Chen Lin. A human. This place, it should be the back world of my race. How did he get here? Is this a promotion dungeon? The fallen entity pondered for a moment and immediately understood. It was not hard to find out. Capturing any human would provide the answer. The important thing was that he was only level 20. After sensing a bit more, it was even more shocked. This black wolf's lifespan, not even half a year. Meaning, from birth until now, it had not even reached 6 months, yet it possessed combat power of the 6th ring. What terrifying potential! The fallen entity could not help but marvel. At that moment, with a roar, Hai Ming instantly broke through the gray domain, ignoring the surging corrosive power, and charged toward it. Its sharp claws, wreathed in the power of suppression and black light, tore down fiercely, leaving 4 deep gouges. The fallen entity frowned slightly, feeling the weak strength of the phantom, and found it difficult to unleash its own power. With a flicker of thought, corrupted energy surged, forming a black spear over 500 meters long. The fallen entity retreated 1,000 meters, trying to ascend into the sky after creating distance. However, Hai Ming clung on tightly, its speed even greater, catching up in an instant. The terrifying force of suppression made the fallen phantom heavy and slow. Seizing this moment, Hai Ming leaped high, both claws tearing down simultaneously. Under the suppression, its figure smashed into the ground, causing a 1,000-meter crater with an earth-shattering impact. Boom, Hai Ming charged again, relying on the domain amplification of Heaven Refining Prison to remain invincible in close combat. It did not give the fallen entity any chance to create distance. Pressing down, its claws tore wildly while its gray eyes unleashed the power of death, frenziedly obliterating the entity. Even though the fallen phantom was not a living being, the Eye of Death imposed the definition of death upon it, showing no mercy. A full 4 types of talent powers. The fallen entity's eyes narrowed. Though it was only a sliver of consciousness, and its destruction would not have much of an impact. The potential of this wolf was too great, and it served that human. It must be dealt with, otherwise, before long, the human race might gain another throne-level powerhouse. No matter the world, this would become an obstacle to the expansion of the true fallen race. Because all the worlds they invaded were lands belonging to humans. Boom, all the corrupted energy suddenly exploded, blasting Hai Ming back. The fallen entity compressed its domain, making it more solid, and soared into the sky. Immediately after, endless corrupted energy surged in from all sides. The fallen ones looked on in horror as their own corrupted energy spiraled out of control and was being drained away. Lend me your lives for a moment. The fallen entity's gaze was indifferent. Trading a few tens of thousands of low-level fallen ones for a human genius with throne potential was, in its eyes, a very worthy trade. As all the corrupted bodies withered away to death, a viscous, pitch-black giant spear a full kilometer long condensed in the hands of the fallen celestial. Under the pressure of its terrifying power, the air itself exploded with cracking sounds, and ripples of black energy surged in all directions, creating a horrifying scene. But it was not over yet. The gray domain swirling around its body began to shrink, compressing to the extreme before enveloping the pitch-black spear. This is the qualitative change that comes with ascending to the throne. The level of control over one's domain is completely incomparable to that of any lesser creature. It can not only be expanded to suppress opponents, but also compressed to make the power of the domain even stronger. When attached to a weapon, the destructive power is doubled. The fallen celestial's gaze was calm as it held the black spear, aiming it toward Chen Lin. In the next moment, Hai Ming shot out instantly, its massive 1,000-meter body blocking the way as it stared fixedly at the enemy. I knew you would come to protect your master. Die, the fallen celestial sneered. This was entirely within its expectations. However, in the next second, its movements paused. Instead of spreading out, the domain of heavenly imprisonment began to retract inward, the force compressing so violently that it crackled with thunderous booms, as if it could explode at any moment. Finally, it successfully latched onto Hai Ming's entire body, even merging deep into it. In an instant, black and gold patterns flared with brilliant, dazzling light. A crushing force of the highest order exploded outwards, causing the ground for several thousand meters to instantly collapse a dozen meters deep, turning countless rocks into powder. My God! Watching this scene, the fallen celestial blurted out the expression of shock it had learned from humans. But it quickly reacted, its eyes turning fierce. Die for me. Boom! The 1,000-meter black spear shot straight ahead, tearing through the air and piercing toward Hai Ming like a bolt of black lightning. This strike was infinitely close to the destructive power of a seventh ring. It was terrifying. Yet, under the crushing force surrounding Hai Ming, it felt as if it had fallen into a zone of heavy gravity, and its speed was cut in half. Hai Ming roared as it raised its claws to catch the tip of the spear. The two terrifying forces collided and exploded, creating a shockwave that swept across tens of thousands of meters. The nearby ground even trembled under the power of the collision. The black and gold patterns flickered wildly, glowing even more intensely. In this state, Hai Ming's defense and physical strength grew steadily, and it did not retreat a single step. Under the impact of the terrifying power, the ground beneath its feet crumbled and collapsed, sinking down dozens of meters. The fallen celestial's projection dived at high speed, slamming both palms onto the black spear. The impact intensified, causing the ground beneath Hai Ming to boom as it was forced back a few meters. But that was all. Seeing this, the fallen celestial immediately channeled all its power into its fallen energy, making the spear even sharper. However, in doing so, the projection began to dim and fade as it lost its source of power. Boom, boom. As the two forces entangled and ground against each other for several minutes, cracks finally appeared on the black spearhead, spreading rapidly as if it were about to shatter. Roar, with Hai Ming's howl, as it fully unleashed its physical and domain power, the 1,000-meter spear could no longer hold on, instantly shattering into countless shards of dark energy that fell away. At this moment, the fallen celestial's projection also exhausted its power entirely, dissolving into black mist and vanishing into the world. In the final moment, the fallen celestial stared deeply at Chen Lin, burning his image into its memory. Chen Lin stared back, completely unafraid. As consciousness returned to the Gray Palace, the fallen celestial stood up from its throne. Its presence felt like an abyss, making the other demonesses breathless as they pressed their foreheads to the ground, shivering. It is only level 20, so how does it know how to compress a domain? Is it copying me? The fallen celestial thought, its gaze heavy. Such comprehension ability is simply terrifying. It is not just the comprehension, it requires absolute control over one's own power. Otherwise, even if one understood the technique, it would be impossible to execute. The conditions to break through to the 10th ring and ascend the throne, besides condensing a domain, require perfect control over all the power within one's own existence, to the point of being able to exert one's limit at any time. But that black wolf, still only at level 20, had seemingly already achieved all of it. This means that as long as it is given time, it could walk a smooth and unobstructed path to the throne level. Thinking of this, the fallen celestial took a deep breath. It had once taken several years to condense its domain and master its own power when breaking through from the 9th ring. And this black wolf had managed it just by watching once. It nearly broke the celestial's composure. Recalling the battle carefully, the fallen celestial suddenly noticed something wrong. The black wolf's domain did not seem to be attached to its body. It had merged into its very body. The fallen celestial felt this was perhaps a bit too shocking. Merging a domain into one's own body, that is something only those at the heavenly king level above the throne can do. Monster, the fallen celestial sighed, quickly calming down. As a dignified occupant of the throne, it should not lose its composure over a prodigy that had not even finished growing yet. Every time the true fallen race was about to destroy a world, a few such peerless human talents would always emerge. They were used to it by now. They called such people the children of worldly fortune. The fallen celestial silently summoned a gray talisman and recorded all the information it knew about Chen Lin. This was the true fallen race's kill list, where any human with the potential to reach the throne would be marked. All 6-ring fallen beings could see it, making it easy to eliminate them on sight. After finishing this, the fallen celestial leaned back on its throne, closing its eyes and sinking into silence. Meanwhile, on the devastated land, Hai Ming's 1,000-meter form stood tall, the black and gold divine patterns covering its body, exuding a domineering and terrifying aura. Chen Lin canceled his strengthening and recovery spells, feeling dizzy and mentally exhausted. Even with the mental recovery from the Heavenly Authority sword staff, the gap between him and Hai Ming was too vast, and maintaining the buffs consumed energy extremely fast. He could not hold on for even 10 minutes of battle. Scanning the surroundings, Chen Lin sighed, "It is a pity these fallen ones were all sacrificed, otherwise my stats could have increased more." Watching Hai Ming shrink down and walk over, he petted its head as it leaned into him. After waiting for a long time, the ending time for the promotion dungeon echoed in his ears. The next second, the two of them disappeared. Time has expired, beginning to calculate your rating based on performance. Accumulated kills: 56,666 fallen ones, and defeated the 6-ring combat level fallen celestial projection, saving 974 people. Congratulations, your rating is perfect. Summoner Swordsman class has been upgraded, growth attribute 10 to 15. Congratulations, your skill strengthening has been upgraded, effect enhanced. Congratulations, your skill recovery has been upgraded, effect enhanced. Congratulations, your skill summoning has been promoted to Sacred Summoning. Chen Lin appeared in his dormitory. He had promptly withdrawn Hai Ming upon teleporting back, otherwise, the room would have been crushed. He glanced at the floating panel and decided it was all right. The class did not promote, but then again, the next step was the hidden class. He would probably need to run the promotion dungeon again to get a perfect rating. With a thought, he examined his skills carefully. Strengthening now increased base stats by 35% instead of 20%. Recovery had shifted from slow healing to rapid healing. Of course, the mana consumption had doubled. The biggest gain was the promotion of summoning, which now included the word sacred. Looking at the description, it was simple. His future summons would now inevitably possess a sacred aura. This made Chen Lin somewhat excited. Finally, nothing too weak. Sacred aura, that sounds impressive. However, Chen Lin was not in a rush to gather materials for summoning. He opened his phone instead. Searching for the latest news in Fanian City, the first headline was about hundreds of people appearing out of thin air. Seeing this, Chen Lin exhaled in relief, glad there were no accidents. He continued reading. According to questioning, they were fellow humans from another world whose homeland was destroyed by the fallen invasion, leaving everyone enslaved as resources for growing treasures. A powerful warrior in silver armor saved them and teleported them to our blue star. From the description, this silver-armored warrior must be a professional who is undergoing a promotion. The report also stated that they would be properly resettled. Chen Lin did not worry about that. The existence of other worlds and countless races had been made public a decade ago. It was nothing incredible. Therefore, there would not be any issues with them being taken away for research. Finally, there was a picture showing those numb-looking people, whose gaunt bodies had recovered quite a bit. It seems Zhou Yuan fed them the blood fruit. Thinking of this, Chen Lin smiled, his tense nerves finally relaxing. A wave of exhaustion washed over him, and his eyelids felt heavy. Right, he had not slept for 2 days. Thud. Chen Lin fell straight to sleep. How can you be sleeping at a time like this? Get up right now. In the early hours of the morning, the three of them returned to the dormitory, exhausted, only to find Chen Lin sleeping soundly on his bed. Feng Yi gritted his teeth in annoyance and walked over to pull him down. Chen Lin looked confused. What is it? Feng Yi's eyes were bloodshot. You have the nerve to ask. He sat down on a chair with a miserable look on his face. Cao Yang carried the roasted meat and silently placed it on the table. Seeing that all three of them had sat down, Chen Lin felt he had rested enough and went over to eat with them. Feng Yi said bitterly, ever since the military released the video of you slaying the three-headed snake, everyone on the forum has gone completely wild. Once they realized you were not being carried by seniors and that it was all your own strength, they all felt an overwhelming pressure and started competing like crazy. Everyone is taking on missions all day long, not sleeping at all. It has forced us to do the same, otherwise we would fall behind. Hearing this, Chen Lin was stunned. He really had not expected it to turn out like this. Then why are you all still here now, slacking off? Faced with this unexpected question, the three of them fell silent. Feng Yi cried out, we have been exhausted for so long, cannot we even take a 2-hour nap? At that moment, Cao Yang, who had been looking at the forum, suddenly spoke up. How about we take the meat and eat on the way to the next mission? The students from Beilong have a significantly higher average contribution point than any other academy. Feng Yi's eyes widened upon hearing this. How is that possible? We at Yunk are pushing ourselves so hard, that does not make any sense. Cao Yang sighed. They posted a guide on how to complete the most missions in the shortest time, and it has opened everyone's eyes. First, you form a 4-person team and accept 5 consecutive missions involving mutated beasts that are close to each other to cut down on travel time. Then, you work in pairs. After a battle, 2 people sleep in the armored vehicle while the other 2 drive to the next location, and they cycle through that so they can save even the time they would spend sleeping. It is even more efficient than those hardcore people who only sleep 2 hours a day. The 2 of them fell silent, and even Chen Lin put down his roasted meat, completely dumbfounded. People can actually play it like that. After a long while, Feng Yi looked up, took a deep breath, and stood up. Let us go, this meal is not worth eating after all. Li Zhengfeng followed silently. Do not forget to call Luo Xuan and Luo Ning. Cao Yang packed up and hurried after them. Watching the scene, Chen Lin could not help but laugh. Thinking there was nothing else to do, he also got up and headed to the assignment point. Since more than half a day had passed, and his contribution points had not changed after teaming up with Qin Kong yesterday, his ranking had dropped from 10th to outside the top 2,000. This just goes to show how fierce the competition is. After thinking for a moment, Chen Lin accepted a mission to slay a level 59 dark gold grizzly and a 6th rank mission, then turned and left. He left the female soldier behind, staring in stunned silence. Did she see that correctly? That was a 6th rank mission. It requires slaying a sentient and terrifyingly powerful giant beast. Even the instructors have never completed one. This kid, Yang Zio, massaged his forehead in the command center. Why does he always manage to give him such a shock? However, remembering how Chen Lin had repeatedly shattered their assumptions, he felt a faint sense of anticipation. If he really pulls this off, he will definitely brag to Brother Zhang about it. In the sky, a drone followed along. It was specifically assigned to Chen Lin and had been hovering above him the whole time. The last time he disappeared, it was likely because he had reached level 20 and gone to promote. An hour later, riding on BL, a CK Chinese letter, Chen Lin quickly arrived in the depths of the mountain range and spotted the dark gold grizzly on an open plain. Sensing the approaching danger, the dark gold grizzly suddenly opened its dark gold eyes. It stood up, its massive 600-meter-high frame causing the ground to tremble with just that single movement. A tyrannical aura swept out instantly. Roar, get out of my territory. For some reason, it sensed a great threat from this black wolf, even though it was so much shorter. Chen Lin jumped off silently, creating a small crater, then stepped back to leave the battle to BL a CK Chinese letter. He had no choice. BL a CK Chinese letter S growth speed was so fast that even he found it startling. Its level was so high that he simply could not intervene. If this continued, he would just be a sitting duck and could not keep running around with BL a CK Chinese letter in the future. Otherwise, there would be a risk of being instantly killed by an enemy. He needed to earn contribution points quickly to exchange for rare gold-grade materials for silver butterfly to fuse with. Seeing his master retreat to a safe distance, BL a CK Chinese letter turned his head, staring at the dark gold grizzly with cold, gray eyes. The next moment, its size expanded rapidly, reaching over 1,000 meters in length and 650 meters at the shoulder. A fierce and terrifying pressure erupted, making even the dark gold grizzly tremble in fear. But soon, the bear became enraged by that feeling and roared back, refusing to be outdone. My God, that black wolf was only a few hundred meters just half a day ago. How is it already 1,000 meters now? In the command center, the female officer covered her mouth in shock. What on earth does it eat to grow like that? Yang Xiao was equally astonished. After all, before Chen Lin's summon, humanity had never seen an SSS-rank growth-type talent. GRRR, become my nourishment. As the ground shattered, the dark figure of Hai Ming lunged forward in an instant. Black flames erupted in the air, and a malevolent, phantom shadow over 2,000 meters tall suddenly materialized. An aura of terror and cruelty that sent shivers down the spines of beasts exploded outward, instantly shrouding a 6,000-meter radius in black flames. However, it quickly retracted to just over 2,000 meters to conserve magic consumption. After battling the fallen angel, Hai Ming's understanding of domains and power control had advanced by several levels. Battles between mutated beasts often last a long time before a kill is secured, because both sides possess thick hides and immense vitality. And once a fight is over, it takes a long time to recover. However, with this technique, one can maintain continuous combat. Roar. As the dark gold brutal bear let out a bellow, sharp air currents swirled around its entire body, and its front claws gleamed with golden light, sharp enough to tear a mountain apart in a single strike. Yet, in the presence of the 2,000-meter-tall malevolent phantom, its 600-meter stature looked like that of a dwarf. As the surging, burning black claws struck down, the dark gold brutal bear raised its paws in unyielding resistance. Boom! Rings of black and gold shockwaves erupted and swept outward, shaking the entire earth. The sharp air currents lost their effect, failing to make the slightest impact on the malevolent phantom as they were entirely swallowed up. Feeling pressure like Mount Tai, the dark gold brutal bear roared in terror as the ground beneath its feet collapsed and countless cracks spread in all directions. It did not take long before its knees began to buckle. The dark gold brutal bear roared again. Its strength surged, its muscles bulged, and even fiercer air currents exploded outward. Roar, I will never kneel. Its eyes were wide with rage, and its voice was filled with defiance. Suddenly, the pressure on its paws lightened as the malevolent phantom changed its movement. Before the dark gold brutal bear could react, Hai Ming had already lunged in front of it. Its massive claws, glowing with dark light, tore through, leaving 4 deep bloody gashes. Roar, the dark gold brutal bear felt excruciating pain, especially upon realizing its defense had been broken and black flames were devouring its life through the wounds. It glared viciously. The two sides engaged in a frenzied battle, with streams of blood staining the ground. Of course, it was entirely the dark gold brutal bear's blood. Hai Ming had not suffered a single scratch. Relying on the malevolent phantom, it was as if it were a 2-on-1 fight, and the dark gold brutal bear was in absolute misery. But its terrifying vitality kept it from dying quickly, even under the crushing assault. Finally, the dark gold brutal bear reached its limit. Roar, do not force my hand. Hearing this, Hai Ming looked at it with icy gray eyes, completely unmoved. Roar, seeing this, the dark gold brutal bear knew it was determined to kill it. It looked to the sky and roared, sending ripples through the air. The aura around its body climbed step by step, and the surging air currents blew in all directions. Hai Ming's eyes narrowed as it stood on guard. The next second, the earth exploded with a thunderous boom. The dark gold brutal bear turned abruptly and surged hundreds of meters away, fleeing frantically toward the depths of the mountain range. Giant trees along its path were snapped in two, churning up thick dust and making a stunning display of momentum. Roar, if I cannot beat you, cannot I at least run? At level 59, just a step away from becoming a behemoth, it was not stupid. This turn of events left the naive Hai Ming momentarily stunned, but it soon reacted and chased after it. With an agility stat of over 2,500, its speed was pushed to the absolute limit, closing the distance significantly in the blink of an eye. The dark gold brutal bear looked back and was terrified out of its wits. Roar, King, King, come and save me. The massive roar echoed through heaven and earth, traveling over dozens of kilometers. Just then, a giant beast sleeping on a peak, its breath rumbling like thunder, slowly opened its eyes. Instantly, countless blue lightning bolts rose up, crackling and popping around its entire body. Roar! Accompanied by a terrifying roar that shook the very air, countless branches and leaves trembled violently under the sonic impact, and the sound traveled over 100,000 meters. The dark gold brutal bear was overjoyed. It did not stop, but looked back and roared, "You are finished now that my king has awakened." Hai Ming ignored it entirely, its gray eyes fixed on the epicenter of the roar in the distance with a grave expression. Boom, boom, boom. Amidst the ground-shaking thuds, a giant beast, a bear, standing a full 1,000 meters tall and surging with blue lightning, approached on its hind legs. As it reached its side, the dark gold brutal bear roared, "King, it is this one. It intruded into our territory and tried to kill me for no reason." The immortal mad bear heard this and locked its blue lightning flickering gaze onto Hai Ming, brimming with terrifying majesty. Its voice was deep and resonant. "You are strong. But you are still no match for me. Submit. The humans have trapped us in these mountains for countless days. Now that they have no strong defenders, it is the perfect chance to overthrow them." Hearing that the king wanted to recruit it, the dark gold brutal bear shook its head repeatedly. "King, it is a beast that stands with the humans. Just kill it." The immortal mad bear's expression darkened. "Then if it is a traitor, you must die." Once the words were spoken, lightning exploded instantly, spreading recklessly into the surroundings. Under the violent force, giant trees were shattered and rocks exploded. Boom, boom. Lightning began to strike from the previously clear sky. The booming sounds traveled tens of thousands of meters, and dark thunderclouds quickly formed, blocking out all the light. The clouds pressed down, forming a terrifying eye of the storm directly above the immortal mad bear. From a distance, it looked as if the world were coming to an end. The power of a giant beast's domain is enough to reshape the heavens and the earth. This was even stronger than the fallen angel's shadow. After all, that was just a projection, not a true existence. This level 62 giant beast was even more terrifying than others of its rank. It seemed to have the bloodline of a king. Chen Lin's expression grew grim as he pulled out the heavenly authority staff and immediately cast a reinforcement spell on Hai Ming. "Roar, my king mighty, quickly slaughter this presumptuous beast." The dark gold brutal bear roared in excitement. Surrounded by dazzling blue lightning, with every breath accompanied by heavy thunderous rumbles, the majesty of the immortal mad bear was terrifyingly imposing. It made everyone in the command center sweat, filled with fear. "Roar, prepare to meet your death, traitor." With a roar like rolling thunder, the immortal mad bear advanced step by step. A distance of over 10 kilometers could be covered in mere seconds given its massive size. The malevolent phantom above Hai Ming dissipated, and the black flames were drawn back. Seeing this and thinking it was an act of surrender, the immortal mad bear spoke slowly. "It is too late to submit now." "Grrr, that is a lot of useless garbage for trash to talk. Roar, the king shows no mercy to the likes of you, and yet you dare to provoke him. You are courting death." The immortal mad bear's eyes flashed with anger. The ground beneath its feet shattered, and it instantly charged at Hai Ming. But at that very moment, black flames interwoven with golden light and carrying terrifying pressure erupted from Hai Ming's body. Mysterious black and gold patterns emerged all over its body, and an overbearing majesty instantly swept toward all directions. This caused the immortal mad bear to sink down, and at the same time, its own lightning domain was actually suppressed. Refining the world to suppress the prison, I am the master here. At this moment, the 1,000-meter-tall Hai Ming stood like a god of destruction, suppressing the heavens and the earth, a terrifying aura constantly rippling around its body. The indestructible berserk bear looked on in horror, wondering how it could have suddenly become so strong. Seeing the claws tearing through the air like black lightning with crushing force, It roared and swung its own palm to meet the blow. Boom! The moment the terrifying black, gold, and blue energies collided, a shockwave erupted like a tsunami, sweeping in all directions with monstrous force. Blue thunder exploded frantically with continuous booms, as the indestructible berserk bear pushed its domain power to the limit, trying to break free from the suppression. However, the heaven-refining prison suppression was indestructible and did not waver in the slightest. Not even its own dark domain, infused with traces of throne power, could overcome it. This was the terrifying domain formed by Hai Ming's fusion of 3 innate powers. The indestructible berserk bear roared and swung its other claw, which was charged with endless violent thunder. Hai Ming did not fear it at all. With black light coating its claws and brilliant gold and black mystical patterns shining, it charged straight ahead. Boom, boom! The 2,000-meter behemoths collided repeatedly, setting off waves of shock blasts. Under such dreadful force, the earth shattered and all vegetation was reduced to nothing. From time to time, thunderclouds in the sky unleashed bolts of lightning, striking Hai Ming's body. Each time, it relied on its incomparably fierce and dominant defense to take the hits head-on without dodging at all. Giving even the slightest opening would undoubtedly allow the indestructible berserk bear to seize the chance to launch a relentless pursuit and suppress it completely. From far away, Chen Lin watched their terrifying battle, which far exceeded the capabilities of a rank 5 fighter, and silently cast recovery spells. The battle, which had seen both sides sustaining minor injuries and remaining evenly matched, instantly shifted in favor of one side. This sent the indestructible berserk bear into a rage. "Roar, you human, as weak as an ant, how dare you interfere in our fight?" Hearing this, Hai Ming's gray eyes turned icy cold. "Growl, scum, how dare you insult my master?" Its offensive became instantly ferocious, ignoring defense entirely to focus solely on attacking. It was extremely vicious and tyrannical. "Roar, bear 2, go and kill that human." The indestructible berserk bear roared, becoming just as frantic. Neither was afraid of the other. Under its thunder domain, it did not believe this black wolf could outlast it. Every lightning strike carried a numbing effect, though it was not very noticeable yet. Once it worsened, the wolf would become sluggish, unable to use its full strength. When that happened, the indestructible berserk bear swore it would tear this black wolf that kept calling it trash to pieces. "Roar as you command, king." The dark gold berserk bear bared its dense, sharp teeth, cast a cruel look at Chen Lin, and charged forward in an instant. It seemed absolutely impatient. It was this human whose black wolf wanted to kill it. "Roar, I will crush this ant and show him the consequences of provoking me." Hai Ming was instantly enraged. "Growl, you are courting death." Its gray eyes flared with a lethal intent, instantly turning the area around the dark gold berserk bear into a gray zone of life extinction. However, the mutated beast had immense vitality. The dark gold berserk bear did not die, but it fell to the ground, heavily injured. Seizing this momentary pause, the indestructible berserk bear unleashed a torrent of thunder, its claws turning into a dazzling sea of lightning, slamming down on Hai Ming's head. Boom! Under the terrifying impact, Hai Ming's front body sank, and the ground beneath its paws shattered instantly. The indestructible berserk bear grabbed the perfect opportunity, pinning it down as lightning surged and bombarded it relentlessly. Seeing this, Chen Lin kept up his recovery spells, though doing so consumed a vast amount of energy. By now, the dark gold berserk bear had struggled to its feet and was charging over with a roar. The physical burden of sustaining the domain power was too great. If Hai Ming merged its domain into its strongest form now, it still would not be enough to kill the indestructible berserk bear in the end. Once exhausted, Hai Ming would surely be in trouble. Therefore, it was better to wear the enemy down a bit longer. This meant he would have to deal with the dark gold berserk bear himself. But even though it was heavily injured now, his condensed magic sword could not kill it instantly, given the significant gap of 39 levels. Just as Chen Lin was planning a strategic retreat to stall the enemy, a booming sound echoed from the distance. Through the rolling dust, a woman rushed in, wearing golden armor and wielding a 4-meter-long halberd. Her speed was immense, every step cracking the earth. She possessed terrifying strength, her figure moving like a dragon entering the sea, with peerless momentum. The tip of her halberd dragged across the ground, carving a long, deep trench. As she approached the dark gold berserk bear, she raised the weapon, and in an instant, the blade of the halberd expanded to over 20 meters. Her tall frame leaped high into the air, slashing towards the dark gold berserk bear. Roar! Under the halberd's light that shattered everything, she inflicted deep wounds on the already heavily injured dark gold berserk bear. Glaring at this tiny figure, the dark gold berserk bear slammed its palm down on all fours, as if squashing an ant. Jai Fei's battle-intense soared, and her halberd expanded once more, becoming incredibly heavy, causing the ground beneath her feet to crack. Boom! She surged forward, dodged the strike, and swept her halberd horizontally, cutting through the dark gold berserk bear's flesh. Roar! With its vitality mostly extinguished, and in a severely wounded state, the dark gold berserk bear could not exert even a tenth of its power, and it let out a pathetic roar as it was continuously worn down. In just a few minutes, its massive body collapsed, appearing as if it were about to die. However, just as Jai Fei rushed up to deliver the final blow, the dark gold berserk bear suddenly erupted with an incredibly dense blast of sharp air currents, capable of piercing through several meters of thick steel with ease. Facing this sudden development, Jai Fei seemed to have expected it. Her blood energy surged, seemingly turning physical and coating her entire body and her halberd. A red streak of halberd light swept out, blasting away all the incoming sharp air currents. Seeing this, the dark gold berserk bear looked on in despair. Roar, no, King, save me. Jai Fei did not slow down, leaping high into the sky and bringing the 30-meter halberd blade crashing down. Boom, the dark gold berserk bear's hard skull collapsed instantly. Under the shocking impact, the earth cracked further, and dust clouds billowed. Jai Fei let out a long breath, her blood energy slowly dissipating, and the halberd reverted to its standard 4-meter size. She glanced at Chen Lin's side, a smile appearing on her calm face as she walked over. So, how about it? Are you moved by your mentor saving the day? Recalling the ferocious fighting style she just displayed, which was so similar to his own, 3 words could not help but surface in Chen Lin's mind. Female Tyrannosaurus. Seeing he did not respond, Jai Fei narrowed her eyes, her gaze somewhat dangerous. Are you thinking about something very rude? So this is a woman's sixth sense. Chen Lin shook his head and directly changed the subject. Mentor Jai, why are you here? The commotion was big, so I came to take a look. Really? That is exactly what Mentor Jiang said earlier. Jai Fei's lips curled upward. Oh, so do you believe me? Glancing at the halberd in her hand, Chen Lin replied, choosing the safe path. Naturally. At this time, finding that his master was unharmed, Hai Ming felt reassured and retracted the heaven-refining prison suppression to a range of 1,000 meters, instantly intensifying the crushing force. It broke the indestructible berserk bear's suppression directly. Both sides began to fight for their lives again, causing mutual destruction, shattering the earth, collapsing mountains, and creating a terrifying spectacle. For a full half hour, not a single corner of this tens of thousands of meters landscape has been spared. It is a scene of utter devastation, filled with the scarred remnants of their clash. Both the undying berserk bear and Black Abyss are covered in wounds, with a massive amount of blood pouring from their bodies. The two glare at each other. At this point, it has become a fight to the death. Chen Lin, watching from the rear, ceases his restoration spells because his spiritual energy is running low, leaving him only enough to maintain the strengthening spell. The undying berserk bear bellows like thunder, its voice booming, roar. If you are determined to push this to such an extent, then become charred remains beneath the lightning. Boom, boom, boom. The thunderclouds within a 10,000-meter radius suddenly turn violent, striking the earth with a madness that feels like the wrath of heaven and earth. Endless black thunderclouds churn, forming a terrifying storm eye that spans a full 10,000 meters directly above Black Abyss. The surroundings are instantly plunged into darkness, the light completely drained away, leaving nothing but the constant, deafening roar of lightning. Every shred of lightning energy within tens of thousands of meters surges wildly into the eye of the storm, as a terrifying power capable of destroying the world slowly builds up. Seeing this scene, and struggling to move as its entire body goes numb, Black Abyss knows it cannot escape. Roar, you who have provoked me, perish within the power of the thunder. Black Abyss, its gray eyes void of fear, controls its prison-suppressing domain to slowly draw inward. As the power is compressed, it begins to roar and rumble incessantly, as if it is about to explode at any second. In just a dozen seconds, the domain fully attaches to its body, and then merges into its very flesh. In an instant, black and gold mystical patterns shine brilliantly, and a terrifying force of suppression erupts, causing the ground for thousands of meters to cave in and shatter. A majestic and domineering aura instantly sweeps out across 10,000 meters. Black Abyss feels the numbness in its body, instantly dispelled by the force of this suppression. In the dim, cloud-darkened world on one side, there is the violent, heavenly punishment-like flicker of countless lightning bolts. On the other, a 1,000-meter-tall giant wolf stands, its body glowing with radiant black and gold patterns, looking like a god or demon as it tilts its head to stare directly at the firmament. The terrifying power of the two divides the world in half. The scene is absolutely spectacular. The climax is here. The female officer says this in the command center. Everyone's heart jumps into their throat, their expressions tense. Countless lightning elements within the storm eye converge, forming a pool of lightning thousands of meters large, and with a furious roar from the undying berserk bear, it cascades down in an instant. For a moment, the 10,000-meter world darkens, leaving only this brilliant, world-ending blue pillar of thunder crashing down from the heavens. Boom! Under this pillar of thunder, 1,000 meters wide, everything including the air itself is obliterated, engulfing the entire body of Black Abyss. The earth, like foam, is instantly destroyed under the terrifying force. It pours down for several seconds, until the undying berserk bear begins to lose its footing, gasping for air, pushed to its very limit. Roar, this black wolf must have been reduced to dust by now, right? It struggles to lift its head, only to see that the ground within several thousand meters has vanished beneath the thunder pillar. And yet, in a crater over 300 meters deep, the black wolf, standing over 600 meters tall at the shoulder, remains upright and unyielding, its black and gold patterns still shining brilliantly. It has become the only bright presence in this dim world. Roar, impossible, how can this be? I refuse to accept this. The undying berserk bear stares in disbelief, as if it had seen a ghost. Boom, boom. Under the weight of the suppression force filling its body, Black Abyss walks toward the undying berserk bear, cracking the earth with every step. Its gray eyes are cold and merciless, filled only with killing intent. Grrr, in my eyes, you bunch of trash are nothing but food. The undying berserk bear flies into a rage, using its last ounce of strength, as faint blue lightning flickers weakly around its body. But like a candle in the wind, it soon dissipates. Roar, even if I die, I will never bow to a traitor like you. Boom, Black Abyss lunges instantly, its claws lashing out with the terrifying force of suppression, slamming the bear into the soil and causing the ground to split apart. Grrr, I was never the same kind as you, trash. With its remaining strength nowhere near enough to break free from the claws, the undying berserk bear can only howl in humiliation. Grrr, become my sustenance. Black Abyss tears into it swipe after swipe, and it takes a full few minutes to finally kill it for good. Such is the terrifying vitality of a mutant beast. Even without resistance, it can hang on for this long. Seeing the undying berserk bear finally die, cheers erupt in the command center. They won. This summon is so cool, I think I am falling in love with it. It is practically a god. The figure that remained standing under that world-ending bolt of thunder was truly a sight to behold. They will likely never forget it for the rest of their lives. Yang Xiao laughs. As a peak 9th tier powerhouse, he can see much more than the others. Mastering a domain is something only a throne-level being can do. Even he has only just managed to solidify his own domain. He is still half a step away from true mastery. To think that Chen Lin's Black Wolf has already achieved this. And not only that, it can actually fuse its domain. This is a signature technique of a heavenly king. Truly terrifying, Yang Xiao exclaims with immense awe. However, the more monstrous Chen Lin's summon is, the happier he is. This means that when it grows up, it will definitely be able to hold its own on the front lines and reduce the pressure on the human race. Jealousy, that does not exist. His eyes are just a bit sore, so Yang Xiao cannot help but reach up to wipe them. The reason he is stuck and unable to break through to the 10th tier to become a throne is precisely because his comprehension is lacking. It has been a full year, and he still has not fully mastered his domain. How could Chen Lin's summon have mastered it at level 20? Looking back at its previous battles, it did not even seem to have a domain, did it? Yang Xiao shakes his head and hastily pushes the thoughts aside, worried that if he keeps thinking about it, he will not be able to stand it. On the edge of the devastated land, Jai Fei looks at the 1,000-meter-tall black wolf and sighs. I never expected you two to grow so quickly. Not even 5 days have passed, and you are already stronger than your mentor. Chen Lin laughs. Black Abyss is indeed powerful. Jai Fei nods in agreement, glancing at his armor. This summon of yours is not weak either. What is it called? Silver Butterfly. With a flash of silver light, the armor on his body turns into a butterfly and lightly lands on Chen Lin's shoulder. Jai Fei leans in to watch for a moment and says, "That is a summon I have never seen before." Feeling the warm breath against his neck, Chen Lin instinctively moves aside a little. Jai Fei sees this and giggles. "What is wrong? Have not even had a taste yet, and you are already starting to push me away." Chen Lin shakes his head. "Mentor, I am a serious person." He sits cross-legged and closes his eyes, beginning to meditate to restore his spiritual energy in preparation for the next battle. Jai Fei hums a tune as she sits nearby, playing with her war halberd. Meanwhile, it takes Black Abyss over 10 minutes to completely consume the undying berserk bear, earning 100 evolution points. At the same time, its body grows by a meter, and all its attributes increase by 2, though on its 1,000-meter frame, it is barely noticeable. Compared to the little growth it got from eating thousands of fallen ones, this is actually quite a lot. It is worthy of a 62nd level King tier mutant beast. Walking over to the corpse of the dark gold violent bear, its gray eyes are cold as it unleashes dark flames to consume it bit by bit. Black Abyss feels a bit troubled that it could not personally kill that trash who insulted its master. GRRR. After finishing everything, Black Abyss shrinks back down, the divine patterns on its body long since vanished, and it goes to lie down beside Chen Lin. However, the fierce and brutal aura surrounding it does not fade, remaining terrifying and intimidating. By taking the full force of the undying Berserk Bear's ultimate move, Black Abyss had actually reached its limit. The prison-suppressing patterns were almost shattered completely. It had simply been holding on, refusing to show it. Seeing the human sitting next to its master greet it, Black Abyss ignores them entirely and closes its gray eyes to rest. In its eyes, besides Chen Lin, all living beings are merely food. 2 hours later, Chen Lin opened his eyes and communicated with Hai Ming mentally. After confirming everything was fine, he set off immediately to hunt his next target. After the man and the beast ran off into the distance, Jai Fei followed them, worried that something unexpected might happen. It was not until the early hours of the morning, after killing the 3rd level 60 behemoth, that Chen Lin and Hai Ming rested for a long time before heading back to the base. There were only 15 behemoths in the entire Balian mountain range. In just one day, he had cleared out a 5th of them. Such speed made the command headquarters ecstatic. Strong too strong. On top of that, he had also taken care of 10 mutated beasts above level 50 along the way. If Chen Lin was given just a few more days, the threat of an uprising in the Balian mountain range could be completely eliminated. When that time comes, they could dispatch manpower to support the Wushan base, where the situation was becoming increasingly dire. As for behemoths above level 70, there are currently only 5 in China, all residing in restricted zones, afraid to show their faces. The reason there are so few is that 10 years ago, when the 4th strongest human supreme was still at the 9th transformation stage, he had slaughtered almost all the powerful mutated beasts before heading to the front lines. For now, those 5 behemoths in the restricted zones can be ignored. They are much smarter and refuse to stick their necks out. As long as they have not confirmed whether there are truly human experts guarding the interior, they will absolutely not attack. By the way, have the top-tier summoning materials ordered from the Apocalypse inventory arrived yet? Yang Xiao suddenly asked. The female officer nodded. Since it was requested using your authorization, they were delivered yesterday. Hearing this, Yang Xiao nodded. When he returns, have someone take them to him. He had made arrangements the moment he saw Chen Lin enter the promotion dungeon. He wanted to ensure that as soon as Chen Lin completed his 2nd transformation, he could summon his 3rd minion without having to worry about these logistical matters. He just needs to focus on getting stronger. As for resources, the more terrifying Chen Lin's performance is, the more Yang Xiao can naturally request for him. Take these top-tier summoning materials for instance. They were worth tens of millions, but the moment he heard of Chen Lin's combat record, he approved them without a second thought. Chen Lin's summon seems to really need life crystals, but since those are a scarce resource, I wonder how many I can manage to request. Yang Xiao frowned as he thought. There are also metal ore materials. According to Lark's mentor, Chen Lin might need those too. However, these items are also in extreme shortage on the front lines, and although he had submitted the requests, it was unclear how much would be approved. Everything else would have to depend on Chen Lin's own efforts. It was early morning by the time he returned to Hengshan base. Chen Lin went to the collection point to turn in his mission. 1,500 contribution points for killing the dark gold grizzly and 3,000 contribution points for the level 63 earth-splitting king snake. Adding up to a total of 4,500 contribution points, his ranking soared, catapulting him straight to 3rd place. Watching him leave, the female soldier looked on in awe. This Lark Academy student assigned to their base was way too incredible. He could even kill a level 60 behemoth all by himself. If this keeps up, their Hengshan base will not have to face the crisis of mutated beast uprisings all the time anymore, and many people will not have to die. At that thought, she felt a sense of silent gratitude toward Chen Lin. Meanwhile, over at the Luxiang base, a young man in black battle armor slowly crawled out from the mountain range. His body was covered in shocking wounds, leaving a long trail of blood on the ground. On the way back, Xiao Yongsu's armored vehicle had been destroyed by mutated beasts, so being too severely injured to even stand, he had to crawl back. The 2 soldiers guarding the gate were terrified at the sight and rushed over to help him up. "Are you all right, student? Quick, take him to the medical ward." Cough, "No, I need to go to the collection point. Let me turn in my mission." Xiao Yongsu spoke with difficulty, his eyes filled with a fanatic joy that felt completely out of place. As long as he turned in this mission, he would be able to surpass Chen Lin's ranking. When that happens, he would definitely find his mentor and the seniors to have a good talk about how they saw him overpowering Chen Lin. The 2 soldiers exchanged glances and decided that one would take him to the collection point, while the other ran to the medical ward to call for help. When Xiao Yongsu was carried into the collection point, he happened to see the big screen showing that Chen Lin had jumped to 3rd place with a surge of 4,500 contribution points. After a brief moment of stunned silence, a sense of deep desolation surged into Xiao Yongsu's heart, lingering for a long time. After the soldier helped him turn in his mission, he immediately turned around and snatched up 2 more missions to kill level 45 mutated beasts. Then, he crawled back toward the mountains with determination. "Student, your injuries are too severe. You cannot fight anymore." "That is right. Go get treated and rest first." Several soldiers hurried to stop him. Otherwise, if he went back to the mountains this time, he really would not be coming back. "No, every second wasted means I am falling further behind. Move, I can still fight." And back at the dormitory, Chen Lin did not see the familiar trio eating grilled meat. It seemed like they really were pushing themselves hard. Just as he was planning to head to the cafeteria for a bite, a soldier walked over and handed him a white safety box. Chen Lin was taken aback. "I do not recall redeeming any items." The soldier explained, "Commander Yang Xiao asked me to deliver this to you." "The base's commander." Chen Lin nodded and decided to eat later. He entered the dormitory and opened the safety box. 6 top-tier summoning materials immediately came into view, which took him by surprise. Is this a reward for killing so many mutated beasts? Chen Lin thought for a moment. Since that was the case, he might as well start the summoning early. He was quite looking forward to a summon with a divine aura. It certainly would not be weak. Arranging the summoning materials, Chen Lin held out his hand to the void and activated the summoning spell. Array patterns appeared on his palm instantly as magic power surged, beginning to carve runes on the floor following the placement of the materials. As it connected to the other side and the circular array was completed, a blinding golden light erupted. Chen Lin, who had closed his eyes early, waited for a few minutes before opening them again. An arm-sized, winged humanoid creature appeared before his eyes. On the ground lay a young humanoid creature. Her long hair and wings were both golden, radiating an aura of holiness and purity. Chen Lin took one look at her race and was filled with awe. An angel? He was familiar with this race, as high school libraries had books describing them. Back at the Rift Valley, Loran had condensed a projection that carried a sliver of power from a high-ranking angel, which was already considered an SS-rank talent. This showed just how incredibly powerful the angel race was. Since the beginning of time, it seemed no summoner had ever been able to summon such a powerful race as angels. After all, they simply would not respond to summons or form contracts with anyone. Because of this, Chen Lin was quite surprised. However, seeing this young golden angel on the brink of death, with the wings on her back broken, he fell into deep contemplation. All right. I do not get a healthy one, so I get a broken one instead, is that it? Why are his summoned creatures always so unique? Chen Lin let out a relieved laugh and shook his head. Since this little angel had responded to his summon, he certainly could not just abandon her. Let us strive together to climb the path to godhood. Chen Lin walked over and touched his finger to the natural divine mark on the young angel's fair forehead, which was shaped like a pair of unfolding golden wings. Instantly, a voice echoed in his mind. Detection started. Loyalty at 100% will never betray. Do you wish to perform a soul bond connection? Chen Lin braced himself for the feeling of his soul being torn apart, and trembling with unshed tears, chose to confirm. Accompanying the unimaginably intense pain surging from the depths of his mind, a long while later, the voice returned. Souls have merged, soul bond connection complete. Congratulations, your summoned creature has awakened the unique talent, Sun and Moon Rotation, SSS rank. The unconscious young angel was instantly lifted by a vast and profound power that began to swirl slowly around her body. This power transformed into countless chains of order, entering the young angel's body. Immediately, her severely damaged essence and vitality began to recover rapidly. Furthermore, she was becoming even more majestic and terrifying. On her left and right sides appeared a majestic, scorching sun and a chillingly cold full moon, rotating endlessly, truly miraculous. After a long while, the phenomenon subsided, and the young angel's golden eyelashes flickered as she opened her eyes, which radiated a divine aura. In her golden eyes, a sun could be faintly seen rising and falling on the left, holding a sense of majestic heat, while the right held a chilling, lonely moon that made one's heart tremble. The supple golden wings on her back were restored, and as they stretched out slightly, they looked incredibly beautiful. Overall, whether it was her appearance or her temperament, it exceeded the limits of anything humans could imagine. Chen Lin could only say that as expected of an angel, she really nailed the aesthetics. The young angel fluttered her wings, and after moving close to Chen Lin, grabbed his clothes with her tiny hands. Communicating through thought, she called out awkwardly, "Master." Half kneeling on the ground, Chen Lin squeezed a smile onto his pale face. From now on, we are partners on the same path. By the way, what is your name? Chen Lin did not name her casually, remembering that from the moment an angel is born, they mysteriously obtain their own true name. Diana Eshin. Chen Lin nodded. Diana should be her clan surname, while Eshin is the true name bestowed upon her by the world. Suddenly, Chen Lin was curious. Diana, why did you agree to the summoning contract? Looking at her now, she could not even be a year old. It should not have been possible for her to accept, right? Diana lowered her head, her eyes dimming. I was born from the holy tree, but I was eroded by black currents. I do not know where everyone else went. Hearing this, Chen Lin fell silent and immediately understood that they had likely been invaded by an enemy. His summon was likely the only straw of hope for Eshin at that time. Stroking her golden hair, Chen Lin comforted her. They will be fine. Someday I will take you back. Yes, master. Diana leaned into the petting and rubbed against him affectionately. The sadness in her eyes gradually dissipated. Chen Lin shifted his thoughts and checked her panel. Summoned creature, Eshin true name. Type, angel. Level 20. Attributes, strength 250, constitution 250, agility 250, magic 450. Health 100%. Skill, divine blessing. Grants the target a 50% increase in their own attributes. Divine radiance. Releases your own power to illuminate the world, continuously recovering injuries within the range and gaining a layer of divine protection to withstand any attack. Talent, Sun and Moon Rotation, SSS. When the magnificent sun crosses the sky, all things have nowhere to hide and souls are incinerated. When the cold full moon hangs high, circular blades appear, granting the power of ultimate destruction. When the sun and moon intersect, it is the moment of judgment and the world stands still. Divine Mark, SS. All of one's own power is increased by 500%. The higher the power level, the greater the reduction in the boost. After reading it, Chen Lin was stunned. Her attributes all exceeded his, and her magic was close to that of Black Nether after a long period of growth. The key is the sun and moon rotation. Whether it is the sun crossing the sky or the moon hanging high, both look incredibly powerful. Especially when the two intersect, it can even cause the world to stand still. This directly involves the dimension of time. This divine mark must be Diana's original talent. It is equally strong. And divine blessing and divine radiance are also very good. At the very least, they are no less effective than Chen Lin's magic sword skills. The angel race is truly strong. Compared to black nether and silver butterfly at the beginning, the total attributes of both beasts combined were not even 20 points, which is impossible to look at. They probably are not even qualified to tie Diana's shoes. It is more than tens of times stronger. Inside the summoning space, after hearing Chen Lin tell them to take a good look at Diana, Silver Butterfly let out a sound of grievance, while Black Nether said nothing. After a long time, it communicated through thought, "Master, I want to eat something." Chen Lin laughed. "All right, we will go kill mutant beasts in the mountain range in a bit." He put Diana away, and then walked out of the dorm to head to the cafeteria. After fighting for a whole day without eating a thing, Chen Lin was not like Black Nether, which could feed through fire. Now, his whole body was signaling hunger. In the command center, everyone was staring intently at the screen, waiting for Chen Lin to come out with great anticipation. However, seeing that he was surrounded by nothing and was not carrying a summoned creature, they were immediately disappointed. "Sai, I really want to know what his third summoned creature is. What do we do? I am so impatient. It cannot be weak, right?" The crowd chatted away, starting to make guesses. Yang Xiao did not join in, no matter what Chen Lin's third summon was. With that black wolf, his potential assessment would never drop. Deep in the mountains, a middle-aged man leaped over giant trees with incredible speed. He showed no reaction to the micro-drones buzzing across the sky from time to time, a smile spreading across his face. The God Concealment Talisman works like a charm. These drones etched with observation, eyes really cannot detect me. He traveled deep into the forest, with all the mutated beasts along the way ignoring him entirely. The man stopped in a secluded spot, surrounded by mountain peaks and dense trees, then pulled out a statue. After muttering some obscure and incomprehensible incantations, streams of black energy poured out from the statue, slowly forming a gray figure with two horns on its head. "Well, have you made up your mind?" "That is right. Tell your demon god to take action and open the teleportation channel. This is the clearing zone under Skylark's jurisdiction, where the most brilliant talents of contemporary Huaxia gather. If we can kill them all, it will definitely be a devastating blow." The gray figure did not rush. Instead, it circled around a few times, confirmed there were no traps, and then grinned. "Very good. Make sure you set up the array and coordinates, and I will go notify them at once." Seeing the gray figure vanish right after leaving those words, the middle-aged man began setting up the masking array they had provided, intended to hide their presence from the nationwide detection of the apocalypse system. As for how the other races managed to get the supplies to him, he was quite surprised. He never expected that so many people would be willing to cooperate with the other races just to secure massive resources. With that, the middle-aged man found himself feeling perfectly at ease with the act of betraying his own race. He took a feather wrapped in wisps of demonic aura from his clothes. Instantly, the light around him lost its color under the terrifying power, and countless green grass and trees were eroded into jet black almost immediately. A terrifying consciousness descended upon the feather, carried by its own power. The majestic consciousness figure scanned the surroundings with indifference. Under the crushing pressure of the demon god, the middle-aged man's face turned pale, and endless fear rose uncontrollably in his mind. Is this a demon god of the other races? He did not even dare to peek at that proud, conscious figure, trembling as he groveled on the ground. Ignoring the man on the ground, the demon god figure slowly raised its slender finger, and a terrifying black fallen magic fire instantly covered everything. Boom, the space cracked like a shattered mirror, and as the palm tore violently to both sides, it split wide open. On the other side, rewritten, also a conscious figure but countless times stronger, lightly tapped the void. Instantly, the power of rules stabilized the violent spatial channel, creating a steady connection. Go, a lazy voice resonated through the entire palace. 100 abyssal corrupted sent off rewritten's figure, only standing up once it had faded away. With cold, cruel smiles, they walked into the channel. Their strength was all between the 4th and 5th rings. Anything stronger would not have been able to pass through. So this is the rear base of the human race. For every genius I kill, I can get a rare treasure. I am going to have a blast killing them all. Killing them all is too boring. It would be much more fun to assimilate them and send them to the front lines to slaughter each other. Sensing the waves of heart-palpitating malice, the middle-aged man suppressed his fear and asked, "What about the resources you promised me?" Hearing human speech, Ryukyu turned its head, a look of disdain on its face as it tossed a storage bag toward him. The man caught it with both hands. When his consciousness probed inside and saw 300 level 5 life crystals, 100 level 6 life crystals, and 20 body-tempering fruits, his eyes lit up with excitement. So many resources were enough to push his combat power directly to the 7th rank. If he had just played by the rules, it would have taken him at least 5 years to reach this level. And this was just the reward for providing one piece of useful information. Thinking this, the man was beyond excited. He only regretted knowing too little. Otherwise, if he could sell a dozen more pieces of intelligence, he might even reach the throne level. The feeling of reaching the top in a single step was so intoxicating that he was deeply addicted. He suddenly understood why there were always traitors. With the other races being this generous, who could resist such temptation? "Hurry up and bring me the list of the top human geniuses," Ryukyu said coldly, watching as the man stood there without moving. He nodded hurriedly and took out more than a dozen sheets of paper from his ring. Ryukyu took them, scanned the information quickly, and frowned. The human race has many geniuses this year, and their potential seems stronger than ever. They must all be eradicated. Indeed, Ryukyu echoed from the side. Suddenly, the middle-aged man remembered something and leaned in. "There is a guy named Chen Lin. You need to pay special attention to him. He has no talent, and his level is only decent compared to other geniuses." "Why pay attention to him?" Ryukyu asked, puzzled. Chen Lin is the top freshman at Skylark Academy, and 3 days ago, he killed a mutated beast while being 28 levels lower. This level of absurdity is just not human. Ryoku's face was instantly filled with shock. Is that for real? He is not just making that up to trick us out of resources, right? A gap spanning nearly 3 major realms. Even among the entire abyssal corrupted true race, there are only a handful who could achieve that. But when the man produced the video as proof, it had no choice but to believe it. Ryukyu's eyes flashed with intensity, her tongue licking her lips. "I will handle him." Seeing her like that, Ryukyu immediately knew she had taken a fancy to the boy and wanted to assimilate him as her plaything. "Do not be careless and let him escape," Ryukyu warned, then added, "Find your targets individually and hunt down all the students." Suddenly, all the abyssal corrupted radiated bloodthirsty intent and flew off in different directions. Ryukyu glanced at the middle-aged man and gave a charming smile. "This is your reward for providing useful information." Throwing a storage bag in front of him, she spread her bone wings and flew away. Several fallen flew over the mountain range, closing in on the positions of many students. The patrolling microdrones immediately spotted the scene and transmitted the footage back to headquarters. "Are those aliens? How could they possibly show up here? Notify the students to evacuate the mountains immediately and have all combatants prepare their firepower." Looking at those fallen, the weakest of which were at the 4th ring level, the female officer's expression turned grave as she immediately issued orders. Yang Zio did not look surprised. He simply said a few words and turned to leave. The female officer nodded, knowing that he was a 9-turn powerhouse who had only returned to the rear after sustaining unrecoverable, critical injuries on the front lines. She understood that Yang Zio intended to provide support in person. But that old injury would undoubtedly be further aggravated. Thinking of this, a look of hatred appeared in her eyes, cursing herself for not being a combat class and lacking the power to fight the aliens. The others clenched their fists, a dark cloud hanging over their hearts. Soon, the command center fell silent, with only instructions and reports being transmitted back and forth. However, by the time they sent out the warning via smart wristbands, many 4th-year students closest to the depths of the mountains had already encountered the fallen. "That black dot, oh no, it is a fallen alien. Everyone, get ready to engage." The 4 people sitting on the ground panting were surrounded by debris, with the carcass of a level 47 mutant beast nearby. The blood was still warm, clearly showing the battle had just ended. Su Yuangxiang saw a figure radiating black aura rapidly approaching in the distant sky, and after using his detection skill, his expression changed drastically. "It is a 5th ring fallen. Zio Luo quickly cast buffs on me." After saying that, Su Yuangxiang charged forward. Because in just a few seconds, the fallen was only 100 meters away, moving with incredible speed. Coating his white glowing sword with a sharp edge, as if it could cut through everything, Su Yuanxiang swung it instantly toward the fallen. He was a level 45 rare class heavy blade swordsman, and since he was the least injured in the team, he had to be the one to hold the fallen back. Otherwise, the three behind him would surely die, so Su Yuanxiang did not dare to be arrogant and immediately unleashed his burst state. Watching the blade strike, the fallen gave a sneer of contempt and raised a hand to block it, appearing entirely at ease. Block it with bare hands? How is that possible? Su Yuanxiang's eyes were filled with shock, but he reacted instantly. It was that black aura coating its arm. Is that all you have got? The fallen's other fist smashed out instantly. Bang! Su Yuanxiang was sent flying backward, a deep fist mark appearing on his breastplate, which began to crack. Hearing it speak in such a dismissive and experienced manner, Su Yuanxiang realized immediately that this was a fallen that frequently roamed the front lines. Barely steadying himself, he took a deep breath, his gaze filled with determination. Zhao Hao, take them and run. This elite fifth-ring fallen was not something they could kill. If 3 of them could escape, they would count that as a win. As for him, although Su Yuanxiang longed to go to the front lines and reunite with his long-lost parents, it seemed he would not get the chance. Zhao Hao gritted his teeth and looked at the 2 girls next to him. I am staying with Brother Yuan. At that moment, the fallen rushed suddenly before Su Yuanxiang. You want to save them, but do you have the strength to hold me back? Seeing its fist swinging toward him, Su Yuanxiang raised his arms instantly. Boom, the black aura exploded against the blade, and under the powerful impact, Su Yuanxiang was knocked back over 10 meters. Before he could regain his stance, the fallen caught up, its 2 fists turning into blurs as it punched crazily. Under this onslaught, which felt like a violent storm, Su Yuanxiang could not keep up his defense. His armor shattered repeatedly, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth from the impact. However, this time he did not retreat an inch. His feet seemed nailed firmly to the ground, steadfast and unyielding. Boom! As the dirt exploded, Zhao Hao lunged out with the last ounce of his strength, his saber hacking fiercely at the fallen. Yet before it could land, a gale roared. Zhao Hao felt a terrifying force slam into his chest, and he was kicked dozens of meters away, smashing into the ground. An opening. With full focus, Su Yuanxiang seized the split-second counterattack opportunity. The sharp energy on his sword erupted, tearing through everything around it as he swung. It struck the fallen's neck, but was blocked by its hard, pitch-black keratin, unable to advance even a millimeter. You trash, the opponents I encounter on the battlefield are much stronger than this attack of yours. The fallen sneered, grabbed Su Yuanxiang's head, and smashed a knee into his face, shattering his faceplate instantly. Following that, every punch infused with terrifying black aura rained down, all landing on his vital spots. Bang, spang. In just a few seconds, Su Yuanxiang could no longer hold his body up and collapsed to the ground, hanging by a thread. The fallen raised its foot to stomp him to death, but at that moment, a spear pierced through, though it was easily deflected. The girl grabbed the midair spear, and accompanied by a roaring gale, swept it across instantly. However, the fallen blocked it directly, grabbed her, and held her by the throat with one hand. Black aura surged, corroding the girl, seemingly intent on assimilating her into a fallen creature. Seeing this, Zhao Hao struggled to his feet and charged over with his life on the line. But facing absolute crushing power, he was kicked by the fallen and forced to his knees. His kneecaps shattered instantly, and though his body trembled as he tried to rise again, he simply could not. On the field, only the support girl remained, watching it all in despair. Her mind went blank. She raised her hand to heal Su Yuanxiang, but her mana and spiritual energy were already exhausted, leaving her unable to cast it. And just then, a figure as fast as a gale suddenly surged from the right, forcing the fallen back in one strike. Qin Kong did not stop his assault, pressing the attack with eyes full of rage. He unleashed dozens of sword strikes, breaking the fallen's surface keratin and dealing effective damage. In the last 2 days, his strength had improved. His level reached 49, and with the addition of several buffs from Yikexi, he was even stronger. He performed completely differently compared to when he fought the giant rock lizard, showing incredible ferocity. Under his sharp sword, the fallen retreated repeatedly, unable to block, as the wounds on its body continued to multiply. At this moment, the tides had turned completely. Qin Kong's muscles bulged as he utilized his extreme limit, doubling his speed and power instantly. The fallen felt the threat of death and let out a roar. instantly causing the black aura to surge and cover its entire body for defense. Then, it tried to shoot into the sky, intending to use its flight advantage to kill the 4 incapacitated humans first. However, the moment its intent was revealed, a bind appeared and locked it in place. Wang Yao charged over holding a 4-meter giant axe, his eyes filled with murderous intent, his aura rising with every step. The immobile fallen looked on in terror. Crack, the giant axe shattered the black aura and bit deep into the fallen's neck. At that same time, Qin Kong on the right swung his sword, striking in unison with the axe. The level 51 elite fallen was instantly decapitated by the two of them working together. This was not surprising. Both were the strongest 4th-year fighters at Skylark Academy, and they had the hidden class support of Yi Kexi by their side. When fully unleashed, provided they were not facing something that countered them like the giant rock lizard, they could handle even a fallen that was 6 or 7 levels higher. Of course, this description of strongest did not include the first-year students. A few minutes later, with Yi Kexi's healing, the severely injured Su Yuanxiang and his team had recovered slightly. Thanks, Qin Kong, cough cough, Su Yuanxiang said, leaning against a giant tree. His armor was covered in cracks, with many parts shattered, and his face was covered in blood. Qin Kong planted his sword into the ground nearby. You 3 should follow the safe route provided by the smart wristbands to leave the mountain. Without lingering, he took Wang Yao and Yi Kexi and headed quickly toward the distress signal on the wristband. Watching them go, Su Yuanxiang laughed. The gap in our strength has widened even more. Well, it makes sense. After all, they are absolute badasses who started going outside the city to hunt mutant beasts since their freshman year. On the other side, after Hai Ming devoured a giant beast, it reverted to its normal form and lay down next to Chen Lin to rest. On a high cliff in the distance, a sexy and seductive female corrupted one, wearing only minimal covering, slowly flew down and landed on her tiptoes. Seeing the figure in silver armor guarded by the giant black wolf, Layekli smiled. Lucky me, I found him so quickly. And he seems to be in a weakened state. But looking at the devastated land, Layekli was a bit surprised. The traces of the battle were beyond her expectations. However, this was absolutely the best moment to strike, and she did not choose to give up on Chen Lin, her prey, despite the caution rising in her heart. You are a toy I must have. Layekli licked her lips with desire in her eyes. She had already planned how to toy with Chen Lin before even starting. She dashed forward at a speed of several hundred meters per second, with countless black threads radiating from her entire body. The nauseating aura surged toward him, causing Chen Lin to open his eyes instantly with a cold gaze. Hai Ming, who had long sensed her presence, looked up first. Layekli met those 2 gray eyes and felt a chill in her heart, growing somewhat fearful. What is happening? Her body could not stop trembling. But soon, she suppressed it. Layekli struck first, waving her threads that shot out like a swarm of locusts, engulfing Hai Ming. Hai Ming manifested a golden light to block them, its gray eyes looking at her with indifference. The next moment, Layekli's consciousness appeared in a void of darkness, and a pair of cold, ruthless gray eyes opened. Under that gaze, endless fear surged and flooded her entire mind. Layekli trembled uncontrollably, unable to move her body. She could only watch helplessly as Hai Ming approached step by step, its massive form reaching her in just a few seconds. With one palm, it slammed her to the ground, and pitch-black flames emerged, beginning to consume her. From start to finish, Layekli, a level 56 corrupted one, did not even have the qualification to resist. This scene caused the previously silent and heavy command center to instantly brighten up. Well killed, Black Wolf. The female officer shouted in her heart as if cheering. Hai Ming raised its palm, sensing something was wrong, and scanned the surroundings. My lord, she did not die, she escaped. Hearing Hai Ming's voice, Chen Lin replied coldly, Go after her, make sure to kill her. With Diana by his side now, there would be no danger even if Hai Ming left for a while. Hai Ming bowed its head slightly, as you command. Boom, its body crushed the earth, and it instantly charged off in one direction. Over there, Layekli was flying toward the space portal with a terrified expression. It is too scary, this black wolf is simply too terrifying. Even now that the gray gaze had vanished, she could not recover and remained extremely fearful. Layekli only wanted to leave now, and report back the news that the humans had produced someone comparable to a supreme heir. As for this mission to hunt human geniuses, their side had certainly failed. With that terrifying black wolf around, Any corrupted one who encountered it would die. She could only count on her kin, hunting in other locations. However, thinking of her brother also being here, Layekli hesitated for a moment. But she quickly put it out of her mind. If he is dead, he is dead. In any case, she did not dare to stay here for even another second. Just then, a thunderous sound came from behind, and Layekli was startled. It is not going to chase me, is it? Thinking of this, cold sweat poured down, and she channeled her bone wings to the limit to speed up. However, Hai Ming did not want to be away from Chen Lin for too long. It enlarged its body, transforming into a giant beast over 1,000 meters tall. With a boom, the earth shattered, and it covered dozens of kilometers in an instant, crushing all giant trees in its path and causing the air to explode. It appeared behind Layekli and used its intimidation once more. At that moment, Layekli felt not only fear but deep despair. The giant palm descended, casting a shadow. Boom, the earth split apart. The surrounding mountains, trees, and grass trembled, and the tremors spread for 10,000 meters. Under Hai Ming's giant palm, pitch-black flames completely consumed Layekli, leaving only a storage pouch behind. After contemplating for a moment, Hai Ming reverted to its original size, slowly wrapped the pouch in flames, and turned to leave. Returning to Chen Lin, it lowered its head to ask for a pet, then manipulated the black flames to hand him the storage pouch. Is this loot from killing the corrupted one? Chen Lin probed his consciousness inside, and his eyes instantly lit up. 100 level 5 life crystals. Hai Ming, you have got yourself a feast, Chen Lin laughed. He took out all the life crystals from the pouch. Looking at the small pile of life crystals, Hai Ming felt an irrepressible craving. This was its body communicating a desire to continue evolving and reach a higher level of existence. The pitch-black flames formed a giant mouth, swallowed all the life crystals, and slowly converted them. Before long, its evolution points increased by exactly 200. Through number 21, Chen Lin already knew that many corrupted ones had used various methods to arrive at the Bailian mountain range. After thinking about it, he decided to split up and hunt these corrupted ones down. Now that he had 2 powerful summons, it would be a waste to have them travel together. Considering this, Chen Lin waved at the drone, signaling it to fly over. He had long discovered that a drone had been following him. The improvement in his constitution attribute was an all-around enhancement. Now, Chen Lin's eyesight was so sharp that he could clearly see even a fly in the distance, let alone a drone. Even a micro one. In the command center, the operator responsible for this drone was stunned. But with the female officer's nod, it flew over immediately. Show it where the corrupted ones are. Chen Lin spoke after the drone flew in front of him. Hearing this, the female officer instantly understood what he meant. With Yang Xiao away, she was the commander. After thinking for a moment, the female officer had the operator nod the drone. Chen Lin now had 3 summons, and the fact that he dared to make this decision meant that his 3rd summon, which had never been seen, was enough to protect his safety. He pointed out a direction for Hai Ming. Hai Ming bolted forward instantly, its gray eyes flashing with an eagerness never seen before. The drones behind scrambled to keep up, but no matter how much they accelerated, they were left in the dust. The female officer sighed with wonder, amazed that it had grown to this extent in just a few days. If it were given a year, could it actually challenge the throne? Just thinking about it felt unbelievable. So far, Huaxia has produced only 85 individuals who ascended the throne, a number accumulated over more than 100 years. They were all top human powerhouses who had fought for over a decade, emerging from generations of geniuses. They relied on far more than just their natural talent. The main reason they are so rare is the alien races. In the massive meat grinder of the front lines, even the greatest geniuses struggle to make a splash. Every time the alien races attack, countless people sacrifice their lives. Yet, everyone has no choice but to charge forward to defend the line. Many who have attained the throne fall because of it. Nowadays, the number of thrones left in Huaxia is not even half of what it used to be, with only 30 remaining. One can see how brutal the front lines are. Charging in the indicated direction, Hai Ming moved with brute force, smashing through rocks, toppling massive trees, and leaping over streams along its path. A few hundred kilometers ahead, 15 students were huddled together, blocked by 3 fourth-circle fallen beings. Several gruesome, mangled corpses already lay on the ground. With solemn expressions, they held their weapons tightly. They never expected these fallen ones to set a trap, using them as bait to fish for others. The fallen ones had stayed hidden until the distress signal was sent and reinforcements arrived. Realizing this, the 15 students immediately canceled their distress signals. "Can we make it out?" a girl asked with a trembling voice. They could not even defeat the fallen ones already in front of them, let alone the possibility of more lurking in the shadows. At that thought, fear gripped every student's heart. Just as the 3 fourth circle fallen ones began to laugh cruelly, preparing for the slaughter. Boom, boom, boom. A thunderous roar came from afar, and within seconds, a terrifying black wolf standing a full 130 meters tall surged out. Wrapped in a ferocious and violent aura, it made anyone who laid eyes on it tremble. Terrified, the 3 fallen ones immediately took flight, thinking it was a mutated beast from the mountains. However, in the next second, they realized their mistake. The terrifying black wolf ignored the humans entirely and came straight for them. Boom, it swatted the gray fly-like creature out of the air, smashing it into the ground where it shattered into pieces. The next fallen one could not dodge in time and was stepped on. Black flames instantly flared up, swallowing it whole. Even in its normal state, Hai Ming could casually slaughter fourth circle aliens. And it is only at level 20. This is Hai Ming's terrifying combat power, capable of winning even when fighting 4 major ranks above its own. Its dominance is no longer limited to being invincible at its own level. It can absolutely crush anything within 2 major ranks. Hai Ming turned its gray eyes coldly toward another fallen one. The creature froze instantly, its bone wings trembling. A claw wreathed in black flames struck it down. This all happened in less than 5 seconds. The last fallen one had not even flown out of Hai Ming's line of sight, and it too met its end. The 5 hidden in the shadows finally reacted, fear showing in their eyes as they developed a phobia of this suddenly appearing, terrifying wolf. They scrambled out of the forest in unison and shot into the sky. "Howl, none of you are escaping." Hai Ming roared, and under the pressure, the already terrified creatures stalled in midair. It lunged instantly, black flames exploding outward and blanketing a range of hundreds of meters. However, with careful control, the flames did not spread to the students. Hai Ming swatted them all down into the ground, where the black flames burned fiercely, quickly consuming them. In under 10 seconds, the 8 fallen ones that had overwhelmed the 15 junior students were reduced to ash. Witnessing this, every student stood frozen. A few seconds later, they snapped out of it, their faces filled with shock. Among them, Su Qinking's eyes sparkled, her voice full of joy. "That is Chen Lin's summon, I recognize it." Her face flushed with excitement. The other students found it hard to believe. "I remember Chen Lin is only a freshman, right? How could he have a summon with that kind of combat power? I feel like it is even stronger than senior Qin Kong." They were speechless. The more they thought about it, the more impossible it seemed. However, that was quickly replaced by the joy of surviving a near-death experience. After searching the ground for a while and finding no storage bags, Hai Ming felt a bit disappointed. Its mighty, 100-meter-tall frame hunkered down to wait for the drone to return and guide it further. As the students watched the ferocious, terrifying black wolf standing guard nearby rather than leaving immediately, they felt a wave of gratitude. It was worried they might still be in danger. Junior Chen Lin's summon is just too good. Ignoring Su Qinking, who kept waving and shouting at it, Hai Ming waited for the drone to return, took the direction, and bolted away. At the command center, the female officer soon discovered the problem. These fallen ones knew their distribution clearly. Many fourth circle ones were rushing toward the outskirts of the mountains, targeting the freshmen. Meanwhile, the fifth circle ones were deep inside, hunting down seniors and pinning down the instructors who were trying to come back for reinforcements. "Are the high-energy artillery batteries charged?" the female officer asked, looking solemn. These were heavy damage weapons created through the fusion of technology and mechanics, serving as the ace card for every garrison base. "They are still absorbing energy," the weapons operator shook his head. The officer's expression darkened. Although all students were retreating to the base, the flying fourth circle fallen ones were far faster than them. They could catch up within half an hour. Armed helicopters could not be deployed either. In the face of fourth circle fallen ones, they would not last a second. It would be purely sending soldiers to their deaths. Deep in the mountains, a woman in golden armor wielded a massive halberd wreathed in blood energy, holding off 4 level 55 fallen. Under the terrifying red glow of the halberd, the very air seemed to explode. The four fallen were unable to withstand the pressure and retreated repeatedly. Jai Fei's aura was overbearing as she pressed the attack, relentless as a dragon on the hunt. Witnessing this, Leacru frowned, slowly manifesting a black spear in its hand. It had no time to waste here. There were many more geniuses waiting to be slaughtered. Boom, Leacru shot forward in an instant, its black spear striking out with corrupted power. Jai Fei reacted with incredible speed to the sudden strike. Her blood energy surging as the head of her halberd expanded instantly to over 30 meters in size. Boom, the ground beneath her feet cracked instantly, shattering under the full force of her unbreakable state and spreading wildly in every direction. The violent shockwave swept through the surroundings, catching the fallen by surprise. Jai Fei's eyes burned with battle intent as she swept her halberd forward in a crimson arc, shattering everything in its path. Boom, all five fallen were pushed back, their attacks completely neutralized. Leacru looked at the shattered black spear in its hand, its expression turning solemn. Only level 55, 4 levels lower than itself, yet possessing such combat prowess. She is a genius who must be eliminated. Black mist surged out, filling a 100-meter radius as the light began to fade. The other fallen realized Leacru's intent and immediately unleashed their own corrupted power. The air grew thick and heavy, with dense black energy. Jai Fei's entire body was covered in a red glow, blood energy swirling to resist the corruption. Her eyes turned cold. Trying to assimilate me? You are courting death. Boom, she charged instantly toward Leacru, the air ringing with the sound of her halberd as she focused her attacks entirely on it. The four fallen scrambled to follow, attacking Jai Fei to relieve the pressure on Leacru. But Jai Fei ignored them entirely, her aura surging to its absolute limit. She would not stop until it was dead. Under the constant corruption, she could not maintain her state of absolute defense for long, and her blood energy was rapidly depleting. If it ran out, she might truly be assimilated. Qin Kong, fighting on the other side, noticed the situation and grew anxious. He pushed his limits to the extreme, slashing madly at the level 56 fallen before him, desperate to go and assist. Instructor Jai was only trapped in this encirclement because she had tried to save them. She could not be allowed to come to harm. The fallen, clearly sensing his intent, sneered and held him firmly in combat. Qin Kong glared at it, realizing he would not be able to kill this fallen at this rate. Wang Yao, he roared. Wang Yao, who had been lying on the ground heavily wounded, gritted his teeth, stood up, and charged headlong with his giant axe. Yi Kexi took a deep breath, knowing now was the time to give everything. She stopped holding back her mana, casting various buffs and protective spells. She even cast some toward Jai Fei. After a brief incantation, a spectral image of a goddess, holding a sword in both hands and looking down upon the world, appeared above Jai Fei. As the goddess opened her closed eyes, a killing intent capable of purging all things swept across the battlefield. Leacru's expression shifted, and it did not hesitate to trigger its innate power, doubling the strength of its corruption. The erosion intensified to a terrifying degree. Seeing the goddess's blade pointing at it, a wave of crisis washed over the creature. Boom, waves of pressure descended, crushing the earth and sending tremors through the ground for hundreds of meters. This effect was completely different from what they had faced against the giant rock dragon lizard. However, the goddess slowly dissipated as Yi Kexi reached her mental limit. Jai Fei did not miss the opportunity, instantly charging at the heavily wounded Leacru to deny it a moment to breathe. The four fallen activated their own innate powers, moving to intercept her. The ground beneath Jai Fei suddenly turned into pitch-black mud, and arms reached up from below to grab her ankles. Chains burst from the black mist, binding her as well. At the same time, her body grew incredibly weak, as if her strength were simply fading away. All the fallen lunged forward at once, their black spears aiming to pierce through her. At this critical moment, Jai Fei broke free from the influence, forcing her blood energy to flow in reverse, a desperate measure that shattered all her restraints. The red glow around her flared up, pushing back even the surrounding black mist. She swung her halberd, and the terrifying red energy shattered all four black spears instantly. With a stomp that exploded the earth, she closed the distance to Leacru in a flash. However, Leacru had already consumed a vial of gray blood. Not only did its wounds recover at an alarming rate, but its aura climbed frantically, reaching the strength of the sixth ring. The true blood of the throne is truly terrifying. Leacru grinned as the black mist converged into a shield, successfully blocking the incoming strike of the halberd. With one hand, it manifested a black spear and threw it. The terrifying spearhead pierced through the red light protecting Jai Fei, shattering her armor. Squelch! The black spear pierced through flesh and bone, emerging from Jai Fei's back. Blood dripped from the tip of the spear onto the ground. The four fallen rushed in to finish her off, but Leia stopped them. Do not kill her, assimilate her. With a fierce glare, Jai Fei pulled the spear out and rained down blows with her massive 30-meter halberd. However, after her protective red light was broken, the corruption spread faster, and her blood energy grew too weak to resist. Her attacks visibly slowed. Not long after, Jai Fei completely collapsed, unable to even grip her halberd. Seeing this, Leia laughed and stepped forward. Become my slave. Just then, boom, a silver spear tore through the air, piercing through the black mist and planting itself in the ground before Leia feet. A figure in silver armor arrived from afar. Leia recognized him and frowned slightly. My sister did not kill you. If you're referring to that female fallen, she is already dead. Upon hearing this, Leia showed no emotion, feeling not a hint of sadness for its sister's death. She was truly unreliable. Chen Lin came to a stop, assessed the situation, and immediately realized that this was beyond his capability to handle. He could not engage. With a thought, a small, humanoid creature, less than half a meter tall with golden wings appeared, filling the air with a sacred aura. The six fallen changed color, all staring at it instantly. This is an angel. They all felt an instinctive sense of discomfort. But as the realization set in, their eyes turned burning hot. Based on the size, it is definitely a hatchling angel with no means of attack, nothing to fear at all. With that thought, Leia was ecstatic. Ha ha ha, Chen Lin, I really should thank you for bringing such a generous gift. Corrupting an angel was the ultimate symbol of honor among the true fallen. Feeling those disgusting gazes, Diana frowned. This black mist, it felt familiar. It was them, the ones who invaded her home. Anger flared in Diana's eyes as she spread her wings and took to the sky. A blazing sun appeared faintly within her left golden eye, gradually expanding. Boom, boom, boom. Terrifying, searing golden light erupted from her, and a massive, brilliant golden sun, over 1,000 meters wide, manifested behind her in the sky. Diana's tiny frame transformed into her adult form, tall, slender, and elegant. With flawless features and golden eyes radiating majesty, her aura became vast and divine. A glorious sun spanned the sky. Diana stood tall in the heavens, her slender, towering figure backed by 5-meter golden wings. Her exquisite face was divine, and her golden eyes were majestic, bright, and impossible to look at directly. The searing golden light shone down, and the black currents were completely purified in mere seconds. Every corrupted being felt as if they had been cast into hell, suffering in pain and agony, their corruption powers suppressed instantly. Anything they tried to unleash was purified immediately. This filled them with dread. The true corrupted race, and the angels have always been mortal enemies who counter each other. But under this great sun, that balance was clearly broken. I shall purify your souls and cleanse your heavy sins. As the majestic, indifferent words fell, the sun floating behind Diana erupted, its golden light becoming even more fierce. The radiance bathed everything within 10,000 meters in gold, as if a second sun had appeared in the world. Boom, the terrifying power of the sun shook the surroundings, and under its influence, scorching golden flames suddenly ignited all over the 6 corrupted beings. The torture of their souls being scorched made them shriek instantly. Rhea-Crew's face contorted. The previous ecstasy was gone, replaced only by excruciating pain and a savage expression. It tried its best to unleash its corruption power, leveraging its 6th ring strength and doubled talent potency, barely avoiding being purified by the golden light. It formed a black barrier around its body, desperate to shield itself from the golden flames. However, unlike the black flames of the dark nether that devour life through the physical body, this attack acted upon the soul, piercing through everything and making physical isolation impossible. Only soul-based defenses could withstand it. As the black currents that eroded her mind vanished, Jai Fei weakly lifted her head, looking at the gorgeous figure standing high in the sky, radiant and majestic, and began to laugh. To think you could even summon an angel, you really are something. Waves of holy power accompanied the flashing golden light, falling upon her, and her wounds began to heal rapidly. A golden holy barrier also manifested, shielding her within. Holy radiance! Wang Yao, who was at death's door, suddenly stabilized his health, and the black spear thrust at him was blocked by the barrier. Chen Lin, you are my savior. Wang Yao laughed with difficulty, giving him a thumbs up. Covered in bloody wounds, and having pushed himself beyond his limits for far too long, Qin Kong felt warmth creeping into his injuries and threw himself into the offensive without reservation. He switched to a purely aggressive stance, trading life for life. The corrupted being facing his war sword retreated rapidly, finally unable to keep up with the parries. Under the pain of its soul being scorched, it was unable to perform at full capacity. With the appearance of the glorious sun in the sky, the situation on the battlefield was instantly reversed. Damn it, we're not newborn angels, supposed to only have support abilities. Rayakru, who had read countless books, felt deceived by its knowledge. Just by meeting Diana's majestic golden eyes for a second, it trembled uncontrollably, blood leaking from its eyes, as if it were facing the supreme leader of its own race. It was terrifying. It realized it could not delay any longer, or its soul would be burned to nothing. Go kill that human. Rayakru roared, then the black currents exploded, churning into a giant serpent that charged toward Diana to bite. The closer it got to the sun, the more terrifying the purification and soul-scorching became. If not for the 39-level gap and the throne true blood boiling within it to provide a constant source of power, it would not have been able to get even this close. Enduring the intense pain of the scorching, Rayakru charged at Diana, determined to bring her down. Diana raised her hand with an indifferent expression, and countless fiery golden swords manifested around her, shooting toward it and the 4 other corrupted beings rushing at Chen Lin. The golden swords, imbued with the power of purification and scorching, instantly pierced the black serpent and ran through Rayakru's body. Boom, it plummeted from 100 meters to the ground, kicking up rolling clouds of dust. The other 4 corrupted beings tried to dodge, but were still pierced through by countless golden swords. Standing high in the sky, Diana looked like a deity wielding the sun, with her enemies as nothing but ants. Her demeanor left Ikexi, staring in infatuation. Even she, a woman, was charmed. Damn it, we cannot fight at all under the sun. All the corrupted beings gritted their teeth. Pierced by the golden swords, they were not only wounded, but their internal corruption power was being purified, and their soul-scorching was accelerating. If this continued, they would all be burned to death before long. Rayakru looked grim. Do not panic, Empress Fuelin said others would come to help us hunt them down. Just as it finished speaking, several figures in gray robes came running from afar at high speed, each possessing 6th rank strength. As they approached, they all used stealth skills, intending to strike at the same time and kill everyone instantly. However, under the radiance of Diana's sun, they had nowhere to hide and walked straight into view. Seeing the shadow emblem on the gray robes, Jai Fei recognized them instantly, her expression turning to one of fury. It is the Shadow Court, these damned heretics. She braced her body, which had recovered slightly, and burst with martial energy again, instantly intercepting one of them who was rushing toward Chen Lin. Half of the man's face was covered in dense purple scars, hideous and disgusting. After colliding, Jai Fei and he both retreated a few meters. The rest of the heretics ignored her and bypassed them, clearly aiming to kill Chen Lin first. Seeing this, Diana raised her hand, and golden flames instantly ignited, scorching their souls. More golden swords manifested and shot toward them. However, the heretics were determined to kill Chen Lin and charged forward, taking the damage head-on. The sun form lacked a terrifying, decisive finishing move. The sun behind Diana slowly collapsed into her palm, and then a crescent moon faintly appeared in her right golden eye. As the cold crescent moon hung high, the surrounding tens of thousands of meters went dark in an instant. The faint moonlight illuminated the world, carrying a terrifying chill that made one's heart skip a beat. The heretics, who were attacking Chen Lin and about to break his holy protection, turned pale and looked up. Unlike the sun form, Diana's eyes were now cold and clear, devoid of any emotion. The divine aura had also vanished, replaced by a chilling terror. The wings and golden hair behind her turned silvery white. Standing before the crescent moon, she looked like an aloof goddess. 9 rings of blades appeared around her, rotating slowly, imbued with the dark red true power of extinction. Go, Diana's cold voice echoed. Boom, the 6 rings of extinction broke through the air, moving at extreme speed and killing the 6 heretics in an instant. Their expressions changed in shock, as they each used their own methods to defend. However, against the true power of extinction, which could shatter any defense, they were as fragile as paper. A heretic at exactly level 60 watched as the 1-meter dark red ring easily sliced through his conjured shadow barrier and passed right through him. As his body split in two and fell to either side, his face still bore an expression of astonishment. The other 5 heretics caught sight of this out of the corner of their eyes, their expressions changing instantly. After blocking the strike from the Annihilation Ring, they immediately chose to turn and flee. But the Annihilation Ring was faster than them. Guided by Diana's thoughts, it pursued and executed them directly. Ryukuru lunged at Diana high in the air. With the suppression of the Great Sun gone, it could unleash its full power, making it even stronger than those heretics. A terrifying surge of black currents coalesced into a 10-meter-long black spear and was hurled out violently. Boom, the black spear pierced through the air at supersonic speed, rushing toward Diana. One Annihilation Ring met the spear head-on, shattering it into pieces, while the remaining 2 rings immediately descended upon Ryukuru. It instantly conjured 2 giant snakes, each dozens of meters long, and swallowed the Annihilation Rings. However, within a second, they pierced through the long snake bodies and continued flying toward Ryukuru. Seeing this, the 4 fallen ones on the ground rushed toward Chen Lin, their eyes filled with murderous intent. Now that his divine protection was about to shatter and all his rings were blocked, it was the perfect moment to kill him. This human had to die. The Black Wolf with its 28-level power gap was one thing. But this angel who commanded the sun and moon was even more outrageous, suppressing 10 of them who were over level 50 or even 60. If he were allowed to grow fully, it was unthinkable. Even on the frontline battlefield, he could probably make a huge splash. However, Diana, who was constantly monitoring Chen Lin's safety, immediately raised her hand to recall the 3 Annihilation Rings, slashing them toward the fallen. 3 of the fallen stopped to block them, but just as they drew near, the 3 Annihilation Rings suddenly collided and fused together. The ring instantly expanded to 3 meters, the entwining force of annihilation becoming even more potent. The dark red glow instantly shattered the black shields conjured by the fallen, then pierced through them for an instant kill. The remaining 2 fallen broke out in a cold sweat. It was bad enough that this damned angel had 2 forms, but how could her attack method change as well? Seeing the rings charging with a dark red glow, they were terrified and raised their black shields to defend. However, beneath the fused Annihilation Ring with its doubled power, everything shattered at the slightest touch. The last remaining fallen did not even get to lay a finger on Chen Lin before it was caught and instantly cut down. This is too incredible, Yikexi exclaimed in utter awe. She even felt that Chen Lin's angel was stronger than the Black Wolf. After all, that giant rock lizard was only level 52, and even with a trace of royal bloodline, it could not have defeated several fallen ones and level 60+ heretics combined. After disposing of the 4 fallen, the Annihilation Rings slashed toward the purple-scarred man who was fighting Jai Fei. Before he could react, they flew past Jai Fei and killed him instantly. Then, splitting into 3, they coordinated to wipe out all the remaining heretics and the fallen fighting Qin Kong. Watching the 6 Annihilation Rings fly back to surround that aloof angel, the group was stunned. Truly powerful, Qin Kong knelt on one knee, supporting himself with his battle sword. Hearing this exclamation, Wang Yao nodded. Indeed, the angel race is truly beautiful. This was a compliment purely for the beauty of the creature, with no intention of blasphemy. Taking a glance at Ryukuru, who was still struggling to hold on, Diana slowly raised her hand, and the 6 Annihilation Rings began to fuse. Ryukuru's expression shifted drastically upon seeing this. It tapped into the final remnants of the corrupt power from the throne's true blood within its body, shaking off the 3 rings. It landed on the ground, and seeing that it was the only one left, its mouth twitched. These heretics are absolute trash. Ryukuru looked at Chen Lin with extreme jealousy. Why would such a perfect angel choose to serve him? 2 summoned creatures, both with power gaps over level 25. I admit, your future is terrifying. But it is precisely because you have shown such potential that you must die here today. Ryukuru sneered, pulling out a pitch-black disc. As it spun, a 100-meter-wide light ignited at its feet. This opportunity to summon the throne was originally intended for that genius who awakened an SSS-level talent, to guard against any powerful individuals protecting him. But both of Chen Lin's summons had displayed terrifying potential. He absolutely cannot be allowed to continue growing. Distributing the summoning discs to all the fallen team leaders was specifically to prevent the human race from playing smoke and mirrors and hiding their true prodigies. Who would have thought the thrones actually guessed right? Boom, boom, all the annihilation rings slashed down simultaneously, but were blocked by the rising black light. Countless arcane runes emerged, weaving and intertwining to form a massive black summoning array. From within it, a gray fallen entity, over a dozen meters tall, slowly stepped out. Its terrifying aura swept across the area, nearly stifling everyone. Qin Kong and the others turned deathly pale, a sense of deep despair rising uncontrollably within them. Wisps of black air spread slowly, and wherever they touched, grass and trees withered away. Diana's expression grew solemn. With a wave of her hand, the full moon rotated, transforming into a great sun hanging in the sky. Yet the brilliant golden light could not shine through. Chen Lin immediately realized something was wrong and almost wanted to run, but in the end, he did not. Because just as the black array appeared, Yang Xiao walked up beside him. "I have been waiting for this alien throne for a long time. Do not be afraid." Yang Xiao patted Chen Lin on the shoulder. Hearing this, Chen Lin realized in an instant this was a long-planned scheme. Sure enough, this alien throne paid them no mind, instead looking expressionlessly toward the Hengshan base. Over there, as the summoning array took form, a powerful aura erupted, shattering the clouds in the sky and rushing toward them with terrifying momentum. In just a few breaths, it descended upon them. Looking at the young man standing in the void, the alien throne spoke slowly. "Zhang Ju, not guarding the front lines, you dare to come here. Are not you afraid your defensive line will be breached by our race? By then, it will not be as simple as losing tens of thousands of soldiers." Zhang Ju waved his hand. "It does not matter. We humans have decided to throw it all away." "Do you think I would believe that?" The alien throne sneered. It immediately understood that it had walked into a trap, but it did not seem to care. "After being tricked by you humans so many times, do you think I would come without any precautions? Just now, the news of you leaving the front line reached our rear. You should know what that means." Heh, Zhang Ju did not answer, glancing below, still not leaving, waiting to be crushed to death. Hearing this, Yang Xiao immediately led everyone away. The shockwaves from a battle between thrones could destroy everything within hundreds of kilometers. Even if Zhang Ju's domain could isolate the power within, they would only be a hindrance here. Seeing this, the alien throne did not stop them. With Zhang Ju there, it could not touch anyone. As a throne active on the front lines for the past 2 years, his strength was something almost every alien powerhouse knew inside and out. "You really are not going back. Not until I kill you."